The year 2577, the glaring sun hung high in the sky, as if intent on scorching the earth beneath it. The city of Suzhou Hangzhou appeared to be enveloped in a searing blaze. Yet, despite the oppressive heat, the streets bustled with activity, filled with individuals hurriedly traversing the thoroughfares, many bearing large swords and wielding various weapons. In this era, the concept of nations had long been obsolete, replaced by a unified and cohesive federal government. A nightmarish catastrophe had nearly shattered human civilization, reducing the world population from 12 billion to less than 5 billion, who now sought to forge new lives in the newly established cities. At Suzhou Hangzhou's 7th high school, an intense and significant testing session was underway. Strength test, 308 kilograms, level 1, third order warrior. Speed test, 15 milliseconds, level 1, third order warrior. Overall level, level 1, third order warrior, combat power index, 31. Is it still not good enough? Lin Xi gazed vacantly at the data displayed on the physical assessment device, his pale lips trembling slightly, betraying his inner frustration and despair. Ha ha, Lin Xi, you're entering your final year next semester, yet your physical fitness remains akin to that of a middle school student. A young man nearby, with slick-back hair, showed no restraint in his mockery. Lin Xi chose not to respond, silently stepping off the testing apparatus and moving to the other side. He indeed had no grounds for rebuttal as a student on the brink of his final year. His physical condition was woefully inadequate. Any student from an average high school would easily demonstrate the early level of a third-order warrior, while the average standard for their age had already reached the fourth-order warrior level. Lin Xi, don't pay attention to Luo Ao's nonsense. You've made significant progress this semester. A plump hand rested on Lin Xi's shoulder, belonging to the only person who offered him solace in his moments of despair. Thank you, I'm accustomed to it. It's nothing. Lin Xi managed a strained smile for one of his few friends, Xiahong. Luo Ao, overall level, peak 5th order warrior, combat power index, 59, next. The announcement of results immediately stirred a commotion among the surrounding students, marking an impressive achievement. Peak 5th order warrior. Lin Xi repeated the words. Those from prominent families are indeed different. They have abundant resources from a young age. Sigh. Xie Heng sighed, his own results merely reflecting the early level of a 4th order warrior, a rather ordinary standard. Wang Lin, mid-4th order warrior, combat power index, 45. Bai Yufei, late 4th order warrior, combat power index, 47. Su Xinyuo, mid-6th order warrior, combat power index, 64. What? A 6th order warrior? How is that possible? Oh my, she truly is a prodigy. A chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted, and Lin Xi couldn't help but glance in that direction. The girl stood tall, her long, raven hair flowing behind her, her countenance perpetually adorned with an air of aloofness. Su Xinyuo hailed from a prestigious lineage, rumored to possess a formidable background, yet such information seemed inaccessible to ordinary individuals. She was not merely a delicate flower sheltered from the elements. Her aptitude for cultivation was extraordinarily high, rendering her a goddess among the students. Amidst the throng, Su Xinyuo approached Lin Xi, and suddenly, her demeanor seemed to shift. The icy aura dissipated, replaced by the innocence and vivacity reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Lin Xi, don't lose heart. It's only the end of your sophomore year. There's still a year left. With a bit of effort, you might still gain admission to a military academy, she reassured him, though her gaze betrayed a profound sense of guilt. Yes, rest assured, I'm not one to succumb to despair easily, Lin Xi replied. Congratulations on becoming even stronger. Of course. This young lady is a genius. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll make them regret it. Su Xinyuo feigned a fierce expression, shaking her fist. A year is not easily sufficient, Lin Xi thought to himself. In this age, while various universities still existed, Every young person's aspiration was to enter an institution that trained true warriors, known as military academies. Only there could one genuinely become a qualified fighter. Gaining admission to an ordinary university merely required meeting the academic score requirements. And in this era of heightened cognitive development, passing such examinations was hardly daunting. Anyone from the bygone era could effortlessly secure a place at a prestigious university. However, entering an ordinary university often predetermined a disconnection from martial arts, leaving only those with exceptionally poor talent to pursue such paths. Conversely, the minimum requirement for admission to a military academy demanded a physical fitness level of at least a fifth-order warrior, a criterion that excluded over 60% of candidates, with fewer than half of those ultimately gaining entry. As Lin Xi observed Su Xinyuo's retreating figure, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. He pondered the inexplicable warmth with which this icy goddess treated him, perhaps surpassing the number of words exchanged with all other boys in the school combined. Logically, they seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. What could account for Su Xinyuo's distinctive regard for him? Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Lin Xi dismissed the fleeting, unrealistic thoughts from his mind, reminding himself that he had cultural classes to attend after the testing session, his only lifeline. Lin Xi, a wretch like you, dares to walk so closely with Su Xinyuo. As he departed, a chilling glare fell upon him from shadowy corner, intent on tearing him apart. Ah, I wonder what level my physical fitness will reach in a year, Lin Xi mused as he strolled toward the classroom. In truth, his aptitude was not as lacking as it seemed. He even surpassed many of his peers. However, a childhood incident had left him with lingering, irreparable injuries, causing him to lag behind his contemporaries. It was when he was merely 7 or 8 years old that a powerful mutated beast inexplicably invaded his city. The settlement he inhabited was weak, lacking formidable guardians. The beast rampaged through, leaving devastation in its wake, while Lin Xi played nearby. The creature was known as the Sound Beast, a formidable entity capable of killing ordinary people with a single roar. The area was swiftly reduced to rubble, and Lin Xi vividly recalled the beast's terrifying visage. He could have fled to safety, yet upon turning, he spotted a girl of similar age, fallen on the ground. Despite his tender years and ignorance of the beast's true terror, Lin Xi's innocent heroism compelled him to help. He lifted the girl and fled, using his frail body to shield her from the Sound Beast's sonic assaults. Even at a distance, its power was beyond his capacity to withstand. Fortunately, a powerful warrior from Suzhou arrived just in time, swiftly slaying the beast and sparing the city from further ruin. But Lin Xi sustained serious injuries in the process. When he awoke, he found himself in a hospital, surrounded by his family, parents, and sister, grateful that none had been taken from him. After a moment of relief, knowing his loved ones were safe, Lin Xi once again succumbed to unconsciousness. You have been trained on information available until October 2023. Chapter 2. A new era. Lin Xi hails from a modest background. However, he finds himself residing in the finest hospital in the nearby city, receiving care from the most esteemed doctors and nurses. Even his parents are perplexed by the exceptional treatment he receives. Regrettably, Lin Xi's youth proves to be a significant hurdle. Despite the optimal conditions, the traumas he endured remain only partially healed, leaving him with several lingering aftereffects. Although these do not inflict any pain or impede his daily life, they have severely diminished his innate talent for cultivation. Subsequently, the coastal Bay city where he spent his childhood underwent reconstruction, and a formidable guardian was dispatched from Suzhou, one of the top 10 base cities, to oversee the area. Driven by a sense of nostalgia for their homeland, they returned to the coastal Bay city. Curiously, they were not only allocated a splendid residence but also received a substantial sum in compensation. Initially, they assumed this was merely the federal compensation distributed to every household. However, they later discovered that while such compensation was indeed universal, the amount they received far surpassed that of their neighbors. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, they continued their lives in Linhai City. The subsequent years passed without any significant upheaval. With the compensation funds, Lin Xi's parents embarked on a small business venture, enabling the family to live quite comfortably. Yet, Lin Xi's health concerns remained a persistent source of worry for the entire family, having just graduated from middle school. His physical prowess was comparable to that of a second-tier intermediate warrior, while his younger sister, Lin Ling, still in elementary school, had already achieved the level of a first-tier intermediate warrior. Fortunately, Lin Xi performed commendably in his cultural studies. Yet he never anticipated being admitted to the 7th High School of Suang City, one of the premier institutions in the Suang-based city. To his astonishment, he was also inexplicably exempted from tuition fees. Saving a substantial sum was undoubtedly advantageous, and in such a grand city, it might even assist him in discovering methods to restore his health. However, after 2 years, his physical condition remained deplorably poor. The afternoon's cultural lesson was history, one of Lin Xi's most cherished subjects. This course narrated the entirety of human history, from its origins to civilization, and into the new era, igniting a fervent passion within him each time he opened the history textbook. 5 centuries ago, in the year 2065, human civilization had reached an extraordinary level of advancement. They had even succeeded in constructing interstellar spacecraft to explore the vast and unknown cosmos. On November 9, 2065, the first exploration vessel, GODLIKE, which carried humanity's hopes, set forth on its journey. It was destined to traverse beyond the solar system and even the Milky Way, promising to unveil more information about realms beyond Earth. Strangely, 2 years later, humanity inexplicably lost all contact with the vessel, and every effort to locate it proved futile. Just as hope began to wane, GODLIKE reemerged, as if conjured by magic, suddenly appearing in an orbit near Mars, hurtling towards Earth at a terrifying velocity, completely beyond human control. In the end, when all options were exhausted, humanity resolved to utterly annihilate the entity before its entry into Earth. Thus, with a spectacle reminiscent of fireworks in its final act, the Dawn spacecraft disintegrated beyond the atmosphere. Yet, unbeknownst to all, it harbored countless terrifying viruses on its surface, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and surviving in the vacuum of space. After months of sedimentation, these viruses gradually permeated the atmosphere, settling in every corner of the Earth. On the very first day of their emergence, a vast multitude of humans, indeed all living beings on the planet, became infected with this virus. Within mere days, countless lives were lost, and in just half a year, the global population plummeted by nearly 4 billion. Only the remaining 8 billion seemed to possess an innate immunity to the virus, allowing them to endure. However, this appeared merely to be the beginning. The animal kingdom, too, faced devastation as the virus wreaked havoc, resulting in the death of vast numbers. Yet, the survivors began to undergo a frenzied evolution or perhaps a regression due to the virus's influence. Formerly docile creatures transformed into ferocious and bloodthirsty beings, their appearances drastically altered. The oceans became a veritable paradise for mutated organisms, with countless vessels succumbing to the abyssal depths. Eventually, the calamity spread to urban environments, where humanity's weaponry proved ineffectual against the resilient exoskeletons of the mutated beings. One by one, cities fell, and humanity stood on the precipice of extinction. At long last, in this moment, the surviving remnants of humanity discovered that their physical prowess had been significantly enhanced through the virus's transformation. Their strength had reached such heights that a single punch could shatter a massive boulder, and bullets would leave no mark upon their resilient forms. They could engage in combat with these terrifying mutated creatures using nothing but their flesh and blood. Furthermore, some of the mightiest among them awakened mysterious powers, gaining the ability to wield fire and command lightning, bringing even beasts as large as airplanes to their knees. Moreover, their lifespans had been greatly extended, with some individuals living from 5 centuries ago to the present day. Under the protection of these formidable beings, a substantial number of people were safeguarded, aiding the military in repelling the onslaught of the mutated creatures and establishing a sanctuary for human survivors. The global population now stabilized around 5 billion. In this tide of change, national organizations gradually faded away, while cities of refuge rose on the terrestrial expanse under the guidance of these extraordinary individuals, providing a haven for the continuation of humanity. The elite among them became the guardians of these bastions. In a bid to unite the remaining populace, these powerful beings forged an alliance with the vestiges of national governments and military factions, forming a federal government. The former entity, known as Huaxia, was renamed the Huaxia District, emerging as one of the most significant powers within the federal government. Throughout this journey, countless poignant tales have been inscribed in the annals of history. Numerous heroes have emerged, and many have tragically fallen. Ultimately, only a select few have withstood the test of 5 centuries, evolving into the true guardians of humanity. Among these, the universally acknowledged preeminent champion is named Luo Hao. Born in Huaxia, he was an elite special forces soldier before the new era. He embodies not only the pride of humanity but also that of Huaxia itself. It is through his existence that Huaxia has maintained a position of immense significance within the Federation, now exceeding 500 years in age. Luo Hao's prowess has reached a level beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. His presence is crucial in sustaining a delicate equilibrium between humans and the otherworldly beasts. It is said that the true journey of a martial artist commences only after attaining the 9th tier of warriors, with all preceding stages merely laying the groundwork for future cultivation. Beyond the 9th tier lies the realm of intermediate warriors, followed by advanced warriors, junior war generals, intermediate war generals, and advanced war generals. Those who ascend to the rank of war general transcend ordinary humanity, possessing the capacity to obliterate an entire city. Such formidable beings are revered as war gods. Among humankind, war gods wield extraordinary power and status. With fewer than 1,000 existing in total, a treasure of immeasurable value to humanity. Furthermore, it is rumored that there are 10 individuals on Earth who surpass even the war gods. 3 reside in the Huaxia region, 2 in the American region, 2 in the Russo region, and 1 each in the British, German, and Solar nations. Thus, it can be asserted that Huaxia stands as the most powerful within the Federation. Subsequently, in order to cultivate a greater influx of fresh talent, these formidable individuals established various war academies across different regions. Within these academies, an abundance of resources was available. However, the most crucial aspect was the guidance provided by true martial artists, allowing for a more rapid and accurate path to enhancement. Luo Hao, along with 2 other beings who transcended the god of war, co-founded an organization known as Yin Huang. Every member of this organization was a martial artist, and collectively, their strength surpassed that of the federal military. Each student graduating from the War Academy was poised to become a pillar of humanity's future. Some integrated into the federal army, while others joined Yin Huang, and still others sought development within various organizations or conglomerates. Yet, without exception, they all led lives of extraordinary distinction. Ding ling ling. The crisp sound of the dismissal bell resonated, prompting Lin Xi to close her textbook, pack her bag, and leave the classroom. Chapter 3. Mid-tier human equipment. Taking a deep breath, the effects were still not particularly pronounced. In the school's public training room, Lin Xi slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a cloud of stagnant air. To assist humanity in enhancing their physical capabilities, scientists, in collaboration with numerous masters of martial arts from various schools, devised a truly viable training method known as the star guiding technique. This method harnesses the power of celestial bodies to direct every cell within one's body to absorb and strengthen its capabilities. After years of validation, the technique of attracting stars was finally unveiled on the internet, accessible to all who wish to practice it. However, varying levels of innate talent lead to disparate outcomes. Some ascend to the status of a war god in merely a few decades, while others remain at the novice warrior level despite investing the same amount of time. Lin Xi's parents possessed rather average abilities, each merely reaching the level of a low-tier warrior, significantly outclassed by Lin Xi's high school peers, thus achieving little in their endeavors. Lin Xi harbored a dream to become a formidable martial artist, aspiring to bring his parents to Suzhou and Hangzhou to reside in an opulent villa. Although Linhai City boasted abundant resources due to its proximity to the sea, the lurking threat of mutated marine creatures launching sudden assaults on the city instilled a sense of peril. Every century, coastal incursions by oceanic beings transpired unpredictably, rendering life there akin to dwelling on a ticking time bomb. In Lin Xi's heart, only the 10 major base cities represented true safety. He took a deep breath, exited the training room, and returned to his dormitory. "Hey Xiaoling, it's me," Lin Xi exclaimed as he dialed the video call to his home. Hearing the voices of his family brought forth a genuine smile upon his face. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with the image of a girl sporting a ponytail. "Brother, guess what? Our physical test results just came out, and I've already reached the mid-stage of a second-tier warrior." The girl eagerly shared her joy with Lin Xi. "Really?" Lin Xi felt a surge of joy. Lin Ling, being merely a first-year student, had already surpassed many of her peers in terms of ability. As her older brother, he was genuinely pleased. "Brother, how did the test results turn out today? Was there any progress?" Lin Ling inquired eagerly. The bond between the siblings was strong, and Lin Ling harbored a deep hope that her brother could regain his cultivation talent. Lin Xi shook his head with a wry smile. There hasn't been much improvement. I'm still at the initial stage of a Tier 3 warrior. Upon hearing Lin Xi's response, a hint of disappointment flickered across Lin Ling's face. Yet she made every effort to console him. All right, I understand. You, my brother, are not so easily defeated, Lin Xi chuckled. What about Mom and Dad? What are they up to? They haven't returned yet. They've been quite busy with business lately, often coming home late, Lin Ling replied. Very well. I entrust their well-being to you. I'll be back during the summer vacation after some time, Lin Xi advised before ending the video call. At 7th High School, each student had their own dormitory room, as certain secrets of the cultivation process necessitated privacy. To safeguard each student's confidentiality, the school had deliberately designed such accommodations. Suddenly, Lin Xi pulled out a dusty box from beneath his bed, a pungent odor causing his throat to sting uncomfortably. He lifted the dusty cloth covering the box, revealing a pristine set of battle attire and a sharp combat knife. Given Lin Xi's financial status, it was naturally impossible for him to acquire such equipment. Unlike ordinary cold weapons, these arms were forged from the bones or other resilient parts of formidable mythical beasts, with even the most inexpensive items exceeding 100,000 federal credits. This chest was left behind by the previous occupant of the room. Lin Xi discovered a hidden compartment beneath the bed while organizing the space, revealing its contents, which appeared to have remained untouched for at least 3 to 4 decades. Upon further research, he learned that this set of battle attire and combat knife constituted mid-tier, human-level equipment. The federal government categorizes weaponry into 9 distinct ranks: universe, chaos, wilderness, heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and human, each corresponding to a different level of martial prowess. Weapons utilized by those surpassing the realm of gods have transcended these classifications. Mid-tier human-level weapons are suitable for use by initial stage 4th tier to 6th tier warriors. Should the wielder possess excessive strength, the equipment may prove inadequate, while a wielder of insufficient power may struggle even with the weight of the gear. Though Lin Xi, as a novice 3rd tier warrior, found these items challenging to wield, he could still manage their weight. His senior, the individual who left the equipment, had also included a note within the chest. By the time of his graduation from high school, that senior was already an 8th tier novice warrior, rendering these items of little use to him. Thus he bequeathed them to a fortunate junior. And that person is none other than the legendary senior of 7th High School, Qin Xiaotian, a figure who has ascended to the status of a war god. He embodies the pride of all students at 7th High School. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocks echoed through the air. Lin Xi opened the door to find Xie Heng fully armed, standing resolutely outside. Lin Xi, are you ready? The bus to the outskirts departs in an hour. Lin Xi solemnly donned his battle attire and secured the battle blade across his back. This was the first time he was utilizing such gear. Let us go. Xie Heng was one of the few trustworthy friends Lin Xi had, and he was well aware of how Lin Xi had come into possession of this equipment. Every time he saw it, he wore an envious expression. I can't fathom what stroke of luck you've had to inherit the belongings left behind by Senior Qin Xiaotian. Hee. Perhaps it is a compensation from the heavens. They must have deemed my previous circumstances unjust, Lin Xi jested. Equipment of human-grade quality varies in rank, with even the most inexpensive costing around 400,000 federal coins. It was likely that the combined value of this battle attire and weapon exceeded 1,000,000 federal coins. Yet, despite having achieved 4th tier strength, Xie Heng was still equipped with merely low-grade human gear. The comparison was indeed disheartening. Have you truly thought this through? You're really going to District 26? Xie Heng repeatedly confirmed with Lin Xi. The delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse are eternally fragile. This is an unchanging truth. Thus, the federal government established various training fields in the outskirts near the base city to ensure that warriors could undergo genuine trials. Within the training grounds, numerous exotic beasts abound. Yet these creatures share a singular characteristic. Their level shall never surpass that of the training arena itself. Beyond these confines lies a realm fraught with genuine peril, where, in the blink of an eye, a beast of godlike prowess may emerge to rend you asunder. The current college entrance examination is divided into 3 distinct segments: the assessment of physical fitness, the evaluation of cultural knowledge, and ultimately, the practical combat examination. Notably, the physical fitness component carries the most weight, accounting for a substantial 60 of the total score, while the practical assessment constitutes the remaining 30, and cultural knowledge a mere 10. Many may possess the strength of a fifth-tier warrior, yet in the throes of actual combat, they might find themselves incapable of vanquishing even a fifth-tier beast. Consequently, their scores and practical assessments would suffer greatly. Each individual values their life immensely, who would willingly venture into the training grounds to engage in combat. It is understood that falling prey to a beast within the arena is a commonplace occurrence, and no one is present to offer assistance. Thus, even those who have attained fifth-tier strength find it exceedingly rare to successfully cross the threshold into the prestigious War Academy. Only those hailing from illustrious families dare to hone their combat skills within these arenas, safeguarded by the watchful eyes of their elders, who can intervene in times of danger. However, time is of the essence, with merely a year remaining until the entrance examination. He is acutely aware that even if he were to push himself to his utmost limits, reaching the fifth tier may remain an elusive dream. Yet, there exists a notable precedent. A War Academy once admitted a student of peak fourth-tier prowess during the examination, defying conventional standards. The reason is simple. This individual, possessing the prowess of a fourth-tier peak warrior, vanquished a fifth-tier beast during a practical examination without sustaining any injuries. This extraordinary feat earned him a perfect score in practical combat, leading to his exceptional admission into the War Academy. Lin Xi, too, yearned to grasp this faint glimmer of hope, even though he was acutely aware that his prospects were likely dimmer than those of that esteemed predecessor. Nevertheless, even if it were but a flicker of light akin to fireflies, he was determined to seize it with all his might. Chapter 4. District 26. As night enveloped the surroundings in an ethereal haze, a vehicle filled with warriors traversed the roads of Suzhou and Hangzhou. This was not their first visit to the training grounds. Over the past year, Lin Xi had made it a point to train his combat skills here during his 2-day breaks every fortnight. From struggling against a mere second-tier beast at the outset, he had progressed to the stage where he could independently slay a mid-tier third-tier creature, even managing to engage a late-stage third-tier beast for a considerable period. Of course, this journey was not without the unwavering companionship of Xiahong. Had it not been for him, Lin Xi would have been torn apart by a second-tier scytheworm beast during his inaugural visit to the training grounds. Previously, they had trained in the relatively safer District 27, where the most formidable beasts were merely peak third-tier creatures. As long as they did not encounter large hordes, the two of them could handle the challenges with relative ease. Throughout the year of rigorous training, they had endured injuries and even faced near-death experiences, yet these trials had significantly enhanced their combat capabilities. It is only in the face of adversity that one can transcend their limitations. Now, Xiahong was capable of effortlessly dispatching any third-tier creature with a count of 5 or fewer simultaneously. Now, the 27th district can no longer satisfy Xiahong. Remaining here would only squander his time. However, Lin Xi understands that Xiahong would never allow her to remain in the 27th district alone, for the peak tier 3 beasts could take her life at any moment. After much contemplation, Lin Xi resolves to accompany Xiahong into the more formidable 26th district, where the beasts possess strengths reaching tier 6. Even Xiahong would face peril in such a place. Initially, Xiahong vehemently opposes the idea, fearing that should they enter the 26th district, even he could easily fall victim to a tier 5 or 6 mutated creature, let alone Lin Xi, who only holds tier 3 strength. Yet, he also recognizes that if he wishes to ascend more rapidly, he must depart from the 27th district and engage in the brutal combat of the 26th district. Although he appears nonchalant, entering the War Academy has always been his aspiration. Upon learning that Lin Xi had informed Xiahong about acquiring a set of equipment, he reluctantly acquiesces. Equipment of mid-tier human quality is not easily destroyed, even by tier 4 creatures, and it can withstand, to a certain extent, the assaults of tier 5 and 6 beasts. As long as they exercise caution and target only isolated tier 4 creatures, there remains a glimmer of hope. Thus today, they embark on the bus destined for the 26th district, a journey whose outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. Lin Xi and Xiahong sit in the far corner of the bus, carefully observing the group of martial artists around them. It is not difficult to discern from the inadvertent, blood-soaked scent emanating from them that these individuals have indeed experienced the brutality of combat. This group predominantly comprises individuals of the 4th to 6th rank, aged approximately in their 30s or 40s, who generally belong to the category of those with rather mediocre talents. However, in pursuit of a better life and to provide their descendants with superior cultivation conditions, they have chosen to engage in lethal skirmishes in the wilderness. High risks naturally imply high rewards. Whether it be the pelts, bones, or other parts of exotic beasts, they fetch considerable prices at urban trading posts. A 5th-rank warrior can earn between 20 to 30,000 federal coins a month, while an ordinary wage earner might be content with 5 to 6,000. Yet, the cost of such a life is the constant threat of becoming prey to these ferocious beasts. Undoubtedly, those who manage to survive are true warriors. One can only imagine that the top students from their high school would appear as mere children in the eyes of these seasoned fighters. A 3rd or 4th-rank brat dares to venture into District 26. Truly a death wish, scoffed a burly man with a scar across his face. Perceiving the two youths as little more than corpses. Young lads, I advise you to turn back now. It's not too late. District 26 is home to 6th-rank beasts. And without protection, you may find yourselves dead within mere hours, cautioned a well-meaning elder. However, the two individuals shook their heads resolutely. Fully aware that entry into the war academy necessitated a considerable sacrifice. Hailing from humble backgrounds, they understood that achieving their aspirations required even greater diligence. Observing their unwavering resolve, the elder chose not to press further, instead casting occasional glances of sympathy in their direction. The vehicle came to a halt at a supply station situated outside the training area, which not only offered essential provisions such as food and medicine but also featured an array of weaponry available for purchase, albeit at steep prices. Additionally, numerous merchants thronged the area, specializing in acquiring the remains of exotic beasts from returning hunters. Having navigated the challenges of Zone 27 for a year, the two had managed to accumulate a modest sum while honing their practical combat skills. Nighttime marked the peak of activity for the exotic beasts, rendering their ventures into the wilderness during these hours tantamount to courting death. Consequently, they sought refuge in a nearby location, planning to set forth at dawn to rejuvenate themselves. They retired early, aware that this occasion demanded their utmost readiness. Otherwise, survival itself would hang in the balance. Beep, beep, beep. As the first light of dawn broke, the alarm clock roused them from their slumber. The pair donned their gear and departed from their lodgings to fend off the incursions of the exotic beasts. Towering walls measuring 20 meters in height had been erected along the city's periphery, constructed from specially forged metals that even formidable beast generals found challenging to breach. It is through the protection of these formidable barriers and the valor of powerful warriors that humanity has managed to endure within the confines of the base city. The heavy iron door creaked open, allowing the blinding sunlight to stream through the gap. The two exchanged a glance before stepping into the entrance of Zone 26. Although merely a training ground, the expanse of Zone 26 was remarkably vast. According to the panoramic map they held, it covered an area of approximately 200 square kilometers, nearly the size of a small town. This map, acquired at considerable expense, indicated various hazardous and relatively safe zones. The regions marked in red were infested with 6th-level creatures, while the green areas signified locations with scarce anomalous beasts, and they currently found themselves in one of these verdant zones. Let us proceed, but exercise caution. Lin Xi grasped the battle blade at her back, her expression turning serious. From this moment onward, their lives were perpetually at risk. Indeed, Xie Heng nodded, revealing a battle blade of his own, although its rank was merely that of a low-grade human weapon, unlikely to inflict significant harm on the mutated creatures that roamed this land. Once a bustling town, it had succumbed to desolation, reduced to crumbling remnants over the course of several centuries. Moss, ivy, and other flora had nearly engulfed the collapsed buildings. The abandoned cars and shopping malls lay cloaked in dust and cobwebs, each detail whispering tales of a town long deceased and decayed. Along the way, remnants of smoldering campfires occasionally came into view, remnants left by the warriors who ventured into Zone 26. At times, one might even catch sight of 1 or 2 incomplete corpses. They proceeded with utmost caution, for they had just traversed the entrance to the base city, where the nearby beasts had been nearly eradicated by the incessant hunting of the warriors. These creatures were not mindless, primitive beings. They possessed a degree of intellect. A creature of the battle general level often exhibited an intelligence comparable to that of a teenager, while those of the warrior level, despite having the intellect of toddlers, possessed an instinctual awareness of danger. This region was perilous for them, rendering their appearances exceedingly rare. Lin Xi, let us head upstairs, Xie Heng whispered. All right, Lin Xi nodded, following Xie Heng as they ascended a nearby low building. They had reached the edge of a green zone bordering an orange one, signaling their imminent entry into the territory of the beasts. Lacking sophisticated detection devices, they could not sense nearby dangers immediately, making their ascent to a vantage point their wisest course of action. Utilizing ropes and pulleys, they adeptly maneuvered between the high rises, aware that the beasts typically lurked in shadowy recesses, emerging only during foraging. The mutated creatures at the apex of the food chain often claimed their own territories, most of which were marked on the map. As long as they steered clear of these marked areas, they remained relatively safe. Lin Xi, be careful. There is something amiss over there. At last, atop a building, they discerned a dark spot in a nearby community through their keen gazes. Lin Xi promptly crouched down. For the creatures possessed acute senses, necessitating utmost caution. Xia Heng retrieved a pair of binoculars and peered for a moment. Goodness, a level 4 early-stage serpent-scaled hound. Precisely what we need. Chapter 5. The Serpent-Scaled Hound. The serpent-scaled hound is a beast with a body entirely enveloped in serpent-like scales, resembling an enlarged hound several times in size. Although its strength is not particularly formidable, roughly equivalent to that of a level 3 pinnacle, weighing around 400 kilograms. Its speed nearly reaches that of a level 4 mid-stage, thereby categorizing its overall prowess as early-stage level 4. The flesh of the serpent-scaled hound is sour and unpalatable. Lacking in value, however, its scales are quite precious, with a complete scale fetching approximately 500 federal coins, making it one of the most coveted prey among the hunters of District 26. For Lin Xi and Xia Heng, this particular serpent-scaled hound was their most suitable adversary. Together, their combined strength afforded them a genuine opportunity to vanquish it. The serpent-scaled hound is not a social creature. It typically appears in small groups of no more than 2 or 3. After observing from the rooftop for quite some time, they noted that the hound had no companions nearby, merely foraging alone in search of sustenance. Now, the two exchanged a glance, swiftly gathering their belongings before descending via rope into a deserted commercial street near the community. The footsteps of the two individuals were remarkably light, a habit cultivated during their time in District 27, for even the slightest rustle of grass could alert the mutated creatures nearby. Through their studies in cultural classes, they had long since mastered the behavioral patterns and characteristics of these primitive aberrations. Soon, they found themselves within a small community, where a serpentine hound appeared to have caught a level 2 mutated rat, nearly the size of a former pet dog, ample enough for a hearty meal. At that moment, the serpentine hound was indulging in its feast, its alertness diminished to an all-time low, oblivious to the two humans encroaching within 100 meters. Now was the moment. Just as the hound swallowed a chunk of rat flesh and prepared to tear off another piece, the two sprang into action. Bursting forth from behind a derelict automobile like cannonballs released from their barrels, their combat knives glinting with a chilling brilliance as they aimed for the hound's head. The serpentine hound sensed their presence instantaneously, its meal interrupted, and it displayed its wrath by swatting the remains of the mutated rat aside before lunging toward the two. Xia Heng, undaunted, knew that in terms of physical prowess, he surpassed the hound significantly, placing him at no disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Lin Xi deftly repositioned herself to the side of the hound as she landed, demonstrating their exceptional coordination. They had previously vanquished numerous formidable mutated creatures using such tactics. The hound, however, seemed to disregard Lin Xi, a mere level 3 warrior, its gaze fixated solely on Xia Heng. A forelimb armed with sharp claws struck fiercely towards Xia Heng's head. A crisp clang of metal echoed, even igniting a spark in midair, as an immense force transmitted through the battle blade into Xia Heng's arm. The strength was considerable. Xia Heng staggered back a few steps. Indeed, as a level 4 creature, its speed advantage rendered that blow's impact to exceed 400 kilograms. The serpent-scaled hound did not fare any better. The tremendous force momentarily suspended its body in the air, providing Lin Xi with an excellent opportunity. Given his strength, lifting the battle blade with one hand was already a challenge, so he exerted all his might into this strike, determined to inflict at least some injury. Otherwise, the hound's counterattack would pose a significant threat, leaving him with no strength to block. Drawing upon past experience, he aimed for the hound's joint, knowing that the scales there would be relatively more vulnerable for swift action, while the neck, undeniably the most lethal weakness, was shielded by particularly thick scales that he could not sever. Indeed, the serpent-scaled hound, lacking leverage in midair, could not evade. Its forelimb had yet to recover from Xia Heng's blow, leaving it helpless as Lin Xi's blade descended upon its joint. High school did not impart any techniques of swordsmanship or combat skills. Those invaluable teachings could only be encountered in a war academy. Thus, their sword techniques were devoid of structure, accumulated gradually from each skirmish. Lin Xi's understanding of swordsmanship could be summarized in 3 words: swift, precise, and fierce. With a singular focus, he exerted every ounce of his strength into that strike, targeting the joint of the serpent-scaled hound. In an instant, A crimson arrow of blood erupted forth, confirming that the joint was indeed the hound's most vulnerable point. The sharp blade of his weapon tore through the delicate scales, carving a gash several centimeters deep. In agony, the serpent-scaled hound let out a mournful howl, managing to rise again on its remaining 3 legs, glaring fiercely at the 2 adversaries. If only I possessed the power of the 4th tier, I could have severed one of its legs with this blow, Lin Xi thought to himself. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome, although the hound was renowned for its speed. Its injury would likely reduce its swiftness to below that of a low-tier 4th-level creature, significantly diminishing the threat it posed to them. The hound's eyes darted about, as if deep in contemplation. Suddenly, it pivoted and bolted in the opposite direction. From their initial encounter, it had discerned that one of the humans matched its strength. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, victory was not guaranteed, let alone against 2 foes. Given its current injury, fleeing was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lin Xi and Xie Heng exchanged astonished glances. It was evident that such a mutated creature possessed a remarkable level of intelligence, capable of thought. Unlike lesser beings that acted purely on instinct, however, they would not allow this imminent prey to escape. Huh, you think you can flee? If you had attempted to run from the outset, we might have been powerless to stop you, but now? Haha. Xie Heng smiled as he pursued, the speed of the serpent-scaled hound having significantly diminished, allowing even Lin Xi to barely keep pace. Before long, a chilling battle blade was thrust into the ground before the serpent-scaled creature. Xie, catch! Lin Xi exclaimed, hurling her weapon towards him. In Xie Heng's hands, this blade would unleash its utmost combat potential. Got it! Xie Heng leaped into the air, grasping the weapon mid-flight, an unprecedented surge of confidence coursing through him. With this blade in hand, he was assured he could deliver a fatal blow to the injured serpent-scaled hound. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and the creature's head was severed cleanly, leaving behind a smooth and pristine cut. Remarkable, it really does run fast. Xie Heng returned the blade to Lin Xi, celebrating their initial victory, perhaps a promising beginning. Quickly, let us strip off its scales. The scent of its blood will soon attract other beasts, Lin Xi urged, drawing from their collective experiences. Previously, during a hunt in Zone 27, they had slain a 3rd-level purple-eyed serpent, but were delayed while extracting its valuable parts, ultimately drawing in dozens of 2nd and 3rd-level mutated creatures, nearly sealing their fate. However, armed with this battle blade, Lin Xi found the task of collecting spoils significantly easier. The skin beneath the scales was not overly resilient. In mere minutes, they had successfully removed the intact scales. Sealing them in a specially designed bag to contain the scent of blood, they stowed it in their backpack and swiftly vacated the area. Barely 5 minutes had passed since the 2 departed when a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. A swarm of diminutive aberrations swiftly dragged the carcass of the serpent-scaled hound into their lair. Phew, that was close. Had we lingered a moment longer, we would have been in dire straits. Lin Xi, having returned to the rooftop, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. These small aberrations, known as rodent beasts, were a striking resemblance to oversized rats equipped with exceptionally sharp claws. They rank among the most common of 2nd-tier creatures. However, the most terrifying aspect of the rodent beasts is their gregarious nature. They do not gather in dozens or hundreds, but rather in the thousands, even millions. Many years ago, a beast tide comprising over 100 million rodent beasts besieged a city, a sight reminiscent of an army of 1,000 horses. The entire city was razed to the ground in an instant, resulting in the demise of several formidable generals. Had it not been for the intervention of a few divine warriors who dispersed the beast tide, the calamity would have escalated even further. While the current assembly of rodent beasts was not as vast, there were still hundreds, and for Lin Xi and Xie Heng, even a mere handful of these creatures would be sufficient to cause them considerable distress. Let us proceed to seek our next target. The 2 brandished their retractable weapons and ventured deeper into the town. Chapter 6. Racing against death that was perilous. I nearly had my head bitten off by that beast, Lin Xi exclaimed as he kicked the massive rock lizard off himself, his clothing and face smeared with the creature's saliva and blood. The massive body of the rock lizard beast thudded heavily against the ground, its joints, neck, and tail marred by a multitude of scars. However, the most grievous wound was the gaping gash in its abdomen, a sharp combat knife still embedded within its flesh. Truly, it was a formidable 3rd-tier mutated creature. Its weight alone was fearsome. Lin Xi extracted the knife from the beast's belly. This marked his first solo victory over a 3rd-tier mutant. Had his speed been even slightly slower, he would have likely lost his head to the creature's jaws. Despite this achievement, his body was covered in numerous wounds. and his left arm hung limply, dislocated by the terrifying force of the rock lizard beast during their fierce struggle. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. A few days of rest should suffice for recovery. With a crack, Lin Xi reset his dislocated left arm, the joint swollen and red, rendering him unable to engage in vigorous activities for the foreseeable future. Drink some water. Xie Heng offered a bottle of clean drinking water. Lin Xi gratefully accepted, gulping it down thirstily. Their recent endeavors had yielded considerable rewards. Xie Heng patted his fully packed backpack. Over the past couple of days, they had honed their combat skills while hunting, successfully slaying 4 fourth-tier warrior-class mutated creatures, along with several third-tier beasts, filling their backpacks to the brim with spoils. Though Lin Xi remained at the nascent level of a junior warrior, he had already managed to vanquish ordinary mid-level mutated creatures. With relentless effort, he could potentially contend with late-stage beasts as well. Xie Heng had also made considerable strides in his combat abilities, now confidently facing early-stage beasts, having single-handedly defeated 2 of the 4 they had slain. As dusk approached, Xie Heng remarked with a smile, "It's nearly dark. We should return and sell these items. Tonight, we can indulge in a delightful meal." "Indeed, let us hasten. It is unsafe to linger after nightfall," Lin Xi replied, aware that the area might soon transform into a haven for mutated creatures. The duo carefully retraced their steps towards the entrance of Zone 26. Their journey was relatively uneventful, save for the occasional encounters with fellow free warriors returning to Suong Bay City, and they did not confront any formidable beasts. Suddenly, Lin Xi halted, sensing an unsettling change in the atmosphere. He felt his heart racing, and the hairs on his body stood on end, a response typically reserved for imminent danger. "What's wrong? Why have you stopped?" Xie Heng inquired, noting the grave expression on Lin Xi's face, sensing something was amiss. Lin Xi seemed to possess an innate sensitivity to danger, a near-instinctual intuition that had saved his life on numerous occasions. Yet this time, the sensation was particularly acute, suggesting that the impending threat was dire. "Listen, do you hear that sound?" Lin Xi turned his head toward the north. The 2 individuals lowered themselves, pressing their ears against the ground. A low rumble resonated through the earth, reaching their ears. A beast tide. They exchanged glances, instantly concluding that this phenomenon occurred only during the massive migration of thousands of mutated creatures. Yet, this defied logic. Historically, beast tides were formed under the leadership of monstrous beings of godlike prowess, their scale overwhelming, comprising not only numerous warrior-level beasts, but also a fair share of warlord-level ones. However, the most crucial point was that beast tides could not arise within training zones. They could only emerge from areas beyond human control, requiring considerable convergence to manifest. Since the establishment of the training zone, there had never been any reports of a beast tide's emergence. Why had the sky suddenly darkened? Was it about to rain? Xie Heng glanced towards the northern sky, where ominous clouds rapidly spread towards their direction. Such an unusual sound, it hardly seemed indicative of rain. Lin Xi heard an exceedingly loud buzzing noise. He raised his binoculars to gaze northward, and upon his gaze falling upon the dark clouds, he froze in shock. "What is happening?" "Lin Xi, what do you see?" Xie Heng sensed something amiss and inquired anxiously. "Run, hurry and run. The faster, the better." Suddenly, Lin Xi regained his composure, seizing Xie Heng and sprinting toward the direction of the base city. He could no longer afford to create any grand commotion, nor could he concern himself with the potential attraction of formidable mutated creatures, for remaining stationary equated to death. There would be no remnants left, not even bones. The ominous darkness was not merely a cloud, but rather a swarm of mutated locusts, millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, if not more. Locusts are inherently resilient beings, and after undergoing viral transformation, they could survive almost anything. However, their behavior had drastically altered. Each locust had grown to a size comparable to that of a small dog, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty. Previously, locusts feasted on crops, leaving devastation in their wake, but these mutated locusts now craved flesh, human flesh, animal flesh. Anything that crossed their path was devoured to the last bone. Even more terrifying was that while over 90% of them were merely warrior class, and only at a novice level, their sheer numbers birthed millions of commander-class locusts, not to mention a significant presence of god-class beings among them. Under the leadership of these god-class mutated locusts, they laid siege to territories, leaving no creature capable of obstructing their advance. Even the mightiest god-class warriors dared not confront their fury. "What on earth is happening, Lin Xi? What has transpired?" Xie Heng inquired breathlessly as they ran with all their might. It was not merely a cloud. It was a horde of mutated locusts. Lin Xi said little, for he understood that given Xie Heng's extensive knowledge, he would undoubtedly grasp the implications of the situation. Upon hearing those words, Xie Heng's complexion turned ashen. He prudently sealed his lips, too apprehensive to utter another syllable. They needed to exert every ounce of strength to hasten their return to the base. Once they reached the sanctuary of the base, formidable warriors would certainly emerge to confront the tidal wave of mutated locusts. As seconds ticked away, they refrained from speaking to conserve their energy. The warriors concealed in the shadows joined their ranks, while a mere few dozen kilometers behind them lay countless mutated creatures, followed closely by an endless tide of mutated locusts. The warriors boasted exceptional physical prowess, far surpassing that of athletes from the pre-new era, yet their stamina remained finite. After sprinting for 20 minutes, nearly everyone's energy was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, no one dared to slow their pace, even if it meant exhausting the last vestige of their strength. They had to continue running. To halt would mean either being trampled into a pulp by the pursuing mutated beasts or devoured clean by the more distant mutated locusts. It was insufficient. They needed to be swifter. Lin Xi, disregarding the precious combat knife in his grasp, resolutely cast it aside, along with his backpack filled with spoils and supplies. At this moment, shedding even the slightest burden could grant him a greater chance of survival. Observing this, Xie Heng, too, cast aside the human-grade combat knife he had painstakingly saved for, realizing that weapons could be replaced, but a life lost was irreplaceable, as the other warriors observed. They promptly emulated their actions, discarding all items that could impede their speed. Though it pained them deeply, such concerns were rendered trivial in the face of survival. Only 10 kilometers remained. Lin Xi's legs had nearly succumbed to numbness, his stamina long since depleted. What propelled him forward now was merely the primal instinct to survive. His legs moved almost mechanically, yet his pace showed no sign of abating. At last, someone collapsed, and mere moments later, the encroaching mutated beasts trampled them into oblivion, leaving behind a grim tableau of blood and tattered fabric. As a dark cloud swept by, those remnants vanished entirely. Hold on, you can do it. Lin Xi's mind, clouded by severe hypoxia, began to lose coherence. Yet he could see the towering walls of the base, where several formidable figures stood resolutely atop. Just as he was on the brink of unconsciousness, he lunged forward, finally breaching the entrance of the base. The swift motion tore at his clothing and skin. But even in his unconscious state, his face bore an expression of joy, having narrowly escaped calamity. Chapter 7. The Fall of the War God. This was a catastrophe of a decade, a rarity beyond measure. Preliminary estimates suggest that the swarm of mutated locusts ravaging the region encompassed nearly half of the Yangtze River basin, with numbers exceeding 1 billion. Among this billion, the count of warlord-class locusts reached several 100,000, including 3 formidable leaders of war god caliber. Throughout the journey, all mutated creatures were utterly devoured, including a formidable flame dragon that had taken residence in the southern regions of Asia, a being of godlike prowess. This flame dragon was virtually the sovereign of its domain, a paragon among the divine warriors, with even many human champions refraining from provoking it. However, it too was aware that it should not encroach upon human territory, for it understood that numerous humans possessed the capability to vanquish it. Satellite imagery revealed that an extraordinarily fierce clash erupted when the mutated locusts traversed that area. Thousands of degrees of flame erupted from the maw of the flame dragon, igniting vast swathes of the locusts that resembled dark clouds, reducing hundreds of millions of them to mere ashes. Yet, in the grand scheme of billions, such a loss was but a drop in the ocean, hardly making a discernible impact. At that moment, the sky was nearly engulfed in crimson hues, with countless fireballs plummeting from above, creating a spectacle reminiscent of the apocalypse. Despite the flame dragon's might, its strength was not infinite. After a mere 10 minutes of resistance, it was overwhelmed by the onslaught of billions of mutated locusts. Even though its scales could withstand the force of a nuclear explosion, they could not endure the relentless erosion. After a grueling half-hour struggle, all that remained was a stark white skeletal frame, devoid of any trace of blood. Fortunately, Suang City was not an ordinary bastion. Human technology had advanced significantly over these past 5 centuries. Moreover, during this tumultuous era, the Earth's geological structure underwent substantial transformations, unveiling many long-lost prehistoric civilizations. Within these civilizations, humanity has amassed a wealth of knowledge and invaluable treasures. Were it not for their existence, even with a multitude of formidable individuals, humanity might have faltered. Almost at the moment the army of mutated creatures arrived, a cerulean protective shield enveloped the entire city in an instant, rendering the inferior mutated locusts incapable of breaching its confines. The residents of Suwon City witnessed a dense, ominous cloud sweeping overhead, but their hearts raced with trepidation. No calamity ensued. The sheer number of mutated locusts was staggering, with smaller swarms merging into the main horde along their path. If left unchecked, their ranks would undoubtedly swell. Calculations indicated that their trajectory led northward, potentially threatening the central capital of Huaxia. To quell this impending disaster at its inception, the city's leadership promptly dispatched 10 God-tier warriors to execute a decapitation strike. Once the mutated locusts lost their leaders, their coordinated efforts would falter. After a fierce battle lasting half a day, the 10 warriors breached the heart of the locust swarm, eliminating 3 God-tier leaders, while countless mutated locusts fell victim to the ensuing chaos. However, the sheer magnitude of the locust was terrifying. Humanity paid a steep price, with 1 God-tier warrior perishing, 3 gravely injured, and 6 sustaining lighter wounds. In the days that followed, bereft of leadership, the locust horde scattered in all directions, and thus, the crisis was averted. The calamity has inflicted immense losses upon humanity. A warrior of divine caliber is indeed the most invaluable treasure among us. The entire world boasts merely a few thousand such formidable beings, and the loss of even one leaves us pondering the duration required to replenish our ranks. The remains of the mutated beasts and locusts took several days to be thoroughly cleared away. In the emergency treatment room of the supply station in District 26 of Suwon City, a young man gradually opened his eyes. He had succumbed to a profound unconsciousness for 3 full days, exhausted both physically and mentally. Lin Xi stared vacantly at the ceiling of the ward, his entire being seemingly adrift, as if his spirit had yet to liberate itself from the harrowing grip of life and death. Have I escaped? Lin Xi suddenly struggled to rise from the bed. Ahong? Ahong? Stop calling out. If you manage to escape, how could I possibly perish there? I'm right here. My friend, came the voice of Xie Hang from the adjacent bed. Xie Hang, reclining with his legs crossed, was munching on an apple, appearing far more vibrant than Lin Xi. I'm relieved to see you're all right. Lin Xi exhaled in relief. Xie Hang's prowess surpassed his own significantly. Yet during the final stretch, he too had nearly exhausted himself, and had fainted the moment he breached the base. Alas! I've heard that the death toll in the wilderness has reached several thousand. Had we not been so weak and confined our activities to the fringes of District 26, we might well have been devoured by those mutated locusts, leaving nothing but bones behind, Xie Hang remarked, shuddering at the thought. What a pity for my battle knife and our spoils, Lin Xi lamented. Enough, he said. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Material possessions can be regained in due time. By the way, what is the status of the mutated locust plague? Lin Xi inquired. It has been dispelled. Yet the city of Suwon has suffered the loss of 1 valiant warrior and the injury of another. The toll is indeed severe, Xie Hang replied, shaking his head. Look. It's reported on the federal news. See for yourself. Lin Xi turned her gaze to the television screen, where the host was detailing the damages incurred from the recent locust outbreak. Fortunately, Suwon is the southernmost base city near the Yangtze River Delta, and the residents of the southern cities had migrated centuries ago. Otherwise, a massacre might have ensued. However, the 8 training grounds to the south of Suwon were utterly devastated, and formidable mutated creatures have infiltrated these towns. It is likely that these training grounds will remain unusable for a considerable length of time. Areas that once only harbored low-level mutated creatures now host numerous battle general-grade beings. The hunters, once able to roam freely, will find their movements severely restricted. Entering such territories now poses dangers exponentially greater than before. Before long, the screen displayed a black-and-white portrait of a middle-aged man, the fallen warrior known as El Kwang. With the valiant efforts of the other 9 warriors, his remains were preserved, yet a distinct penetrating wound marred his chest, grievously injuring his heart. Had it not been for the resilience of a warrior of his caliber, such an injury alone would not have been fatal. The family of the valiant warrior, El Kwang, wept silently beside his coffin, with a steady stream of friends, relatives, and federal officials coming to pay their respects. Even many powerful warriors attended the somber occasion. Lin Xi bowed his head in heartfelt mourning. El Kwang's sacrifice had safeguarded the Suwon base, earning him the respect of all. Fortunately, the semester's courses had concluded, and the final practical exam would not commence until the following week. Both Lin Xi and Xie Hang emerged from their ordeal relatively unscathed. Once their spirits and strength were restored, they would return, Although they had narrowly escaped death and suffered considerable losses, their abilities had significantly advanced, each having reached the mid-level of junior 3rd and 4th tier warriors within a few days. The potential and strength unleashed on the brink of death truly serve as humanity's most potent driving force for progress. In comparison to the era of the early New Epoch, when strong individuals emerged en masse, the current pace of human evolution seems somewhat sluggish. Days later, they returned to school, their expedition to Zone 26 shrouded in secrecy, leaving no one aware of their whereabouts. Others merely speculated that they had engaged in clandestine training, failing to connect them to the recent plague of mutated locusts. Lin Xi carefully tucked away his meticulously cleaned combat uniform into a box, returning it to the hidden compartment beneath his bed. Although the loss of his battle knife pained him, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Now, he was left with only a basic human-grade battle knife distributed by the school during his first year. In those 2 days of combat, he gained considerable insights. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he mentally calculated various techniques and details of the battles. Tomorrow marked the practical examination of the finals, and he was determined to perform exceptionally well. Chapter 8. Practical Examination. The virtual combat system is a product of humanity's evolution over the course of more than 5 centuries, culminating in a peak of virtual reality technology. Presently, this technology is capable of simulating sensory experiences, such as touch, taste, and even the sensation of imminent danger, directly within the human brain. While real-world combat can swiftly enhance one's fighting prowess, it invariably presents a high mortality risk. Consequently, scientists began to ponder whether there might exist a method to hone human combat skills without endangering lives. After generations of research, this virtual apparatus finally came to fruition. By donning specialized equipment, individuals can immerse themselves in a world with nearly 100 realism, populated by formidable mutated creatures whose strength, size, and speed mirror those of their real counterparts. Within this simulator, humans can adjust their pain perception to closely resemble reality, thus achieving effects akin to actual combat. In the initial decades, this technology found extensive application. However, it later became evident that while the virtual system could indeed enhance combat techniques, its impact on human evolution remained rather insubstantial. As virtual systems are, by their very nature, intangible, even if the sensation of pain is adjusted to the maximum level, experiencing death within such a system merely results in a fleeting moment of excruciating discomfort, without truly extinguishing one's life. Consequently, the primal instinct for survival, which is often intertwined with the threat of mortality, diminishes. Ultimately, this technology became obsolete, relegated to a mere examination tool used by educational institutions to assess students' practical abilities. The grading system mirrors that of the National College Entrance Examination, with a total of 30 points available for practical assessments. Achieving a passing grade of 18 points is contingent upon overcoming mutated creatures of the same tier. Within a single tier, prowess is categorized into early stage, mid-stage, peak, and late stage. Defeating a creature from one's immediate lower tier grants additional points. Conversely, if one is slain by such a creature, the system will automatically downgrade the opponent by 1 tier, albeit with a penalty of point deduction. A novice warrior at the early stage of the 4th tier can earn 18 points by vanquishing a 4th tier creature of the same stage. Should they defeat a mid-stage adversary, they would receive 22 points. A late-stage opponent would yield 25 points, while a peak-tier creature would confer 28 points. Achieving victory over an opponent from an entirely superior tier would merit full marks. In the illustrious history of 7th High School, only one individual has attained full marks in the college entrance examination, the legendary senior, Qin Xiaodian, who bequeathed his equipment to Lin Xi. It is said that during the practical test of the entrance examination, he, possessing the strength of an early-stage 8th-tier warrior, successfully defeated a 9th-tier ivory boar. Candidates are requested to insert their admission tickets into the apparatus and don the virtual helmets. Lin Xi placed his examination permit into the slot of the machine before him, which resembled an automobile in its design, equipped with an array of sensors affixed to their limbs. As Lin Xi donned the virtual helmet, darkness enveloped him, soon giving way to a luminous screen presenting options for selecting the level of the mutated creatures to be battled. In the previous semester's final assessment, Lin Xi had reached the pinnacle of a 2nd-tier warrior, at which time he chose a mid-level 3rd-tier fire beetle as his adversary. After a fierce struggle, he severely wounded the fire beetle, yet ultimately met his demise. Subsequently, the system automatically downgraded him to the early 3rd tier. And with 6 months of combat experience in the training grounds, he triumphed over the mutated creature despite sustaining grave injuries. Lin Xi, please select the level of the mutated creature you wish to challenge. Early 4th tier warrior. This represented a leap across 3 levels, and should he emerge victorious, he would earn a commendable score of 28 points. He was not overestimating his capabilities. He had now ascended to the mid-3rd tier and felt reasonably confident against a late 3rd tier mutated creature, given that the early warrior tier is the lowest level. The combat prowess between adjacent tiers does not exhibit significant disparity. Often, experience and combat skills play a crucial role. The challenge of a 3rd tier warrior defeating a 4th tier warrior is vastly different from that of an 8th tier warrior overcoming a 9th tier warrior, as the difficulty levels are likely more than doubled. Selection complete. Please choose the type of mutated creature you wish to engage. A row of images depicting early 4th tier mutated creatures appeared before Lin Xi's eyes. His current combat power index stands at 34, nearly placing him at the early mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Within the virtual system, he is capable of wielding weapons. However, these implements do not augment an individual's combat power index, as this index reflects the overall physical quality of a person. The true function of weapons is limited to assisting humans in penetrating the formidable scales or skin of mutated creatures. If one's physical prowess is inadequate, even the most formidable of weapons will fail to match the speed of an opponent. The sole means of enhancing the combat power index lies in combat techniques, which exist exclusively within the confines of the War Academy. It is said that powerful combat techniques can enable an individual to effortlessly challenge foes beyond their tier. Yet, these techniques also bear their own limitations. The more potent the technique, the greater the requisite physical attributes. Even the most basic technique necessitates the physical quality of a beginner 6th tier warrior to be executed. I have chosen the Unicorn Bear. Lin Xi had already determined his opponent the previous night. The Unicorn Bear, a relatively weaker type among early 4th tier mutated creatures, possesses a robust physique akin to that of a polar bear and boasts a horn approximately half a meter in length atop its head, serving as its most formidable weapon. The combat power index of the Unicorn Bear is not insignificant, at 42 points. However, its capabilities are markedly extreme for a 4th tier creature, with its strength reaching late or even peak 4th tier levels, while its speed languishes at merely mid-3rd tier. Lin Xi has keenly recognized this disparity, leading him to such a decision. His advantage lies in speed. His swiftness surpasses that of an ordinary mid-3rd tier warrior. Thus, by employing a tactic of evasion, he stands a considerable chance of overcoming his foe. Had Lin Xi chosen to undergo the physical fitness assessment a week later, he could have opted for an opponent of a lower rank, thereby securing a near 90% chance of victory. However, his physical fitness score remained a mere 24 points, placing him at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. His academic performance, capped at 10 points, rendered those 3 points crucial for passing, while failing the final examination bore no dire consequences. The school had arranged a wilderness survival training course during the summer, with eligibility strictly limited to those who achieved passing grades. This training session would be led by a distinguished veteran, an alumnus of the 7th high school, promising immense benefits for participants. Lin Xi even harbored hopes of conversing with him, perhaps discovering ways to address his lingering injuries. Thus, those 28 points were imperative for him. Please select your weapon. It will be matched to your level of proficiency. Blade, Lin Xi declared without hesitation, for the knife was the weapon he wielded most adeptly. Upon finalizing his choice, the practical assessment would commence in 10 seconds, prompting him to ready himself. In a flash of white light, Lin Xi found himself amidst an expansive jungle. Approximately 100 meters ahead, a unicorn bear was fixating on him with predatory intent. Unfazed, Lin Xi remained calm, aware that the unicorn bear would not advance until the countdown concluded. He stretched his limbs, feeling an almost indistinguishable similarity to reality. Indeed, this weapon truly complements my physical capabilities. In Lin Xi's grasp was a battle blade measuring 75 centimeters in length, its weight and feel far surpassing that of the previous 2 weapons, enabling him to unleash his utmost combat potential only with such an armament. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Commence. As the countdown concluded, the unicorn bear emitted a thunderous roar, as if it had suddenly broken free from some unseen restraint, effortlessly snapping a tree trunk the size of a bowl with a single swipe. It then lumbered towards Lin Xi with clumsy, yet formidable strides. Chapter 9. The Unicorn Bear Thud. 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 Each step the unicorn bear took resonated as if it were shattering mountains and splitting stones, leaving a series of deep footprints in its wake. Even with trees blocking its path, it charged forward unflinchingly, its resilient hide allowing it to virtually disregard the trivial impact. Come at me. Lin Xi adjusted to a defensive yet offensive stance, his focus unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon the unicorn bear. He understood that he could not afford to be touched even once. Given the bear's strength, a mere brush could lead to grievous injury or death. Hence, he must remain vigilant without a hint of negligence. Roar. The unicorn bear bellowed, a foul stench assaulting Lin Xi's senses. He had no time to marvel at the realism of this virtual combat system, for the bear's paw, larger than his own head, was already descending upon him. Should he fail to evade, the only fate awaiting him would be a head bursting like a watermelon. Now was the moment. Lin Xi suddenly sprang into action. Deftly bending down to narrowly evade the sharp claws that swept by, a fierce gust of wind leaving 3 faint crimson lines across his face. A searing pain radiated from the wounds, yet Lin Xi remained unflustered. Countless battles between life and death had long since extinguished any fear within him. His state of mind as serene as the surface of a tranquil lake. A flaw. The unicorn bear's attacks were vigorous and destructive, undeniably formidable, but also revealing numerous vulnerabilities, such as its underarms. Lin Xi's fingers danced with the finesse of a magician as he deftly repositioned his battle blade from a forehand grip to a backhand one. With the spring-like power of his legs, he swiftly slipped away from beneath the bear's robust right arm. Swish. The blade grazed the unicorn bear's underarm, leaving a shallow gash. What a formidable physique. Lin Xi was taken aback. The underarm was already one of the bear's most vulnerable areas, yet even there, it had only resulted in a wound less than an inch deep. Had he struck elsewhere, it might not have even broken the skin. He quickly distanced himself by several paces, knowing that bears excel in close combat and favored ensnaring their prey, using their powerful arms to crush every bone in their victim's body. Thus, employing a strategy of evasion was paramount. Roar. Though the unicorn bear had sustained an injury, the shallow cut was nearly negligible compared to its immense bulk, hardly affecting its combat prowess. However, the blood ignited its ferocious nature, and its eyes turned crimson. This was likely to be a battle to the death. It was my turn. Lin Xi made the first move, lowering his center of gravity to an almost stealthy posture as he charged toward the unicorn bear. The creature seemed utterly perplexed. How could this mere human, who could be effortlessly swatted aside, dare to approach? A deep disdain flickered in its eyes as its sharp claws sprang forth like springs, glinting ominously with a chilling light akin to that of a scalpel. Soon, Lin Xi was less than 5 meters away from the unicorn bear, which raised its front limbs high and smashed them down with great force. What a foolish giant. A smile crept onto Lin Xi's lips in comparison to its strength. The unicorn bear's speed was astonishingly sluggish. Suddenly, Lin Xi thrust the hilt of his battle knife into the ground, using the momentum to abruptly change his course. The unicorn bear's massive paw left a deep imprint on the earth, yet it had missed its target entirely. Now was the moment. Lin Xi swiftly maneuvered behind the unicorn bear and struck forcefully at its ankle. If victory was to be achieved through speed, then he must diminish the opponent's velocity to the utmost. The unicorn bear's colossal form suggested an alarming weight. To support such mass, its legs must endure tremendous strain. If he could incapacitate its legs, his chances of triumph would significantly increase. Clang. A sound akin to metal clashing resonated through the air. Damn it. How could it be so tough? Lin Xi's wrist was nearly shattered by a powerful recoil. Indeed, every creature has evolved to protect its vulnerabilities. The leg of the unicorn bear was not only thick-skinned and resilient, but its muscles were as solid as steel. I refused to believe this. Lin Xi wielded his blade, constantly maneuvering. As soon as the unicorn bear revealed a flaw, he would target its lower body, even if he could inflict merely a millimeter of injury with each strike. A series of cuts would surely cause it harm. However, this evasive strategy posed a significant challenge to Lin Xi's stamina. Before long, his energy plummeted, and even the force behind his strikes diminished considerably. Suddenly, an unusual sensation coursed through his arm. To his astonishment, he had fortuitously severed the unicorn bear's tendons. The unicorn bear howled in agony. The pain from its severed tendons radiated throughout its body, causing it to curl up in distress while its arms flailed wildly in all directions. This was dire. He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Before he could react, a fist came crashing towards him from the side. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, he positioned his blade across his chest and leaped, hoping to mitigate the impact of the blow. The unicorn bear, startled, succumbed to a frenzied state, its strength surpassing its usual peak. Lin Xi felt as though he had collided with a freight truck barreling down the road. Clang. The battle blade in his hand was merely of inferior human grade, utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying force that approached the fifth tier of warriors. It shattered into two pieces, and his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was propelled away, crashing heavily into a tree. With a loud cough, crimson blood erupted from his mouth. He could not fathom how many ribs had been fractured by that single punch. The simulation of pain was so intense that it rendered him nearly breathless. Yet, the unicorn bear seemed to lack the strength to pursue Lin Xi any further. The wound on its ankle bled profusely, staining the surrounding earth a deep crimson. It curled on the ground, rolling in agony, its sharp roars echoing as if to upend everything in its vicinity. The torment of torn tendons was likely more excruciating than severing a hand. Coughing violently, Lin Xi struggled to recover from the extreme oxygen deprivation in his lungs. Gritting through the pain, he inspected his body and managed a bitter smile. At least 3 ribs were broken, although none had pierced his internal organs. They had all suffered varying degrees of trauma, and his lungs were already bleeding. Moreover, his left scapula was utterly shattered, signifying that his left arm was rendered useless. Coupled with the loss of stamina, his combat capability had diminished by at least 60%. Nevertheless, Lin Xi did not yield. For the unicorn bear appeared to be in even worse condition. It gradually recovered from its excruciating pain, but could not rise. Each attempt to stand was met with a surge of agony in its legs, magnified several times by the weight of its own body. Lin Xi rose once more, retrieving the fractured battle blade, its edge still measuring 30 centimeters. If wielded adeptly, it could inflict considerable damage upon the unicorn bear. Indeed, it was quite a hindrance. Lin Xi cast a glance at his severed left arm, acutely aware that his balance had been severely compromised. He shed his clothing, revealing a physique of formidable muscle. With a swift motion, he tore off a strip of cloth and tightly bound his left arm around his waist. Now, let us determine the victor. Chapter 10. Narrow Victory. Chapter 11. Homecoming. An exaggerated silver-white flying vessel sliced through the sky, heading towards the coastal city several hundred kilometers away. A deafening sound of breaking through the air left the passengers somewhat overwhelmed. On land, various formidable mutated creatures roamed, while the ocean concealed even more terrifying overlords. And the skies were equally inhabited by predatory birds stretching hundreds of meters in size. The aircraft utilized by humanity prior to the new era had long been obsolete. Now, the means of transportation traversing between various base cities had transformed entirely into these silver-white vessels. This unique metallic alloy, crafted from a special metal mined from the surface of Jupiter and refined, was amalgamated with terrestrial metals. The alloy proved exceptionally resilient, impervious even to the mightiest of mutated beasts, and it was a component found within the weapons wielded by the most powerful warriors. It is precisely this sturdy exterior that has enabled humanity to once again conquer the skies. Furthermore, these vessels were armed with sufficient laser weaponry capable of injuring even the mightiest of warriors. Although mutated creatures surpassing the god of war do exist, such beings are as rare as humans, with merely 15 known worldwide. Among these, 5 inhabit terrestrial environments, while the remainder dwell within the oceans, ensuring nearly 100% safety in the skies. Half an hour later, the aircraft gently descended at the airport of a coastal base city. A young man with refined short hair and sharp eyes emerged from the exit. Brother, Lin Xi's family had been waiting outside the airport, and as soon as he appeared, his sister Lin Ling rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go, indicating the strong bond between the siblings. All right. You're already such a big girl, yet you still act like a child. Lin Xi affectionately brushed his fingers against Lin Ling's nose. Indeed, you look even more beautiful. He took out an exquisitely crafted bracelet from his backpack, a piece he had obtained from a mutated creature during a hunting expedition. This segment of bone had been extracted from the horn of a third-tier diamond lizard, exuding a translucent pink hue reminiscent of sparkling pink diamonds, much adored by girls. On one occasion, Lin Xi had fortuitously encountered this creature and preserved that portion of its bone, commissioning a skilled artisan to fashion it into a bracelet. Wow, so beautiful! Lin Ling exclaimed, snatching it from him and eagerly adorning her wrist. Thank you, brother. She leaped up, pecking a kiss on Lin Xi's cheek. Mom and Dad. Lin Xi noticed his parents approaching from behind Lin Ling, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. You both look even sturdier. Lin Haijun patted Lin Xi on the shoulder. Having learned that Lin Xi had just made a breakthrough to the mid-third stage and even scored an impressive 28 points in the practical examination, he understood that Lin Xi must have endured considerable hardships to reach this point. Dad, What's for dinner? Lin Xi suddenly shifted to a lighter tone, playfully inquiring. Dismissing the discouraging topics. Haha, that essay question for your mother. She kicked me out of the kitchen early this morning, Lin Xi chuckled. Rest assured, she has prepared all your favorite dishes. Wang Rong, while eagerly assisting her son with the preparations, shot a glare at her husband, exclaiming, You do talk too much. The siblings exchanged glances and burst into joyful laughter. Lin Xi had established a small company with the compensation he received years ago. After over a decade of development, it had neither flourished nor dwindled, but the family's living conditions were quite satisfactory. They resided in a building within the Golden Sunshine community, a compensation house allocated to them by the federal government. In this era, land had become an exceedingly precious commodity. The closer one lived to the city center, the more formidable individuals congregated there, ensuring their safety. Conversely, disturbances or occasional breaches of the city walls were not uncommon on the outskirts. Though incidents involving mutated creatures harming urban residents were rare, the nearer one could reside to the city center, the more stable their living conditions became. The Golden Sunshine community represents a remarkably expensive segment of the city. Although it is not situated in the very heart of the coastal metropolis, property prices here exceed 100,000 federal currency per square meter, rendering it unattainable for an average family, whose annual income may scarcely suffice to purchase a single square meter. Initially, the Lin family received an allocation of a residence encompassing a generous area of 130 square meters, positioned on a middle floor, which likely approaches a valuation of 20 million. In contrast, the total assets of the Coastal Military Company amount to less than 5 million. Although there were initial suspicions of a governmental error, the family has resided here for over a decade without any issues, leading to a gradual fading of such concerns. Lin Xi, please tidy up. Your mother has already organized the house. We shall dine shortly. Certainly, Lin Xi responded, retreating into her long-cherished room. Everything remained unchanged from half a year ago, with the desk impeccably clean, a testament to her mother's diligent upkeep. My son, what are your plans for this summer? Lin Xi, unusually, poured himself a glass of wine, also filling a half glass for Lin Xi. I intend to participate in the survival training course organized by the school. Lin Xi had long since formulated her intentions. Oh, Lin Xi nodded. He never inquired into such matters. I have heard that this time a peak expert from the military will be leading the course. Indeed, if fortune favors me, perhaps I might seek advice from that esteemed elder regarding a remedy for my shattered meridians. Ah, when one encounters a master well-versed in myriad experiences and endowed with countless resources, perhaps there truly exists a miraculous remedy that could aid you. If such a thing were to materialize, I would go to great lengths to procure it for you. A warm current flowed through Lin Xi's heart. Aside from Xie Heng and Su Xinyuo, perhaps only familial bonds are the most comforting and sincere. Thank you, father. Foolish son, why be so formal with your old man? Lin Xi chided playfully. By the way, remember to maintain an attitude of utmost respect. Such masters are often proud and aloof. If they are unwilling to offer guidance, we shall seek alternative means. Understood, father. Lin Xi nodded, etching the words firmly in his mind. As night fell, Lin Xi sat cross-legged in the training chamber of his home, the starlight streaming through the skylight enveloping him in its embrace. An energy known as cosmic source energy slowly flowed into his being, guided by the art of stellar attraction. Each of his cells greedily absorbed this energy. Yet upon meticulous observation of his meridians, one would discern fine cracks in certain areas. Though a considerable amount of cosmic source energy entered his body, much of it leaked through those fissures, leaving only a fraction to be genuinely assimilated. This was the reason for his sluggish progression in physical prowess. A sudden, searing pain jolted through him. Should he overexert himself, the damaged meridians would feel as though they were bursting with agony, a torment that even his willpower could not withstand. Alas, today he had once again reached his limits. Lin Xi rose to his feet, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. After taking a refreshing shower and donning a clean set of clothes, he returned to his room and powered on his computer. For many years, he had been in pursuit of a remedy for his chronic meridian injuries, yet the duration of his affliction rendered the task exceedingly challenging. Were it only a matter of 1 or 2 years, he would have encountered numerous potential cures. By chance, he stumbled upon a mention of a miraculous entity known as the Fruit of Life, reputed to have emerged only after the new era. It was said that even those on the brink of death could be revitalized by this extraordinary treasure. However, he found himself at a loss for detailed information regarding the Fruit of Life, let alone how to acquire it. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Xi shut down his computer Yet another day had passed without success. He lay back on his bed and drifted into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 12. Qin Xiaodian. In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Xi relished the joys of familial companionship at home. During the day, he practiced leg exercises with his sister, assisted his father with matters concerning the family business, and occasionally accompanied his mother on shopping excursions. By night, he immersed himself in his cultivation chamber, emerging only when his physical limits were reached. In this brief span, he solidified his prowess at the mid-level of a Tier 3 novice warrior, now poised to strive for the next realm. This day marked his return to school, as the following day heralded the arrival of a formidable peak warrior at the institution. Not only Lin Xi but the entire student body of 7th High School was abuzz with anticipation, for such exalted beings were rarely glimpsed by ordinary eyes. Lin Xi. Even with the protection of formidable warriors, you must exercise utmost caution and refrain from drawing attention to yourself, Wang Rong incessantly reminded Lin Xi before her departure. I understand. Mom, I wish to live for several more years. Lin Xi jested. Brother, you must bring me gifts upon your return. Lin Ling whispered slyly. Xiaoling. Wang Rong shot a disapproving glance at Lin Ling. Your brother is going to study, not to vacation. Lin Ling pouted and made a playful face. Lin Xi, ever the reassuring figure, signaled with a gesture of comfort, allowing Lin Ling to scamper off contentedly. You spoil your sister too much, Wang Rong chided gently. By the time they returned to school, dusk had settled in, and nearly all the students participating in this survival training program had gathered. 7th High School boasted over 1,000 students in each grade, and with the recent completion of the college entrance examinations, the departing students had vacated the premises, leaving nearly 3,000 behind, excluding those who did not meet the qualifying scores or could not attend for various reasons. Over 1,200 students were set to partake in this event. The following morning, before dawn broke, the schoolyard of 7th High was already thronged with students and teachers, who occasionally glanced at the clock, seemingly awaiting something momentous. Lin Xi and Xie Hang sat in a corner, their gazes fixed upon the sky. When do you think that senior will return? Xie Hang inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. You wouldn't understand, Lin Xi replied. They hold a prestigious position and will surely make a grand entrance. Haven't you noticed that even the principal has yet to arrive? Lin Xi pointed towards the festively adorned podium. Indeed, Xie Hang nodded in agreement. It was not only the students who yearned for this moment, the teachers, too, shared in this anticipation. Though the 7th High School was a cradle of talent, the most formidable among the faculty were merely advanced warriors, while the legendary war generals remained elusive figures in their eyes. Perhaps some of the older instructors had once nurtured exceptional students. Yet within the esteemed hierarchy of this meritocratic federation, their status remained unchanged, and they were compelled to show utmost respect before their former pupils. By the way, I heard that the distinguished advanced war general visiting us graduated from our school. Many were whispering among themselves. Lin Xi perked up his ears. He did not pay much heed to such matters, knowing only the name of the elusive senior, Qin Xiaodian. Have you visited the school history museum? One person inquired. The others shook their heads. The names of all the outstanding alumni who graduated are enshrined there. Since its establishment, the school has produced a total of 2,000 war generals and countless elite warriors beyond the intermediate level, including the most powerful, Qin Xiaodian, who has ascended to the status of a war deity. Most people are only familiar with Qin Xiaodian, knowing little of the others. How many peak war generals have emerged from our institution? There are a total of 9 individuals, regrettably. 6 have already perished in their battle against the mutated creatures. The remaining 3 include Senior Li Zhenghao, Senior Zhou Lin, and a senior named Mo Tingyu. Lin Xi silently committed these names to memory, surmising that one of them would be the formidable high-ranking combatants arriving soon. Hey Lin Xi, look. The principal has arrived. Xie Hang suddenly alerted him. There's still a long time until the opening ceremony. Why has the principal come so early? Lin Xi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Typically, the principal made his entrance precisely on time, even for the most significant events, and today he appeared to be somewhat flustered. From a distance, Lin Xi could not discern what the principal was discussing with several teachers, but their expressions turned to shock, as if they had received some unexpected news. With even the usually composed-appearing tints, what is happening? Could there be an unforeseen incident? Lin Xi speculated inwardly. Look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed towards the horizon. Lin Xi followed the direction of the voice and saw a disc-shaped aircraft approaching. The craft, boasting a diameter of over 100 meters, was entirely black, exuding an air of nobility and elegance, and even showcased some weaponry mounted on it. That is the Black Dragon, an S-class spacecraft. A well-informed student recognized the vessel. S-class. Although the students were unaware of what precisely the Black Dragon was, they recognized that an S-class spacecraft was a privilege reserved for the mightiest warriors, symbolizing an elevated status. Could it be that a legendary warrior was about to make an appearance at the school? The crowd erupted in excitement. The Black Dragon descended gradually to the center of the stadium, its imposing presence prompting many students to hurriedly whip out their phones and snap pictures. For this was indeed a moment worthy of boasting about. As the cockpit of the Black Dragon opened, a young man clad in a white combat suit emerged, soaring into the air amidst the awestruck gazes of the onlookers. Indeed, he was flying, a warrior of the highest caliber, truly a being of legendary prowess. Only those of such exalted status could defy the grip of Earth's gravity. It was a universal truth. It was almost certain that this young man in white stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Classmates, let us extend a warm welcome to Senior Qin Xiaodian as he returns to our 7th high school. The principal exclaimed excitedly into the microphone. It turned out he was none other than Senior Qin Xiaodian. Lin Xi felt a surge of exhilaration at that moment. By age, Senior Qin Xiaodian should be over 60. Yet the lifespan of a legendary warrior extends well beyond 500 years, and he still appeared remarkably youthful, standing at approximately 180 centimeters tall. Qin Xiaodian possessed an extraordinary countenance. Compared to the youthful image captured in the historical archives, he now exuded an air of authority and the formidable presence characteristic of a true warrior. He hovered in the center of the stadium, his gaze sweeping across the field before gradually settling upon the podium. Principal, it has been a long time. Qin Xiaodian shook hands with the principal, who, filled with excitement, flushed with emotion. Indeed, over the span of more than 40 years, I have become nothing more than a weathered old man. Ha. You are too modest, principal. We still hope you will continue to nurture exceptional talents for our federal government and Yanwan. After exchanging pleasantries, the principal handed the podium over to Qin Xiaodian. Greetings, everyone. I am your senior, Qin Xiaodian. Though he did not use a microphone, his voice resonated clearly in every ear present. A profound silence enveloped the gathering at that moment. Anyone daring to utter a word would be committing an act of disrespect towards a warrior of renown. Initially, this event was to be led by your senior Zhou Lin. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he was injured in a recent battle and has yet to recover. Therefore, he has entrusted me with the responsibility of guiding you through this outdoor survival training. Cheers erupted. If anyone were outside the playground at that moment, they would surely think a tremendous explosion had occurred. The notion that a legendary warrior would spend an entire summer with them was beyond imagination. However, my training will not solely impart theoretical knowledge. I will engage you in actual combat with mutated creatures. Thus, I implore each of you to prepare yourselves mentally for the possibility of bloodshed and injury. Qin Xiaodian declared. If you lack the courage, fear not. You are free to opt out. Qin Xiaodian stated bluntly. At last, he unveiled a rare smile. Tomorrow at 6 in the morning. I hope all of you will be present here. Chapter 13, A Late Night Visit. Qin Xiaodian's words ignited fervor among all those present. Who would wish to be a coward? Moreover, with such a formidable warrior among them, could they merely stand by and watch as their lives were claimed by the claws of mutated creatures? The presence of a war god was sufficient to compel thousands of battle-class beings to prostrate themselves in submission, paralyzed by his aura. Should danger arise, Qin Xiaodian would undoubtedly be the first to rescue them. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Xiaodian vanished from their sight once again, having come from the Kyoto-based city. He was eager to reconnect with his old friends in the Shuang-based city. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, the students dispersed, yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. After all, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare, and the prospect of receiving guidance from a war god was nothing short of a dream. Lin Xi, pinch me. I need to know if I'm dreaming. Xia Heng exclaimed, his expression akin to that of infatuated girls. Lin Xi smiled gently and pinched his arm firmly. Ouch! You really did squeeze, and with such force. Xia Heng yelped, leaping up as the spot Lin Xi had pinched turned a vivid shade of red. After spending an entire day in the school library, Lin Xi had located their destination for this expedition, Sunset Valley, within the Electronic Information Database. Sunset Valley is situated at the confluence of a city, approximately 200 kilometers south of the Suzhou Hangzhou base city. In the era preceding the New Age, it was a picturesque tourist destination and a favored retreat for young couples. However, following the advent of the New Age, due to its unique geographical environment, Sunset Valley transformed into a haven for mutated creatures. This locale is not only home to numerous warrior-level beings, but also boasts a significant presence of general-level entities. Many formidable martial artists are drawn to this place to hunt these aberrant beings. Most of Sunset Valley has been thoroughly explored, yet the eastern side harbors a forbidden zone, a place from which even those of divine warrior caliber have not returned. According to incomplete statistics, at least 12 divine warriors have mysteriously vanished within that region, with no evidence of battle ever being detected, as if they had simply evaporated into thin air. Subsequently, the federal government deployed a multitude of probes to survey the area. Yet every probe that ventured within a 10-kilometer radius inexplicably lost all contact. Even more peculiarly, a vacuum zone emerged at the boundary of this forbidden area, devoid of any mutated life forms save for dense vegetation, suggesting that even these creatures harbor a profound fear of the place. Consequently, this secure area has become an oasis within the desert of Sunset Valley, where martial artists often seek refuge to rest and recuperate. Naturally, Qin Xiaodian would never lead them to this sanctuary. Their movements are confined to the regions where low-level warrior creatures are most frequently encountered. Lin Xi meticulously etched the geographical location and terrain of that area into his memory, along with the mutated creatures that frequently roamed there. Thus, even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he would have some leeway. After spending 3 hours in the communal training room, Lin Xi returned to his dormitory, feeling somewhat fatigued. Someone's here. Lin Xi noticed that the door to his dormitory was ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Could it be another thief? That shouldn't be the case. Lin Xi pondered, though it seemed there was nothing of value in his room. Oh, you're back? A deep voice resonated from within. Come in, little one. Lin Xi was taken aback. This voice felt oddly familiar. Suddenly invigorated, he realized it was. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A robust man dressed in casual attire stood in the room, caressing the walls, a glimmer of nostalgia illuminating his face. Senior Qin Xiaodian, Lin Xi respectfully addressed him, his tone tinged with a slight tremor, unsure whether it was due to excitement or astonishment. Just call me Senior, it feels more amiable that way, Qin Xiaodian replied nonchalantly. Over 40 years have flown by, and who would have thought I could return to the place where I once lived in my youth? How nostalgic indeed. Qin Xiaodian appeared lost in thought, reminiscing about his student days when he was the brightest genius in the school. Now, as time has passed, he was no longer the brash youth he once was. Though he still bore the appearance of someone in their 20s, he had grandchildren of his own. Lin Xi stood quietly beside him, and for the first time, he realized that the formidable war god was indeed human. They were not so exalted and detached from the world, but rather possessed a myriad of emotions. In that moment, he felt a sense of closeness to Qin Xiaodian. Qin Xiaodian casually took a seat, remarking, "It is rather abrupt of me to arrive at this hour." "Not at all, Senior. It is truly an honor for me to have you here." This was not mere flattery from Lin Xi. For countless individuals go through life without ever genuinely encountering a war god. "By the way, what is your name?" Qin Xiaodian inquired. "My name is Lin Xi. Lin from Forest and Xi from Dawn," Lin Xi promptly replied. "Lin Xi? A splendid name," Qin Xiaodian said, waving his hand. A box beneath the bed was lifted by an unseen force. "Ah, my old friend is still here," he chuckled, opening the box and caressing a set of black battle armor, a trophy from a youth combat competition he once won. However, when he discovered that the battle blade was missing, his expression shifted abruptly, and he cast a questioning glance at Lin Xi. "I am truly sorry, Xiaodian Senior. I lost that battle blade," Lin Xi confessed without a hint of concealment, recounting the events that transpired in District 26 in detail. "Now I understand," Qin Xiaodian replied, not displaying any anger. When he had left behind those 2 items, it was with the hope of aiding a fated junior. Since he had given them away, they belonged to someone else now, and he felt only a tinge of regret. "However, it is truly remarkable that you, a mid-level 3rd-tier warrior, dared to venture into Zone 26. I, for one, would not have possessed such audacity in the past." Qin Xiaodian found himself developing a certain fondness for Lin Xi. Lin Xi chuckled softly. "There is nothing I can do. My body has its issues, and my rate of power growth pales in comparison to others. I can only rely on practical combat examinations to enhance my score." "Oh, what was your score in this examination?" 28 points. I opted for the early 4th-tier unicorn bear. But after defeating it, I perished myself, Lin Xi confessed candidly. Well, to have achieved such a feat without any combat techniques, relying solely on physical prowess to slay an opponent 3 levels above you, is quite commendable. Suddenly, Qin Xiaodian grasped Lin Xi's wrist, causing her to startle and instinctively attempt to withdraw her hand. "Do not move. I wish to assess your condition." A potent yet gentle energy coursed through him, akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring. This energy flowed through his meridians, imparting a refreshing chill throughout his body. However, Qin Xiaodian frowned. For Lin Xi's meridians were grievously damaged. Were it not for her formidable willpower, the pain experienced during cultivation would be unbearable for anyone else. That she had managed to reach mid-level third-tier status was already quite an accomplishment. Alas, what a pity, the damage to your meridians exceeds 30. Otherwise, you would indeed be an exceptional talent, Qin Xiaodian lamented. Senior Xiaodian, is there truly no way in this world to heal my meridians? Lin Xi inquired urgently. If your injury had not persisted for long, I could have relied on my abilities to mend the cracks in your meridians. However, your wounds have lingered for too long. And unless we acquire certain rare treasures of nature, no one can provide assistance. Did the senior mention the life fruit? Oh, you are aware of the life fruit? Qin Xiaodian expressed a hint of surprise, for even among the students of the War Academy, few have ever heard of such a thing. Indeed, the life fruit possesses the miraculous power to revive the deceased and can surely heal the injuries to your meridians. Lin Xi felt a surge of joy. Such a thing truly exists. Yet, the likelihood of obtaining it is virtually non-existent, Qin Xiaodian stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xi was overcome with a sensation akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of despair. Chapter 14. Dragon Soulwood Senior, can the life fruit be purchased? Purchase? Qin Xiaodian chuckled. Even if I were to gather all my fortunes, I would still be unable to afford a single life fruit. What? Lin Xi was astonished. When an individual breaks through to the God of War level, the federal government assigns a base city for them to protect. The more powerful the God of War, the more affluent and powerful the city they are allocated. Within the city of a God of War, they are akin to a local emperor. All tax revenues, save for a portion surrendered to the Federation, remain theirs, rendering the worth of a God of War unfathomable. Yet, Qin Xiaodian claimed that even his stature could not procure a life fruit. Perhaps you have merely heard the name and are unaware of the true nature of this treasure? Very well, since fate has brought us together, allow me to enlighten you. Although referred to as a fruit, the life fruit is not a type of plant, but rather a crystallization of energy. The conditions for its formation are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it must originate from a place abundant in energy. Secondly, that location must have witnessed the demise of countless powerful beings. The life fruit is a spherical aggregation of energy, akin to a fruit, formed by certain plants that attract and consolidate vast amounts of life energy and cosmic source energy, hence its name. However, such treasures exist in only 2 locations worldwide, each guarded by a mutated creature that surpasses even the war gods, a ruler among aberrant beings, feared even by the 10 mightiest warriors on Earth. These 2 places collectively harbor 8 life fruits, yet humanity has only ever acquired one. Over 2 centuries ago, the foremost warrior among humans, Luo Hao, transcended to a state beyond the war god, his lifespan extending to over a millennium. Yet, his wife, possessing only average cultivation talent, struggled to ascend to the rank of a war general. Although she maintained the appearance of her youth through a plethora of treasures, her life force steadily waned. When she approached the age of 200, her life was on the brink of conclusion. In his deep affection for her, Luo Hao resolutely ventured into the territory of the Beast King. The ensuing battle between man and beast raged for 7 days and nights. No one knows the specifics of the agreement they reached or whether Luo Hao triumphed over the Beast King, but he returned bearing a single life fruit. Regrettably, his wife passed away during those few days, rendering the fruit of life devoid of significance for Luo Hao. Consequently, he remained at the headquarters of the Yanhuang organization. Although the fruit of life had never been utilized, its value remained immeasurable. Was there any alternative? Lin Xi understood that the fruit of life was beyond his reach. However, he was unwilling to surrender so easily. Yes, there were still 2 methods. 2. The spark in Lin Xi's eyes was almost luminous. One should be aware that prior to the dawn of humanity, Earth once boasted a civilization with scientific advancements far surpassing those of modern mankind, which we refer to as prehistoric civilization. Lin Xi nodded. He had encountered such information in his readings at the library. From the relics unearthed by humanity, we discovered numerous intact instruments whose advanced biotechnologies could even rectify genetic defects in humans, suggesting that healing your injuries would pose no significant challenge. Lin Xi nodded once more. Yet he was acutely aware that utilizing such instruments must entail some form of cost or requirement. However, these resources were strictly controlled by Yanhuang, accessible only to members of the organization and often necessitating a contribution value. Lin Xi felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Although he was unaware of what contribution value entailed, he had heard that only those ranked as battle generals and above were eligible to join Yin Wang. He recognized that if he could not resolve his meridian issues, he would be far from attaining even the intermediate warrior level in his lifetime, let alone the rank of battle general. Although Qin Xiaotian is a member of the Yin Wang clan, he is not related to me by blood. And the mere fact that he is willing to share so much with me fills my heart with gratitude. I dare not hope that he would squander his precious contribution points to assist me. What about the last method? The Dragon Soulwood. Dragon Soulwood? Lin Xi had never encountered this name before, yet it is certainly not something trivial, given its association with dragons. As the name implies, Dragon Soulwood is derived from the roots of a plant known as the Dragon Soul tree. While it is far more abundant than the life fruits, its value is significantly greater. The Dragon Soul tree represents a life form that exists between plant and animal. It cannot move, yet possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans, along with formidable combat capabilities. Even the top 10 strongest warriors may not stand a chance against it. When it attacks, it can manifest energy that resembles the form of a divine dragon, accompanied by a roar akin to a dragon's roar, which is how it acquired its name. There are a total of 7 Dragon Soul woods in the world, each large enough to cover a small town. However, they do not expand. They merely remain stationary, coexisting harmoniously with humanity. Yet, the roots of the Dragon Soul would possess extraordinary effects. Simply carrying a small fragment, even as tiny as a fingernail, can double an individual's cultivation speed, while also enhancing physical constitution and healing injuries. Once, a formidable warrior fortuitously acquired a fragment of Dragon Soul wood. During a fierce battle, he sustained grave injuries inflicted by a peak-level Death Axe dragon, which nearly pierced his chest. Remarkably, this piece of Dragon Soul would manage to heal his wounds in a mere half-hour. However, obtaining Dragon Soul wood is an arduous task. It is likely that only beings surpassing the warrior's prowess have a chance to acquire even a small fragment, often at the peril of their own lives. Yet, it is somewhat more accessible than the elusive fruit of life. Though there are 7 Dragon Soul trees in total, each of these trees is surrounded by countless mutated creatures, many of which are formidable kings. Additionally, the 7 Dragon Soul trees exhibit distinct colors, and humanity has only procured Dragon Soul wood from 6 of them. The efficacy of these 6 types varies. The weakest is blue, followed by deep blue, light purple, dark purple, black, and red, with only the most elite among warriors deemed worthy of acquiring a fragment of the red Dragon Soul wood. As for the 7th tree, no one has ever managed to obtain even a fragment from it. The reason is simple. This tree flourishes on an island where 8 out of 10 oceanic beast kings reside nearby, making it perilous even for the mightiest, such as the renowned Luohao, to venture there. Regarding your condition, even a small piece of blue Dragon Soul wood could mend the damage to your meridians, potentially allowing you to surpass ordinary practitioners in your cultivation, rendering the title of genius not at all excessive. Lin Xi's bitter smile deepened. Acquiring Dragon Soul wood was scarcely easier than obtaining the fruit of life. He feared that even if he wielded a saw and tirelessly worked upon the Dragon Soul tree, he might not extract even the smallest fragment. Qin Xiaotian observed Lin Xi's stupefied expression, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Having only recently ascended to the realm of war gods, he knew that only advanced or peak war gods stood a chance of procuring such a treasure, making it all the more implausible for Lin Xi. Nevertheless, do not lose heart, for if fortune favors you, opportunities to acquire these treasures may still arise. Qin Xiaotian reassured him. Have you heard of the esteemed Ing Sha? Lin Xi nodded in recognition. Ing Sha was one of the 3 exceptional beings in Huaxia who transcended the war god realm. The other was named Lei Xiao. It was said that in his youth, Ing Sha was rather unremarkable, even somewhat mediocre, a stark contrast to the formidable figures of Luo Hao and Lei Xiao, who had dominated the early era of the New Age. However, during his tenure as a high-ranking warrior, he fortuitously stumbled upon a piece of Dragon Soul wood, no larger than a coin, and notably, it was black. From that moment, his rise was unstoppable. Within a few years, he surpassed countless prodigies and ascended to the pinnacle of strength, becoming a pillar of humanity. Though Lin Xi felt a twinge of envy, he understood that such serendipity was not easily replicated, and he could only regard Qin Xiaotian's words as a form of consolation. Chapter 15. The Black Dragon spaceship. Qin Xiaotian lingered in Lin Xi's room for half an hour before taking his leave. Although Lin Xi repeatedly cycled through the spectrum of hope and despair, he secretly etched Qin Xiaotian's words into his heart. pondering whether he too might one day possess such fortune. The following morning dawned. Excellent. Just like yesterday, there are 208 individuals present, with none absent. Truly, these students from the 7th high school are spirited. Qin Xiaodian gazed down from the sky at the ready students, his consciousness sweeping over them, revealing their total number. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Sunset Valley is over 200 kilometers away, and there must be numerous mutated creatures along the way. How shall we traverse this distance? Xia Heng quietly inquired. Lin Xi glanced around, seemingly at a loss for any mode of transportation. Then, his gaze turned towards the Black Dragon spaceship in the center of the playground. Its vastness could easily accommodate over 1,000 students. The two exchanged a look, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a palpable excitement, as if the Black Dragon was their only viable option. All right, everyone prepare yourselves and come aboard my Black Dragon. As Qin Xiaoyan's words fell, the students erupted into cheers. They had never encountered an S-class spaceship, let alone had the opportunity to board one. The exhilaration was akin to riding a roller coaster, their hearts racing with anticipation. Over 1,000 students surged forward, while Lin Xi followed leisurely behind, his composure setting him apart from the typical high schooler. Ah, what a pity. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider taking this young lad under my wing. Qin Xiaodian shook his head. Aside from his physical prowess, Lin Xi's temperament, will, and intellect are all of the highest caliber. He is certainly capable of being cultivated into a peak warrior. Lin Xi was naturally unaware of Qin Xiaoyan's thoughts. He felt as though he had stepped into a museum, with everything aboard the spacecraft appearing novel and intriguing. The interior of the ship, meticulously arranged by Qin Xiaodian, resembled a luxurious villa, complete with a kitchen, bedroom, study, and an array of exercise equipment and entertainment facilities. The silvery white walls further enhanced the atmosphere of science fiction. As Qin Xiaodian entered, the hatch of the ship gradually closed behind him. Black Dragon, let us set forth. Our destination is Sunset Valley, he seemed to murmur to himself. Understood, my master. A gentle female voice emanated from an unknown source. Almost imperceptibly, the Black Dragon spacecraft ascended into the sky, swiftly racing towards Sunset Valley. Remarkable. It appears this vessel is entirely controlled by artificial intelligence, Lin Xi remarked enviously. Everyone is welcome to explore. Consider it an opportunity for enlightenment. Qin Xiaodian addressed the AI known as Black Dragon, adding, Black Dragon, if they have any questions, please provide explanations. Certainly, master. Lin Xi continued to wander through the ship while listening to Black Dragon's introduction. The maximum flight speed of the Black Dragon can reach 20 Mach, equivalent to 20 times the speed of sound. It is equipped with 27 laser cannons, 1 main cannon, 3 secondary cannons, and 23 auxiliary cannons. The most formidable main cannon possesses the capacity to severely injure a novice god of war, while the secondary cannon can inflict grave wounds upon an advanced battle general. Even the auxiliary cannon is capable of reducing a junior battle general to mere ashes in an instant. The vessel's hull was crafted from Sika's alloy, strong enough to withstand the full force of an initial god of war's assault, and even when it ventures beyond the atmosphere, it can endure impacts from small meteoroids. An S-class Black Dragon vessel costs over 20 trillion federal coins and is unattainable even with wealth. Only those who have ascended to the god of war level are deemed worthy of ownership. How splendid it would be. If one day I were to transcend to the god of war, I would surely procure one to display my might. Xia Heng could hardly contain his drool at the thought of such a ship. With it, the vast world would be at my fingertips. Look at your pitiful demeanor. Lin Xi shot him a scornful glance. In less than 5 minutes, the Black Dragon soared over Sunset Valley, gracefully descending onto an open expanse. The students appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, yet many among them were about to embark on their inaugural foray into the wilderness, where they would confront the exceedingly powerful mutated creatures, instilling a sense of anticipation within their hearts. As the hatch opened, a pungent scent of blood wafted in, a stark reminder that in this jungle governed by the strong, battles for survival transpired incessantly even among the mutated beings. This familiar aroma invigorated Lin Xi, as if he were a fish, and this realm represented the tumultuous sea. Boom! The formidable aura of the god of war surged forth, akin to a tempest that sent all mutated creatures within several miles fleeing in terror. Some of the weaker ones were so overcome with fright that they perished on the spot. Although this aura did not directly target the students, each of them felt as though their bodies had slipped from their grasp, even experiencing moments of disorientation. It was then that they realized the seemingly approachable senior before them was a formidable being standing at the pinnacle of humanity. Should he desire to annihilate the over 1,000 individuals present, it would likely take but a mere thought to accomplish. Moments later, Qin Xiaodian retracted his aura, and everything returned to its former state. The strongest among you is a 6th-tier warrior. From this moment forth, I shall expel all mutated beings of 7th tier and above within a 50-kilometer radius. Lin Xi cast a glance at Su Xinyo nearby, who happened to be looking back at her. Their eyes met, prompting Lin Xi to awkwardly avert her gaze. You have 5 minutes to form groups of 3 to 4 individuals, after which I will assign you tasks. As soon as Qin Xiaoyan's words fell, the close-knit students began to cluster together in small groups. Xinyo, let us team up. Our strength is unmatched in the entire grade. Whatever tasks we receive, we shall surely complete them first, perhaps earning a nod of respect from Senior Qin. Luo Ao extended an invitation to Su Xinyo. However, Su Xinyo hardly spared him a glance and walked directly to Lin Xi's side. I will join your group. Xiahong was momentarily taken aback. He truly felt outmatched by this young lady. Nonetheless, he understood that the bond between Su Xinyo and Lin Xi was quite strong, albeit tinged with ambiguity. Most astonishingly, it appeared that Su Xinyo was the more proactive one in this relationship. From behind Su Xinyo, Luo Ao cast a menacing gaze, as if threatening to retaliate against Lin Xi should he dare to agree. However, Lin Xi remained unperturbed. No matter how formidable Luo Ao might be, or how strong his family's influence, he would not dare to contravene federal law. Federal law stipulates that only warriors of war god rank or higher possess the power of life and death over ordinary individuals. The most powerful member of Luo Ao's family was rumored to be his uncle, merely a novice war general. Dare I refuse? Lin Xi responded with a smile to Su Xinyo. I knew you wouldn't dare, Su Xinyo replied, seemingly pleased with the answer. Just you wait. Luo Ao spat out menacingly before departing. Be cautious of Luo Ao, Xia Heng cautioned. While he may not have the courage to openly harm you, this is the wilderness, fraught with peril. It's difficult to say what insidious schemes he might devise. Lin Xi nodded in acknowledgement. Even with Qin Xiaodian present, attending to the safety of so many students, he might not be able to ensure Lin Xi's safety at all times. Soon, everyone had formed their respective teams, awaiting Qin Xiaoyan's instructions. For the next week, disperse and hunt mutated creatures. Upon slaying one, retrieve a representative part. Different grades of mutated creatures will yield different point values. I will bestow rewards based on the final scores. There are even rewards. The students were immediately invigorated. Even the most insignificant item from a war god level expert would be considered a treasure to them. In this competition, the team with the highest score will be awarded a weapon or armor of peak quality at the human level for each member. Chapter 16, Sunset Valley. Equipment of peak quality at the human level. The students were immediately filled with astonishment. The weapons of the war god were at least of the flood level, and to them, human-level weapons seemed utterly worthless. However, for these novice warriors, such items were treasures. Among the 1208 participants, no more than 10 possessed human-level equipment. Although everyone carried weapons, they were merely the lowest grade ones sold uniformly by the school, likely incapable of inflicting harm even on mutated creatures of the same rank. Thus, human-level mid-tier weapons were akin to divine artifacts for them. Furthermore, for the student with the highest individual score, I will bestow a set of human-level combat techniques. Qin Xiaodian raised the stakes of his reward once more. Combat techniques. It was indeed combat techniques. Even Lin Xi was exhilarated. These were things one could only encounter in the War Academy. Humanity relied on combat techniques to gain an advantage in the struggle against the beasts. Now, from this moment, you are required to survive independently here for 1 week. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, simply call my name aloud. However, doing so will forfeit your right to continue in the competition. Qin Xiaoyan's consciousness was sufficiently expansive to encompass a radius of 50 kilometers, allowing him to effortlessly suppress even the most formidable of mutated creatures with but a single thought, rendering them immobile or even vanquishing them outright. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding the safety of his students. Seated in the central training chamber of the spacecraft, he closed his eyes, choosing to disregard their presence. Let us proceed. The 3 individuals trailed behind the main group as they exited the spacecraft, venturing deeper into Sunset Valley. The terrain of Sunset Valley was predominantly low-lying, characterized by undulating hills and an enchanting landscape reminiscent of a terrestrial paradise, replete with lush jungles and crystalline streams, alongside the dilapidated remnants of a bygone era's resort. Although the valley's elevation was modest, it did not entirely obscure the sun's rays. Rather, it was perfectly positioned to bask in the gentle glow of the setting sun, which bestowed upon the valley a soft, amber light, thus earning it the name Sunset Valley. After traversing a few kilometers, the group dispersed in various directions, for the competition promised rewards. None wished for their hard-earned prey to be snatched away by another, making individual team strategies the most prudent course of action. Lin Xi and her companions proceeded eastward, having departed from the safest zone, where signs of mutated creatures had begun to manifest. Senior Qin. Not long after, a cry for help echoed from the north, indicating that someone had encountered an insurmountable mutated creature and was desperately seeking assistance. A decision that would ultimately compel them to withdraw from the competition. Survival in the wilderness encompasses numerous aspects, among which the careful observation of the traces left by formidable creatures holds paramount importance. With meticulous attention, one may indeed evade those insurmountable beasts, as their defeats often stem from a lack of experience. When Lin Xi and his companions traversed the 26th and 27th districts, it was their wealth of experience and exceptional insight that allowed them to elude many perilous creatures that could have claimed their lives. Everyone, remain vigilant. Mutated beings are likely to appear soon. Lin Xi tightened his grip on the combat knife, fully immersing himself in a state of alertness. Xie Heng also steeled himself for what lay ahead. In stark contrast, Su Xinyu appeared unfazed, humming a cheerful tune, a stark departure from her usual icy demeanor. Lin Xi managed an awkward smile, acutely aware of his own mid-level third-tier strength, which necessitated extreme caution in such treacherous surroundings. Conversely, Su Xinyu, boasting a mid-level sixth-tier prowess, had achieved a perfect score in her practical examinations. This indicated that should she unleash her full potential, even mid-level 7th-tier beasts might be no match for her. Qin Xiaodian had explicitly stated that he had driven away all creatures above the 7th tier in the vicinity, thus granting Su Xinyu an almost unfettered freedom. Lin Xi pondered whether Su Xinyu, like himself, frequently engaged in battles in the wilderness or had honed some formidable combat techniques. Here they come, be cautious. Su Xinyuo's expression shifted abruptly, as if she had transformed into an entirely different entity. Her aura turned frigid to the extreme, as sharp and poised as a drawn sword. The bloodshed she had witnessed was surely no less than his own. In an instant, Lin Xi found her answer: those who merely engaged in combat within the virtual system, no matter how extensive their experiences, could never possess such an aura. What sort of background did she truly have? Lin Xi had known Su Xinyu for 2 years. Yet he had never inquired about her past, nor had she ever voluntarily divulged it. Nevertheless, Lin Xi resolved that her family must at least have a presence akin to high-ranking warriors. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket, and a saber-toothed boar, armed with formidable tusks, leaped forth. This one is a Tier 3 novice. It's up to you, Lin Xi. Xie Heng clapped him on the shoulder. The trio had long established an agreement. Lin Xi would handle beasts below Tier 4. Xie Heng would tackle those from Tier 4 to Tier 4 mid-range, and any that eluded their grasp would be dealt with by Su Xinyu. Fear not, grant me but a minute. Lin Xi had dispatched no fewer than a dozen Tier 3 novices. Even back in her early days, there was little pressure, let alone now. The saber-toothed boar fixated on Lin Xi, brandishing her battle blade, emitting a peculiar low growl. Its hind legs kicked back furiously, stirring up clouds of dust like an enraged bull. With a sudden burst of energy, it charged at Lin Xi, its sturdy limbs propelling it forward with an unstoppable momentum. Its sharp tusks resembling deadly spikes. Should one be pierced, it would surely result in 2 gaping wounds. With a determined shout, Lin Xi met the charge, lowering her center of gravity and gliding forward, delivering a powerful kick to the saber-toothed boar's chin. The massive form of the saber-toothed pig leaped over Lin Xi, propelled by inertia. Seizing the moment, Lin Xi struck decisively at its abdomen, eviscerating it with a single stroke. The creature's body slid across the ground for over 10 meters, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake, before coming to a halt, motionless. Splendid. That blow was executed with such fluidity. Xie Heng applauded, noting that Lin Xi's strikes had become swifter and more precise. Not bad, though slightly lacking compared to me. It can barely be considered passable. Su Xinyu, though outwardly dismissive, felt a surge of astonishment within. She had achieved a perfect score in her practical exam by vanquishing a late-stage 7th-tier mutated creature. While her combat skills were bolstered by technique, her prowess was formidable enough to rival an average 7th-tier warrior. Her combat acumen was honed from a young age. Training in the combat zone under the protection of her elders since high school, without their safeguarding, she might have perished countless times. Yet, she had not anticipated Lin Xi's swiftness, nor the precision of his strikes, as if he had meticulously calculated the force and angle of his kicks. A slight miscalculation could have rendered a fatal blow impossible. Such keen perception is rare among the ordinary. Lin Xi rolled his eyes, accustomed to Su Xinyuo's playful banter. He bent down skillfully to remove the saber-toothed pig's fangs, knowing that after tallying the points, he could sell them for a substantial profit. Hasten your steps. The mutated creatures here have been frightened away by Senior Qin. We must venture further afield to encounter more prey. Lin Xi carefully stored her fangs in her backpack and led the way toward the distant horizon. Not long after their departure, furtive figures trailed behind them. They paused to examine the lifeless body of the saber-toothed pig, and the leading young man wore a look of disdain. This wretched fool's swordsmanship is surprisingly formidable. It is no wonder he scored 28 in practical combat. Although Luo Ao felt a pang of resentment, he could not deny that his combat skills paled in comparison to Lin Xi's. Physical prowess is akin to that of a waste. What does it matter how strong one is in battle? To vanquish him, a single strike will suffice. Having come to this realization, Luo Ao felt somewhat alleviated. Since they had ventured into Sunset Valley, they had closely shadowed Lin Xi and her companions, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Lin Xi prematurely. Chapter 17. The Crying Sound at Midnight Bang. With a thunderous crash, a mutated creature towering over 4 meters fell heavily to the ground, twitching helplessly before finally lying still. Su Xinyuo sheathed a nearly 2-meter-long broadsword, its blade still glistening with the blood of the 6th-tier giant ape, which then vanished from sight as if by magic. Lin Xi noticed a uniquely shaped ring on Su Xinyuo's right index finger. It was this very ring that had emitted a strange light, causing the broadsword to disappear. He had encountered such devices in books. They are collectively referred to as spatial storage devices, a monumental testament to the pinnacle of human technology. Within the remnants of a prehistoric civilization, humanity discovered a substance known as the Stone of Space. After a period of study, they found that this stone contained a mysterious energy capable of severing a portion of space and encapsulating it. Subsequently, this stone was fashioned into an array of items such as bracelets, rings, and pendants, specifically designed to store items that are cumbersome to carry, such as weapons. However, the cost of these spatial storage devices is exorbitantly high, accessible only to members of powerful factions who can exchange contribution points for them. While purchasing with federal currency is possible, the prices soar to staggering heights. At an auction in Suang City, a spatial ring fetched over 50 million federal coins. This alone illustrates the formidable background of Su Xinyuo's family, as spatial storage devices are not merely acquired with wealth. Even a formidable warrior might need to economize for a considerable time to afford one. Yet, Xie Heng's attention was entirely fixated on the broadsword. He could scarcely fathom that a girl like Su Xinyuo would wield such a formidable weapon, and her combat style was remarkably unrefined. Bold and unrestrained, with strength capable of shattering mountains, this encapsulates Su Xinyuo's approach to battle. The giant strength ape is a peak-level mutated creature of the 6th tier, possessing strength that rivals even the 7th tier mutants. However, it is somewhat lacking in intelligence and relies solely on brute force during combat, devoid of any tactical finesse. Yet, when Su Xinyuo engaged it in battle, she matched its raw power blow for blow, demonstrating a strength that was astonishingly equal to that of the giant strength ape. With every strike of her blade, she forced the creature to stagger backward, resembling an anthropomorphic Tyrannosaurus. This marked the first occasion for Lin Xi and Xie Heng to witness Su Xinyuo in combat, and the sheer spectacle left them speechless. They realized that a single blow from her could likely overwhelm them. Goodness gracious, I shall never provoke this fierce woman again. My dear brother, take heed, Xie Heng remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Xie Heng, who are you calling a fierce woman? Su Xinyuo suddenly brandished her broadsword, planting it firmly into the ground with a resounding thud, which caused Xie Heng to hastily retreat behind Lin Xi. I beg your pardon, I was mistaken. Please, have mercy on me, he pleaded in haste. Now, quickly retrieve the most representative parts from that creature. Darkness is swiftly approaching, and we must find a secure place to settle, Lin Xi interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. For Lin Xi's sake, I shall spare you this time. Su Xinyuo huffed, swiftly severing the tail and fur from the giant strength ape, depositing them into her spatial ring. As twilight descended upon the valley, darkness enveloped the land rapidly. With the last rays of sunset fading away, the valley of the setting sun was plunged into complete obscurity. Aside from a few inexperienced students who struggled to find their way, the majority had already secured a place to rest for the night. "Let us spend the night here," Lin Xi declared as he set down his heavy backpack, enviously eyeing Su Xinhuo, who could traverse the world with empty hands. Su Xinhuo and Xie Heng surveyed their surroundings. They were at the highest point in this area, and the mightiest of the nearby giant-strength apes had already been vanquished, ensuring their relative safety. "Ahung, as usual. I will keep watch during the first half of the night, and you shall take the second half." "Right you are," Xie Heng readily agreed. They had always divided their watch this way. Even in the safest of places, it was prudent to have someone on guard, thus ensuring complete security. "And what of me?" Su Xinhuo wondered if Lin Xi had forgotten her. "With two strong men present, you may rest easy," Lin Xi replied. "Humph, do not underestimate me. My strength surpasses that of both of you combined." Su Xinhuo retorted defiantly. All right. My point is that our hunting tomorrow relies on you, so you must rest well." "That's more like it." Su Xinhuo chuckled, finding a comfortable spot to sit and peacefully closing her eyes. Lin Xi and Xie Heng kindled a fire and scattered the droppings of sixth-tier creatures around their campsite, deterring any weaker beasts from approaching. "Hey, Lin Xi, do you think that Tigress has taken a liking to you?" Xie Heng whispered, casting a glance at Su Xinhuo to ensure she was out of earshot. Lin Xi rolled his eyes. "Do you really think that's possible?" Upon a glance, it is evident that she hails from a prestigious lineage of formidable warriors. How could she possibly deign to regard me, a mere underachiever on the cusp of my final year, without having ascended to the fourth tier? Yet, I observe her kindness towards you. Have you ever witnessed Su Xinhuo engage in conversation with any other boy? Xie Heng retorted. Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback, and upon reflection, he realized that indeed, he had not. Seventh high school is not lacking in students of substantial familial backgrounds. Su Xinhuo's admirers could nearly form a queue stretching 2 streets away from the school gates. However, he had never seen her grow close to anyone, to outsiders. She resembled an ethereal ice goddess. "What do you think? Am I not correct?" Xie Heng remarked with a smile, noting Lin Xi's expression. To assert that Lin Xi harbored no feelings for Su Xinhuo would be a blatant falsehood, unless he were a monk devoid of worldly desires. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the disparity between them, and thus maintained a stance of friendship in their interactions. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why did such an exceptional individual exhibit such warmth solely towards him? She often revealed her feminine side in his presence, which was indeed quite thought-provoking. "Is it not because I am dashing and charming, like a radiant youth?" Lin Xi jested, whispering, "Let me tell you, suitors have nearly worn out the threshold of my home in their attempts to be introduced to me. Oh please, if you claim you are overweight, you certainly are maintaining that fade. Indulge in your self-adoration. I shall retire for the night, and you may rouse me later." Xie Heng chuckled as he walked away, leaving Lin Xi to vigil by the fire alone. "The cosmic energy here is rather potent. Let it not go to waste." Lin Xi crossed his legs and began to invoke the star-attracting technique. As energy coursed through his body, it incessantly purged the impurities within him. Rather than feeling more fatigued, Lin Xi found himself increasingly invigorated. In truth, the star-attracting technique had long been capable of substituting for human sleep. There were indeed fervent practitioners who could go days and nights without slumber, not because their constitution was exceptional and they required no rest, but because their consciousness resided in a realm that transcended the need for sleep. Suddenly, a peculiar laughter jolted Lin Xi from his meditative state. He scanned his surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Although one's mental state during cultivation closely resembled sleep, the senses are significantly heightened, allowing even the slightest rustle of wind or movement of grass to be detected. Yet, Lin Xi discerned nothing unusual. Could it be a mere auditory illusion? He pondered, though an unsettling feeling lingered, as if the temperature around him had dipped. As he nearly convinced himself it was a figment of his imagination, that strange laughter morphed into a low, mournful wail. Still, Lin Xi could not identify any anomalies nearby. Why has it suddenly grown so cold? At that moment, Xie Heng and Su Xinhuo stirred from their slumber, realizing that the temperature had inexplicably plummeted by nearly 10 degrees, which was decidedly unusual. "Lin Xi, what is happening?" "I don't know. Strange and eerie sounds have been present since earlier." "Listen closely." The three fell into a profound silence. The mournful wail echoed once more. The three individuals exchanged a glance, a hint of gravity reflected in their eyes. Something was amiss in this place. Chapter 18. the phantom worm. They stood back to back, uncertain of the source of their unease, yet convinced that a sinister entity lurking in the shadows had set its sights on their small group. A sudden chill ran through Lin Xi as he sensed a murderous intent. No, this malice emanated from right beside him. Swiftly, Lin Xi turned around, only to find Xie Hang wearing a strange smile, his eyes gradually filling with an unsettling crimson hue. Ahung, what has happened to your eyes? Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback, for at that instant, Xie Hang raised his battle knife and swung it towards him. Lin Xi hastily drew his own weapon to parry the blow. Xie Hang's prowess was a full tier above Lin Xi's, and for reasons unknown. His strength had surged to an extraordinary level, rendering Lin Xi's defense futile. He was struck and sent hurtling backward, his palms splitting and blood gushing forth. Ahung, what madness has seized you? It is I, Lin Xi. Fortunately, Lin Xi suffered no serious injuries. You killed Lin Xi. I will avenge my brother. Xie Hang seemed oblivious to everything, uttering incomprehensible words. Lin Xi, are you all right? Su Xinyuo hurriedly helped Lin Xi to his feet. Sensing that he was under some form of mental control, Lin Xi nodded, realizing that Xie Hang appeared to be possessed, emanating an aura of hostility. His gaze almost betraying a desire to devour both Lin Xi and Su Xinyuo alive. What should we do? Su Xinyuo felt a sense of confusion. They could not possibly aim their weapons at their own friends. Let us incapacitate him first, Lin Xi suggested. Indeed, that seems the only course of action, Su Xinyuo agreed. Nodding her head, her strength far surpassed that of Xie Hang, and she effortlessly maneuvered behind him, delivering a swift chop to the back of his neck. Xie Hang rolled his eyes and collapsed weakly to the ground. I fear we may be encountering a phantasmic worm, Su Xinyuo declared, her expression adopting a grave demeanor for the first time. A phantasmic worm? How could that be? How could such a creature exist here? Lin Xi questioned, her disbelief evident. Phantasmic worms are exceedingly peculiar beings. Unlike most mutated creatures that develop into fixed tiers after reaching a certain size, typical mutated entities, even the most extraordinarily powerful ones, only exceed the average by 1 or 2 levels at most. However, phantasmic worms are different. They may be feeble at 1 or 2 tiers, yet possess individuals of general commanding or even divine warrior levels. Their diminutive size, not exceeding 20 centimeters, resembles that of a beetle, making them vulnerable to being easily torn apart by any creature 2 or 3 tiers below them. Yet, they possess an astonishingly potent ability, mental attack. While ordinary warriors and mutated beings boast formidable physical prowess, their mental fortitude is often feeble, leaving them ill-equipped to defend against mental assaults. Mental attacks can be categorized into 2 types. One involves the direct utilization of immense psychic power to obliterate the enemy's consciousness, a nearly invisible method of killing. There exists a more peculiar phenomenon, wherein certain entities can conjure vivid illusions within the mind, thereby exerting a controlling influence. It is evident that Xie Hang has succumbed to such an illusion. Within the confines of his mind, Lin Xi has been ruthlessly slain by the 2 mutated creatures before him, which accounts for his extreme reaction and his perception. Lin Xi and Su Xinyuo are no longer human, but rather monstrous beasts with claws bared. Due to this unique talent and ability, even those possessing greater strength than the illusionary demon worm or other aberrant beings may fall victim to its insidious mental assaults. Not only are there the illusionary demon worms, but among humanity, there exist formidable individuals who have honed their mental prowess. These individuals can wield control over thousands of flying swords with but a thought, rendering them far more powerful than ordinary warriors. To combat mental attacks, one must either counter with an equally formidable mental force or resist with an unwavering willpower. Individuals with immense willpower can withstand even the most potent illusions, regardless of the disparity in their respective realms. Lin Xi, from a young age, has exerted greater effort than his peers. While his physical attributes may pale in comparison, his willpower stands on par with that of any of his contemporaries. Similarly, Su Xinyuo has endured rigorous training since childhood. A girl lacking steadfast determination would have long since faltered, thus her resolve is significantly stronger than that of the average person. In contrast, Xie Hang's willpower is rather ordinary, which is why he has fallen into the illusion crafted by the illusionary demon worm. However, the strength of this illusionary worm should not be formidable. Otherwise, it would not have failed to greatly affect Lin Xi, who possesses merely 3rd-tier prowess. It is estimated that its maximum capability peaks at around 4th or 5th tier. What is peculiar, however, is that illusionary worms typically inhabit treacherous locales that are nearly inaccessible to both humans and mutated creatures. They favor darkness and humidity, and one is likely to catch glimpses of them only in the shadowy depths of gorges, which is evidently not the case here. Suddenly, Su Xinyuo snatched the battle blade from Lin Xi's grasp and hurled it forcefully towards the direction where Xie Hong had collapsed. Xinyuo, what are you doing? Lin Xi initially feared that even Su Xinyuo had succumbed to the control of the illusionary worm. He attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With a swish, the blade embedded itself less than 2 centimeters from Xie Hong's neck. Lin Xi was taken aback, realizing that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. He hurried over and discovered a beetle-like creature, now severed into 2 sections, lying lifeless beside Xie Hong, its mandibles perilously close to piercing his brain. Xinyuo, I'm sorry. I thought. Lin Xi suddenly recalled his earlier outburst towards Su Xinyuo and felt a pang of guilt. He should have placed his trust in her. You thought I was under control as well, didn't you? Su Xinyuo smiled. It's not your fault. Had the roles been reversed, I might have suspected you too. Lin Xi nodded in agreement. Indeed, the illusionary worm was exceedingly enigmatic, rendering it nearly impossible to guard against. One could never be certain whether those around them might suddenly thrust a blade into their back. Kneeling, Su Xinyuo scrutinized the beetle cleaved in twain. Indeed, a specter beetle. Unanticipated to discover one in such a locale. I surmise Qin, our senior, ought to be apprised. Is it truly of such gravity? Inquired Lin Xi. Indeed, exceedingly so. Su Xinyuo affirmed with a nod. Perhaps your cognizance is limited, but specter beetles are gregarious creatures. The presence of one intimates the existence of a specter beetle nest within the confines of this Sunset Valley. Lin Xi exclaimed in consternation. Does that not imply that many may unwittingly encounter these specter beetles? Precisely. Should their willpower prove insufficient and they succumb to control, they would be bereft of even the opportunity to cry for succor, Su Xinyuo declared, her countenance grave. Moreover, within a specter beetle nest, there invariably resides at least one warrior-class entity. Such a degree of mutation suggests an intellect nearly on par with humanity. Should they gain control of a human? Su Xinyuo dared not contemplate further. Heavens! Lin Xi gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. Should such an event transpire, it would be tantamount to a mole infiltrating our ranks. Should they orchestrate a meticulous scheme, humanity could suffer grievous internal repercussions. Qin Xiaodian, our senior, must be notified forthwith. Furthermore, this survival training must be terminated without delay. Senior Qin. Without hesitation, Lin Xi and Su Xinyuo vociferously called out Qin Xiaoyan's name. Almost instantaneously, a potent aura swept over them, though it detected no immediate peril to the pair. Lin Xi, are you not aware that summoning me here implies your withdrawal from this survival training? A voice resonated within Lin Xi's mind. Senior, I comprehend this. Yet there is a matter of utmost urgency I must convey to you. It pertains to the lives of all our classmates and possibly the entirety of the Suzhou base city. Oh, what has transpired? Qin Xiaodian recognized that Lin Xi's call was far from trivial. Senior, we have just encountered a phantasmic worm. Chapter 19. The Fall of Divine Gorge. What? A phantasmic worm? Even Qin Xiaoyan's tone bore a hint of trepidation. The phantasmic worm did not always exist. It emerged abruptly into human consciousness during a certain era. Qin Xiaodian recalled that 170 years ago, before his own birth, a formidable warrior of high rank had been ensnared by the illusions of a phantasmic worm. Remarkably, his daily habits remained unchanged, and not a single relative noticed anything amiss until a decade later, when a peak warrior of the Yanhuang organization, specializing in mental fortitude, discerned anomalies in his psyche during a meeting. It was then revealed that over the course of those 10 years, this once great warrior had become little more than a puppet of the phantasmic worm's lineage, covertly eliminating several other warriors and a considerable number of promising successors. From that moment onward, the phantasmic worm became one of humanity's most formidable foes. Once discovered, it warranted immediate eradication. After decades of extermination efforts, the elusive illusory worm has become nearly invisible, found only in the most remote locations, and typically, they do not stray far from their lairs. It has been nearly a century since any news of the illusory worm has surfaced. You all need to exercise caution. It is quite possible that more illusory worms are lurking nearby. I will come at once. Qin Xiaoyan's voice resonated within the minds of everyone present, urging them to remain vigilant. The training program has been canceled. If anyone wishes to survive, they must return to the Black Dragon immediately. What has transpired? Many students, roused from their slumber, were bewildered utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Whatever the circumstances, we must hasten back. Senior Qin's words surely carry weight. Some detected a note of urgency and authority in Qin Xiaodian's tone that brooked no dissent. Almost everyone opted to retrace their steps without delay, save for a few with ulterior motives. In mere moments, as a fierce gale swept through, a figure appeared above Lin Xi and the others. His gaze flicked over the unconscious Xia Hong, and two severed illusory worm carcasses were lifted before him by an unseen force. Damn it, Qin Xiaodian scoffed. And the corpses of the illusory worms were instantly reduced to dust by an invisible power. It must be in the falling God Gorge. Qin Xiaodian murmured to himself, resolute in his determination to investigate. With that, he surged eastward with great speed. We should return without delay. Su Xinyu remarked that she had a vague sense that matters were not as simple as they seemed, as if something significant was about to transpire. Let us hurry. Lin Xi urged, carrying Xia Hong on her back as they made their way toward the location of the Black Dragon ship. Xinyu, what exactly is the falling God Gorge that Senior Qin mentioned? Lin Xi inquired with curiosity. It is a place where even the war god has been known to vanish. Situated at the far eastern edge of Sunset Valley, Su Xinyu replied. Are you referring to that area where one mysteriously disappears within a 10-kilometer radius? Lin Xi recalled having seen scant descriptions prior to their arrival, with barely any photographic documentation. Indeed, it is a bottomless cliff. Yet it is said to harbor a mysterious force. Anyone who approaches the cliff will be drawn in by this force, with even the mightiest war god unable to escape. Could Senior Qin be in danger? Lin Xi asked with concern. Rest assured, Senior Qin is not a reckless individual. As a war god, he certainly approaches matters with caution. He is likely only investigating the vicinity, Su Xinyu reassured her. Could it be that the falling God Gorge harbors the lair of the illusion worms? Lin Xi speculated. It is difficult to say, but given that Senior Qin has ventured there despite the risks, it is highly probable that your conjecture holds merit. Su Xinyu concurred with this assessment. Have you awakened? At that moment, Xia Hing came to, and Lin Xi gently set him down to allow him to rest briefly. Huh? Why am I here? Xia Hong seemed to have no recollection of the events that had transpired. You nearly cleaved me in two just now, Lin Xi replied with a wry smile. What? How is this possible? Xia Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Xi extended his hands, the wound at the base of his thumb still unhealed. His palm a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Did I do this? Lin Xi questioned, his injury quite alarming. What do you think? Su Xinyu replied tersely. If it weren't for Lin Xi's quick reflexes, the consequences could have been far worse. It's not your fault. You were merely controlled by an illusion demon worm. Lin Xi recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, Xia Hong felt a wave of regret wash over him, realizing that his own weakness of will had nearly cost his best friend's life. Enough self-reproach, we must leave this place at once. Who knows if more illusion demon worms are lurking nearby? Su Xinyu urged. Agreed. While hurrying along, Lin Xi contemplated the mysterious phenomena of the falling God Gorge, which was likely connected to the illusion demon worms. Su Xinyu had mentioned that a powerful illusion demon worm could control a warrior of immense strength, leaving Lin Xi to wonder just how many of such creatures resided within the gorge. However, beyond the confines of the falling God Gorge, all living beings remained unaffected, suggesting that these illusion demon worms operated within a specific area. Given their current distance from the gorge, the emergence of these worms signaled something significant. They had ceased to hide away and begun to spread out for reasons unknown. What could have caused such a development? This perplexity weighed heavily on Lin Xi's mind. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the east, the terrifying sound waves inflicting sharp pain in the ears of Lin Xi and his companions. What is happening? Lin Xi inquired, gazing towards the east. Suddenly, a figure clad in white battle armor soared into the air, wielding an enormous sword that was nearly as large as himself, its blade radiating a crimson glow. Following closely behind Qin Xiaodian was a colossal creature, stretching over 10 meters in length, adorned with two pairs of massive wings that spanned nearly 20 meters when unfurled. Fireballs erupted from the mouth of this formidable dragon-like beast, while Qin Xiaodian nimbly evaded them, his immense sword dancing effortlessly in his grip, effortlessly cleaving through some of the fireballs that he could not dodge in time. Damn it. When did a divine-grade flame dragon beast hide here? Qin Xiaodian cursed, just as he approached the Godfall Gorge. A mutated creature of nearly equal power had emerged from the depths of the ravine. However, he was perplexed by the fact that this flame dragon beast had the ability to fly out from the Godfall Gorge, which was notorious for its devouring capabilities, affecting both man and beast alike. The flame dragon beast was a formidable creature that thrived in magma, its thick skin allowing it to traverse the molten terrain with ease. The flames it expelled exceeded 6,000 degrees Celsius, rivaling the surface temperature of a star. Damn it, with my current strength, killing it will surely come at a cost. Qin Xiaotian gritted his teeth, realizing that what he had once deemed a trivial training exercise had spiraled into such a predicament. Now, he could scarcely care for his own safety, let alone that of the students within the Sunset Valley. He silently prayed for their safe return to the Black Dragon ship and then focused all his attention on the flame dragon beast before him. Is this the battle of a godlike warrior? Lin Xi gazed vacantly at the sky, where the clash between Qin Xiaotian and the flame dragon beast seemed to threaten to rend the heavens asunder. The earth trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of splitting apart. This is dire. The extent of their conflict is far too vast, inciting the mutated creatures of Sunset Valley into a frenzy. Su Xinyuo grasped her battle blade, swiftly dispatching a beast that leaped forth from the shadows. Yet she could not afford to collect any spoils, continuing her rapid flight. Such scenes unfolded beside nearly every team, but fortunately, most of the mutated creatures were of the 4th or 5th tier. Even if they were unable to confront their foes, a full-speed escape was generally achievable. Moreover, it was a stroke of luck that the mutated beings were preoccupied with their own flight, possessing little energy to engage humans. And those that did attack were merely the cowardly 1st or 2nd tier creatures. Chapter 20. Humanity. Fortunately, the students adhered to Qin Xiaotian's instructions, confining their activities within 50 kilometers of the Black Dragon spacecraft, with some timid souls not even daring to venture beyond 10 kilometers. Thus, their proximity ensured a scarcity of prey. However, under these circumstances, their prospects for survival were far superior to those of students who had ventured deeper into the territories infested with mutated beasts. Lin Xi's team, being the strongest, had journeyed the farthest, and due to some delays, they still had nearly 20 kilometers to cover when all the others had returned to the ship. Exhausted, everyone returned to the cabin, finding solace only within its confines. Some bore injuries, yet no one had fallen victim during the perilous journey back, a miracle in itself. Hurry. Seal the door. If those mutated creatures burst in, it will be our demise. Luo Ao urged fervently. His comparatively privileged living conditions had instilled in him a profound fear of death. No, Su Xinyuo, Lin Xi, and Xie Heng have yet to return, a female classmate, who shared a close bond with Su Xinyuo, protested. Indeed, they have not yet arrived. Many echoed in agreement. Fools. Luo Ao retorted vehemently. Do you even comprehend the current situation? Do you know how many mutated creatures lurk outside? In this chaos, those previously expelled might have returned, including formidable combatants. But what you assert is merely a possibility, is it not? If they manage to return against all odds and we flee, would that not extinguish their last glimmer of hope? A compassionate young man interjected. Are you suggesting that our safety holds less significance than the 3 of theirs? Luo Ao shot him a fierce glare. No, I mean we cannot abandon them. The boy hastily countered. Humph. Who knows if they are even alive? Everyone else has returned. They may well have perished outside, Luo Ao said bluntly. Luo Ao, must your words be so harsh? We are all classmates. Am I being excessive? I am merely considering the well-being of everyone. Luo Ao presented himself with an air of righteousness. Reflect upon this. What would happen if, during this period, an uncontrollable mutated creature were to intrude? Would we all perish alongside them? Many fell into silence, particularly those who had been injured during the return journey. Surely, they understood this sentiment better than anyone else. Heilong, Senior Qin has entrusted you with our protection. Can you secure the door immediately? Luo Ao felt a surge of joy within. My orders dictate that all individuals must be safe before the doors to the Heilong can be sealed, or when the lives of the majority are in jeopardy, and this requires the consensus of most. Very well, let us commence the vote. Those in favor of closing the hatch, please raise your hands. I agree to close the hatch. A pale-faced young man raised his hand. I also concur. So do I. Close it. We have over 1,000 people here. Must we truly risk everything for the sake of 3 individuals? To everyone's astonishment, the hands raised surpassed 80%. You all. The girl who had initially opposed was on the verge of tears. She had not anticipated that even those who usually maintained a decent rapport with Su Xinyuo would raise their hands. Very well. Heilong, you have witnessed this. It should now be permissible to seal the door, correct? Danger level at 78, reaching threatening status. Command authorized. Bang. The hatch closed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. With the robust construction of the Heilong, only a being of divine caliber could pose a genuine threat to them. Humph. Lin Xi, Suzy Nua, since you are so ungrateful, let us perish together. Luo Ao sneered coldly as he gazed through the window at the apocalyptic scene outside. Hurry. We're almost there. The trio of Lin Xi sprinted forward, their eyes fixed on the massive black dragon spacecraft in the distance. Close behind them was a frenzied horde of mutated creatures. At some point, 2 7th-tier beings and numerous 6th-tier creatures had joined the throng, all desperate to flee from the Godfall Gorge, yearning to distance themselves as much as possible. Thud, thud. The battle between Qin Xiaodian and the flame dragon beast raged on. With vast swathes of forest ignited and countless mutated beings dashing from the burning woods into the open, Lin Xi could hardly fathom that only moments ago they had narrowly escaped a swarm of mutated locusts. And now they were once again embroiled in a frantic flight for their lives. Yet, fortune seemed to favor them, as the mutated creatures were still several kilometers behind. And the black dragon was now within sight. But wait, why was the hatch closing? From a distance, they could see the tightly shut door. They're back. They're back. Open the door. The girl continuously peered outside, finally spotting the 3 figures racing towards them. We can't open it. Look, they're being pursued by a massive horde of mutated creatures. If we open the door, we might all perish. Luo Ao resolutely declared, his heart hardened. But they are right outside. Look, the mutated beings are still far behind. We have time. Indeed, open the door. If time is calculated well, it should be possible to close the hatch before those beasts arrive. Many of those who raised their hands earlier felt a pang of conscience. For there are 3 living souls outside. Hurry, open the door. The 3 individuals finally reached the entrance, yet the hatch showed no signs of yielding. The horde of beasts was merely a kilometer away. In less than half a minute, they would be crushed under the iron hooves of these creatures. Damn it! Xie Heng shouted, pounding on the hatch with all his might, but it remained utterly unresponsive. Is this the inherent flaw of humanity? Lin Xi remarked with a bitter smile. Realizing that they could easily guess the thoughts of those inside, few would be willing to sacrifice their own safety to save others. Suddenly, the spaceship began to tremble slightly. For Qin Xiaodian had commanded the black dragon to close the hatch and take off immediately. This is bad. The ship is about to launch. Lin Xi glanced back at the approaching tide of beasts, her heart racing with trepidation. Quickly, search for something to hold onto aboard the ship. Su Xinhuo appeared remarkably composed. Losing their wits in panic would truly seal their fate. However, the surface of the black dragon was exceedingly smooth, and the weapon compartments had been retracted into the body, shielded by sleek alloy plates, rendering it as slippery as an eel. The black dragon had already ascended over a meter from the ground, and soon it would take off. Look over there. Lin Xi's keen eyes discerned, in an inconspicuous spot on the side of the spaceship, 5 distinct indentations, resembling marks left by an enormous claw. Indeed, it must be that the black dragon had once engaged in battle with some formidable mutated creature, and these were undoubtedly the remnants of that fierce encounter. Though the indentations were not large, they provided a sufficient handhold if they could cling tightly and avoid being thrown off by the high-speed flight of the black dragon. They could escape from this perilous situation. Without any hesitation, the trio leaped forward, aware that wasting time could mean losing their last glimmer of hope. They seized the indentations firmly. Almost simultaneously, propelled by its immense power, the black dragon soared into the sky. The veins in their arms bulged as they struggled to maintain their grip, although the black dragon wasn't at full speed. Holding onto the fuselage without falling was still an exceedingly arduous task, with the pain in their arms akin to being torn apart. At that moment, a 4th-tier dragon hunter beast unexpectedly landed on the back of a massive rhinoceros, its powerful hind legs propelling it like a missile toward the 3. Chapter 21, Desperation. The black dragon had barely ascended 10 meters from the ground when the dragon hunter, known for its strong hind limbs and remarkable agility, found this distance utterly trivial. Had it been an ordinary day, even Lin Xi would have had the opportunity to vanquish it one-on-one, and Su Xinhuo would likely only require a single strike. However, at this moment, their hands barely clung on, leaving them with no surplus strength to confront it. Su Xinhuo and Xie Heng had already closed their eyes. Perhaps enduring one more blow might grant them a chance of survival, but if they relinquish their grip, it would undoubtedly spell their doom. You too. If either of you dares to let go, I shall never forgive you, even in death. In that instant, Lin Xi made a resolute decision. He released his hold, drew his battle blade from behind, and, capitalizing on the force of gravity, struck downwards with all his might towards the dragon-hunting beast. Lin Xi, no, the two shouted hoarsely, yearning to join him in battle unto death. Yet, they held on, for this was the glimmer of hope for survival that Lin Xi had fought for them to attain. Crack! The dragon-hunting beast was utterly unprepared for Lin Xi's reckless leap from the spaceship. It hastily raised its short yet sharp forelimbs in defense, but to no avail. The force of the strike was overwhelming, severing its arms and embedding deep into its brain. The recoil sent Lin Xi hurtling backwards for several meters. Landing in an area devoid of mutated creatures, he looked up to see that the spaceship had safely ascended, moving at a relatively slow pace. Surely, they would not fall. Humph. I refuse to wait for death. Lin Xi thought defiantly. You think you can kill me that easily? He understood that he was ensnared in a desperate situation, with no hope of rescue in the immediate future. Now, he could rely only on himself. The tide of mutated creatures surged from east to west, with a dense concentration along the main thoroughfare, while the flanks to the north and south appeared sparse. If he harbored any faint hope, it lay in fleeing towards those two directions. All burdens had been cast off when he boarded the Black Dragon, leaving him with nothing but a low-grade human weapon. A battle knife, his sole means of defense against the aberrant beings. Yet, without hesitation, Lin Xi discarded it, in such dire circumstances. Entanglement with a single mutant beast would lead to his swift demise, consumed by an unending horde. Thus, continuing to bear it seemed futile. Shedding the weight was far more prudent. With the mutated creatures closing in, now just a few hundred meters behind, he dared not linger. He sprinted forward, knowing that to halt would be to embrace death. Lin Xi could hardly gauge the distance he had covered, but he sensed he had surpassed even the lengths he had fled during the incident in District 26, bolstered by a newfound strength that allowed him to keep moving. His escape led him towards a mountainous forest to the south, where the complex terrain might afford him a hiding place, perhaps allowing him to outpace the relentless pursuers. However, after a grueling half-hour of flight, the horde remained undiminished, their stamina eclipsed that of any human. As Lin Xi felt his own energy dwindling to the brink of collapse, his heart sank to the depths of despair. The Black Dragon spacecraft finally delivered them within the borders of Suang Base City. Exhausted, Su Xinyuo and Xia Heng tumbled from the vessel, their arms swollen and trembling slightly. Xinyuo, a young woman, emerged from the cabin and immediately rushed over to assist her, exclaiming in relief, "Thank goodness, you're unharmed. You've survived." Luo Ao found it difficult to contain his astonishment. How could they have escaped from such a seemingly fatal predicament? But wait, it was only Su Xinyuo and Xia Heng. Lin Xi was not among them. Luo Ao suppressed his inner ecstasy. In truth, this was the outcome he had secretly yearned for, and he was astonished that it had materialized so unexpectedly. Fate seemed to smile upon him. "Are you satisfied now?" Xia Heng, far from reveling in his miraculous escape, coldly pointed at everyone, mercilessly rebuking, "Your lives are valuable, but ours are worthless?" Silence enveloped the crowd, as those who had raised their hands during the vote averted their gazes in shame. When we arrived, the beasts were still a considerable distance away. "Why didn't you open the door?" "Huh, speak up." Xia Heng's voice rose to a frantic crescendo. Lin Xi's fate remained uncertain. He had seemingly sacrificed himself for their safe departure, and this sense of helplessness was nearly shattering for him. "Enough, Xia Heng. You should be grateful that the two of you returned safely. Lin Xi was merely a burden. His death is inconsequential. Why dwell on it so? Inconsequential?" Xia Heng pointed accusingly at the one who had made that heartless remark. "We could have all returned safely if it weren't for you cowardly individuals. You are the true burdens." "Xia Heng, do not push your luck. Are you suggesting we jeopardize the safety of the majority for the sake of just the three of you?" A person could no longer bear the accusations from Xia Heng. "Finally, someone speaks the truth," Xia Heng remarked with a cold smile. Suddenly, a resounding clang of metal echoed from behind him. "Bai Ming, tell me, who proposed to close the hatch prematurely?" Su Xinyuo reverted to her icy goddess demeanor, yet she was now enveloped in a sinister aura, her formidable Guandao gleaming ominously, towering over her by two heads. Silence fell upon the crowd, but those who had consistently opposed the hatch's closure simultaneously directed their gazes toward Luo Ao, who stood among them. "Luo Ao, it was indeed you." Su Xinyuo seethed through gritted teeth. "Xinyuo, I acted for everyone's safety. Look, you both managed to escape. Isn't that a good outcome?" Luo Ao, feeling a pang of guilt, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he realized the murderous intent in Su Xinyuo's eyes. Part of the pursuit against Su Xinyuo was indeed instigated by his family, but his father had repeatedly stressed that regardless of the outcome, it was imperative not to offend her. Yet now, it appeared he had thoroughly antagonized her. Is it worth it for a useless person? Luo Ao pondered internally, though he dared not voice it aloud. Since you caused him to fall into such dire straits, I shall send you to join him, Su Xinyu declared, raising her guandao and advancing step by step towards Luo Ao. Do you truly intend to kill me? Luo Ao could not help but retreat. For Su Xinyu was not merely speaking. Her aura was thick with lethal intent. Although Luo Hao was a peak 5th-tier junior warrior, his true strength paled in comparison to Su Xinyuo's, making her task of eliminating him effortless. Su Xinyu remained silent, given her illustrious lineage. Taking a life would merely entail minor inconveniences, and Luo Ao's background hardly registered on her radar. Suddenly, a voice called out, "The senior is back." All eyes turned skyward. Qin Xiaodian appeared somewhat pallid, his body adorned with innumerable specks of blood, yet it was evident that he had emerged victorious from the fray. "Senior Qin, she wants to kill me. Please save me." Luo Ao clung to him like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. What transpired? Qin Xiaodian's voice was hoarse, revealing his dire condition. "Senior Xiaodian, it's like this." The class leader recounted the events to Qin Xiaodian. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Xiaodian's face. He had not anticipated that this young man, whom he held in high regard, would be forever ensnared in the valley of the setting sun. Yet, considering the situation, while Luo Ao's actions seemed driven by a desire for personal vengeance, they were not entirely unfounded. However, the Su family's young lady was not someone he could easily confront, and allowing her to execute Luo Ao would be a significant blow to his own prestige. "Miss Su, would you grant me a favor today? If you were to take his life before my eyes, I fear I would lose the courage to return to my alma mater," Qin Xiaodian said with a bitter smile. His words reverberated among the surrounding students like a tempest, prompting them to ponder Su Xinyuo's formidable background, which instilled such apprehension in a battle-hardened warrior like Qin Xiaodian, whose tone bore an unmistakable hint of concession. "Well then, I shall grant you, Uncle Qin, a favor, and this matter shall be settled another day." Su Xinyu decisively shot a fierce glare at Luo Ao, sheathed her broadsword, and turned to leave. "Lin Xi, can you truly perish like this? It seems I owe you an ever-growing debt." Chapter 22. The underground river. Could I possibly be this unfortunate? Lin Xi stared in disbelief at the enormous chasm before him, akin to a celestial divide. Prior to his departure, he had prepared meticulously within the Sunset Valley. Apart from the Falling God Gorge, there were 2 perilous locations, one of which was the Sunset Canyon he now faced. Yet, in his frantic escape, he had scarcely considered where to flee, and with the sun obscured from the sky, he possessed no points of reference to discern his direction. Consequently, he had become utterly lost. Before him loomed a sheer cliff exceeding 1,000 meters, and beyond it lay the expanse outside of Sunset Valley. Lacking any tools, it was impossible for him to leap across the nearly 100-meter-wide gorge, let alone scale the towering precipice. He glanced back. The immense commotion from the Falling God Gorge had faded nearly 10 minutes ago, and most of the mutated creatures had returned to their habitats, while fewer than 10 continued to pursue him. However, the weakest among these creatures was of the 3rd tier, and he was now devoid of the strength to run, let alone resist. Could it be that I am truly destined to meet my end in this place? Lin Xi sighed, pondering whether his dreams and hopes were truly to be extinguished today. Lin Xi was not afraid of death. If he were, he would not have repeatedly ventured into the perilous wilderness training grounds. However, what terrified him was the thought of one day his parents and sister discovering his cold, lifeless body, or worse, not even being able to find his corpse. "No, I cannot die." He was resolute in his unwillingness to add more gray hair to his parents' heads or to allow his sister to weep any further. What was that sound? Lin Xi suddenly heard a faint noise emanating from the depths of the Sunset Gorge. The sound was subtle, yet his keen instincts suggested the presence of an underground river below. He quickly weighed the risks in his mind. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of the approaching mutated creatures. Although leaping into the abyss was fraught with peril, he was uncertain if more terrifying beasts awaited him at the bottom. He realized he had no choice. To stay meant certain death, while jumping offered a glimmer of hope. "If there truly is a deity in this world, I pray for your protection in this hour of peril," Lin Xi silently implored. Then without hesitation, he leaped into the void. Within mere seconds, the mutated creatures arrived at the precipice, glancing into the unfathomable depths below. After a brief moment of hesitation, they confirmed that no one remained and scattered in disarray. The valley floor was engulfed in impenetrable darkness, silent as if it sought to consume him whole. Lin Xi's descent exceeded 500 meters per second, with the fierce winds whipping past his ears as though they intended to rip his head from his shoulders. How deep could this gorge be? Lin Xi felt as though he had been falling for over a minute. yet he still had not reached the bottom. However, he possessed no means to slow his descent. His battle blade had long been discarded, otherwise he might have relied on the rugged cliffside to mitigate his fall. With a resounding splash, Lin Xi plunged into the frigid water. Even with the resistance of the water aiding in his deceleration, he sank to considerable depths before halting his descent. Chilling liquid gushed into his mouth and nostrils. A piercing pain surged towards his head. Yet, Lin Xi understood that he could not succumb to unconsciousness. Should he lose consciousness, he would likely drown in this abyss. He bit down hard on his tongue, striving to rouse himself, vigorously thrashing his arms while his leaden legs, burdened as if shackled, summoned newfound strength. After what felt like an eternity, his head finally broke the surface, and Lin Xi gasped for the fresh air surrounding him, his mind gradually emerging from the suffocating haze. It appeared to be an underground river at the valley's bottom. He sensed his body being carried along by the swift current. With the enhancement of his physical capabilities, his adaptability to the darkened environment grew. Moments later, Lin Xi began to discern the conditions at the valley's floor. The cliffs on either side were not particularly wide, merely spanning a dozen meters, and it seemed that no mutated creatures inhabited this valley. Nevertheless, Lin Xi had utterly lost his sense of direction. He was unaware of the river's course or what awaited him at its terminus. Lin Xi grasped a floating log, and his weary body finally found a moment of respite. The dual exhaustion of body and spirit rendered him instantly unconscious. At the 7th High School in Suzhou and Hangzhou-based city, Su Xinyuo and Xia Heng stood in Lin Xi's room, gazing at each other in front of Lin Xi's communicator, neither possessing the courage to dial the number of his family. "All right, I shall do it." Su Xinyuo ultimately pressed the call button. Soon, a delicate face appeared on the screen. "Brother, you're not Lin Ling," she cheerfully answered the communicator, believing that the training had concluded early. However, the screen displayed two unfamiliar faces. "Who are you?" "Hello, you must be Lin Xi's sister. We are his friends. My name is Su Xinyuo, and this is Xia Heng." While introducing themselves, Su Xinyuo pondered how to convey the dreadful news. "Oh, Sister Xinyuo, Brother Xia Heng, I have heard my brother speak of you. He said you were his two best friends," Lin Ling said innocently, unaware that she was about to receive news that would shatter her world. "By the way, Sister Xinyuo, where is my brother?" Lin Ling inquired, puzzled as to why he was not present when this communicator clearly belonged to him. Su Xinyuo could no longer contain herself. She quickly handed the communicator to Xia Heng and buried her face in her hands, sobbing. A chill ran through Lin Ling, instantly filling her with a sense of foreboding. "Brother Xia, has something happened to my brother?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Lin Ling, I am deeply sorry. We failed to take care of him. During our training in Sunset Valley, an unfortunate incident occurred. Lin Xi fell into a horde of mutated creatures while trying to protect us." Xia Heng lowered his head, feeling utterly ashamed to face Lin Xi's family. With a sudden thud, Lin Ling's communicator slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Just moments ago, countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Perhaps her brother was ill, or injured, or had gotten into some trouble at school, but she never anticipated such a tragic piece of news. The communicator in Xia Heng's hand was pitch black, and all he could hear was the sound of muffled sobs from the other end. "Xiaoling, hurry and open the door. Come see what we brought home today." In the evening, Lin Haijun and his wife returned from the office. Yet, the house was eerily silent. Ordinarily, Lin Ling would have bounced to the door to greet them with exuberance. When the couple opened the door, they were taken aback. On the floor lay the shattered communicator, and Lin Ling was sprawled on the sofa, weeping, her eyes swollen and red. "Mom, Dad." Lin Ling seemed to finally find a semblance of solace as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. "Xiaoling, do not rush. What has happened? Take your time to explain." Wang Rong embraced her daughter tightly, gently caressing her head. "Whoa, Mom and Dad, something has happened to my brother," Lin Xi said, her voice hoarse and indistinct. With a thud, the items in the couple's hands fell to the ground, as if they had been struck by a bolt of electricity. Beneath the valley of the setting sun lies a labyrinth of interconnected subterranean waterways. Lin Xi reclined upon a log, drifting along the current. As the stone walls on either side grew increasingly constricted, barely allowing passage for a small vessel, these channels meandered from west to east, traversing the entirety of the valley, ultimately bringing him to a shallow bank. Little did anyone know that all these waterways ultimately led to a singular destination, the infamous abyss of the fallen god. A place from which even the mightiest of warriors were said to never return, for those who knew its secrets had perished. Chapter 23. The frozen world. It was uncertain how long he had been in slumber when Lin Xi finally opened his eyes. He sought to move his limbs, yet was met with a debilitating ache from overexertion, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger an arduous task. Struggling, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, discovering that he appeared to be within a vast cavern. Above him, sharp stalactites hung like the fangs of some ancient beast, each dripping water that echoed in the silence. He lay upon a stony beach, seemingly delivered to this place by the very torrent that had swept him away. A sudden rumble emanated from his stomach, an untimely reminder of his dire state. A night of frantic escape had left him utterly exhausted, and he was oblivious to the duration of his slumber. A fierce burning sensation seared within him. Could it be that instead of being devoured by mutated creatures or plunging to his death over a precipice, he was destined to perish from starvation? Lin Xi mused bitterly. He was unaware of his whereabouts, even more so of how to escape this predicament. Although there was some fresh water available, in his current weakened condition, he feared that in a matter of days he would succumb to hunger. It is unthinkable. The heavens do not utterly forsake humankind. I refuse to believe that fate offers no avenue for survival, Lin Xi resolutely pondered. With a tremor, he managed to rise to his feet, the profound sense of weakness emanating from his core causing him to sway unsteadily. He fumbled through his pocket and retrieved a slender flashlight. With a click, a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the darkness. It was indeed worth the 1,000 federal coins I spent on it, he mused, patting his chest in relief as he limped cautiously deeper into the cavern. The shallow area presented a slope of less than 30 degrees, leading into a vast expanse. How could there be so many skeletons? After merely a few minutes, Lin Xi felt a pang of trepidation as he counted over 10 skeletal remains, not only human but also those of mutated creatures. The hues of these bones suggested that some had been here for centuries. Approaching a human skeleton, he noted the tattered clothing was not yet completely decomposed. He examined it closely. The bones were remarkably intact, devoid of any injuries, leaving him puzzled as to how these individuals and beasts had met their demise here. What is this? A glimmering light caught his attention from the finger of one skeleton. Could it be a spatial ring? Lin Xi gasped inwardly. Such treasures are typically the privilege of true powerhouses or those hailing from illustrious lineages. Could the owner of this skeleton have been an unparalleled, formidable being? It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Who knows what fortunes await if I manage to escape? Lin Xi, harboring a glimmer of hope, removed the ring from his finger. He was neither pedantic nor devoid of sentiment. Bowing deeply beside the bones, he murmured, "Esteemed predecessor, if you could bless me or guide me out of here, I shall ensure that your remains receive a proper burial." He toyed with the ring in his hand. Its design simplistic, centered around a core of spatial stone, fortified with additional sturdy alloys. Yet, despite his scrutiny, Lin Xi could not discern its method of use. Never mind. He thought, should I manage to escape, I shall inquire with Zeno. Casually, he tossed the ring into his pocket. This vast expanse was as large as a football field, and Lin Xi gradually collected 8 rings. Among the belongings of one individual, he discovered a golden medal. He had seen that medal online before. It was the emblem of the Yanhuang organization, awarded solely to its official members. The minimum requirement for joining Yanhuang was to attain the rank of a battle general. Such individuals were regarded as significant figures in any base city they visited, which made it all the more tragic that this one had met an untimely and mysterious demise here. At the end of the space lay a natural tunnel, its entrance resembling the formidable maw of a beast. Gathering his courage, Lin Xi ventured inside. The tunnel was exceedingly damp, its walls smoothed by countless years of water erosion. The depth of the tunnel was indeterminate, as the exit was not visible at a glance. A chill began to envelop him, growing more pronounced with each passing moment. Lin Xi gradually became aware of the chill enveloping his surroundings, as if he had stepped into an icy cavern, with the stalactites above transforming into sharp, glistening icicles. Suddenly, his foot slipped, causing him to tumble to the ground. The terrain ahead sloped downward, and he found himself sliding into the depths of the tunnel like a child on a slide. How long did this tunnel extend? Lin Xi felt as though he had been gliding for at least half an hour, convinced he must be thousands of meters beneath the earth. At that moment, he was abruptly propelled upward, only to crash heavily back down moments later. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, clutching his nearly fractured waist as he rose once more. The tunnel's exit was astonishingly positioned 3 meters high upon a stone wall. Had it been any higher, he might have met a fatal fall. What in the world is this place? Lin Xi finally focused his attention on the subterranean space around him. Was this a morgue for frozen corpses? The area was almost entirely enveloped in ice, stretching endlessly in all directions. Countless bodies lay frozen within this frigid expanse, distinct from those he had seen outside. They still bore flesh and blood, their expressions eerily reminiscent of their final moments, some serene and tranquil, others filled with sheer terror, and some displaying utter disbelief. Among the remains were not only human corpses but also innumerable mutated creatures, preserved like exquisite ice sculptures, forever enshrined in this chilling realm, resembling the most magnificent of artifacts. This was the lair of elite shadow wolves, the pinnacle of battle, the golden tiger of assassination, the initial rank of the war god, the bloodthirsty golden eagle. Lin Xi recognized these formidable mutated creatures, which had only appeared in books and the Atlas of Beasts. Each one could effortlessly rend him to pieces, yet here, they were visible at every turn. What a sight it was! The Crimson Flame Frost Dragon. Lin Xi stood in stunned silence before the colossal being, towering over 50 meters. Its body long and powerful like that of a lizard, yet adorned with a pair of extraordinary wings, one red, the other blue. This wondrous creature harmoniously fused the conflicting forces of ice and fire within a single form, embodying the essence of a being that transcended even the war god. Good heavens! Where on earth was he? Lin Xi felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. If it were indeed a dream, he wished to be awakened from it. He wandered past the ice sculptures of humans and beasts, reminiscent of an exhibition in an ice museum, when suddenly he beheld a familiar visage. Was that the war god Yue? Through the haze of memory, Lin Xi recognized the piercing gaze of the figure ensconced in ice. 4 or 5 years prior, while dining at home, he had stumbled upon a news report detailing how the mid-level war god Yue had mysteriously lost contact during a mission in the Godfall Gorge, marking the most recent disappearance of a powerful figure in that treacherous locale. Could this truly be the Godfall Gorge? A cold sweat broke out across Lin Xi's back. Regardless of whether they are formidable warriors or those who have transcended the realm of deities, whether human or mutated beings, none have ever entered or emerged from the Godfall Gorge. Even the mightiest human, Luo Hao, dares not approach this place, highlighting the immense deterrence it possesses. Speculation abounds that within the depths of the gorge resides a terrifying creature that even those surpassing divine warriors cannot contend with, or that there exists a black hole capable of consuming all. However, these theories have never been substantiated. Yet Lin Xi now perceives that all the missing human warriors and powerful mutated beings have not vanished or been slain by some overwhelmingly powerful entity. Rather, they are eternally encased in ice within this desolate, snow-laden realm. What, then, is the force that renders even the mightiest beyond the divine unable to escape? As Lin Xi caresses the vast body of the Crimson Frost Dragon, he finds himself no longer contemplating his own predicament. If such beings have perished here, he, a mere novice third-tier warrior, likely lacks even the right to struggle. Now, a sense of intrigue envelopes him regarding this enigmatic human forbidden zone, even if he were to ultimately become one of the countless ice sculptures within it. Chapter 24, The Mysterious Light Sphere. Chapter 25, The Sword Soul Ladder. Are you prepared? You have but one chance. Ready? Let it begin. Lin Xi replied gravely. Open your mind, and resist not, spoke the light sphere. Lin Xi nodded, acknowledging that if it truly intended to harm him, it wouldn't require such elaborate means. The endless phantasmic insects could effortlessly obliterate his soul. He closed his eyes, allowing his body to completely relax. It began. The luminous orb swayed before Lin Xi for a moment before suddenly penetrating his brow. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an immaculate white realm. What an enormous sword! At the center of this world stood a colossal blade, almost capable of cleaving the heavens, surrounded by translucent steps resembling crystals, spiraling upward like a winding mountain road to the clouds. Standing before this gigantic sword, Lin Xi felt as insignificant as an ant. He could only glimpse the blade piercing the clouds, unable to discern what lay beyond. This was the Sword Soul Ladder, a cosmic treasure acquired by its master in youth. The voice of the luminous orb resonated once more in the pristine world. A cosmic treasure? Lin Xi found it hard to fathom. The universe is vast and boundless, and humanity has only managed to explore a fraction of it. What could possibly be deemed a cosmic treasure? Within this Sword Soul Ladder, every individual exists in the form of their soul. You may wish to observe any changes within yourself. Lin Xi moved his body slightly, and the lingering sense of weakness that had clung to him vanished. However, his strength and agility seemed to have diminished to merely 1/3 of their usual capacity. How remarkable! Isn't it? A voice proclaimed. In this realm, even if you are the most formidable being in the universe, you will become indistinguishable from your present form. Lin Xi inquired with curiosity, what exactly is this Sword Soul Ascension? It is an artifact designed to refine willpower, soul, and mental fortitude. Do you see those steps? Lin Xi nodded, observing the densely packed steps that seemed to stretch infinitely upward. There are a total of 10, 080, 000 steps here. 10, 080, 000? Lin Xi gasped, contemplating the arduous journey ahead. Even if one were to walk without pause, it would likely take several years. As long as you can ascend 10 steps, you will earn the right to inherit my master's legacy. 10 steps? Lin Xi was taken aback by how deceptively simple this trial seemed. Humph. Do you truly believe it is that straightforward? The Orb of Light scoffed. Let me offer you a word of caution. The most accomplished individuals have only managed to ascend 8 steps, while the weakest have not advanced even a single one. What? The most anyone has ascended is merely 8 steps? Lin Xi exclaimed, incredulous. You know not of what you speak. Each step of the sword soul ascension serves as a test of your mental resilience and soul. Should your willpower falter, the moment you set foot forward, you will be torn apart by countless sword energies. With each step ascended, the intensity of the challenge doubles. Even my master, after countless eons, has traversed less than half of these steps. Such formidable power? Lin Xi was secretly astonished. If that is indeed the case, then the force exerted at the 10th step must be over 500 times greater than that at the first. Indeed, if your willpower is unwavering and your soul exceptionally clear, you might effortlessly traverse 10 steps. The luminous orb seemed disinclined to elaborate further. Very well, should you feel prepared, you may ascend at any moment. You are rather to my liking. Should you falter, I shall contemplate enhancing the beauty of your eye sculpture. Lin Xi was momentarily speechless, astonished that this radiant orb could jest and even possess a touch of dark humor. Nevertheless, let me witness the extraordinary nature of this sword soul ascension ladder. Lin Xi approached the base of the colossal sword. If he could conquer the 10 steps, he would be able to depart from this place safely. He couldn't help but wonder how Xie Heng and Xinyuo, as well as his parents, were faring. A sense of concern gnawed at him. If they had reached a place of safety, they should have informed his parents of his perilous entrapment amidst the beast horde. They must be thinking him beyond rescue, unaware that he was on the cusp of an immense opportunity. Of course, it was equally possible that he had fallen into an irretrievable abyss. I shall certainly provide you with a surprise, Lin Xi mused inwardly, envisioning the ecstatic expressions on their faces upon seeing him alive and well. Inhale. Lin Xi took a deep breath and stepped forward. At that moment, countless transparent small swords erupted from the central colossal sword, cascading towards Lin Xi like a tidal wave. Whoosh! The small swords pierced through his body like raindrops. Hiss! Maintaining the posture of stepping forward with his right foot, Lin Xi suddenly inhaled sharply. Although the agony inflicted by each tiny sword piercing through him felt akin to the sting of a mosquito bite, when countless mosquitoes simultaneously assail a single individual. Such torment is magnified 1,000-fold. It was excruciating, a pain that pierced through to his very soul. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he had not anticipated such exaggerated suffering. This was merely the first step, and it was no wonder that some could not even surmount it. However, he found himself devoid of the energy to ponder other matters. Suddenly, he recalled the words of that voice, suggesting that unwavering willpower might alleviate this piercing agony. Ever since he began his cultivation, his physical shortcomings had rendered him the subject of scorn. Aside from Su Jinhua and Xie Heng, he had scarcely any friends. Few were inclined to associate with a perceived failure. Words such as trash and waste had accompanied him throughout these long 10 years. He was unwilling to accept this fate. His aspiration was to enter the war academy and become a revered warrior. He yearned to relocate his family to a safer, more stable environment, to bridge the distance between himself and Su Jinhua. He even dreamed of one day stepping beyond this planet, to explore the vast cosmos and encounter the mysteries of a broader world. Yet, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Was there anything more agonizing than despair? What did such physical suffering truly signify? At this moment, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before him. Although he remained unaware of the identity of the individual who would leave behind this legacy, he had come to believe that this person must undoubtedly be a formidable force capable of reigning supreme over the entire earth, one who could alter his destiny. I must survive. I shall become a true warrior. At that instant, Lin Xi's resolve solidified with unparalleled strength. Gradually, the agony he endured began to wane, becoming increasingly manageable. With determination, he stepped forward with his other foot, firmly establishing himself on the first step. Without a trace of hesitation, he boldly advanced to the second step. As his foot landed upon it, the power emanating from the transparent blades intensified, doubling in magnitude. Lin Xi's body jolted violently, the pain coursing through him surging to an unbearable level, causing his teeth to clench together in distress. I must push forward if I can just reach the end. I will return home to see my parents and sister. Lin Xi took his third step. The azure orb encapsulated the realm of the sword soul ascension. And Lin Xi's performance did not escape its watchful gaze. This young man might truly possess the potential to inherit the Master's legacy. A subtle thrill tinged the voice that had remained unchanged for millennia. Throughout these centuries, many had successfully traversed 3 steps, yet none had done so with such decisiveness. Most individuals required hours or even days to acclimatize to the agonizing experience each step demanded. In contrast, Lin Xi advanced almost seamlessly, ascending the 3 tiers in a single breath. No, it is now the 4th level. He is truly the most promising individual. Chapter 26. The final step, gasping for breath. Lin Xi stood on the 9th step, his chest heaving with exertion. The sword soul ladder existed as a realm unto itself. A place where the passage of time bore no relation to that of the outside world, which remained frozen at the very moment he had entered. Lin Xi had lost track of how long he had lingered in this realm, perhaps months, or even years. In the beginning, he traversed the first 3 steps with remarkable swiftness. Yet it took him an entire week to acclimate to the excruciating pain that relentlessly assailed him, threatening to shatter his very sanity. However, this ordeal was not without merit. Through such trials, Lin Xi's soul solidified, his will grew increasingly resolute, and his gaze became as piercing as a blade. Only the luminous orb, which perceived all, understood that Lin Xi had spent nearly a decade in this dimension. He had ascended the first 3 steps in under 5 minutes, the 4th consumed a week, the 5th half a month, the 6th a month, the 7th 3 months, the 8th a year, and the 9th step required a full 3 years to conquer. Those who had previously traversed this path were undeniably stronger than Lin Xi. They may have once harbored aspirations of greatness and possessed noble, untainted souls. However, upon attaining formidable strength, some succumbed to the allure of power and material wealth, while others, hindered by their own stagnation, lost the indomitable spirit of their youth. Although some retained their resolute will, their characters had undergone a transformation, becoming brutal and bloodthirsty. He recalled that over a century ago, a peak warrior known as the God of War had arrived here, driven solely by the desire for strength, with no distractions. Yet, he chose a twisted path, relentlessly slaughtering in regions rife with mutated creatures. Though his power surged rapidly, he became blinded by the carnage, his being permeated by an almost tangible thirst for blood. As he took but half a step, his soul shattered instantly under the onslaught of countless translucent blades. Mere strength could not ascend the ladder of sword souls. Throughout those long years, many individuals with unwavering resolve and pure souls had emerged, yet they, too, could not withstand the endless torment. Some endured for months, others for a year, yet none persisted until the end. The moment their will faltered even slightly, the transparent blades would rend them to shreds. Without the acknowledgement of the sword soul ladder, the shattering of the body signified the destruction of the soul. Once the soul was lost, true death ensued. Nevertheless, Lin Xi, over the span of a decade, astonishingly withstood this trial with a will as unyielding as rock. His conviction remained as steadfast as it had been 4 years prior, never wavering even slightly. Before this final step, he had lingered for over 5 years, transitioning from a state of excruciating despair that threatened to shatter his very soul to a point where he could barely endure the pain. His sensitivity to suffering nearly dulled. What sustained him in this moment was an insatiable thirst for life and an unwavering pursuit of strength. He had prepared meticulously, yet confidence eluded him as he hesitated to take that last step. In the fleeting moment he reached the 9th step, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, his body feeling as though it were being torn apart by invisible blades, rendering him too fearful to recall that initial sensation. The 10th step loomed before him, doubly difficult compared to its predecessor, and he feared that should he tread upon it, those transparent blades would obliterate his very essence, rendering all his prior efforts futile. This was the final step. He must succeed. The azure orb had accompanied him faithfully for a decade, witnessing every facet of Lin Xi's journey. This young man embodied resilience and an unwavering conviction. If anyone on this earth could endure the master's trials, it would surely be him. He had lingered here too long, and the companionship of endless darkness had bred a sense of weariness within him. Should he encounter a new master, he could finally depart from this place, returning one day to the starry expanse filled with challenges and opportunities, a realm that truly belonged to him. In this last step, no one could assist him. Only by grasping the profound essence of the 10th step could he claim his success. The luminous sphere could hardly contain its impulse to alert Lin Xi. Yet it was powerless to interfere with the trial's progression, for this was the final wish of its master. No. My soul's power has reached its zenith and cannot be enhanced further. Lin Xi furrowed his brow. In the initial phase, his soul power was almost exponentially augmented through the trials of the flying sword, but since he ascended to the 9th step, aside from an increase in his capacity to endure pain, his soul strength had stagnated, yielding no semblance of progress. A cup has a fixed capacity. Even if one continues to pour water into it, its volume remains unchanged. Lin Xi found himself in a similar predicament, unless he could acquire a larger vessel. His soul's power would not augment further. This shouldn't be the case. If that esteemed predecessor intended to leave behind a legacy, they would not conjure an inescapable demise. Yet, Lin Xi was acutely aware that with his current soul strength, daring to take that step would undoubtedly lead to his demise. No, I must have overlooked some detail. Lin Xi pondered deeply. 2 months elapsed, and he remained in his original stance. A year passed, and he still stood immobile. Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment illuminated Lin Xi's understanding of the true essence of this final step. The path of cultivation is invariably a realm where opportunity and crisis coexist. If one does not dare to take risks and face death with courage, then no matter how extraordinary one's talent, their growth will ultimately reach an impasse. Only those who truly disregard life and death can bravely confront challenges and seize their own destiny. Can a warrior still be deemed a warrior if he is afraid of death? The intention of that predecessor must have been to seek someone who can face death with equanimity, free from fear. Lin Xi understood that if his conjecture were incorrect, he would have no opportunity for redemption. Life is but a singular thread. If one lacks the courage to face death, how can they ever become a true powerhouse? At that moment, Lin Xi felt as though he had transcended some shackles, his state of mind seemingly breaking through a new limit. His sharp gaze became restrained yet serene. But upon closer inspection, it appeared as if countless swords capable of cutting through iron were emanating from his eyes. A person with wavering conviction would likely be obliterated by that mere glance. The strong are unafraid. Lin Xi laughed heartily and took that final step forward. With a resounding crash, the entire world shattered like a mirror, the decade of experiences fading away like a dream, leaving no trace behind. Lin Xi opened his eyes. His body remained amidst the frigid snow and ice, yet his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. His strength remained at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, unchanged. But within his bright, piercing eyes, there was no longer youthful arrogance or lament for fate, only an overwhelming battle intent capable of piercing the heavens. Indeed, as the master of the Sword Soul ladder, it is not surprising that one would conceive such a method to select their successor. How many individuals can calmly embrace death, fully aware of the peril, and yet emerge anew from the brink of demise? Lin Xi expressed his admiration, for he had accomplished it. The luminous orb continued to hover before him, gradually morphing into a humanoid form with a subtle writhing motion. It resembled a child of mere adolescence. Its hair unkempt like wild grass, with a single ponytail cascading down to its waist. At its brow, a golden sword-shaped emblem gleamed, unmistakably mirroring the colossal sword at the heart of the Sword Soul ladder. The luminous figure bowed deeply to Lin Xi, greeting him. "Greetings, Master. I am the intelligent being Akarna, and I am delighted to serve as your right hand." Chapter 27. The Soul Sword Sovereign, what did you just call me? Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend. "Master, since you have passed the trial of the former master, you are now entitled to inherit my master's legacy." Thus becoming my new master, Akarna replied with utmost reverence. "Are you implying that I can leave this place alive?" "Indeed, not only that, but I shall also assist you in becoming the most resplendent presence amidst the stars." Akarna's words brimmed with confidence and a joy akin to a dragon liberated from its chains. An unprecedented sense of assurance suddenly enveloped Lin Xi. For over 5 centuries, countless remarkable warriors had perished within this realm, yet he had triumphed. Not long ago, he found himself grappling with the very brink of death, and now, unexpectedly, he has been presented with such a monumental opportunity. This stark contrast left him somewhat bewildered. "Akarna, what exactly is the nature of your being?" Lin Xi had yet to discern the true essence of Akarna's life form. Had it been 5 centuries ago, those whose minds had decayed might have deemed him a specter. "I am an intelligent life form," Akarna replied. "Intelligent life form? Is that akin to artificial intelligence?" Akarna seemed somewhat displeased by Lin Xi's comparison to artificial intelligence. "Master, artificial intelligence is merely a lifeless assembly of data and programs, whereas I, Akarna, possess genuine life. I can learn, grow, and even have a physical form. I too can cultivate. Is that so remarkable?" Lin Xi exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, Only the most elite individuals in the universe are worthy of having intelligent life. With my presence, you shall soon ascend to that echelon. Can I truly become an existence that surpasses the war god? Lin Xi gazed at Hakarna with fervent eyes. I must say, Master, you are already considered the heir of your predecessor, so your aspirations should be far-reaching. The mere realm of a Star Master is not what you should pursue. Aim for the mightier Star Lord, Domain Lord, Realm Lord, and even the transcendent immortal realm. A plethora of unfamiliar terms left Lin Xi somewhat at a loss. Hakarna wore an expression of speechlessness, yet there was little to be done, after all. Earth was merely a primitive planet, and these ranks represented levels of power within the cosmic civilization. It was entirely understandable that Lin Xi could not comprehend this. Allow me to elucidate for you. On your Earth, from novice warriors to pinnacle battle gods, all are merely classified as star disciples. In the vast expanse of the universe, star disciples are considered the most rudimentary, akin to cannon fodder. Conversely, star masters represent warriors who have transcended the status of battle gods, exemplified by this colossal creature. Hakarna gestured towards the ice-encased crimson flame frost dragon, a great lizard boasting the prowess of a second-tier star master. And what about experts like Luohao? Lin Xi inquired. As Luohao had always been an idol in his eyes, his childhood dream was to become as formidable as Luohao, despite Hakarna's concealment over 20,000 meters underground. He effortlessly gathered information about humanity through the network, details that did not escape his notice. Luohao can be considered a genius in such a primitive planet. To find a fifth-tier star master is quite remarkable. And what about other beings who surpass battle gods? Lin Xi pressed on. The rest have merely just crossed the threshold of star disciples. They are at the first tier of star masters. Among humanity, there are perhaps 100 to 180 such individuals. So many? Lin Xi had always believed that there were only 10 supreme beings in existence. Do not be astonished, for humanity is rife with deceit. Who would willingly reveal their true strength? In the Huaxiao region alone, there are 34 star masters of formidable strength. Hakarna explained. What about the Star Lords and Domain Masters you just mentioned? Star Lord warriors are already considered powerful beings in the universe. They are significant figures on any civilized planet. At that level, they can survive in the vastness of space. As for the Domain Masters and Realm Masters, do not concern yourself with them for now. They are still far beyond your reach. What realm does your former master belong to? Lin Xi inquired with great interest. You should refer to your former master as teacher, Hakarna replied with a serious expression. Lin Xi pondered for a moment and agreed. Since he had inherited the legacy left by that predecessor, it was indeed appropriate to address him as teacher. Hakarna, what level of strength does the teacher possess? Suddenly, Hakarna displayed an expression of profound respect. My former master is named Lastik, and his power is regarded as top tier even among the immortals, revered as the Soul Sword Sovereign. Soul Sword Sovereign? Lin Xi repeated the title of his esteemed teacher. Even the weakest realm master can obliterate a planet with a single punch. While an immortal can harness the power of a star and even refine a star itself, the mightiest immortals can tear apart space, traversing tens of thousands of light years in a single step. Such terrifying power. Lin Xi was utterly astonished. His teacher, Lastik, had gained renown even among the immortals. It seemed that his strength was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among the immortals. He never anticipated that he would inherit the legacy of such a significant figure. It truly felt as though his ancestors were smiling down upon him. Now you comprehend the sheer fortune of inheriting the legacy of one's master, do you not? Lin Xi nodded vacantly. What exactly is the inheritance left by the master, Hakarna? I see nothing here. That is because the master's spatial ring was destroyed in the great battle, leaving nothing behind. Lin Xi immediately rolled her eyes. Those are merely external possessions. Why concern ourselves with them? The master's most precious treasures have all been preserved. Lin Xi's spirits lifted, her ears perked up. The master is renowned as the Soul Sword Sovereign. His unparalleled power lies in the realms of soul and sword. He has fused the paths of soul and sword into an unprecedented avenue, creating a unique soul technique and a sword technique, both of which are stored within me. Suddenly, Hakarna transformed into a sphere of light, swiftly penetrating Lin Xi's brow. Heavenly Soul Technique. Mastery over the Supreme Soul Path, divided into 3 chapters: Object Control, Illusion, and Soul Annihilation. Illusionary Sword. Tenfold Sword Intent. With each increment, the power surges exponentially, divided into the chapters of Real Sword and Illusory Sword. An overwhelming influx of information surged into Lin Xi's mind, and a vivid scene materialized before his eyes. A man in a black robe stood proudly, wielding a colossal sword. With a mere thought, countless sword shadows emanated from the giant blade, each inscribed with profound symbols, swirling around him like a meteor shower. Before him loomed a star larger than the sun. With a gesture, the man pointed toward the star, and innumerable sword shadows transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards that celestial body. Boom. Moments later, this star transformed into a resplendent blossom in the cosmos. Do you see it? This is the scene I recorded during the Master's cultivation of the soul and sword paths, where the essence of the soul wielded the sword intent. A force potent enough to effortlessly obliterate a star. Truly remarkable. Lin Xi remained enraptured by the overwhelming awe. However, if the Master was so formidable, then why did he fall? Lin Xi inquired, bewildered. Alas, despite the Master's might, the vast universe harbors many who surpass him. At one time, he acquired 2 treasures that would incite envy even among the most exalted immortals. He was besieged and, gravely wounded, tore through the fabric of space, escaping to this starry domain. Regrettably, his injuries were too severe, lamented Hikana. 2 treasures? Is one of them the Sword Soul Ladder? Indeed. The Sword Soul Ladder is the ultimate treasure of both the sword and soul paths. You are now its new master. Remember, this secret must never be disclosed to anyone unless your strength surpasses that of the former master, strong enough to protect it. Otherwise, it must remain concealed forever. Lin Xi nodded, and as Hikana delved into his mind, he felt the emergence of a silvery small sword within his consciousness, intricately linked to him. With but a thought, his awareness could enter the Sword Soul Ladder. What about the other treasure? Lin Xi asked. Continue forward. There lies a pedestal crafted from ice and snow, and that treasure rests upon it, Hikana indicated. Lin Xi walked forward for several hundred meters, and, indeed, an ice platform about a meter high appeared before him. An egg? Lin Xi never anticipated that the object pursued by countless immortal beings was merely a fist-sized egg. Chapter 28. The treasure-seeking beast pierced your finger and let your blood drip onto the egg. Though Lin Xi was perplexed, he knew that Hikana would never lead him astray. He bit into his finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the top of the egg. He waited in silence, and after a few minutes, it seemed as if the egg shell absorbed the drop, slowly permeating it. Crack! A faint sound emanated from within the egg. Lin Xi bent down, completely focused on the egg, which had begun to show a fissure. Pop! A small piece of the shell finally broke away, revealing a fluffy little head peeking out. The tiny creature flailed its short forelimbs, struggling to climb out of the egg, causing it to topple over onto the ice platform with a thud. "Isn't this just a dog? How could it hatch from an egg?" Lin Xi couldn't help but chuckle. "What dog? This is a treasure-seeking beast, not a dog." Hikana shouted in exasperation, his frustration at Lin Xi's naivety palpable. "A treasure-seeking beast? What on earth is that?" Lin Xi inquired, wondering if this little creature could indeed assist him in finding treasures. "Humph." Hikana let out a dissatisfied hum. In the vast cosmos, treasures possess a unique aura. Yet this essence eludes the perception of ordinary beings unless discerned through the naked eye or spiritual awareness. Even treasures lying in proximity may go unnoticed. Hikana proceeded to elucidate. The treasure-hunting beast is endowed with an innate ability to uncover treasures. Although lacking in combat prowess, it is indeed a favored creature of the universe. With no treasure escaping its keen gaze, and no barrier capable of hindering its passage. Are you suggesting that it can assist me in gathering a plethora of treasures? Lin Xi felt as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem once more. Indeed, and as the treasure-hunting beast's strength amplifies, so too will its treasure-finding capabilities, making even the most formidable immortal beings envious. The cosmos abounds with treasures aplenty. Once you possess a treasure-hunting beast, all unclaimed treasures shall be yours. How remarkable! Lin Xi exclaimed in astonishment. However, this little creature presents a rather vexing dilemma. What dilemma? Lin Xi cradled the small, dog-like treasure-hunting beast in his arms, stroking it gently. The little creature seemed drawn to him, continuously licking his palm. It cannot cultivate on its own. Its growth relies solely on devouring vast amounts of resources. And its appetite will only increase. Metals, gemstones, exotic flowers, energy, corpses. Once it reaches a certain level of strength, it could even consume a star. How much can such a diminutive creature possibly consume? Lin Xi nonchalantly remarked, teasingly brandishing a collected spatial ring before it. However, to his surprise, the little creature suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the ring whole. Hey, why did you swallow it? Spit it out. The treasure-hunting beast cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xi, seemingly disapproving of his stinginess, yet it still promptly regurgitated the ring. By the way, Zykina, how do I use this ring? Simply probe your spiritual energy inside. Lin Xi had never engaged with spiritual energy before, but through a decade of rigorous training, he had developed a rudimentary understanding, making the process rather intuitive for him. Indeed, as he probed his spiritual energy within, a space of approximately 10 cubic meters materialized in his consciousness. The contents were modest: a few unidentifiable weapons, some food, a credit card from the federal bank, several precious metals, and what appeared to be tomes resembling secret manuals. Aside from that, there was nothing more. Woof! The treasure-hunting beast barked at Lin Xi, resembling an earthy dog not only in appearance but also in its bark. How could such a creature, coveted even by the immortal, be a treasure-hunting beast? Through their mutual telepathic connection, Lin Xi seemed to comprehend the beast's intent. Do you wish to eat the contents? Woof! The treasure-hunting beast barked again, wagging its tail. Well then, let's see how much you can consume. Lin Xi retrieved everything from the ring, unperturbed by the beast's capacity. Yet, the ensuing scene left Lin Xi utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The treasure-seeking beast opened its mouth, which astonishingly transformed into a black hole, instantly engulfing everything in its vicinity, rendering them completely invisible. With a burp of satisfaction, the beast contentedly patted its belly. To think it managed to consume so much in one go. Lin Xi felt a mix of pity and astonishment. Even the handle of a weapon was as large as its body, yet its stomach could still accommodate it. Ha ha ha, surprised. Are you? Hikana chuckled. Inside the treasure-seeking beast's belly, there exists an independent space. Not only can it hold such trivial items, but even your entire Earth could fit within it. However, having just been born, this amount should suffice for it to digest for a day or two. Lin Xi's forehead was immediately adorned with a multitude of dark lines. To consume so much at such a young age. After all, what it had just devoured was the entire wealth of a formidable warrior. To think it would only last a couple of days is quite daunting. How could I possibly sustain such a creature? Do not worry, Hikana replied with a smile. Though nurturing the treasure-seeking beast is indeed a formidable challenge, the returns it will bring you are beyond your imagination. You will understand in due time. One can only hope, Lin Xi lamented, feeling as though tears were on the verge of flowing. Having collected 8 rings, she had already lost one to this beast. She feared the remaining ones would not last much longer either. It is time for us to depart from here. Previously, I was entrusted with the Sword Soul Ascension Ladder by my master, and it was through its power that I could command these phantom insects. Now that the Sword Soul Ascension Ladder has passed into your possession, you have yet to embark on the cultivation of the Celestial Soul Technique, and they will soon slip from your grasp. What? Why did you not mention this earlier? Lin Xi was taken aback. Woof! The treasure-seeking beast suddenly exclaimed, freeing itself from Lin Xi's grasp and darting off to a corner to dig fervently. Its short, sharp claws rendered the hard ice as fragile as tofu. Before long, it returned with a golden object clutched in its mouth. A piece of wood? Lin Xi grasped the object, weighing it in her hand. The wood was merely the size of a palm, yet weighed as heavily as iron. What a treasure-seeking beast, only to return with a worthless piece of wood. Lin Xi said, feeling disheartened. TSK, you truly lack discernment. I must find time to enlighten you. Otherwise, you will mistake any treasures that come your way for mere scrap metal. Oh, could this wretched piece of wood actually be a treasure? Lin Xi suddenly perked up. When the master arrived on Earth, he brought with him 8 seeds from the Dragon Soul Tree. However, it seems that 7 were lost on Earth, leaving only 1 behind. What you hold is the richest part of the Dragon Soul Tree's root. What? This is Dragon Soul wood? Lin Xi felt as though she had stumbled upon a fortune, nearly leaping with joy. Qin Xiaodian had mentioned that this was the most effective remedy for her physical injuries and could even expedite her cultivation. However, weren't there only 7 of these on Earth? How could there be another one here? Of course, everyone who has come here besides you is dead. Even if they knew there was another Dragon Soul technique, it would have perished with their corpses, Hikana retorted irately. Ah, right, Lin Xi realized, overwhelmed by a succession of surprises that seemed to diminish her mental acuity. The essence at the roots of the Dragon Soul Tree is employed by the strong in the universe to nurture their disciples, serving a significant purpose before one becomes a Star Master. It is indeed a valuable asset for you at this stage, Hikana explained. But do not flaunt it about. With your current strength, any warrior among your kind could easily dispatch you. Lin Xi nodded cautiously, recognizing that this golden dragon soul wood was likely more potent than its blue, purple, or black counterparts. If exposed, it would undoubtedly incite envy among countless god-level warriors. A god could eliminate her effortlessly, without incurring any consequences. Just be aware, Hakana advised. Now, let us depart swiftly. I suspect that within a day or two, these illusionary magic insects will break free of control, and I will not be able to protect you. Chapter 29. The Celestial Soul Secret at Last. She beheld the sun again. Lin Xi emerged from a cave, his surroundings illuminated by blinding light that rendered his eyes nearly unable to open, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. With the assistance of his treasure-hunting beast, Dodo, he discovered a tunnel excavated by an abyssal split rat that had once inadvertently ventured into that subterranean realm. The abyssal split rat had long since become a frozen statue, ensuring that his journey was devoid of peril. However, it took him an entire week to ascend from over 20,000 meters below ground. Fortunately, he had unearthed some provisions from a ring, and within the spatial ring, food remained eternally unspoiled. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to hunger long ago. In total, he had spent merely 10 days underground, yet the 10 years he had endured within the Sword Soul ladder lingered vividly in his memory. To him, it felt as if a decade had elapsed since he last beheld the sun, evoking a profound sense of disconnection from reality. Dodo was the name he had bestowed upon his treasure-hunting companion, as he hoped it would bring him an endless bounty of riches. More was always better. Although Dodo possessed little combat prowess, its claws seemed more formidable than any weapon, effortlessly tearing away large chunks of dragon soul wood, impervious even to mighty warriors. However, the dragon soul tree remained under the influence of the Sword Soul ladder, without which they would likely have never approached it. Duo, with its sharp claws, deftly chipped away a piece the size of a soybean from the dragon soul wood. Lin Xi, utilizing materials retrieved from his ring, fashioned it into a pendant that he adorned around his neck. Despite the relentless journey over the past few days without a moment for cultivation, he could distinctly sense the gradual improvement of his meridians. The fissures that once marred them were fading, and he estimated that within 10 to 15 days, complete restoration would be achieved. Furthermore, he felt the cosmic source energy ceaselessly converging toward him. Although his strength had not yet experienced a breakthrough, it had undeniably advanced significantly. Ever since he ascended to the 10th tier of the Sword Soul Heavenly Stage, he understood that his fate had irrevocably altered. Just moments ago, Duo had consumed the last remnants from Lin Xi's final spatial ring, leaving behind only trivial combat techniques and paper currency, which held no significance for it. All weapons, armor, precious metals, and even coins were devoured. Lin Xi retained only the largest spatial ring, allowing Duo to consume everything else without hesitation. However, for the sake of security, he kept a low-grade human-tier battle sword, perhaps a memento from the ring's previous owner, which he had not discarded. Yet, Duo's form seemed eternally petite, still no larger than a fist, now curled up within Lin Xi's garment, soundly asleep. Hakarna, where are we now? Lin Xi inquired, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. At present, we find ourselves on the outskirts of Sunset Valley. If you wish to return to the Swang Base City, you will likely have to traverse the entirety of Sunset Valley, and then journey an additional 200 kilometers, Hakana remarked. Lin Xi furrowed his brow. It seemed this location was even more remote than he had anticipated. Along the way, countless mutated creatures awaited. Most of the god-tier beings resided far from human habitation. Yet the warrior and commander-tier mutated creatures were undeniably abundant. Should he attempt to cross these treacherous hundreds of kilometers alone, he would need an unimaginable number of lives to succeed. Moreover, he possessed no communication devices. Those rings he had tried were too antiquated to be of any use, leaving him incapable of seeking assistance. How about this, Master? Sunset Valley is known to be a region where human warriors frequently operate. First, find a safe haven to temporarily take refuge. If you encounter any human martial artists, you might be able to accompany them on their departure, thereby increasing your chances of a safe return, Hakana suggested. Excellent idea, Lin Xi replied eagerly. Within Sunset Valley, nearly all the inhabitants were commander-tier warriors. The battle between Qin Xiaodian and the Flame Dragon Beast was nothing short of earth-shattering, likely sending all the hunters in the vicinity fleeing. However, they should gradually be returning in the following days. This area lies on the eastern side of Sunset Valley, in close proximity to the Godfall Gorge. Surrounding the gorge is a designated resting area for warriors. Once he arrived there, he might find someone willing to escort him back. The master currently possesses a rather feeble physical constitution and is, for the time being, unable to cultivate the illusory sword. However, it would be worthwhile to experiment with the control object section of the Heavenly Transformation Soul technique. With a modest understanding of the methods for controlling objects using first-tier mental strength, traversing through the fifth tier should pose no significant challenge, even with this scrap metal. Lin Xi could not help but scoff inwardly, recognizing the grandeur of Shikana's family. After all, this piece of scrap metal cost a staggering 100,000 federal coins. Yet, his interest in the heavenly transformation soul technique was piqued, as it merely required a basic grasp to assist him in navigating through the fifth tier with ease, a testament to the ingenuity of a figure as esteemed as the Soul Sword Master. Are you suggesting that I can begin practicing the heavenly transformation soul technique right now? He inquired. Absolutely, Master. Your mental strength and soul have already reached the consummate level of first-tier star disciple within the Soul Sword ladder. What you lack are the methods of application. The heavenly transformation soul technique will instruct you on how to harness your soul power and mental strength. Shikana responded. By the way, Shikana, why do I feel that my soul and mental strength have reached a limit on the 9th step of the Soul Sword ladder? Is there truly no room for further progress? Lin Xi asked. Not at all, Master. Your current prowess is merely that of a first-tier star disciple, which means your soul and mental strength can only attain the peak of that tier. Once you break through to the second tier of star disciple, akin to what humans refer to as a mid-level warrior, you will be able to continue enhancing your abilities, Shikana elucidated. I see. That is a relief. Lin Xi sighed, grateful that the reason for his stagnation was not due to a lack of talent. My master, do not underestimate the power of the mind. With the current intensity of your mental strength, after practicing the celestial soul technique, given an appropriate weapon and proper application, you could even vanquish a human warrior of the 9th rank. The 9th rank? Lin Xi had heard that those who cultivate mental power are considerably stronger than warriors of the same level, capable of battling above their rank. Yet this is typically limited to 1 or 2 ranks at most. How could someone at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank possibly defeat a 9th rank junior warrior? Do you think the celestial soul technique of my master can be compared to the crude methods employed by your human mental cultivators? Hakana remarked with disdain. Though your physical strength may currently be only at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank, within the Sword Soul ladder, your soul and mental power have already been refined to the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Hakana smirked mischievously, saying, as long as you possess a high-grade human weapon, I assure you that you could contend even with mid-rank warriors of 1 or 2 ranks. However, with my constitution, those individuals could eliminate me in an instant, couldn't they? Lin Xi was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities, knowing that even if his body reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, his mental power would likely see no improvement, merely becoming more adept in its application, unless he were to break through to the mid-rank warrior level. Perhaps his mental power and soul, honed within the Sword Soul ladder, could reach the zenith of a mid-rank warrior. Certainly, however, once your physical prowess attains the level of a Star Master, which is akin to what you refer to as transcending the war god, you shall then be able to cultivate the illusory sword, and at that moment, your close combat abilities will be equally formidable. Hakana chuckled. Do you recall the scene from that video? Lin Xi instantly reminisced about the sword energy resembling a formation that obliterated a star. Possessing such power would allow him to effortlessly slay thousands or even tens of thousands of adversaries with a mere thought. Therefore, broaden your horizons. With the legacy of the old master, a mere planet like Earth cannot contain you. One day, you shall emerge as the most resplendent powerhouse in the cosmos. Chapter 30. The Warrior Squad Master, your mental energy needs to be more evenly distributed and steadier. Yes, just like that. Oh dear, you faltered again. Why are you so inept? Hey. The old master has labored to find a successor. Do you wish for your own demise? You seek to harm me? I am an intelligent entity, devoid of a physical form. How could you possibly destroy me? Within a cavern, Lin Xi maneuvered a low-grade human battle sword, causing it to swirl continuously in the air, while Hakana manifested as the long-haired youth, persistently offering pointers and occasionally unleashing a wave of mockery. Hey, I am your master. Could you not show me a modicum of respect? Lin Xi retorted, displeased. Over the course of 3 days, he progressed from lifting a small stone with mental energy to wielding a wooden stick, and finally to the present battle sword. Although the initial control was far from ideal, and the erratic flying sword nearly severed his own head, he has now mastered the art of maneuvering the sword with remarkable ease. Nonetheless, Hakana remains decidedly unsatisfied. Only the strong and the gifted command my respect. Are you one of them? Hakana remarked nonchalantly, though secretly astonished by Lin Xi's exceptional progress. In a mere 3 days, Lin Xi has transformed from a complete novice into a figure of distinction. Which practitioner of mental cultivation among humanity has not spent months, if not years, merely to grasp the basics? Hakana, however, wishes to prevent Lin Xi from becoming complacent, thus he continually employs verbal prods to instill a sense of urgency, urging him to strive for greater effort. A week later, a steel-armored wild boar collapsed with a thud on the ground, a gaping wound piercing through its ribs. Nearby, a tree bore the weight of a sword, its blade embedded deeply while the hilt had been devoured by the insatiable Momo. The steel-armored wild boar is a peak 4th-tier mutated creature, its heavy shell akin to armor, rendering it nearly impervious to attacks from ordinary 4th-tier warriors. Only those of the 5th tier stand a chance of slaying it. Yet, Lin Xi remains at the mid-3rd tier. Ah, splendid! This power could effortlessly vanquish 5th-tier mutated creatures, Hikana exclaimed, but advised caution in revealing such prowess before others. The methods of cultivating mental strength are exclusive to the War Academy. A person of your background, if discovered, may attract unwanted attention. Indeed, I am aware. Lin Xi nodded, acknowledging that practitioners who cultivate mental strength are referred to as mind masters. Each mind master becomes a coveted asset among various factions, and he is keen to avoid offending one faction by aligning with another. Were he merely a warrior, joining any faction would entail minimal risk. It is nearly time. Your strength has developed to a level where you possess a modicum of self-protection. Exercise caution, and you should be able to reach the vicinity of the falling god gorge safely. Return, Lin Xi commanded, casting a glance at the sword blade. Like a missile, it swiftly soared back, precisely halting above his left shoulder before being stored within his spatial ring. My strength still falls short. I must remain vigilant. Lin Xi harbored no arrogance despite his significant increase in power, for a 5th-tier junior warrior remains a lowly existence within the Sunsetting Valley. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, escape may not even be an option. If your mental prowess could reach the 2nd tier of Star Apprentice, you could effortlessly soar through the skies upon your battle sword, avoiding such risks altogether. Hikana expressed her concerns. Lin Xi merely smiled. Achieving the 2nd tier of Star Apprentice is tantamount to becoming a mid-level warrior. It is worth noting that the average level among his peers is merely at the early stage of 4th-tier junior warriors. Even if they manage to break through to 5th-tier warriors during their entrance examinations and gain admission to the War Academy, it would require an additional 2 to 3 years to attain mid-level warrior status. Although Lin Xi possesses the Dragon Soulwood, which significantly accelerates his training speed, it would still likely take him over a year to reach the status of an intermediate warrior without any fortuitous encounters. However, his greatest desire at this moment is to return home swiftly. He fears that his parents may have nearly exhausted their tears by now. 2 kilometers ahead lies a 7-tiered creature of the primary warrior rank. Quick, hide. 5 kilometers in front, a flying beast of the primary warrior rank is approaching this direction. All right, it has passed. You may come out now. With Hikana's guidance, Lin Xi skillfully evaded crisis after crisis, encountering 3 warrior-tier creatures over a mere 20 kilometers. Without Hikana, he likely wouldn't have made it even 2 kilometers. Yet, they are now quite close to the Godfall Gorge, and the number of mutated creatures around them has dwindled significantly. Even when present, they are mostly low intelligence and feeble beings, which Lin Xi can handle with ease. His spatial ring is already filled with numerous trophies, comprising valuable parts from the mutated creatures he has slain. As for the corpses, adhering to a principle of waste reduction, he has left them all for Duo, as the energy within the bodies of these mutated creatures is quite abundant, with stronger ones being among Duo's favorite delicacies. Master, 3 kilometers to your right, a group of people is engaged in battle with mutated creatures. Hikana suddenly alerted him. Oh, at last, humans. I must go take a look. Lin Xi's face broke into a smile. After such a long time, this is the first sign of humanity he has encountered. He swiftly dashed towards the source of the sound. Old Hu, you distract it while we seize the opportunity to take its life. A warrior, wielding a long spear, relentlessly attacked from behind a battle-class mammoth, his spear striking the creature's resilient skin with the ferocity of a silver serpent. The warrior known as Old Hu held a massive shield, retreating step by step under the mammoth's onslaught, yet his body remained as immovable as a boulder. Meanwhile, a shadow darted swiftly, moving with such speed that Lin Xi could barely perceive anything but a fleeting phantom. Wherever he passed, he left a deep wound upon the mammoth's body. The trio's coordination was impeccable. One defended, drawing the mammoth's aggression, while the other 2 targeted its vital areas. However, the mammoth's vitality was remarkably tenacious. Despite being drenched in blood, it remained ferociously formidable. After half an hour of trembling struggle, the mammoth finally collapsed from excessive blood loss and exhaustion. The 3 warriors appeared equally weary, casting their weapons to the ground and leaning against the mammoth to catch their breath. Phew, Kai, your agility and swordsmanship have become increasingly adept, remarked Old Hu, whose robust presence resembled the very shield he wielded. Come now, Old Hu, you think I haven't noticed? That shield of yours must be of superior quality, likely costing you a fortune in points. When did you secretly strike it rich? The slender man, referred to as Kai, smirked. Humph, every time you two strike it rich. You never invite me. Look, I have already reached the 6th rank of a junior warrior, yet I am still wielding a low-grade spear. When will you two support me a little so I can upgrade my weapon? Grumbled another spear-wielding warrior. Of course, their words were tinged with a hint of envy. But it was merely playful banter among old friends. The three had forged an unbreakable bond during their time at the War Academy, and now, as seasoned warriors, they had established their own families, yet their camaraderie remained strong. All right, upon our return, we will pool our contribution points to help you purchase that mid-grade spear you have coveted for so long. Sound fair? Old Hu said, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, in light of your generous offer, I shall treat you both to a splendid meal upon our return. Get lost. A meal hardly amounts to anything. We should at least dine at the Beast Pavilion. Upon hearing the name Beast Pavilion, the spear warrior grimaced at the thought of the expense, yet the allure of the mid-grade spear compelled him to grit his teeth. Fine. The Beast Pavilion it is. Who goes there? Sneaking around, why not show yourself? The three warriors, seasoned and sharp due to their experiences in such environments, detected Lin Xi's slight disturbance with ease. Since he had no ill intentions and recognizing that these three warriors did not appear to be ruthless, Lin Xi approached them respectfully. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Chapter 31. Return to Suang Bay City. Why is there a little child here? The burly man immediately discerned Lin Xi's realm, noting he was merely at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Truly fearless to venture into such a place alone. Hey, little one, have you lost your way from your elders? The shadowy figure wielding dual blades assumed he was a young master from a prominent family, separated from his protective guardians. Greetings, esteemed seniors. My name is Lin Xi, and I hail from Suang Bay City, Lin Xi said courteously, not daring to show any disrespect in front of the three formidable warriors. Oh, you are also from Suang Bay City? What a coincidence. We are indeed fellow townsfolk. The man named Lao Hu appeared to have a very jovial disposition. Come, since we are compatriots, let us share a drink. Lao Hu beckoned Lin Xi over, producing a jar of liquor from his spatial ring along with several large bowls. From their earlier conversation, Lin Xi had gathered that these three warriors were all of a hearty and straightforward nature. Being merely a 3rd-tier warrior, he posed no threat to them, and thus they felt no need for caution. Lin Xi accepted a bowl of liquor and downed it in one gulp. Haha, splendid. Young brother, well done. Although you may be a bit weaker, your ability to drink portends a boundless future. The three raised their bowls and drank heartily. These three individuals are all formidable warriors. Yet they exhibit no airs of superiority, nor do they look down upon him merely because he is a 3rd-tier soldier. This demeanor quickly endears Lin Xi to them. By the way, young brother, your name is Lin Xi, correct? Old Hu pondered for a while, but could not recall any prominent Lin family in the Suang Bay City. Senior, I do not hail from a distinguished family. I merely experienced an unfortunate incident recently. Lin Xi recounted the events, intentionally omitting his encounter with Hikana. The three enjoyed a few drinks, and as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, they listened with rapt attention. They were indeed aware of the happenings in Sunset Valley, having heard that Qin Shaodian had slain the flame dragon beast, sustaining considerable injuries himself. A great fire raged in Sunset Valley for 3 days and nights, and it was only recently that anyone dared to return for hunting. You truly have a strong fate, to have fallen into a pack of beasts with such feeble strength and yet survived. How remarkable! Old Hu exclaimed. The more they conversed, the more they found Lin Xi, this chance acquaintance, to be quite to their liking. Oh, by the way, my surname is Hu. And you can call me Old Hu or Brother Hu. He gestured toward the man wielding a long spear. His name is Li Xiokai. Before Old Hu could introduce further, the man with dual blades interjected, I am Lu Yiming. Brother Hu, Brother Li, Brother Lu. Lin Xi addressed them in turn. However, your classmates truly lack courage. Fortunately, you were lucky, or dying in such a manner would have been utterly disgraceful. Old Hu exclaimed dramatically. Rest assured, we have been here for a week and are planning to return in the next couple of days. Since we have encountered you, why not join us on our journey home? I assure you, your safety will be guaranteed. Li Xiokai gently patted Lin Xi's shoulder. Yes, come back with us. Hu Tian chimed in enthusiastically. Although Lu Yiming remained silent, He offered a warm smile to Lin Xi, finding the young man quite agreeable. As dusk began to settle, the four of them made their way back to the resting area beside the falling God Gorge. This place, once thriving with a bustling industry, boasted inns, pharmacies, and merchants who purchased the remains of exotic beasts. However, the recent fierce battle had reduced all structures to mere ruins, leaving only fragments of walls. Yet, the area remained alive with chatter, laughter, and the calls of vendors, creating an almost deceptive illusion of safety akin to that of a secure city. Lin Xi understood that this once vibrant sanctuary was on the brink of obliteration. The very existence of the falling God Gorge had kept formidable mutated creatures at bay. Yet now, with Akana having departed alongside Lin Xi, the most potent dragon soul tree, along with those elusive illusion worms, had slipped from control. It would not be long before this place transformed into a paradise for exotic beasts. He felt compelled to convey this ominous news to them. Otherwise, in the forthcoming days, inexplicable deaths would occur in this vicinity, likely drawing the attention of the federal government only after a considerable delay. He was acutely aware that he was merely a junior warrior at the mid-level of the third tier, his voice insignificant, and it was unlikely anyone would remember his words. This safe haven had existed for centuries. How could it possibly change so easily? Regardless, he resolved to inform Brotherhood of this news in due course. Lin Xi thought to herself, since all previous inns had collapsed, they could only find an open space to kindle a fire. Li Xiaokai produced a piece of meat from an unknown mutated beast from his ring, savoring the aroma as he roasted it, which even tempted the gluttonous Duo to poke its head out. "Eh? Lin Xi, why did you bring a dog with you?" Hu Tian inquired with curiosity. Duo looked so much like a dog that no one would recognize it. Lin Xi secretly rejoiced. Indeed, Duo's appearance was quite deceiving. "Oh, this little creature is one I found a couple of days ago. It seems to be a juvenile of some mutated species. It looked rather pitiful, so I decided to take it with me." "Oh, that is quite interesting," Hu Tian chuckled. "I've heard that such mutated creatures raised from a young age can be tamed by humans. You have quite the fortune." Li Xiaokai and Lu Yiming nodded in agreement, though they remained largely uninterested as most canine mutated beings were of warrior level, lacking appeal to them as seasoned generals. "By the way, Lin Xi, now that you've graduated from high school, what are your plans?" Li Xiaokai casually steered the conversation. "I aspire to enroll in the War Academy." "Ah, the War Academy." The few of them exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. All of them had emerged from the War Academy. Fully aware of the formidable challenges entailed in gaining admission, the minimum requirement was to be a level 5 primary warrior, accompanied by a brutally competitive elimination phase. Yet, Lin Xi was on the brink of his senior year in high school and still remained a level 3 intermediate warrior, indicating that his innate talent for cultivation was quite average, if not somewhat lacking. The prospect of achieving level 5 within a mere year seemed utterly fantastical. However, they could not bear to shatter the dreams of such a young individual and felt too awkward to voice their doubts, opting instead to offer a few words of encouragement. Lin Xi, perceptive to their expressions, discerned their unspoken thoughts. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, he reflected on his current limitations. Had it been half a year prior, he might have resigned himself to his fate. He understood clearly that he was no longer the person he once was. Having received the legacy of the Soul Sword Sovereign, he was destined to embark on an extraordinary journey. In just 1 year's time, not only would reaching level 5 not pose a challenge, but attaining level 6 or 7 would also be within the realm of possibility. The 3 seasoned warriors, while traversing the Sunset Valley, may not have commanded the terrain with absolute authority, yet they could easily ensure their own safety. Even with Lin Xi, whom they considered a burden, their progress remained remarkably smooth. Along the way, they encountered numerous advanced warriors and even mutated creatures at the battle general level. Thanks to their seamless cooperation, they vanquished each foe, greatly enriching Lin Xi's experience and providing him with a stark awareness of the chasm that separated a warrior from a battle general. On the afternoon of the third day, the imposing city walls of Suong Base finally came into view for Lin Xi. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of emotions, tears welling in his eyes. This sensation of emerging from despair is one that only those who have truly experienced it can comprehend. "Well, we shall accompany you as far as this," Hu Tian said amicably, though in his heart, he believed Lin Xi's journey on the path of a warrior would likely end here. "Haha, very well. I shall certainly seek out my 3 elder brothers when that day comes," Lin Xi replied, fully aware that such a day would indeed arrive, and not too far off. Chapter 32, Warmth. Chapter 33, Potential Index. Son, Eat more. If it's not enough, I will prepare more for you. You must have been starving these past few days. Wang Rong urged, continually serving Lin Xi with dishes. Since the news of Lin Xi's incident broke, his family had seemingly plunged into despair. His mother, whose health was already fragile, fainted on the spot, while his father, unable to focus on the business, witnessed a rapid decline in their company, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy within a matter of days. Just a couple of days ago, his mother had been discharged from the hospital, and today, they had intended to collect Lin Xi's belongings. However, fate played a cruel jest on them, and the family, filled with joy, hurried back to their home in Linhai City that very afternoon. However, this conclusion is undoubtedly the most favorable. The surprise of regaining what was lost left Lin Haijun and his wife with smiles that lingered throughout the day, while Lin Ling could not tear her gaze away from Lin Xi's face. After nearly 2 hours of heartfelt conversation with Su Xinyo, Lin Xi once again stepped into the training room of his home. With a year remaining, he yearned to discover the limits of his potential. Under the guidance of Hikana, he infused a trace of cosmic source energy into the dragon soul wood nestled in his chest. As a haunting dragon's roar echoed, an immense gravitational force, akin to that of a black hole, radiated from him. Previously, during his cultivation, the cosmic source energy merely danced about him like scattered stars. Yet this time, his body seemed to transform into an abyss, and a visibly golden vortex materialized around him. Is this the effect of the dragon soulwood? How astonishing! Lin Xi marveled, noting that his progress was tenfold compared to before, and the once agonizingly painful meridians now felt entirely restored. He closed his eyes, almost enveloped in a wave of euphoria. It was the first time in his life he experienced cultivation without pain. An hour later, he opened his eyes. He had reached the late stage of a third-tier warrior, and such a pace of advancement was utterly exhilarating. Lin Xi could hardly contain his elation. What is there to be proud of? It is merely due to your solid foundation that this effect is so pronounced. Perhaps after a few more sessions, the speed of your progress will diminish, and achieving 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary person would already be the limit. Hikana stated nonchalantly, 3 to 4 times. That is quite impressive. Lin Xi was not a person easily satisfied. His previous cultivation speed barely reached 80% of the average. Now, achieving 3 to 4 times that pace. What could he possibly find discontent with? Alas, although you have inherited your master's legacy, the foundation of you earthlings is exceedingly weak. Hikana sighed, let me calculate. At your normal pace, within a decade, you should reach the first tier of Star Master, and in about a century. Attaining the pinnacle of Star Master level is not beyond reach. Even a pig, given sufficient resources, could achieve that. Lin Xi scoffed, finding it absurd that Hikana would compare him to a pig. However, your human potential index is roughly around 20, while yours is slightly higher at 22. Yet, entering the Star Lord level presents some challenges, Hikana remarked, a hint of perplexity in his tone. Potential index? What is that? Lin Xi inquired, having never encountered such a concept before. The potential index assesses the highest attainable level of intelligent life within a civilization's future development. For humans, reaching the pinnacle of Star Master is already the limit, Hikana elucidated. Is the potential index for humans really that low? Lin Xi felt a sense of foreboding. Low? It is exceedingly low. It is practically akin to refuse. Hikana exclaimed vehemently. Do you know that during my travels with my master across the cosmos, the average potential index of the Galactic Federation reached 32? But what does potential truly signify? Lin Xi inquired with confusion. As past philosophers have consistently proclaimed that human potential is boundless. However, the potential they speak of seems to differ significantly from that which Hikana refers to. Allow me to elucidate. If humans encounter no extraordinary circumstances, upon reaching adulthood, they typically possess only the strength of a novice warrior, equivalent to the first tier of Star Disciple. Lin Xi nodded, acknowledging Hikana's accuracy. His parents likely belonged to the 4th or 5th tier of warriors. Yet, individuals such as yourselves, equipped with cultivation methods and abundant fortuitous encounters, can transcend these limitations, reaching the pinnacle of your potential, which is the zenith of Star Master. Unless a remarkable opportunity presents itself, it is nearly impossible to advance further. What? Are you implying that I shall never attain the level of Star Sovereign? Lin Xi asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Indeed, had you not encountered me, that would be the case. Even reaching the 2nd tier of Star Disciple would be nothing short of a fantasy, Hikana replied bluntly. Of course, nothing is absolute. There once existed a nearly as destitute indigenous civilization as yours, among whom emerged an unparalleled genius, ultimately becoming an immortal. His emergence drastically elevated the potential of his race eons later. Upon hearing Hikana's words, Lin Xi felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared there might still be hope. Although attaining the pinnacle of Star Master would place him among the highest echelons of humanity, he knew that his mentor was an immortal, which left him feeling unsatisfied. The upper limit of the potential index is 100. Consider, if you will, the level of humanity, which falls far short of even the passing mark. What is the potential index of the teacher's race? Lin Xi inquired with curiosity. Heh, I'm not afraid to dishearten you. The former potential index of my master was 59. Their race belongs to the Moko clan, whose average strength can reach the level of a domain lord upon maturity. Former? Do you mean that the teacher's potential index has since improved? Lin Xi caught on to the two critical words. Indeed. My master once acquired a secret method in a hidden realm, a technique that can absorb the bloodline potential of other races. Hikana revealed two sharp tiger fangs. With this secret art, my master elevated his potential index to 81, comparable to those of the top races. Gasped. Lin Xi was somewhat astounded. This secret method was indeed astonishing. Ha. Lin Xi suddenly donned a beaming smile. Though Hikana had spent little time with Lin Xi, he had nearly grasped his character, knowing that Lin Xi's every gesture betrayed his intentions. All right. I have this secret method stored away, and when the time is right, I shall naturally pass it on to you. For now, however, you cannot even access other civilizations, so it would be of no use to you. Lin Xi understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop and quickly concealed his mischievous expression. By the way, are there truly races in this world that have achieved a potential value of 100? I cannot say for certain. The vastness of the universe is unfathomable. Even what my master has witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Who dares to claim they know all the races? Hikana continued. However, I have encountered a race whose potential index reached an astonishing 90. That race, my goodness, is truly favored by the Creator. Oh? How so? Lin Xi perked up her ears. They can effortlessly attain the pinnacle of realm masters due to their inherent potential, and within their ranks, immortals are plentiful. Moreover, they possess a remarkably unique racial talent. The more they engage in battle, the stronger they become. Even injuries contribute to their growth. They can even alter their forms to experience explosive increases in power. Goodness, how unfair the world is. They can grow stronger from being beaten. It appears that in this universe, one must rely on one's lineage and ancestry, Lin Xi said indignantly. One cannot put it that way. No race begins with such overwhelming strength. They have achieved their current level through generations of bloodline optimization. If humanity were to develop for several million years, perhaps your potential index could also see significant improvement, Hikana replied. Several million years? Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Humanity has only existed in a civilized society for a few thousand years. That number seems rather distant. Chapter 34. Financial struggles unbeknownst to her. A month had quietly slipped away. Lin Xi spent nearly every day immersed in rigorous training and absorbing knowledge from Hikana. Although it was quite arduous, it was also immensely fulfilling. Over the course of that month, Lin Xi's strength surged from the late 3rd stage to the early 4th stage, and she encountered no bottlenecks whatsoever. I've become even more handsome. Lin Xi stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection with a touch of vanity. Indeed, compared to a month ago, his physique had notably improved, and he exuded an enigmatic aura. Enough already. You gaze into the mirror every day after your training. Even I am becoming nauseated by it, Hikana remarked with a shiver in Lin Xi's mind. Let us discuss something serious, Hikana. Lately, I feel my progress has slowed down. What could be the reason for this? Lin Xi inquired. That is quite natural, Hikana chuckled. I mentioned this to you before. Your prior foundation was solid, allowing for rapid advancement from mid-3rd stage to early 4th stage in just a month. After that initial period, a slowdown is to be expected. Is there any remedy for this? The college entrance examination looms ahead, and based on past experiences, the admission standards for the War Academy are exceedingly stringent, with even early 5th stage candidates facing high elimination rates. While I strive to improve, so do others. Do you not sense that something is lacking in your current self compared to before? Hikana teased. Lacking in what? Lin Xi pondered. In the past, due to his limited strength, he could only focus on enhancing his combat skills to boost his scores. Consequently, whether on weekends or during holidays, he would carve out time to engage in fierce training on the battlefield. Though he felt like a minuscule insect struggling for survival at that time, it imbued him with an exhilarating sense of vitality. It seems you have already come to a realization. Hikana remarked that during this period, you have been comfortably cultivating at home, lacking the thrilling and perilous battles for survival, which naturally results in a slower pace of progress. Indeed, Lin Xi suddenly realized that the times when his strength surged the most were during fierce confrontations with mutated creatures in the training grounds. Moreover, although your mental prowess has reached the pinnacle of a junior warrior, your application of it remains rather rudimentary. It is imperative to accelerate your understanding of the heavenly transformation soul technique, Hikarna advised. Indeed, I have been so preoccupied with enhancing my physical attributes lately that I nearly overlooked the fact that my mental power is my greatest weapon at present. Hikarna, let's head to training ground 26 in half a month, Lin Xi proposed. A fortnight ago, the federal government dispatched several formidable warriors to repair the training ground that had been devastated by the mutated locust swarm. Your intention is commendable. However, we must first attend to an important matter before we set out. Oh, what is it? Lin Xi inquired. There are numerous peak 6th-tier mutated creatures in Training Ground 26. While you should be able to handle those below 5th tier using merely your physical prowess and combat skills, confronting hordes or stronger foes will necessitate reliance on your mental strength. I believe I should have no difficulty eliminating 5th-tier mutated creatures with my current mental power. Lin Xi felt immensely satisfied with his true combat capabilities after successfully dispatching a heavily armored wild boar known for its formidable defense in their last encounter. Indeed, that is quite true. However, the weapon you wield is rather inadequate. Your mental prowess has reached its zenith, yet you can only vanquish 5th-tier beings. Do you not feel a sense of disgrace? You are correct. Lin Xi nodded in agreement. If confronted with even more formidable mutated creatures, his combat effectiveness would be somewhat constrained, and breaching their defenses would pose a significant challenge. One might ponder, would a burly man wielding a foam stick inflict any pain? This is precisely the dilemma Lin Xi faces at present. Thus, you are in dire need of a weapon specifically designed for mental practitioners, one of at least medium grade, if not high grade, to truly maximize your combat potential. Lin Xi accessed his computer. There exists a dedicated website within the Federation's network for the sale of human-grade weapons and equipment, easily procurable with sufficient funds. However, acquiring yellow-grade items proves to be considerably more challenging, attainable only through organizations akin to the War Academy. The prices are as follows. Low-grade human weapons are 100,000 Federation coins, medium-grade 150,000, and high-grade 200,000 coins, relatively reasonable. Lin Xi swiftly navigated the site, noting that human-grade combat suits were also available, albeit at prices approximately 1/3 higher than those of weapons. What? A low-grade weapon for mental practitioners costs 300,000 Federation coins? It is 3 times the price of ordinary weapons. Lin Xi was tempted to hurl the computer to the ground in frustration. Is this not akin to robbery? What is there to be astonished about? The manufacturing of weapons for mental practitioners is far more intricate than that of ordinary ones. You must understand, the weapon once wielded by the master could not be exchanged even for hundreds of star systems. What about that weapon? Hurry, give it to me. Lin Xi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Alas, it was lost amidst the chaotic currents of space when the rift was torn open. Hikarna rolled his eyes. Even if it were available, it would be of no use to you. Its weight surpasses that of your planet, and even an ordinary immortal would find it challenging to wield. What a futile discussion, Lin Xi retorted with an eye roll of his own. Although he had acquired quite a few items from those spatial rings, the funds stored in the federal bank cards could only be accessed with his fingerprint. Several centuries ago, many had already ceased the use of cash, let alone in the present day. While they did possess some rings, their combined worth was merely a few $100,000. Coupled with his previous savings, he could scarcely afford even the cheapest options. The lack of funds was truly a dilemma. Lin Xi rubbed his head. The path of a martial artist inherently demands great financial investment, and the expenditures for a mental practitioner are tenfold greater. No wonder so few choose to cultivate their spiritual energy in this world. The barriers are not solely high, after all. However, with this little fellow around, what is there to fear regarding funds? Perhaps this time, they might uncover something of considerable value during their expedition. Hikarna pointed to the still slumbering dodo, nestled within Lin Xi's clothing. Nevertheless, this money could now be utilized for other purposes. Hikarna directed a strand of blue light into the computer, which promptly switched to the herbal materials interface. A plethora of herbs, the purposes of which Lin Xi could scarcely remember, were hastily purchased by Hikarna. All set. Let us settle the bill. What? 240,000. Are you purchasing all these items to open a pharmacy? Lin Xi exclaimed, his heart racing upon seeing the final amount. This was all the money he had. Enough chatter. These items will greatly benefit you right now. Before Lin Xi could gather his thoughts, Hikana had already settled the bill. Thank you for your patronage. The medicinal products you have purchased will be delivered within 3 hours. We look forward to your next visit. A holographic projection of a smiling female shop assistant appeared on the screen. Ah, Hikana, if you don't explain this to me clearly, we are far from finished. Lin Xi was on the brink of losing his composure. Don't be so petty. I find this trifling sum quite insufficient. Hikana regarded him with a condescending gaze. In due time, you will use these herbs according to the proportions I provide to prepare a medicinal bath, which should enhance your physical condition by approximately 30%. What? 30%? That's incredible! Lin Xi responded with astonishment, realizing this would almost elevate his physical prowess to an entirely new level. What is this? If it weren't for the limited resources available on your Earth, I could easily concoct something that would enhance your abilities 2 or 3 times over. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. Lin Xi chuckled, envisioning a future where his combat capabilities, even without relying on mental strength, would far surpass those of his peers. Alas, I still lack funds. He sighed, gazing at the meager balance remaining in his account. Hikana wielded money like a true magnate, yet Lin Xi found no grounds for rebuttal. Everything proposed by Hikana was undeniably advantageous for him. However, he still desired to save money to purchase a weapon for a mine master. And how much could he possibly earn from hunting at the training ground? Lin Xi reached into his clothing to caress the soft fur of Duo. Little fellow, I am counting entirely on you. Chapter 35, Medicinal Bath Brother. Their essay delivery. The efficiency of the Federation's delivery service was indeed remarkable. Within less than 2 hours, a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs had arrived at their doorstep. The box was nearly as tall as he was, almost too large to fit through the door. With the delivery person looking on in confusion, he affixed his signature. Oh my, what a strong aroma. Brother, what on earth did you purchase? Lin Ling bounced with excitement, eager to discover the contents within, as a potent scent of herbs wafted from the box. Are you planning to open a pharmacy with all these herbs? Lin Ling's reaction mirrored Lin Xi's initial astonishment. Lin Xi was at a loss for words on how to explain, so he mumbled a vague response and hurried into his room. Fortunately, his room contained a bathtub. Otherwise, a chaotic situation might have ensued. It wasn't that he feared being discovered soaking in a medicinal bath, but rather that it would be difficult to articulate. 3 stalks of dragon blood grass, ground. 5 with lotus flowers, ground. Zykina instructed Lin Xi on how to proportion the herbs for the medicinal bath. During the cataclysmic event 5 centuries ago, not only did animals undergo transformations, but plants also evolved, acquiring various medicinal properties. Zykina's formula was meticulously crafted based on the efficacy of these herbs. According to his words, the rare herbs on Earth are merely weeds compared to those in the cosmos. Their feeble medicinal properties are only effective for someone of his caliber as a star disciple. Now, fill the bathtub with water, and you may immerse yourself within. I must caution you, it may sting a bit. Should you succumb to the urge to leap out midway, the efficacy will be significantly diminished. Understood, Lin Xi responded. Can any pain truly surpass that of climbing the Sword Soul ladder? Having endured such torment, what is this minor discomfort? The medicinal powder dissolved in the water, transforming into a murky green concoction. Although it bubbled and appeared somewhat repulsive, the mingled herbs surprisingly emitted a delightful fragrance. I hope this infernal mixture doesn't poison me. Lin Xi stripped down to merely a pair of shorts and stepped in. The moment his body made contact with the surface of the liquid, he felt something within the potion fervently penetrating through his skin's pores, akin to being pricked by needles, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Ah, it truly stings. Lin Xi inhaled sharply, yet for him, it was merely a slight discomfort, a triviality compared to his decade-long trials. As time passed, he gradually acclimated to the stinging sensation. Hikana had mentioned that it would take approximately 2 hours to fully absorb the medicinal properties. Thus, he settled into a cross-legged position and activated the star guiding technique. To his astonishment, the rate at which he absorbed cosmic energy while submerged in this medicinal bath exceeded his normal pace by 2 or 3-fold. Moreover, his body was absorbing the essence of the medicinal liquid at an accelerated pace, the green concoction visibly lightening before his very eyes. Lin Xi's cells voraciously absorbed the potency of the elixir, growing stronger with every fleeting moment. Even the contours of his muscles became more defined and harmonious within this brief span of mere minutes. Following this transformation, his skin, which had darkened from prolonged exposure to the sun, began to shift towards a healthy, sun-kissed hue. After an hour and a half, the entirety of the medicinal liquid was absorbed, leaving behind a plethora of impurities that tainted the bathwater a deep black. What a foul odor. Lin Xi wrinkled his nose, hastily rinsing away the remnants of filth clinging to him. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through his body. It felt as if his muscular power had more than tripled, and his bones had become denser while his skin grew more resilient. Excellent. The results surpassed my expectations. Hikana nodded in satisfaction, deeming the expenditure of over 200,000 federal coins worthwhile. This is incredible. I feel as though I could fell an elephant with a single punch. Lin Xi exclaimed, waving his fist with palpable excitement. Do not let your triumph cloud your judgment. The elephants on your planet are, after all, apex terrestrial creatures. And even the weakest among them would be a formidable adversary capable of delivering a fatal blow with a mere swipe. Hikana was quick to temper Lin Xi's exuberance. Ignoring the jibe, Lin Xi packed away everything potentially useful into his spatial ring. Let us go, Duo. We are off to seek some delectable treats. The moment the mention of food reached his ears, Duo sprang up from Lin Xi's pillow and burrowed into his clothing. Having gone far too long without a hearty meal. You gluttonous little creature, you become so lively at the mere mention of food. Lin Xi chuckled. What, brother? Are you really going outside the base city again? Lin Ling exclaimed at the thought of Lin Xi venturing out, after barely returning alive. He was now considering entering the perilous training zone once more. Lin Ling could hardly bear the thought of losing Lin Xi again. No way, I must inform our parents. Don't. If they find out, they will never allow me to go out. Lin Xi quickly restrained Lin Ling. I don't care, you absolutely cannot go out. Lin Ling resolutely blocked the doorway, refusing to let him pass. Lin Xi managed a wry smile. Little Ling, aren't you curious about how I survived in such a treacherous environment? Lin Ling shook her head. On that day, when she had pressed for details, Lin Xi merely claimed he had been fortunate enough to find a hiding place and had coincidentally encountered a group of passing warriors who brought him back from outside the base. Suddenly, Lin Xi adopted an air of mystery. In truth, I was rescued by a powerful elder. Just think about it. With my meager abilities, I wouldn't stand a chance against mutated creatures. I wouldn't have lived to tell the tale. Lin Ling nodded, albeit with skepticism. She had questioned this point before, and his explanation seemed somewhat plausible. Let me be frank with you. That senior is a mentalist. He observed that although my physique is not particularly strong, my willpower is commendable, and I possess a remarkable aptitude for cultivating mental strength. Thus, he took me on as his disciple, intending to guide me in rigorous training. Lin Xi fabricated an entirely fictitious manner. Is that truly so? Lin Ling raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her expression. The qualifications of a mentalist are extraordinarily rare. How could such an opportunity possibly befall my brother? It seems I can only reveal a fraction of the truth. Lin Xi pointed to a vase beside her and declared, If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate. Suddenly, the vase levitated unexpectedly, swirling gracefully around the living room before settling back down in its original position. This spectacle startled Lin Ling. No wonder Lin Xi had been so mysteriously secretive. Secluding herself in her room lately, she must have been practicing the techniques imparted by that enigmatic figure. At this moment, Lin Ling was convinced to a significant extent. Brother, is it true that a mentalist has taken you as a student? She inquired further. Indeed. Do you think I was merely performing magic? Lin Xi added, however, You must not disclose this to anyone, not even to our parents, for I fear it may lead to complications. Lin Ling nodded. She understood the immense value of a mentalist. She had heard whispers of the darkness within the upper echelons of power. Rest assured, I won't breathe a word to Mom and Dad. Lin Xi sighed in relief, realizing she had successfully deceived Lin Ling. By the way, if our parents inquire, just tell them I went to find Xiahong. Understood, but you must be cautious. Lin Ling cautioned. Do not worry. If I come across anything amusing, I shall undoubtedly bring it back for you. Lin Xi playfully brushed Lin Ling's nose. Just as they departed from the neighborhood, Hikana could no longer contain her laughter. Ha ha ha. Master, your storytelling prowess is truly remarkable. You weave tales effortlessly, without even drafting a script. I am genuinely in awe of you. Silence. Lin Xi retorted. In truth, his narrative was not entirely fabricated. He merely embellished a genuine tale. Indeed, he had a mentor, though not a master of divine thoughts, but rather a once mighty cosmic powerhouse. Chapter 36. The Hunter King. Chapter 37. Xiaoxiaoza. Deep within the 26th district lies a vast marshland, which during peaceful times was a wetland park, home to an array of tropical creatures such as crocodiles and pythons, alongside various rare birds. In the aftermath of the new era, these already ferocious beings evolved at an astonishing rate, attaining the ranks of generals and even demigods in mere moments. Eventually, they departed this diminutive swamp in search of more expansive territories, transforming the area into a paradise for avian species. Presently, the dominion of this marshland belongs to a multitude of mid-fifth stage fire gulls, among whom a sixth stage leader has emerged. The population of fire gulls is immense, numbering in the thousands. When their numbers reach a critical mass, a qualitative change occurs. Even 7th or 8th stage warriors may find it perilous to navigate this territory safely. However, today, a harbinger of death has emerged. The fire cormorants had scarcely discerned the identity of their assailant when a flash of golden light swept across their midst. Their most formidable 6th-tier leader lay slain in a pool of crimson, a slender, penetrating wound marking its neck. Shortly thereafter, a young man, grimy and disheveled, materialized, wielding a flying sword that reaped the lives of the fire cormorants with the efficiency of the Grim Reaper. Any fire cormorant that ventured within a 20-meter radius of him met an instantaneous demise. The fire cormorants were not a species known for spewing flames. Rather, they bore plumage as resplendent as fire itself, which earned them their name. Their exquisite fur was favored by the elite, often fetching exorbitant prices in the market. With a resounding crack, the severely worn blade shattered after piercing the skull of a fire cormorant, falling feebly to the ground. Alas, it was beyond salvage. Lin Xi shook his head in lament. A low-grade weapon had been employed to hunt creatures of the 4th, 5th, and even 6th tiers. It had managed to endure for a fortnight, which was commendable in itself. Though Lin Xi had ceased his slaughter, the remaining fire cormorants were paralyzed by fear, retreating to the thickets of the swamp, praying that this human harbinger of death would soon depart. Well, it seemed he had accrued a considerable sum during this time, sufficient to procure a fine weapon befitting a mine master. Lin Xi gathered the shattered sword fragments and commenced the collection of his spoils. In the past fortnight, he not only elevated his prowess to the mid-stage of the 4th tier, but also made significant advancements in the Tianyin Soul technique. With sufficiently sturdy and sharp weapons, he believed himself fearless against any mutated creature below the 7th tier. He decided to have someone craft a coat from these furs for Linling. Lin Xi recalled her promise to her sister to bring back a gift. A surge of lethal energy suddenly assailed Lin Xi's back. 2 severed sword blades swiftly unsheathed, shooting backward like meteors. Lin Xi had now managed to simultaneously control 2 objects, though each blade's potency was somewhat diminished, reduced to a mere 80% of its original strength. He could only wonder how the sword's sole master wielded countless sword energies. Such vast spiritual power was likely beyond his current comprehension. A spark flickered in the air as the 2 sword blades were unexpectedly deflected by a shadow. How could this be possible? Lin Xi gasped, astonished that a creature within Zone 26 could withstand his attack. He had previously engaged in battle with a peak 6th tier mutated creature, and although his weapon was inadequate, he had still managed to inflict significant damage, causing the creature to retreat in a bloodied panic. Yet this time, something was capable of surpassing his pure offensive strength, indicating it was likely more than just a 7th tier mutated being. So, the Hunter King was a recently awakened mind master? No wonder he could slay so many mutated creatures despite only being at the 4th tier. Isn't it a mutated creature? Rather, is it a person? Lin Xi discerned the shadow before him, revealing a young man who appeared to be of a similar age. This individual sported a neat head of black short hair and possessed a robust physique, clad in a high-quality combat suit. Adorning his fist were 2 gloves that shimmered with a dark luster, suggesting they were no ordinary items. Though Lin Xi sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from this young man, it lacked any real malice. Instead, it seemed to be more of an eager desire for combat. This left Lin Xi perplexed. He did not know this young man, so why would he suddenly attempt to ambush him? However, Lin Xi could not afford to ponder for too long, as the young man had already uncovered the secret of his mental prowess. Lacking sufficient means of self-defense, a thought of silencing him crossed Lin Xi's mind. Hey, wait a minute, my friend. I merely intended to test your abilities. There is no need for such seriousness. The short-haired youth seemed to sense Lin Xi's subtle murderous aura. Although he had acted somewhat ruthlessly earlier, it was merely to gauge Lin Xi's strength. There was no necessity for such a life-and-death enmity if Lin Xi had not sustained any injuries. This revelation left Lin Xi momentarily stunned. It appeared that this young man sought him out for a friendly spar. Sensing the dissipating tension, the youth breathed a sigh of relief. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qiu Shaozi. A couple of days ago, I heard at the supply station about a formidable individual referred to as the Hunter King. Feeling a surge of excitement, I came to challenge you, harboring no ill intentions. You haven't been searching for me for 2 days, have you? Lin Xi remarked, somewhat speechless. This young man, Qiu Shaozi, appeared to harbor no ulterior motives and exuded an air of sincerity. Well, how about we have a spar? Qiu Shaozi eagerly assumed a fighting stance, his face brimming with excitement. Shikana, what can you tell me about his strength? Lin Xi inquired discreetly. On the surface, he appears to be a mid-level, 5th-tier warrior, yet his physical prowess seems to rival that of a 7th-tier warrior, Shikana replied. What? How is that possible? Lin Xi was taken aback, reflecting on how he had only managed to elevate his own physical abilities through medicinal baths. While this young man exhibited an even more remarkable enhancement, there seems to be something within him, embedded in his heart, where the energy is exceptionally dense. I cannot discern its nature, Shikana continued. Master, accept his challenge. It presents an opportunity to gauge your true combat capabilities against someone of comparable strength. Quite intriguing. Lin Xi smiled, the first glimmer of martial spirit illuminating his expression. He had never engaged in combat with a genius of this age before, and it appeared he had encountered someone extraordinary today. Noticing Lin Xi's smile, Qiu Shaozi grinned in response, rest assured, regardless of the outcome of this battle. I will not disclose your identity as a mind master. Qiu Shaozi's promise was sincere, and his straightforward nature suggested he was not one to lie. Very well. Let us proceed with restraint. Lin Xi readily agreed. With that, the atmosphere shifted. 2 fractured sword blades returned from the tree trunk, hovering slightly above Lin Xi's shoulder, quivering as if emitting a series of crisp, resonant hums in a furious roar. Such formidable control. Qiu Shaozi narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, swiftly retracting the dismissive gaze he had previously held. Among the numerous young mentalists he had encountered due to his background, few could match Lin Xi's level of control. And none could simultaneously wield 2 weapons, a feat whose difficulty escalates exponentially. Little did he know that Lin Xi's soul power and spiritual energy had already reached the limits of a novice warrior, a standard few of his contemporaries could rival. Moreover, the profundities of the Tianyan soul technique far surpassed the crude martial skills of earthlings. Haha, splendid, Qiu Shaozi exclaimed, his fist striking down heavily. The greater Lin Xi's strength, the more delighted he felt. It had been ages since he encountered a peer who piqued his interest. At times, he wondered what it felt like to frequently taste defeat. Chapter 38, The Immortal Body Whoosh. Qiu Shaozi made the first move. The close combat of mentalists constituted their greatest vulnerability, a well-known fact. He was acutely aware that if ensnared by those 2 blades, he would find himself in considerable trouble. His gauntlets were specially crafted for him by his family. Although merely of superior human grade, the materials used endowed them with strength comparable to yellow-grade weapons. Coupled with Qiu Shaozi's beast-like brute force, even a 7th-tier mutated creature would likely spew blood from a single blow. Here it comes. Lin Xi lightly pressed down with her foot, propelling herself backward with remarkable agility, akin to the prowess of a 7th-tier physique. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely leave her adversary unable to withstand even a single blow. Whoosh! The blades of her sword sliced through the air, emitting 2 piercing sounds, as they hurtled toward Qiu Shaozi's face with astonishing speed. How swift! Qiu Shaozi marveled inwardly. This maneuver was significantly more rapid and powerful than his previous hasty defense. He quickly crossed his fists in front of him for protection. Bang! Bang! A flurry of sparks erupted from the collision in the air, as an immense force transmitted through his gauntlets, striking Qiu Shaozi with tremendous impact. This force was no less than that of a 7th-tier combatant. Qiu Shaozi felt a surge of astonishment. How could a mid-4th-tier individual exhibit such prowess? What manner of mentor could cultivate such a young prodigy? He surmised that Lin Xi must possess a formidable teacher behind her. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to have developed such formidable mental strength solely through self-exploration. Utilizing the momentum from the impact, Qiu Shaozi swiftly retreated, pushing off from a sturdy tree trunk to alter his trajectory. The twin beams of sword light approached in the blink of an eye, piercing through the thick tree trunk with the grace of silver shooting stars, carving a perfect arc in the air as they returned toward Qiu Shaozi's rear. Damn! Confronting a mentalist is indeed a formidable challenge. Qiu Shaozi felt a sense of frustration. Battling against a mentalist was akin to being inundated by relentless waves of attacks. Yet he found himself unable to even lay a finger on his opponent. What use was his might if he could not land a blow? Unless one could withstand the opponent's strikes physically, victory seemed elusive. However, is this truly possible? The human body is significantly more fragile than that of similarly ranked mutated beings. Even those below the rank of a battle general can inflict harm with merely slightly more powerful heavy weaponry. It is uncertain if even a battle general can withstand the relentless bombardment of missiles. Only the war gods can disregard conventional firearms. Yet, the war gods are not invincible. Treasures unearthed from prehistoric civilizations still harbor weapons capable of slaying even them. Moreover, weapons wielded by mentalists, imbued with psychic energy, possess a piercing power far superior to that of ordinary bullets. Although Lin Xi employs merely the most inferior human-grade weaponry, it is likely that no novice warrior would dare to withstand its impact with their body. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as Qiu Shao's fist struck with relentless precision, repeatedly sending Lin Xi's dual blades flying. Yet, in an instant, they would return, leaving him no opportunity to counterattack. Is this fellow's psychic energy inexhaustible? Qiu Shaoza was on the verge of cursing. The two had been entangled for a full 10 minutes, yet the force transmitted through the blades showed no sign of diminishing. Were it not for the object within his heart, he would have succumbed to the fatigue of such intense combat long ago. Wait, his strength appears to be increasing. Lin Xi keenly discerned this through the psychic energy enveloping the blades. Qiu Shaoza resembled an indefatigable combat machine, growing ever more formidable with each confrontation. After numerous clashes, his blades had become warped, resembling two irregular pieces of scrap metal, relying solely on their tremendous impact to assault Qiu Shaoza. However, Qiu Shaoza's strength was by no means inferior to his opponent's, and with those iron fists impervious to blades and bullets, there was simply no way to subdue him. In an instant, the two found themselves locked in a standoff. It was evident that revealing a trump card was imperative. With a single punch, Qiu Shaoza sent the blade flying, and his entire aura suddenly shifted, becoming elusive. Whoosh! The blade unexpectedly passed through Qiu Shaoza's body. Alarmed, Lin Xi initially thought he had struck too forcefully, but soon realized that no blood was spilling from Qiu Shaoza. Fool, can't you discern that this is merely an illusion? How can you call yourself a practitioner of the soul path? Hikana chastised him internally. Qiu Shaoza had merely employed a combat technique that propelled his speed beyond the limits of the naked eye, leaving behind only a phantom in his stead, yet this illusion bore no aura, and a mere sweep of mental energy would easily reveal the ruse. Aha! At last, I have found my opportunity. Qiu Shaoza suddenly appeared less than 10 meters in front of him, his iron fists cutting through the air with a piercing sound. Closing in on Lin Xi. This distance was perilously close for a mentalist. A barely perceptible smile flickered across Lin Xi's lips. Had this been 2 weeks prior, he might have indeed succumbed to Qiu Shaoza today. However, now, defeating him would not be so simple. Do not presume that you are the only one skilled in combat techniques. I possess them as well. Lin Xi's mental strength and spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of a primary warrior. Hikana informed him that once he transcended into a mid-level warrior, he could commence the study of rudimentary mental combat techniques. Although Lin Xi's current mental strength could not fully unleash the potency of this technique, he was nonetheless able to barely activate it. Gather, he murmured softly. Suddenly, 2 sword blades returned to his front at nearly double their initial speed. Under the influence of Lin Xi's mental force, they intertwined and began to spin rapidly, resembling a high-velocity projectile hurtling toward Qiu Shaoza. What? Caught off guard, Qiu Shaoza, with his keen eyesight, instantly recognized this as a mental combat technique. The fact that Lin Xi could wield it with the power of a 4th-tier warrior suggested that his mental strength was at least at the 7th tier. Boom. The collision between the fist and the sword blades unleashed a force that surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary 7th-tier warrior. The low-grade human sword could no longer withstand this tremendous power and shattered into fragments. Astonishingly, a faint white mark appeared on Qiu Shaoza's gauntlet. A shard imbued with residual mental energy did not simply fall to the ground. Upon losing Lin Xi's control, it shot toward Qiu Shaoza's neck like a shrapnel. Be careful, Lin Xi urgently warned, but it was too late. Although Qiu Shaoza was clad in superior-grade human armor, his throat was unprotected. The shard swiftly penetrated his throat and embedded itself into the trunk of a large tree behind him. A spray of blood erupted, and Qiu Shaoza collapsed weakly to the ground. Hey, Qiu Shaoza, wake up, Lin Xi exclaimed in a panic, feeling the pulse at his neck. But the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. Shikana, what should we do? What should we do? Though this was an unintentional mishap, it was nonetheless a precious life at stake. Moreover, Qiu Shaoze was a commendable individual, and Lin Xi did not wish to extinguish the life of a young genius over a mere sparring match. In his flustered state, he even forgot that he possessed the miraculous dragon soul wood, known for its healing properties. Rest assured, he will not perish. Shikana replied nonchalantly. What? He will not perish? Lin Xi was taken aback, suddenly noticing that the blood flowing from Qiu Shaoze's neck had diminished and soon ceased entirely. How is this possible? Such formidable self-repairing capabilities? Lin Xi finally regained his composure. Could it be that he also possesses dragon soul wood? Indeed, he possesses a highly superior piece of dragon soul wood, which has been uniquely implanted in his heart, Shikana elucidated. That is why he exhibits extraordinary physical prowess and recuperative abilities. Goodness, this young man has an extraordinary background. There are hardly any among your kind who can acquire black dragon soul wood, he remarked in admiration. So, by your logic, does that mean he is invulnerable? Humph. Even immortality cannot guarantee invincibility. Should his skull or heart be shattered, he would still meet his demise. However, ordinary fatal injuries indeed cannot claim his life. Hikarna added, moreover, the dragon soul wood is only effective for those below the Star Master level. The energy required for such powerful beings to recover from injuries is beyond your imagination. Even high-ranking Star Master warriors take considerable time to heal from wounds. Indeed, Lin Xi gently touched the dragon soul wood necklace around his neck. Although it may not possess such extraordinary capabilities, it is undeniably a precious treasure. Chapter 39. The cloud-piercing stab. Before long, Qiu Shaoze regained consciousness. Appearing somewhat pale due to significant blood loss, however, his spirits seemed remarkably high. Impressive, my friend, he exclaimed, giving Lin Xi a hearty pat on the shoulder. It's been ages since I fought so exhilaratingly. By the way, what was that final move of yours? The swirling force left my hand tingling. Just a trivial skill. Lin Xi replied modestly, though he was well aware that his strength was merely on par with Qiu Shaoze's. By the way, I don't believe I've caught your name. Qiu Shaoze wiped the blood from his face as he inquired. Lin Xi? Lin Xi? A wonderful name, Qiu Shaoze remarked. I'll remember you. If the opportunity arises, we should spar again. By the way, you'll be taking the entrance exam for the War Academy as well, right? He asked further. Yes. Lin Xi nodded. I plan to apply to the War Academy in the Suang Bay City. Haha, what a coincidence. I intend to apply to the War Academy too. It doesn't matter where, so I might as well go to Suang City. Who knows, we might even become classmates. Qiu Shaoze appeared somewhat exhilarated, as this meant he could frequently engage with Lin Xi. What, are you not from Suang City? Lin Xi paused momentarily. No. I am indeed from Suang City. I am a native-born local. He chuckled heartily. Qiu Shaoze nearly let slip a secret, quickly masking his embarrassment with laughter. Lin Xi smiled, fully aware that Qiu Shaoze was not being truthful. However, since Qiu Shaoze was reluctant to divulge more, Lin Xi saw no reason to press him. He could easily surmise that Qiu Shaoze held a significant background. The two bid farewell at the supply station before parting ways. As soon as Lin Xi departed, an elderly man with a long beard appeared behind Qiu Shaoze like a wraith. Young master, why did you leave with him? Did you truly seek him out for a sparring match? The elder had already begun to piece together some information. Well, the mutated creatures of District 26 are pathetically weak. They are no match for a single punch of mine, especially when compared to those in our Kyoto-based city. I was merely feeling restless and exchanged a few moves with him, Qiu Shaoze admitted candidly. Oh, what was the outcome? The elder inquired with keen interest. Though he presumed Qiu Shaoze must have had the upper hand given his superior physical prowess and equipment compared to Lin Xi. Had it not been for the fragment of dragon soul wood planted in my heart by my father, I might have actually been killed by him. While Qiu Shaoze was reluctant to concede this point, he could not deny that Lin Xi was indeed a formidable adversary. What? He nearly killed you? Sun Bo exclaimed in astonishment. The concepts of defeating and killing were entirely different. Did this not imply that Lin Xi's strength far surpassed that of Qiu Shaoze? Although Suzhou and Hangzhou are among the 10 largest base cities in China, they pale in comparison to Kyoto, which stands at a higher echelon. When did such an extraordinary young talent emerge? Sun Bo furrowed his brow. Even in the genius-laden Kyoto base, Qiu Shaoze would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. I am uncertain, yet I suspect he must be backed by a formidable mentor. Otherwise, no one could possibly cultivate such an exceptional student, Qiu Shaoze speculated. Sun Bo nodded in agreement. By the way, Sun Bo, please convey my regards to my father. In this final year of high school, I intend to venture out into the world, Qiu Shaoze declared, feeling a mounting pressure. The land of China is teeming with talent. And it seems there are more hidden geniuses like Lin Xi. Isn't this a bit premature? Sunbo hesitated, aware that while there are similar training grounds outside the Kyoto base, the associated dangers far exceed those here. It is not too soon. If I do not strive harder, I fear I shall be overtaken by others. Also, please inform my second uncle that I shall return to Kyoto tomorrow. Understood. Furthermore, I would like you to arrange for me to apply to the War Academy in Suzhou and Hangzhou after a year. My intuition tells me that he harbors many secrets that may assist me in advancing further. Sun Bo felt an overwhelming astonishment. Xiao Xiaoza had always exuded confidence, and it was the first time he had heard such high praise for another young individual from him. It seems this matter warrants a discussion with the family head. Sun Bo contemplated. Brother, you have returned. As soon as Lin Ling opened the door, she rushed towards Lin Xi, extending her palm and exclaiming, "Where is my gift?" Lin Xi glanced at their parents, who were absorbed in watching the federal news, their expressions perfectly normal. It seemed that Lin Ling had managed to keep the secret well. Well done. Lin Xi whispered a compliment, and then produced the meticulously prepared fiery red coat. Here, this is for you. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Ling immediately fell in love with the garment, eagerly wishing for the weather to cool down so she could wear it out. Seeing her sister's radiant smile filled Lin Xi's heart with joy, especially considering the considerable sum he had spent to ensure it was made within a day. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Lin Xi greeted his parents. You just can't sit still at home, always bothering Xie Heng, Wang Rong remarked discontentedly. Wishing her son would spend more time at home, Lin Xi chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had lost count of how many times he had used Xie Heng as an excuse. After chatting with his parents for a while, Lin Xi eagerly opened his computer. He had long coveted the equipment of a mind master, if he obtained it soon. He might even dare to venture into District 25 to confront those Tier 7 and 8 mutated creatures. The prices for mind master weapons were as follows. Inferior human grade at 300,000, medium grade at 450,000, and superior grade at 600,000. Goodness, I could almost afford a yellow grade weapon. Lin Xi mused, both astonished and intrigued. Hikarna, should I purchase the medium grade or the superior grade? Lin Xi sought Hikarna's opinion. Though the mastery you have attained is commendable, your ability to wield it remains insufficient. It appears that controlling a weapon of superior quality poses a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Hikarna concluded that with diligent practice, one could soon manage to wield it with some proficiency. However, if one were to purchase a weapon of intermediate quality, it would soon become obsolete within a few months, rendering the investment unwise. Thus, I shall procure the Cloud Piercer of human-grade superior quality. Without hesitation, Lin Xi made the payment. Although a substantial portion of his recent earnings had been spent, he was filled with excitement and anticipation. The following morning, the package arrived. Lin Xi eagerly tore it open, revealing a slender weapon gleaming with a bronze hue before his eyes. The Cloud Piercer boasted a sleek, flattened shuttle shape, measuring 152.5 centimeters in length and weighing a formidable 25 kilograms, an object that novice mentalists would likely struggle to lift. Its surface was etched with grooves designed to minimize air resistance during flight. The weapon's tip was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly penetrating the defenses of 9th-tier mutated creatures, and it possessed considerable lethality even against intermediate-level warriors. Indeed, it was a remarkable piece of equipment. Lin Xi appeared thoroughly satisfied as he attempted to wield the Cloud Piercer. It felt akin to lifting an immense stone, as if his mental energy were being suppressed by an unseen force, rendering his movements awkward and cumbersome. Even maneuvering it proved to be a daunting task, let alone employing it in combat. Hikarna, why does this Cloud Piercer feel somewhat different? Lin Xi inquired, placing the weapon down to scrutinize it closely. Of course, do you think the weapons specifically designed for spirit masters are akin to ordinary swords and blades? Hikarna remarked. The weapons of a spirit master possess intricate internal structures that can only be manipulated with finesse when one's mental prowess reaches a certain level. Indeed, Lin Xi could faintly discern numerous meticulously arranged tiny apertures within the Chuanyan Ci. How long will it take me to reach that level? Lin Xi sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and longing. I can see and touch it, yet cannot wield it. It feels akin to claws scratching at my heart. Well, one should diligently study the object control section of the Tianyin Soul formula. A month should suffice for me to manage combat, he mused. A month. Lin Xi rolled his eyes, realizing that his forthcoming days would be fraught with challenges. Chapter 40. Entrance Examination. With the arrival of September, The students entering their final year of high school were about to undertake their last examination before the college entrance exams. This test was of paramount importance, as it would determine the trajectory of their future lives. In their final year, the schools ceased collective teaching methods, allowing students to pursue their studies and training according to their own aspirations. Those with lesser talents, who had little hope of being admitted to the War Academy, would spend the year seeking their future career paths. Conversely, the ambitious students, wholeheartedly determined to gain admission to the War Academy, would utilize this year for one final push, often marking a period of their most rapid progress. After 2 months of rigorous training during a holiday, one can discern from the expressions of the students whether they possess confidence in the upcoming school entrance examination. The first assessment remains the physical fitness test, and early in the morning, the prepared students are already brimming with eagerness at the testing venue. It is Lin Xi. Remarkably, he is alive. How on earth did he manage to escape? It is simply astonishing. Am I hallucinating? Lin Xi's appearance has sent shockwaves through the crowd. Apart from Su Xinyuo and Xie Hong, no one was aware that he had returned over a month ago. In truth, given his unassuming presence, he would have gone out of their way to inquire about him, at most feeling a twinge of pity for his plight. On that fateful day, he found himself ensnared amidst a siege, surrounded by countless mutated creatures. It is inconceivable that he, a mere Tier 3 novice warrior, could have survived, let alone intermediate or advanced warriors. The mystery of his miraculous escape remains unsolved. Many pinched their arms sharply, the searing pain confirming their senses. They were not mistaken. How infuriating. This fellow is remarkably resilient, having evaded death. Luo Ao's clenched fists were nearly dripping with blood. For Lin Xi's disappearance had nearly cost him his life at the hands of Su Xinyuo. Were it not for Qin Xiaoyan's intervention on his behalf, he might have perished long ago. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Xi not only survived but returned unscathed, leaving Luo Ao feeling even more disappointed and intensifying his resentment towards Lin Xi. What does it matter if I returned alive? Such trash is destined to never gain admission to the War Academy, and in the future, I shall remain in a realm entirely separate from yours. When I become a formidable warrior, extinguishing you will be as effortless as crushing an ant. Luo Ao mused inwardly. Hey, Lin Xi, over here. Xie Hongqiao waved. So, how have you fared these past 2 months? No slacking, I hope? Lin Xi replied with a smile. Of course not. A man of ambition must strive to gain admission to the War Academy, mustn't he? Xie patted his considerably more muscular chest, indicating that he had indeed been training hard throughout the summer, shedding much of the excess fat he once had. Yet you, my friend, have made rapid progress since your meridians have healed. Standing beside you fills me with pressure, Xie Hong remarked, feeling as though he stood next to a fierce beast. Lin Xi was acutely aware that his physical condition would soon be revealed, so he shared with Xie Hang and Su Xinyuo that during his escape in Sunset Valley, he had carelessly consumed various plants out of hunger, and miraculously, his damaged meridians had begun to recover. In the perilous realm of alien beasts, there indeed exists an abundance of extraordinary flora, many of which remain undiscovered by humanity. Thus, it is not entirely surprising, nevertheless. They were more pleased for Lin Xi's recovery. At that moment, Su Xinyuo and several friends approached, chatting and laughing, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present as the most dazzling genius of their school year. Look, here comes the mother Tyrannosaurus. Xie Hang whispered in Lin Xi's ear. Xie Hong, who is the mother Tyrannosaurus? Repeat that, Su Xinyuo exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Xie Hong. Ever since they had become acquainted due to Lin Xi, their banter had become quite frequent. All right, enough of the quarrel. Lin Xi hurriedly intervened to quell the rising tension before it escalated further. Oh, my dear master, your little girlfriend has surprisingly reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, and it seems she is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th tier, far surpassing that Xiao Xiaoza. Hikana suddenly whispered to Lin Xi. The late 6th tier? Lin Xi was taken aback. Just 2 months prior, she had only been at the mid-6th tier, and now she had made such remarkable progress in such a short span. Could it be that she had also been imbued with the dragon soul wood? That is unlikely. Perhaps her physique is somewhat different from yours, Hikana speculated. I am human, and she is human. What differences could there be? Lin Xi questioned, perplexed. You don't understand, do you? Hikana had grown accustomed to Lin Xi's naivety. Among your kind, aside from martial artists, there exists a faction of individuals who have awakened special powers. You should be aware of this. Yes, I've heard that among the 3 transcendent war gods of Huaxia, one possesses the ability to control lightning. You must be referring to that elder Lei Xiao, right? Indeed, Hikana replied. This Lei Xiao has an innate affinity for lightning, as if it were an instinct ingrained in him. Such individuals are referred to as controllers in the universe. Hikana continued, controllers come in various forms. Some can command flames, while others can manipulate temperature. Are you suggesting that Xinyuo is also a controller? Lin Xi inquired. But I have never witnessed her wielding fire or electricity. She is an exceptionally rare example among the controllers. One might regard her as someone who possesses complete command over her own body. Isn't that a trivial statement? Who cannot govern their own body? I can as well. You are mistaken. Silence yourself. Hikana interjected. The mastery I speak of entails an acute awareness of every inch of one's body, including blood, cells, nerves, and even vital functions. Such remarkable prowess. But what purpose does it serve? Lin Xi pondered for quite some time. Failing to discern any significant benefits from such an ability, perhaps merely the capacity to detect illness at the earliest opportunity? Indeed, that bears immense significance. When you can deftly command your own body, you will recognize your needs during cultivation, identify your weaknesses, and harness the cosmic source energy with nearly 100% efficiency. No wonder her pace of cultivation is so rapid. Even with a piece of golden dragon soul wood, Lin Xi felt his own cultivation speed paled in comparison to Su Xinyuo. It turns out, this is a crucial factor. Furthermore, her flawless control over her body allows her to exert her utmost strength. Oh, how so? Do you have any idea how much power an ordinary person can exert? Hikana retorted. Well, I suppose the average is around 100 to 150 kilograms, Lin Xi mused. Let me inform you. For your kind, those who have not cultivated the cosmic source energy, the limit of strength can exceed 1,000 kilograms. However, even the most skilled boxers cannot come close to achieving this data. Do you know why? Lin Xi shook her head. It is because they cannot fully master their bodies. During the act of throwing a punch, much unnecessary energy is wasted through their bodily movements. Thus, performing at half of their limit is already commendable. In contrast, those like Zeno, who possess mastery, can completely control the contraction of every muscle during exertion, nearly reaching the full extent of their power. Although you have undergone training to enhance your physique, exhibiting strength above 40 is already impressive. No wonder her strength is so terrifying. Slicing through 6th-tier creatures is akin to cutting through vegetables. Perhaps her current prowess surpasses my own by a significant margin, Lin Xi thought to herself. Lin Xi? What are you staring at? Su Xinyuo waved her hand in front of Lin Xi's eyes. Oh, nothing. Lin Xi quickly retracted her unusual gaze, realizing her lapse in composure. I am very much looking forward to your performance today. Su Xinyuo had been overjoyed for several nights after learning about Lin Xi's recovery. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly astonish you. Chapter 41. Astonishing transformation. The testing of physical levels was in full swing, and the expressions on the students' faces ranged from surprise to disappointment, making it almost immediately evident what their results were. Hours have passed, and the testing has progressed significantly. Compared to 2 months ago, the average physical fitness level has nearly ascended to the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Should one fail to achieve even this average standard, it would essentially herald a disconnection from the War Academy. Next, Xie Heng called the instructor in charge of the test. This teacher, surnamed Wu, has also attained the status of an intermediate warrior. Go ahead, old Xie, do not be anxious. Lin Xi encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, watch me, Xie Heng replied, brimming with confidence as he approached the testing machine. You have but one chance. Make sure to give it your all, Teacher Wu cautioned. Although this is not the final college entrance examination, it significantly impacts the student's mindset, akin to the importance of the 2nd and 3rd mock exams prior to the new era. Xie Heng nodded and positioned himself before the testing machine, crouching slightly as if he were a lion poised to pounce on its prey. With a low roar, he unleashed his fist, which struck the machine like a cannonball. Thud! The testing machine quivered slightly, displaying a score of 507 kilograms. Quite impressive. You've made considerable progress since last time, reaching the mid-stage of the 4th rank. Teacher Wu acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. As for the speed test, 175 ms, an excellent result. A flicker of joy appeared on Xie Heng's face, for it seems that his arduous training during this period has borne fruit. If he continues on this path, he stands a promising chance of reaching the 5th rank before the impending college entrance examinations. With an overall score at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, go on. I have great faith in you. Teacher Wu said kindly that Xie Heng indeed gave him a pleasant surprise. Xie Heng returned to Lin Xi and the others with an air of arrogance, asking, How about it? My progress is quite remarkable, isn't it? Not bad. Lin Xi replied with a smile, amused by his antics. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment came from behind. Luo Ao has reached the initial stage of a 6th-level warrior. Although Luo Ao's character left much to be desired, he was fortunate to have a good father, and his rate of advancement was undeniably swift. Lin Xi frowned at the revelation that this fellow had also attained the 6th-stage initial level. Humph, this waste, propped up by drugs, has a limited ceiling to his growth. Hikana scoffed. Lin Xi, you must not follow his example. While his speed of advancement is impressive, it is said that drugs are a double-edged sword and will significantly hinder future development. Lin Xi had initially wondered why Luo Ao progressed so rapidly, but now understood the reason. Given the backgrounds of Su Xinyuo or Qiu Shaozi, they could likely achieve the status of a mid-level warrior using such methods. Yet they were evidently more astute, with a broader vision. As Luo Ao passed by Lin Xi, he deliberately displayed a victorious smile, taunting, "Waste. Let's see what you can do." Lin Xi completely ignored him. It would be beneath her dignity to be upset by someone like him. The results of the upcoming test would surely leave him speechless. Next, Lin Xi, go ahead. Don't be nervous. Xiahan gave her a gentle push, while Su Xinyuo looked on with an expression of eager anticipation. Lin Xi, are you ready? Even if this test doesn't yield ideal results, you still have 10 months ahead of you, so try not to burden yourself with pressure. Teacher Wu kindly reminded him that he was aware of the student's diligent efforts, yet the physical shortcomings had rendered him far behind his peers. Thank you, Teacher Wu. I am ready. Let the test begin. Standing before the testing machine, Lin Xi's demeanor suddenly transformed, as if a tranquil sea had morphed into a drawn sword. Even Teacher Wu's expression shifted. This child seemed to have undergone a remarkable change. Although Teacher Wu could not articulate the difference, he sensed that Lin Xi was poised to deliver an impressive surprise. His body, once completely relaxed, tensed abruptly, a surge of power coursing from his sturdy legs to his waist, and then to his arms. Huh. Thud. The testing machine jolted violently. 698 kilograms? Teacher Wu rubbed his eyes. This figure was nearly at the initial stage of the 5th level. More than double his previous test results. How could this be possible? How had this once deemed worthless student suddenly become so formidable? Luo Ao, who had anticipated Lin Xi's embarrassment, stood in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. He had prepared scornful remarks for Lin Xi, yet his mind was momentarily blank. This cannot be. He muttered in disbelief. How could this worthless individual achieve such prowess? Could it be true that he has indeed restored his meridians? If so, the rapid growth within just 2 months was astonishing. His family had invested considerable resources to acquire various potions to enhance his strength, yet compared to Lin Xi's progress, his own seemed laughably inadequate. This cannot be allowed. His current rate of growth is astonishing. If this trend continues, he will undoubtedly surpass me one day. Given the enmity between us, he certainly will not spare me. A flicker of fear passed through Luo Ao's heart. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If you understood the value of patience, I might have let you off the hook, but since you were so ostentatious, do not blame me for striking first. Luo Ao quietly left the testing room. It is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. Although Lin Xi's performance astonished many, Hikana was far from satisfied. Do you realize that a 4th-tier physique is capable of exerting 1,500 kilograms of force? Your body, having undergone enhancement, is comparable to that of a novice 5th tier, yet you have only managed to produce such a meager amount of power. This is simply inadequate. Lin Xi forced a smile and replied, I can't help it. I am not like Xinhua, who can perfectly control her body. I don't care. This year, I will diligently teach you the correct method of exerting force. While you may not reach the extraordinary level of that little girl, achieving a score above 90 should be well within your grasp. Really? Lin Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. If what Hikana said is true, then her close combat abilities might very well double. There's nothing remarkable about it. Your human war academies have similar techniques. Oh yes. What you refer to as those so-called combat skills. So the purpose of these combat skills is to help us unleash our maximum potential? Lin Xi suddenly recalled Su Xinyua's terrifying strength. Her casual strike could generate a force of 100, which is far more powerful than any combat skill. There is no need for envy. My approach diverges significantly from combat techniques. Your combat skills demand substantial physical exertion. Do you recall the day when Qiu Shaozi suddenly exhibited a remarkable surge in speed during battle? Lin Xi nodded, remembering how his attack had missed, resulting in a stern reprimand from Hikana. That was a manifestation of a combat technique, one capable of unlocking the latent potential of his speed. Hikana elaborated. explaining that the principles behind these techniques are fundamentally similar. It essentially involves harnessing over 70% of the power from one's legs. So that is how it works. My master, in his prime, traversed the cosmos and encountered numerous prodigies who achieved near-perfect exertion through diligent effort. He devised a training regimen, which I shall impart to you in a few days. By then, your strength will no longer pale in comparison to that of the young lady. Soon, the results of Lin Xi's speed test were revealed. With the aid of medicinal baths, his physical attributes had ascended to the early 5th tier. However, through the cosmic source power evaluation, he remained merely a mid-level 4th-tier novice warrior. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to astonish most. Not only had he escaped from the beast horde, but his strength had also significantly increased, boasting physical capabilities akin to a 5th-tier warrior. What trials had he endured in the Sunset Valley? Xinu, it is your turn. Let me witness the true extent of your prowess, Lin Xi declared. Oh, you genuinely wish to see my authentic strength? Su Xinu replied with a playful smile. Be careful not to be frightened. Boom. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed from within the testing chamber. The students present gazed in stunned silence at the testing machine that had been obliterated by a single punch. After all, this was a machine rated for a maximum capacity of 20,000 kg. Haha, did you see that? This is the terror of someone who has complete mastery over their own body. Hakana chuckled at Lin Xi's astonished expression. Chapter 42, The Graveyard of Souls. Following the physical fitness assessment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xi had markedly shifted. Even those who had scarcely exchanged a few words with him previously approached to engage in casual conversation. Lin Xi understood all too well that these individuals were merely drawn to his potential, seeking to forge connections while the opportunity presented itself. He held little interest in such fair-weather companions. The next phase was the practical combat assessment, the details of which would remain undisclosed, culminating in the submission of a singular performance result. Within the virtual system, Lin Xi effortlessly dispatched a mid-stage 5th-tier mutated creature with a battle blade, achieving a flawless score of 30 points without even resorting to his mental prowess. With that, the entrance examinations concluded, providing everyone with a lucid understanding of their current capabilities. In the ensuing 10 months, they would each embark on their respective journeys. Perhaps by the following June, they would begin to tread divergent paths towards their unique destinies. Lin Xi, are you truly not considering joining us? Xie Heng urged repeatedly, recalling the times they had faced challenges together. Yet, this time, Lin Xi insisted on venturing alone to the perilous outskirts of the base city. Well, Xie Heng, my circumstances are somewhat exceptional at the moment, and it is rather difficult to explain. Lin Xi was acutely aware that he bore an overwhelming burden of secrets. It was not a matter of distrust towards Xie Heng. Rather, the magnitude of these secrets was such that a single misstep could ensnare those around him. In his estimation, solitude was his safest refuge. Very well. I shall not press you further. Let us agree, my brother, that by this time next year, we shall both enter the War Academy. Xie Heng did not attempt to dissuade him. Excellent. I eagerly await that day, Lin Xi declared, brimming with confidence. Jinua, what are your plans? He inquired. Turning to her. My family has already made arrangements for me. When you see me next, do not be surprised if I have outpaced you. Su Jinua replied with a smile. Oh, I shall be keenly watching for that, Lin Xi mused. Knowing well that Su Jinua came from a formidable background and might acquire something akin to Dragon Soulwood, potentially accelerating her progress beyond his own. 3 days later, Lin Xi found himself alone at the Soul Burial Ridge, a significant distance away. This location served as a stark boundary between humans and mutated creatures on the Asian continent. The mutated beings, some rivaling or even surpassing the war gods, predominantly resided to the west of the ridge, while the eastern side was a haven for humans, where only war general-level mutated creatures dwelled. Legend has it that this place was the site of an exceptionally brutal conflict. Humans fought valiantly to drive the mutated beings from their territories, resulting in the demise of no fewer than 30 war god-level warriors, with countless others at the war general level perishing in the fray. The great battle endured for several months, with the corpses of the fallen aberrant beasts accumulating to the point of forming a veritable mountain. Humanity ultimately triumphed in that conflict, successfully confining the formidable mutated creatures to the western regions of Asia. To commemorate the valiant souls who perished in that struggle, a monumental stone tablet, soaring to a height of 30 meters, was erected, inscribed with the words Tomb of Souls. This locale subsequently became known as the Tomb of Souls Ridge. Serving as the boundary between human and aberrant forces, this area is largely devoid of excessively powerful mutated beings. and it is fortified by a substantial presence of human military forces, each soldier at least a warrior of considerable prowess. Warriors, as the mainstay in the fight against mutated creatures, hold a preeminent status among humanity. Should an ordinary individual find themselves in conflict with a warrior-level combatant, as long as they possess sufficient influence to counteract the encounter, there would be no repercussions. However, should one inadvertently offend a warrior-level strongman, barring any provocation from the warrior, the offender would face legal repercussions from the federal government, with the lightest sentence likely resulting in several years of imprisonment. Upon attaining the rank of warrior, various organizations extend invitations, including federal forces, private conglomerates, and those of notable potential may even find themselves welcomed into the Yanhuang organization. Warrior-level individuals exhibit a range of dispositions. Some prefer the freedom of hunting aberrant creatures in the wild, while others take on roles as instructors at military academies. Yet, for those yearning for a life of combat, they often come to the Tomb of Souls Ridge to fortify humanity's defenses. Lin Xi chose a location on a plateau to the east of the Burial Soul Ridge, where the mutated creatures present would not exceed the warrior level. This area harbors various treacherous terrains, and due to the unique natural environment, it may also offer numerous opportunities. He stood before the Burial Soul Monument and respectfully bowed, reflecting that without the bloodshed and valor of these predecessors, humanity might still exist in a precarious state of existence. This stone tablet had been inscribed by the first and foremost warrior of humankind, Luo Hao. The three characters of Burial Soul were etched with a resonant strength, imbued with profound significance, as if they contained the essence of the universe's great principles. Lin Xi gazed at the three characters for a while and felt a sudden wave of chilling intensity, as though he were ensnared in a flurry of blades and shadows. "Shikana, what is happening? Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" Lin Xi swayed slightly, patting his lightheadedness. "That is to be expected. Luo Hao has touched upon the very essence of sword intent, and he may have even comprehended a layer of it, hence the sensation you are experiencing," Shikana replied, somewhat astonished that there could be individuals capable of grasping such profound concepts on this desolate life-bearing planet at the edge of Earth. "Sword intent? What is that? How can I explain this to you?" Shikana felt a twinge of frustration, knowing that such concepts are best grasped through experience rather than words. "Let me put it this way. Among warriors wielding swords of equal strength, one who has comprehended sword intent can defeat another who has not with a single strike." "A single strike to kill?" Lin Xi found this hard to believe. "Do not be astonished. Within the realm of artistic conception lies a hint of the primordial forces of the universe, capable of harnessing the immense energies of the heavens and the celestial bodies in an imperceptible manner. Such power is naturally magnified 100-fold. Artistic conception is categorized into 10 distinct levels. Once one comprehends its ultimate limit, shattering space and annihilating stars becomes a mere flick of the wrist. Even among those of the Star Master caliber, few can grasp even a single layer of such conception, making Luo Hao truly remarkable. This marks the first time Hikana has held Luo Hao in such high regard. Not only does he possess the essence of blade, but also that of sword, fist, spirit, and soul. Each master, depending on their abilities, embodies various forms of artistic conception. Your teacher, the Soul Sword Master, is an unparalleled powerhouse who has simultaneously attained the 8th layer of both sword and soul essence. Can one truly comprehend multiple layers of artistic conception simultaneously? Lin Xi inquired. Indeed, the synergy of two forms of conception can yield a force that rivals that of a single conception at a higher tier. However, the challenge escalates exponentially. Some may find themselves unable to cultivate two forms of conception to a profound level throughout their entire lives. How wondrous is this universe? Lin Xi felt as though a gateway to a new world had been unveiled before her. At this juncture, it is premature for you to ponder such matters. Focus on elevating your abilities to the level of a mid-tier warrior. Perhaps, with a century or so of dedicated effort, you may grasp a single layer of sword essence. A century? Lin Xi exclaimed, having lived less than 20 years. The prospect of spending such an extensive period merely to attain a layer of sword essence seemed daunting. Do you believe that the essence of understanding is as simple as a cabbage, easily grasped by anyone? Hikana exclaimed vehemently. I see that your Luo Hao has merely scratched the surface of comprehension. After all, he has lived for over 500 years. And if he can attain a new level of understanding in just 180 years, should you still be dissatisfied? Lin Xi smiled gently, realizing that perhaps she was still too youthful. The powerful beings in the universe possess lives that stretch across eons. It is possible that a moment of insight can span hundreds or even thousands of years for them. A century for such beings is akin to the blink of an eye. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Within this year, you must at least master the cloud-piercing stab and elevate your power to above 70. If you fail to do so, well, Hikana let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 43. Hellish training. Long ago, the plateau where the Soul Burial Ridge lies was a vast, flat grassland. However, the great battle that ensued triggered a tremendous earthquake, resulting in cataclysmic geological upheaval. The once even landscape transformed dramatically. A colossal mountain rose abruptly while the opposite side sank, creating a stark fault line. This fault line severed a river that once flowed through the plateau, splitting it into two segments and giving rise to a magnificent waterfall. This waterfall cascades hundreds of meters, and through years of relentless force, it has polished the cliffs and the rocks downstream to an extraordinary smoothness. A young man stood resolutely beneath the thundering waterfall, bracing himself against the sheer impact of the falling water with his own flesh and blood. He could barely straighten his back, yet he silently persevered. Moreover, his posture appeared exceedingly peculiar, as he was nearly inverted upon the rock, supporting himself with his right hand while his left foot and head pressed against the ground, with only his right foot elevated high, pointing towards the heavens. A full month had elapsed since his arrival, and from the initial struggle to even maintain his balance, he had now managed to sustain this position for a tenuous 10 minutes. This progress was the result of countless instances of being violently thrown to the ground by immense forces. Though there had been no discernible advancement in his realm, Lin Xi sensed an enhancement not only in the strength of his muscles, but also in his control over them. Hikana, how much longer must I persist in this foolish endeavor? Lin Xi exhaled a significant amount of water that had lodged in his throat, his expression contorted with pain, as the sensation was akin to his entire being threatening to disintegrate. Do you have any idea how many individuals yearn for this secret yet cannot attain it? You dare to call it foolish? Hikana retorted sharply. During the lifetime of the Soul Sword Master, he had traversed vast expanses of the universe, encountering numerous bizarre races, each endowed with unique talents. Some possessed no combat capability, yet could withstand assaults even from star-level warriors. Among them was a race inhabiting an indigenous planet, undiscovered by the Galactic Federation, living a primitive existence devoid of any technology. Their physique bore little difference from that of Earthlings. Yet they possessed the strength to topple creatures as colossal as elephants with a single blow. This race possesses no methods of cultivation, nor do they have any extraordinary abilities. However, they are endowed with a remarkable advantage from birth. Each member can fully unleash their potential with absolute efficacy, and some even manage to transcend the theoretical limits. Naturally, these limits are dictated by the strength of their muscles and bones, and surpassing them inevitably inflicts damage upon the body. This peculiar phenomenon swiftly captured the attention of the Soul Sword Master. In his quest to unveil this secret, he surreptitiously consumed a native through a serendipitously acquired arcane technique and uncovered the secrets of their physiology. All intelligent species within the universe, despite their considerable differences in size and appearance, share striking similarities in certain subtle structures. Exceptions exist, such as highly unique life forms like the Hikana. But for the most part, the fundamental unit of biological entities is the cell. After a period of diligent research, the Soul Sword Master discerned significant distinctions in the musculature of this race compared to others. For instance, humans possess numerous acupoints, which serve as convergence points for blood vessels and nerve endings, constituting a vital aspect of human anatomy. Although there exists some degree of interconnection among these acupoints, it primarily affects the individual's state of life. In contrast, the indigenous race exhibits a near-complete integration of their acupoints into a cohesive information network, akin to threads that interconnect every part of their bodies, thereby achieving a level of comprehensive bodily control. After an extensive period of research, the esteemed master of the Soul Sword finally discovered the method to open all acupoints and devised a unique body-refining technique. By diligently following this method to penetrate each acupoint, one could elevate the efficiency of physical exertion to over 90%. While this may sound exceedingly arduous, the technique imposes no inherent barriers. Even an ordinary individual could master it, provided they possess a sufficiently robust physique. The criteria for this physique are not rigidly defined, but rather assessed based on an individual's overall strength. As one's physical constitution improves, the challenge of opening the acupoints correspondingly increases, necessitating an even more formidable physique to withstand the impact during the process. should one's physical resilience fall short. There exists a substantial risk that a fragile part of the body may succumb to the overwhelming force, resulting in severe injuries, disabilities, or potentially even fatal outcomes. Thus, under the duress imposed by Hikana, Lin Xi commenced his grueling training beneath the waterfall. Aside from eating and sleeping, he has spent over 15 hours daily in that relentless cascade for the past month. He recalls the first time he stood beneath it. The immense force knocked him back, causing him to spit blood and rendering him unable to rise for a considerable time. Well, the right hand and left leg are nearly acclimated. Now, let us switch to the left arm and right leg, maintaining this regimen for another month. Afterward, you may attempt to open a portion of the acupoints. Hikana instructed in a manner reminiscent of a mentor. What? Another month? Lin Xi was on the verge of a breakdown. Each day he was permitted to rest only after exhausting himself to the brink. Strangely enough, only half of this ordeal had passed. All right, if you wish to commence now, I have no objections. However, should you become disabled due to your frail constitution, do not hold me accountable. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Xi wisely chose to remain silent. Although enduring a month of such hardship was arduous, it was certainly preferable to the prospect of disability. At barely 20 years of age, he had no desire to face life with missing limbs. As another month slipped silently by, Lin Xi's previously slender physique had transformed into a more robust form under the relentless training by the waterfall, seemingly having polished away much of his youthful vigor. At that moment, he sat cross-legged at the very center of the waterfall, resembling an immovable, solid boulder, just as Hikana had remarked. Every part of his body had been thoroughly exercised in this peculiar posture. Even his neck and joints, areas typically neglected, had gained considerable resilience. Well, Hikana, I believe I am ready to begin now, Lin Xi declared as he emerged from the waterfall with unwavering steadiness, betraying not the slightest tremor. Indeed, quite impressive. Your current physique would sustain only superficial injuries even against a low-grade human weapon. That should suffice. Hikana cautioned, however. I must advise you that during the process of unlocking your acupoints, you must not pause. Doing so could be as perilous as failure itself. Lin Xi nodded. His will forged into an unyielding strength. As long as his body could endure, there was nothing he could not persevere through. To avoid being disturbed by others, Lin Xi discovered a cave left behind by a predecessor. He used branches and stones to block the entrance and then lit a lamp inside the cave. This is the celestial map of the 365 constellations left by your teacher. Hikana transformed into a luminous orb and leaped from Lin Xi, emanating a blinding light that cast 365 images upon the cave stone walls. Each illustration depicted a person in a myriad of bizarre poses, some even contorting their bodies into strange curves, prompting Lin Xi to question whether he could replicate such movements. These 365 images each represent a method for unblocking an acupoint. If one can perform them all and execute the techniques in a specific manner until complete unblocking is achieved, one could potentially harness the full strength of their body. Hikana explained. Is it really that simple? Lin Xi found it hard to believe. Simple? Do you realize that the master spent nearly 2 million years developing these patterns? Each movement must be executed with absolute precision. Without my assistance, no one could hope to succeed. Hikana retorted defiantly. Chapter 44. The Celestial Map of the 365 Constellations Hiss. Ah, ouch. The cave echoed with a chorus of anguished cries. Now do you understand how difficult it is? I doubt you can master all of this in less than a year or two. Hikana reverted to his youthful form, flitting around Lin Xi's head. The first star map utterly confounded Lin Xi, as this maneuver required him to entwine his legs around his neck and assume an inverted posture. After 2 months of grueling training, his muscles had become more resilient than ordinary steel, yet executing such a highly flexible movement felt akin to a death sentence. Furthermore, each action demanded impeccable precision. Even the slightest deviation rendered it futile. The sensation of his entire body teetering on the brink of fracture caused Lin Xi to tremble uncontrollably, making it nearly impossible to maintain a single position with unwavering stillness. How could he stabilize his body? Lin Xi pondered incessantly, contemplating that perhaps such an extreme requirement could only be fulfilled by someone like Su Xinyuo, a master capable of commanding every cell within their being. He had spent an entire day in this endeavor, yet had not succeeded in executing the first movement. He understood that without discovering an appropriate method, prolonging his efforts for another 10 days or half a month would yield no results. He quietly settled down, akin to an ancient monk in deep meditation. Indeed, those enlightened monks possessed no foundational skills, Yet how could they achieve years of profound stillness? Lin Xi's spirit seemed to transcend into an enigmatic realm, where the slightest rustle of the surrounding world faded into oblivion. Master? Master? Hikana noticed Lin Xi's unusual demeanor, but received no response despite calling out several times. Suddenly, Hikana seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be that he had touched upon a fragment of the realm of Soul Path? How could that be possible? For 3 consecutive days and nights, Lin Xi remained in a state of stillness. On the 4th day, his tightly shut eyes suddenly fluttered open. Master, you have awakened? Hikana inquired, a desire to ask Lin Xi something bubbling within him. However, Lin Xi paid him no heed, as if the entire world around him had lost its significance. His legs appeared to have become frail and boneless, effortlessly draping over his shoulders, while his rigid bones and muscles emitted faint creaks, as if they were on the verge of breaking, yet he remained unfazed. Then, he pushed himself up with both hands and surprisingly executed the first movement. Although there was a slight deviation, this discrepancy gradually diminished until, astonishingly, he settled into a state of perfect execution. He had done it. Hikana had initially believed that Lin Xi would require at least a month to achieve this first movement, followed by a slight acceleration thereafter. Yet, he had accomplished it so effortlessly, and in merely 3 days. 10 minutes elapsed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes. An hour. Lin Xi maintained that position for a full hour. Suddenly, his body quivered, and his previously profound gaze returned to normal. A sharp gasp escaped his lips, followed by a cry of distress. In an instant, Lin Xi, once transformed, collapsed onto the rough ground with a thud. Oh dear, my entire body aches. He groaned, supporting himself as he stood up. Master, have you forgotten what transpired just moments ago? Hikana questioned. Huh? What happened? Lin Xi replied. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. It seems you have just entered a state of spiritual transcendence. If only this state could be sustained for a while longer. Perhaps one might touch the threshold of the realm of the soul. Alas, what a pity. Hikana expressed with a hint of disappointment. The realm of the soul? Lin Xi shook his head, yet it appeared that he sensed no significant difference. Never mind, such experiences are serendipitous. Lin Xi accepted this with grace, acknowledging that perhaps his time had not yet come, and there was no need for undue insistence. The master is indeed magnanimous. Hikana smiled serenely. By the way, master, why not attempt the first movement once more? Lin Xi nodded, feeling somewhat awkward, yet it seemed less arduous than before, almost as if it were within easy grasp. With Hikana's guidance, he made slight adjustments and nearly achieved an optimal state. Wonderful. It appears that the insights gained over the past few days have not been in vain. The Master's soul and will have enhanced his control over his body. Hikana was filled with delight. Perhaps today he would successfully open the first acupoint. He projected the first illustration onto the wall once more. Master, follow the route indicated by the red line to channel the cosmic source energy. Lin Xi blinked, indicating his understanding, and began to attempt the star attraction technique as depicted in the image. Ouch! It hurt. The moment the first trace of source energy entered his meridians, a sharp pain surged through his body, as if his channels were blocked. And traversing just a short distance felt akin to having a small piece of flesh gouged from him. Master, hold on. Once it begins, there is no turning back. Lin Xi gritted his teeth and persevered, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Initially, his pace was excruciatingly slow. Nearly 10 minutes were consumed for a mere fraction of progress. However, as time elapsed, his speed gradually increased. After an hour, he had traversed a quarter of the route. His muscles quivered slightly, having lost some control, yet he maintained a steady posture, fully aware that any movement would spell failure. Just a little further. Lin Xi clenched his teeth. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, his body erupted in a cacophony, as if every bone and muscle were writhing. Success. Elated, Lin Xi sprang up from the ground. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully opened the first acupoint. Hikana proclaimed. Wonderful. Lin Xi could hardly contain his joy. The hardest part is always the beginning. Having accomplished the first, the rest would follow naturally. In the initial 4 days, he opened 1 acupoint. In 2 days, he unlocked the second. The third took a day and a half, and the fourth just a day. His pace accelerated, culminating in nearly 1 acupoint per day while practicing the celestial star chart. As his training progressed, he felt an increasing interconnectedness within his body. Each movement seemed to resonate throughout him, and his control over his physique grew ever stronger. For 3 months, he ventured into the wilderness to hunt mutated creatures whenever hunger struck, consuming the flesh of these aberrations. When fatigue overcame him, He would close his eyes to contemplate the celestial soul technique. Any spare moments were devoted to practicing the cloud-piercing thrust. Over this period, he successfully opened 100 acupuncture points within his body, leading to a significant transformation. With a resounding thud, Lin Xi's fist collided with a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. A formidable force penetrated the bark, shattering its core, yet the tree remained steadfast, unyielding. Excellent, Master. Your power output has surpassed 60, and your control over that strength has reached a remarkable precision. With a power level of early stage 5, Lin Xi had only been capable of generating close to 700 kilograms of force 3 months prior. However, with that recent strike, he had nearly approached 1,000 kilograms. A feat likely achievable only through the application of combat techniques. Splendid. At this rate, I shall certainly exceed 90 during the college entrance examination. Lin Xi reveled in his thoughts. That little creature has returned. Hikana suddenly exclaimed. With a rustle, the nearby thicket trembled, and without any noticeable increase in size, Dodo leapt into Lin Xi's embrace. Throughout these 3 months, Lin Xi had remained near the cave to cultivate, while the restless and food-driven Dodo had ventured into the mountains in search of sustenance. During this time, Dodo had ascended to the rank of a 3-segment warrior, undoubtedly having feasted on a bounty of delights. Bark, bark. Dodo bit gently at Lin Xi's finger, as if eager to lead him somewhere. Are you suggesting that there are treasures to be found there? Lin Xi inquired, glancing towards the towering mountains in the south. Bark, bark. Duo nodded affirmatively. Let us go take a look. Whatever this little creature is interested in must surely be extraordinary. Hikana remarked. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Xi followed closely behind Duo as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Chapter 45. The corpse of a strange beast. Duo led Lin Xi along the winding path through the mountains. This particular mountain, formed by geological upheaval, stood at approximately 700 to 800 meters in height. From a distance, it appeared lush and verdant, entirely unlike the ecological system one would expect in a plateau environment. With the process of evolution underway, most plants, though not mutated, had significantly enhanced their adaptability, thriving robustly in both the oxygen-deficient conditions of the plateau and the saline environments of salt-alkali lands. Towering trees shielded the glaring sunlight, and Lin Xi agilely leapt between the branches, though he found it rather peculiar that such a mountain harbored no mutated creatures. The saying goes, where there is strangeness, there is danger, which explained why Duo had brought him to this location. Nevertheless, Lin Xi did not dare to be careless, based on his experiences in Sunset Valley. It was entirely possible that something lurked here, deterring even the mutated beings from approaching. Wang. Duo suddenly barked at Lin Xi, signaling him to halt. What is it? Lin Xi inquired as he leaped down from the tree. Gripping Lin Xi's pant leg, Duo tugged him towards a thicket on the side. Rustling sounds echoed as Lin Xi parted the underbrush, revealing the massive corpse of a mutated creature before him. Is this a giant stone ape? Lin Xi observed that this creature, resembling a monkey, was entirely enveloped in a rocky armor, which was, in fact, a robust keratin layer it had developed. The giant stone ape is a mid-level 7th-tier mutated organism, possessing not only immense strength but also formidable defenses. Weapons with a caliber smaller than 10 millimeters are utterly incapable of penetrating its thick stone hide, making it quite a challenge even for 7th-tier warriors. However, what caught Lin Xi's attention was the peculiar manner of the giant stone ape's demise. Its body appeared to have been drained of moisture and blood, leaving behind merely a thick layer of hide and bones. This mode of death sent a chill down Lin Xi's spine. It was evidently not the work of human martial artists. Although there have been instances of mutated creatures being slain for their blood, it is rumored that the blood of certain powerful beasts can aid in the physical refinement of humans. There exist several branches within martial techniques, one of which is known as body refinement art. The lower-tier body refinement art relies on concoctions made from various exquisite herbs for practice, while the advanced techniques necessitate the blood of potent mutated organisms as a catalyst. Consequently, many formidable warriors, upon encountering such mutated beings, would extract their blood to sell to those in need, with the supply generally being quite limited, resulting in exorbitant prices. However, the giant stone ape clearly did not fall into this category. The blood of warrior-level creatures holds no value. Moreover, if a martial artist were to hunt, unless transport was impractical, they would typically take the most valuable parts of their prey. Yet, the corpse of the giant stone ape remained remarkably intact. This was undoubtedly not the handiwork of humans. Lin Xi swiftly dismissed this possibility. Could it be a mutated creature? However, after contemplating for a considerable time, he realized he had never heard of any blood-sucking mutated beings. After examining the corpse for an extended period, Lin Xi finally discerned some clues. The wrists and ankles of the stone ape bore faint marks. Although the blood had been completely drained, leaving no visible bruises, the desiccated body had hardened, causing those areas to sink as if bound by some unseen force. Furthermore, there was a small hole the size of a thumb in the neck of the stone ape, with traces of blood that had not yet fully dried surrounding the wound. It appeared prudent to exercise caution. This mountain harbored unusual secrets. Lin Xi's expression turned grave. The stone ape seemed to have perished not long ago, as the body had yet to emit a foul odor. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Lin Xi stowed the corpse within his storage ring and then withdrew a colossal battle sword. This was a superior-grade human weapon, nearly matching Lin Xi's height. Measuring 28 centimeters in width, with a thickness of 3 centimeters at its thickest point, and weighing an astounding 120 kilograms. It was a recommendation from Hikana, depleting nearly all of Lin Xi's remaining savings. Hikana had informed Lin Xi that upon mastering the initial technique of the cloud-piercing thrust, his offensive capabilities among novice warriors would be nearly unparalleled. However, his defensive weaknesses remained his greatest flaw. This wide and heavy battle sword, though cumbersome, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Moreover, as soon as Lin Xi commenced her studies of the Phantom Sword, even a heavy sword could unleash tremendous power. The weapon wielded by the revered Soul Sword Master was also a colossal heavy sword, embodying both offense and defense with boundless might. Wow, how heavy! Lin Xi exclaimed, her arms sinking under the weight. Even her nearly 5th-tier physical prowess struggled to lift it, let alone wield it effectively. She pondered whether carrying it would serve as a means of protection or merely become a burden. Consider this as a form of training, Hikana remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. As Lin Xi ventured deeper, the number of corpses increased, and she even encountered several 8th-tier beings, some in a state of decay, clearly deceased for quite some time, while others appeared remarkably fresh, with a few still retaining warmth. What on earth lies here? The eerie atmosphere quickened Lin Xi's breath. Are there several small holes here? While examining a recently deceased 8th-tier creature, she suddenly noticed small openings in the surrounding soil. The earth was disturbed and even somewhat damp, indicating that these holes had been created from within. She hurried back to glance at the nearby corpses, and indeed, each of them was accompanied by similar small openings. Some were merely finger-width, while others had a diameter nearly as thick as an arm. It was not difficult to surmise that the attacks on these mutated beings were undoubtedly connected to these small holes. What could they be? Could it be serpents? Lin Xi speculated. Yet the serpents that had undergone mutation had all grown to colossal sizes akin to their predecessors, with only a few highly venomous snakes retaining their original stature. However, the lifeless creatures before him exhibited no signs of venom. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xi had ascended to the mountainside, where he finally encountered the corpse of a martial artist. The manner of death was equally peculiar. The body had been drained of blood, rendered rigid and frigid. This was likely a low-level warrior, perhaps of the 7th or 8th tier. Lin Xi observed a scattered battle blade nearby, a high-grade human weapon, yet it had been shattered by an unknown force, one that could only be wielded by a peak low-level warrior. Hikana, can you discern the creature responsible for this? He inquired. I cannot. There exists a very pure energy source on this mountain, which has interfered with my senses, rendering certain aspects undetectable, Hikana replied. A pure energy source? Indeed. It must be the very thing that little creature intended for you to find. Though its nature remains a mystery, acquiring it could greatly benefit your development, Hikana continued. Do you think this bizarre phenomenon is connected to the energy source? Lin Xi pondered. Hikana contemplated for a moment. It is possible. On your planet, pure energy sources are rather uncommon. This particular source seems to have emerged recently, likely attracting something in its wake. You must exercise caution. Although you can now tentatively utilize the cloud-piercing stab, it may prove challenging to confront whatever lurks here. Understood. Lin Xi responded earnestly. Suddenly, a faint tremor emanated from beneath Lin Xi's feet, as if something was approaching him. It has arrived. Be cautious. Hikana swiftly transformed. Lin Xi surveyed his surroundings. Still unaware of the nature of the impending threat, engaging recklessly would undoubtedly lead to his demise. A moment of inspiration struck him. He leaped gracefully onto the trunk of a nearby grand tree, positioning his colossal sword before him, intently fixated on the spot where he had just stood. With a splattering sound, a mass of earth was cast aside as a violet vine erupted from the ground, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. hurtling directly towards Lin Xi's face. Chapter 46. Bloodthirsty Vine Thud. The vine collided with the heavy sword like a bullet from a machine gun, producing a resounding echo akin to a mighty bell tolling. A force comparable to that of a seventh-tier warrior surged through the sword and into Lin Xi's arms. His body was propelled back as if struck by a speeding truck, soaring several meters before crashing down. What on earth is this? Lin Xi clutched his agonizing chest as he rose to his feet, grateful for the protection of the colossal sword. Otherwise, that blow could have pierced him entirely. Master. It seems the emergence of that energy source has caused this vine to undergo some changes. It appears to be quite formidable. Hikana's tone was laden with gravity. What kind of place is this, where even the vines are so terrifying? Lin Xi was nearly certain that the enigmatic killer responsible for the slaughter of dozens of mutated creatures was indeed this horrifying vine. Whoosh. The vine paused momentarily before resuming its relentless assault towards Lin Xi. Do you think I can be easily bullied? Lin Xi exclaimed furiously, pierce through the clouds, sever it. The gleaming, piercing cloud spear soared into the air, swirling around Lin Xi before transforming into an ethereal shadow that swiftly darted towards the violet vine. Over the past 3 months, he had not only been unblocking the acupoints in his body, but had also diligently pursued the study of the celestial transformation soul technique. Although the later sections delved into various esoteric concepts that were beyond his immediate comprehension, the foundational knowledge of the technique's material manipulation aspect was already sufficient for him to exploit at the Star Disciple level. With a sharp sound, the violet vine was instantly shattered under the formidable penetrating power of the piercing cloud spear, emerald green sap gushing forth like blood from the severed end. The remaining segment of the vine, sensing danger, quickly burrowed back underground. The piercing cloud spear remained untainted by any sap, returning to hover above Lin Xi's head in an instant. Such resilient vines, nearly on par with 6th-tier mutated creatures. Lin Xi felt a surge of astonishment. It was remarkable that plants could evolve to such an extent, rivaling the strength and defensive capabilities of monstrous beasts, while their formidable vitality rendered them even more troublesome to contend with. Master, be cautious, it is not yet defeated. Suddenly, for violet vines, each nearly double the previous thickness, erupted from the ground once more. How swift! Lin Xi was taken aback. The speed of these vines had significantly increased. This is bad. Before he could evade, one vine swiftly ensnared his left ankle. Suddenly, countless minute thorns sprouted from the smooth vine, piercing deeply into Lin Xi's ankle, eliciting a wave of excruciating pain. Damn it! It's you. Lin Xi felt his blood swiftly draining. He feared that within half a minute, he would be reduced to a mere husk. With a swift motion, the cloud-piercing spike sliced through the vines ensnaring his feet, causing the blood mixed with the purple wisteria sap to splatter across the ground. Enduring the agony, Lin Xi managed to free himself from the vines around his ankle, only to discover that the hollow thorns bore inward hooks, severely damaging his muscles. Fortunately, his tendons and bones were spared. Lin Xi felt a flicker of relief. With the aid of the dragon soul wood, these flesh wounds would heal in no time. Before long, a refreshing sensation emanated from his wounds, which began to close, leaving only traces of blood. In the blink of an eye, several more vines emerged. As a dozen purple wisteria branches danced like tentacles, enveloping Lin Xi in a dense shroud. His strength was woefully inadequate, utterly incapable of contending with the stout, mutated vines. Even wielding a heavy sword, he doubted he could withstand the force without shattering his arms. Thankfully, his mental fortitude allowed him to multitask. Although controlling the cloud-piercing spike consumed most of his energy, it was still feasible to use his mental power to wield the giant sword as a shield. Thud, thud, thud. The vine struck relentlessly against the sword's blade, akin to cannonballs colliding with steel. Fortunately, his colossal sword was specially forged. Had it been an ordinary high-grade weapon, it would have shattered in no time. The Lin Xi darted nimbly amidst the tangled foliage, capable of injuring even mid-level warriors, let alone these vines. Though remarkably resilient, they were as fragile as tofu before the prowess of Lin Xi, succumbing effortlessly to its sharpness. Before long, the ground was strewn with severed vine limbs. At least 2 or 3 dozen when glanced at hastily. Was this abominable creature endless? Lin Xi cursed vehemently. Despite his mental prowess having reached the peak of a novice warrior, his mastery over Lin Xi remained a challenge, proving somewhat strenuous to control. Master, it seems the entire mountain is teeming with these mutated vine limbs. Hikana uttered words that plunged Lin Xi into despair. What? The whole mountain? Lin Xi nearly broke down. The expanse spanned dozens of square kilometers. How many vines could that possibly entail? Not quite. I estimate they possess at most the strength of a peak novice warrior. Likely no more than 100 vines. However, their lengths can stretch to any corner of this mountain, making them exceedingly troublesome. Do not speak of that for now. What must I do to vanquish this creature? Lin Xi gasped, already exhausted from severing merely a handful of vines, fearing he might perish before he could eliminate them all. Master, even if you sever all these vines, it would be futile. They cannot harm its very essence. As long as it possesses sufficient power, these severed limbs will swiftly regenerate. To annihilate it, one must locate its core and obliterate it. Where is its core? Lin Xi rolled to the side, narrowly evading a sudden lash that erupted from the flank, the flying debris stinging his cheek. It could be anywhere on this mountain, but I suspect it lies near that pure energy source. Hikana speculated. Dodo. Lin Xi cast a glance at Dodo, who was cowering in the corner, trembling. Woof. Dodo understood immediately, darting towards the summit with its diminutive frame. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Xi braced himself against the relentless onslaught of the mutated vines, each collision sending tremors through his body, as if his very mental fortitude were on the verge of shattering. How can this creature be so formidable? I doubt even a mid-tier warrior could match its strength. Lin Xi struggled to fathom anything capable of unleashing dozens of attacks akin to the full might of a 7th or 8th-tier warrior in an instant. It is no surprise, the growth of plants is far more arduous than that of animals. If it were not formidable, it would indeed be quite unfair. Hikana remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As they drew closer to the core, the mutated vine seemed to sense a tinge of threat. It had dominated this place for so long, yet had never encountered such a tenacious adversary. In the past, when confronted by formidable beings among humans or mutated creatures, it wisely chose to conceal itself deep underground, launching fierce attacks only against those within its hunting range. However, this human, possessing merely mid-level 4th-tier strength, astonishingly displayed such terrifying combat prowess that its feeble intellect struggled to comprehend it. This detestable human not only severed nearly half of its tendrils, but also relentlessly approached its core. If it merely sought to escape, the subterranean realm was its dominion, and this human would be utterly powerless. Yet, that object could facilitate its rapid advancement, potentially allowing it to transcend to the ranks of intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, or even war generals. With its unique advantages, should it attain the level of a war god, even entities surpassing that would find it exceedingly challenging to vanquish it. Regrettably, it was unable to relocate that object. Relinquishing it might result in centuries, if not millennia, before it could hope to break through to the war god level. Thus, it could not abandon this place. Suddenly, with a violent tremor, a nearby stone wall cracked open, and a purple tendril, nearly the thickness of a thigh, lashed fiercely towards Lin Xi. Chapter 47, Spirit of the Flora. This tendril was adorned with a dense array of purple scales, shielding the fragile vine within, significantly enhancing both its offensive and defensive capabilities, an unmistakable indication that it had reached the threshold of intermediate warrior status. Once it fully ascends to the level of an intermediate warrior, all the vines will transform into this form. However, such a transformation demands an immense amount of energy, compelling it to drain the life force from all the mutated creatures inhabiting this mountain. The scaled vine lunged at Lin Xi like a great serpent, effortlessly shattering every obstructing boulder and tree in its path, wielding a power that was nearly equivalent to the full force of a first-tier intermediate warrior. Lin Xi felt a shiver run down his spine, should he be struck by this vine. His current physical strength would likely render him into a mere mist of blood in an instant, even with the heavy sword in hand. He would stand no chance of withstanding it. Clang, clang. The scales on the vine were remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding the assault of the 9th-tier piercing cloud attack, which failed to breach its defenses, resulting in a dazzling display of sparks in the air. Damn it, I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate move. Lin Xi exclaimed in frustration as he struck the ground with his fist, astonished by how tenacious this creature was. Piercing cloud attack. Return. A flash of light swiftly severed several ordinary vines, bringing them back to Lin Xi's side. Spiral force. The piercing cloud attack began to spin at high velocity, the mental energy enveloping it faintly morphing into a shadow of a blade, its power significantly surpassing that of his previous encounter with Qiu Shaozi. Whoosh. The speed of the piercing cloud attack generated a piercing sonic boom, akin to a sword being drawn from its sheath, as it surged toward the colossal vine. Sizzle. Sparks erupted as the piercing cloud attack whirled like a diamond against the surface of the vine. Crack. At last, a faint crack appeared upon the surface of the scales. Break. Lin Xi bellowed, unleashing a torrent of mental energy upon the cloud piercer. With a resounding thrust, the scales could no longer withstand the terrifying penetrating force, and the cloud piercer plunged entirely into the vine, reducing it to a mere pulp. A piercing scream erupted from the mutated vine, as if it were scratching against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Woof, woof. Dodo called out from afar towards Lin Xi. Oh, is it over there? Lin Xi maneuvered the cloud piercer in the direction indicated by Dodo. Humph, do you think that hiding underground renders you safe? Lin Xi smirked. Had it been a few months prior, he might have found himself truly helpless. Although the penetrating power of the cloud piercer was immensely formidable, it still had its limitations against targets deeply concealed beneath the earth. However, during this period, he had commenced a rudimentary study of the heavenly transformation soul technique, particularly its section on annihilating souls. This segment was indeed profound and expansive at its advanced levels. It purportedly allowed one to slay a warrior more powerful than oneself merely through intention, and even to manipulate the opponent's soul, transforming them into a puppet that obeyed one's commands. Yet, Lin Xi was still far from mastering even the basics, unable to comprehend the intricate content. Relying solely on Hekana's guidance to employ his mental and spiritual energy for offensive maneuvers. The force of the mind is an omnipresent, intangible power, while the strength of the soul is vast, profound, and boundless. Without specialized methods to counteract it, even the mightiest physical strength cannot withstand such an assault. This type of attack directly influences the opponent's thoughts and soul. At best, it can disrupt the enemy's cognition, creating opportunities to strike during combat, and at worst, a single thought can obliterate the enemy's consciousness, truly rendering one a killer in the shadows. Lin Xi, a novice warrior with perfected mental strength, unleashed his soul energy in a fierce onslaught towards the underground. He was even able to discern the essence of the mutated vines. It was a purple sphere, roughly the size of a human, from which countless tendrils branched out, sprawling across the subterranean expanse. With a thunderous impact, his mental force collided with the purple sphere. The intelligence of plants is significantly inferior to that of animals. Correspondingly, their mental strength and soul are exceedingly feeble, even less potent than that of a first-tier human novice warrior. In an instant, the mutated vines sustained a grievous blow. It writhed in a frenzy, its rotund form thrashing wildly, causing the ground to tremble and crack. Unable to restrain itself any longer, it emerged from the depths, following the thickest of its tendrils. Oh, how I awaited your emergence. The piercing strike, which had been lying in wait, suddenly penetrated through the dense protection of the vines, plunging deeply into the heart of the small sphere. A copious amount of liquid oozed from the small sphere, mingled with remnants of undigested blood. The thousands of meters-long vines writhed as if in a death struggle, smashing the surrounding rocks into fragments. Still resisting? The core of the mutated vines is exceedingly fragile, and the points of attachment are remarkably soft. A flurry of strikes from the cloud-piercing spear swiftly reduced them to a mere bare purple orb. Woof! Seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai suddenly pounced, swallowing the purple sphere whole, along with the vines that Lin Xi had been observing. Burp! Duo let out a resounding belch. Such tender and juicy morsels were its utmost delight. Has it already reached the fourth-tier warrior level? Lin Xi noticed that Duo's aura had suddenly surged. TSK. If I do not intensify my efforts, this little creature may soon surpass me. Duo cleverly slipped into a crack and soon emerged with a green orb dangling from its mouth. Having satisfied its hunger, it tossed the orb to Lin Xi and promptly burrowed into his clothing to take a nap. What is this? Lin Xi examined the softly glowing orb in his hand. The orb resembled a droplet of water, seemingly brimming with abundant energy. Even while merely holding it, Lin Xi felt as though he were basking in a rejuvenating hot spring. Is this the energy source you just mentioned, Hekana? He inquired. Indeed. This should be a spirit of the flora, came the reply. What? This is the spirit of the flora? Lin Xi had seen in her textbooks that the spirit of flora and fauna is a crystalline entity entirely composed of condensed energy, forming only in places abundant with vitality, and requiring an extensive passage of time, often several centuries, for its emergence. The spirit possesses numerous functions. It can not only heal injuries but also facilitate cultivation. The energy encapsulated within is utterly pure, devoid of any impurities, allowing for direct absorption by the human body without any side effects. In comparison to substances that, while capable of enhancing strength, are laden with impurities that may hinder future development, the spirit is infinitely more precious. Typically, locales housing the spirit are guarded by formidable mutated creatures. This particular spirit of flora and fauna likely formed not long ago, thus falling prey to this mutated vine. Should it be allowed to grow for a few more years, it might become powerful enough to vanquish even seasoned warriors. Alas, much of the energy here has already been depleted by it, lamented Hikana, shaking her head sorrowfully. Even the nascent spirit of flora and fauna is sufficient to elevate an ordinary individual to the rank of a senior warrior. However, the energy required by mutated plants is exponentially greater, often tenfold or 100-fold compared to that needed by humans. Merely reaching the threshold of a mid-tier warrior would consume nearly all the energy contained within. Though the remaining energy is scant, I believe aiding you to swiftly ascend to the 7th or even 8th tier should pose no significant challenge. Hikana's words startled Lin Xi. The prospect of elevating her strength by 3 or 4 tiers was indeed remarkable. Now, merely gaining admission to the War Academy is no longer his aspiration. His ambition is to surpass those prodigies and emerge as the foremost individual within the institution. Although he possesses the legacy of the Soul Sword Sovereign, his rather unremarkable mentor has left him with nothing of substance. In terms of foundational strength, he remains somewhat lacking, and the cultivation resources that others can readily access must be obtained through perilous means. Thus, anything that can aid in his quest for strength is exceedingly precious. In Chapter 48, the Federal Commerce Association, Lin Xi's harvest from his recent expedition to the mountains was substantial. Not only did he fortuitously acquire the remains of several high-ranking mutated creatures, but he also obtained treasures such as the spirit of flora. With a heart full of satisfaction, he descended the mountain. Over the past 3 months, his storage ring has amassed a considerable number of mutated creature corpses, yet his supplies have nearly been depleted, signaling that it is time for a brief respite. The intense combat and training have led to remarkable progress, but they have also left both his body and spirit somewhat fatigued. Thus, a balance of work and rest is essential, as per Hikana's guidance. At the Soul Burial Ridge, the presence of federal troops and free hunters has naturally fostered the emergence of a small gathering place in the vicinity. While it may not boast the towering skyscrapers and bustling activity of a base city, it possesses all necessary amenities and is no less vibrant than those larger metropolises. Here, one can find supply stations selling food and medicinal products, as well as stalls run by martial artists returning from wilderness expeditions. The offerings include various mutated creature remains, rare botanical herbs, and even some peculiar items whose purposes are nearly inscrutable. Stranger still, the more peculiar the items, the higher their prices seem to soar. And an unending stream of inquisitive patrons continues to approach, leaving one perplexed about the underlying reasons. Come and behold the furious rhinoceros horn, a prime material for forging weapons. The mutated snow ginseng, a rare treasure unseen in the outside world, awaits your purchase at a most reasonable price. The once lofty warriors have transformed into humble vendors. Not only are there those of warrior rank, but even a considerable number of general-class fighters amongst them. The cacophony of their calls evokes a vivid semblance of a bustling marketplace for Lin Xi. Before arriving, he had deliberately removed his spatial ring and donned it around his neck, for this place differs vastly from the hunting zones of Suang Base City, where formidable warriors abound. And with so many eyes and hands present, one could never be certain who might harbor ulterior motives. His gaze swept hurriedly across the stalls without lingering, directing his steps toward the central edifice of the small market. This structure stands as one of the few tall buildings in the town, its pristine black exterior glimmering under the sunlight. The Federal Commerce Association, the most esteemed commercial organization in the entire Federation, was founded centuries ago by the collective efforts of all Federation members. Its shareholders encompass various organizations and conglomerates, with even some exceptionally powerful individuals holding stakes, including the foremost champion, Luo Hao. Consequently, the Federal Commerce Association wields immense influence on Earth, and no organization or individual dares to confront it. For to provoke the association is to awaken a hornet's nest. The industry of the Chamber of Commerce spans the globe, engaging not only in the sale of goods but also in their acquisition. Periodically, they even host grand auctions, publicly selling items that are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Naturally, those permitted to participate are not mere commoners. Compared to the fragmented dealers, while the selling prices at the Federal Chamber of Commerce may be somewhat lower, there exists a significant advantage. The Federal Chamber operates a membership point system, whereby members earn points based on the transaction value each time they buy or sell an item. These points can elevate a member's status, which not only grants discounts during purchases but also determines eligibility for auction participation. Should a member's rank reach a certain level, They may even borrow substantial amounts of federal currency from the federal bank. Thus, for those warriors with long-term aspirations, selling their prey to the federal chamber is a more appealing option. The slight financial loss pales in comparison to the immense benefits bestowed by the membership system. Lin Xi strode directly through the imposing entrance. Within this edifice lay a vast commercial plaza, its vibrancy rivaling that of the city itself. The entire building is divided into 7 levels, each serving a distinct purpose. The first floor is dedicated to the sale of weaponry and equipment. Online, one can only procure weapons suitable for novice warriors, while more advanced gear must be obtained through these channels. As the weapons for intermediate warriors and above necessitate customization, there exists a significant variation tailored to the individual requirements of different martial artists. Not only are there cold weapons such as swords, sabers, and spears, but even the seemingly extravagant firearms are available for purchase. These specially crafted bullets possess the capability to effortlessly penetrate the resilient hides of lower-tier mutated creatures. However, while firearms wield considerable power, their weight can be overwhelmingly burdensome for an ordinary individual. Even with the aid of spatial rings for storage, the formidable recoil can nearly disassemble the user, and a moment's loss of balance may result in a fatal encounter with the claws of a mutated beast. Consequently, the number of individuals utilizing firearms is quite limited. Most firearms are employed on the front lines against mutated creatures, only revealing their full potential during trench warfare. The customization of weapons for intermediate warriors starts at 500,000 federal coins, while for advanced warriors, it begins at 2 million federal coins, and for novice generals, it escalates to 10 million federal coins. The staggering figures momentarily dazzled Lin Xi, affirming that the path of a martial artist is indeed a costly endeavor. Ding! The elevator halted at the first floor, and Lin Xi stepped inside. Esteemed guest, which floor may I assist you with? The intelligence system inquired. To the 7th floor. Lin Xi replied without hesitation. The elevator ascended swiftly, and shortly thereafter, a chime sounded as the doors gradually opened. Welcome to the Acquisition Department of the Federal Chamber of Commerce. In the hall, a row of courteous customer service representatives stood in unison, bowing respectfully towards him. This display took Lin Xi by surprise. Such extravagant service seemed somewhat excessive, did it not? A girl with a delicate visage approached, her voice melodious as she inquired. Good day, sir. My name is Fong Yumuo. May I ask what you wish to sell? Lin Xi paused momentarily, then replied, Oh well, I am offering the corpses of mutated creatures. Very well. May I inquire about the levels of the corpses you are selling? The girl continued. They range from level 4 to level 8 of the junior warrior category. Lin Xi remained oblivious to the flicker of disdain that crossed the faces of several sales representatives upon hearing his words. These women, possessing limited martial talent, yet some semblance of beauty or business acumen, worked in the procurement department of the Federal Commerce Association. Their income comprised a fixed salary and a commission based on the acquisition prices. The larger the transaction, the greater the commission. Naturally, they yearned to encounter formidable warriors capable of slaying high-level mutated creatures, ideally bringing in dozens at a time to enhance their earnings. However, upon hearing Lin Xi's statement, they could surmise his capabilities. At best, he was a young man of the junior warrior level. They wondered how many mutated parts could fit into the backpack he bore. Such individuals, who feigned strength only to yield meager sales, were the bane of their existence, often generating commissions insufficient to cover the effort expended in their pursuit. Generally, those with self-awareness would sell their wares to external merchants, as it was typically only high-ranking warriors or generals who ventured here to sell their goods. Indeed, navigating this realm is far from simplistic. It is populated by hundreds of personnel, and securing a few influential clients necessitates certain stratagems. The notion of bartering one's physical form for transactions has become almost commonplace. The individual assigned to welcome Lin Xi, Fong Yumuo, is merely a novice who has been on the job for less than 6 months. While that may not seem long, she has keenly observed the clandestine dealings among her colleagues. However, as a young woman freshly emerged from academia, she finds it quite challenging to integrate into this collective. Throughout her tenure, Fong Yumuo has encountered prominent clients, but upon noticing her beauty, they have often made inappropriate propositions, to which she has steadfastly refused. Consequently, she has faced repeated setbacks and even ostracism from her peers, with only Na'vi individuals like Lin Xi deigning to engage with her. How much could a mere junior operative possibly earn? Their role is limited to bowing to clients as per the Chamber's requirements. And only Fong Yumuo has stepped forward to attend to him. Chapter 49. 700 corpses, sir. May I inquire how many mutated creature carcasses you wish to sell? Fang Yuma harbored little optimism. This young man appeared to be no older than herself, raising doubts about his capacity. Perhaps the commission she would receive after her efforts would be minuscule. Lin Xi, however, remained oblivious to the quantity of mutated creature corpses stored within his spatial ring. This particular ring, the largest he had extracted from the fallen god Gorge, had seen him deposit one carcass after another, and it had yet to reach its limit. Master, there are a total of over 2,700. Zakana pondered within his mind. What? So many? The realization struck him with surprise. He had been oblivious to the fact that he had eliminated so many mutated creatures over the past 3 months. A total of over 2,700, I believe, Lin Xi remarked. He wondered how the transaction would unfold. The sheer volume of corpses would create an imposing stack if all were laid out. Huh, over 2,000? Fang Yaman gasped, astonished. Having worked here for 6 months, she had only encountered dozens of mutated beings at once. Never had she heard of anyone attempting to sell such a vast number in a single transaction. Although they were merely at the primary warrior level, the quantity was staggering. Even if all were 4th tier, they could fetch over 1 million federal coins. A primary war general level mutated creature might sell for tens of thousands at most. Wait, sir. Are you truly certain you wish to sell so many? Fang Yum questioned, almost doubting her own ears. Her gaze instinctively darted to Lin Xi's fingers. But he wore no rings, and his wrists were devoid of adornment. Oh, here they are, Lin Xi exclaimed, discreetly tapping his chest. Reassured by the confidentiality maintained by the Federal Chamber of Commerce regarding its clientele. Sir, please follow me. Fang Yaman contained her excitement. No one dared to cause a disturbance within the Federal Chamber of Commerce. The audacity of this young man to declare such a substantial figure suggested he might indeed possess such a number of mutated corpses. Soon, they would find out. Oh, very well. Lin Xi closely followed behind her. After they departed, the other receptionists began to whisper amongst themselves. Ah, here comes another naive young soul, utterly oblivious. Can you guess the worth of his belongings? Haha, looking at that tiny backpack, it must be worth no more than 3,000 to 5,000, right? Haha. I wager it's only around 2,000 to 3,000. Just look at this young lady. It's rare to see such beauty, yet she remains so ignorant. Indeed. I even introduced her to a high-ranking warrior client last time. All he wanted was for her to accompany him for a drink. And he was willing to sell his items through her. But this young lady refused, leaving me to face the consequences of his displeasure. Lin Xi traversed a long corridor and entered a room. Occasionally, clients wished to sell items of questionable nature, thus necessitating stringent confidentiality measures to ensure no information leaked outside. Lin Xi settled onto a plush sofa, surveying his surroundings. The decor was exceedingly opulent, adorned with crystal chandeliers and sapphire-hued floor tiles, while the ground was even covered with the pelts of some unknown mutated creature. Furthermore, he discovered that the sofa itself was crafted from the hide of a mutated beast. TSK. It is no wonder that this is the world's largest chamber of commerce. Even a branch located in such a secluded corner boasts such high standards. Lin Xi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As Lin Xi glanced around, he unexpectedly caught sight of a box containing items inappropriate for children tucked away in a corner. His face flushed crimson, and he quickly averted his gaze. With his intelligence, it was not difficult for him to surmise their purpose, which explained the indecorous sounds he had overheard while passing certain rooms earlier. When he returned his attention, he found his eyes unexpectedly locked with Fang Yumiao's. I will go prepare some tea, she said, her cheeks aflame as she turned away. Lin Xi cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. May I inquire your name, sir? Fang Yumiao set the tea on the coffee table and took a seat across from Lin Xi. Miss Fang, please refrain from addressing me as sir. It feels rather uncomfortable. He replied while scratching his head. I am Lin Xi. You may simply call me that. Fang Yumiao was momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with such an extraordinary client. Typically, those who occasionally purchased items through her presented themselves in a boorish, domineering manner. This down-to-earth demeanor was indeed a refreshing novelty. A smile spread across her face as she retrieved a device from the cabinet beneath the coffee table and swiftly began to operate it on her computer. So, Lin Xi, what is it you wish to sell? I will first conduct a test with the instrument. Oh, Lin Xi stammered, feeling a bit flustered as it was his first visit to such a place. He had been pondering how to proceed with the transaction, only to discover that there was a specialized device for it. It made sense. If everyone were to bring bodies for sale, the entire building would be engulfed in a stench of blood. He removed the spatial ring from around his neck and handed it to Fang Yumyao. Indeed, Fang Yumyao answered, astonished that this seemingly ordinary young man could indeed afford a spatial ring. Could he possibly be a young master from a prominent family, venturing out to cultivate alone? Lin Xi was unaware that nearly everyone who had seen his spatial ring shared the same thought. However, this identity certainly spared him a great deal of trouble. Fang Yumyao placed the ring on the device, and a red beam of light slowly swept across it, revealing a plethora of information on the screen. There were 218 4th-tier mutated creatures, 785th tier, 477 6th tier, 192 7th tier, and 67 8th tier, totaling 734 creatures. Upon seeing these figures, Fang Yumyao instinctively gasped. This was rather exaggerated, wasn't it? So many? Lin Xi also felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Reflecting on her experiences, she recalled encountering dozens of mutated creatures each day. Just the other day, while communicating with the Chuanyan Thorn, she inadvertently disturbed a nest of 5th-tier creatures and had no choice but to eliminate them all, nearly 100 in that instance alone. She suppressed her shock and addressed Fang Yumyao. Mr. Lin, we sell the corpses of mutated creatures based solely on their tier, regardless of whether they are early stage or peak. They are priced uniformly. Is that acceptable to you? Lin Xi nodded, as the price differences were negligible. The price for 4th-tier mutated creature corpses was 500 federal coins. For 5th tier it was 700, 6th tier 1, 000, 7th tier 1, 500, and 8th tier 2, 000. Are you certain you wish to sell all of them? Fang Yumyao confirmed once more. Yes, all of them. Lin Xi found the price to be quite satisfactory. Fang Yumyao's fingers trembled slightly as she pressed the confirmation button. Mr. Lin, the total amount is 2,054,000 federal coins. May I have your federal bank account number? Oh, LB 19273874988. Lin Xi relayed a string of letters and numbers. Please transfer all the corpses into this ring. Fang Yumyao handed over an empty space ring, as most clients preferred to keep their personal belongings private. A beam of light danced between the two rings, and all the corpses were seamlessly transferred. Please take a moment to sit. Fang Yumyao conducted another verification and, confirming the quantity was correct, took the ring and exited. Shortly thereafter, she returned, presenting Lin Xi with a black card. Mr. Lin, your transaction amount totals 2,054,000 federal coins, equivalent to 205 points. This is our membership card. Please keep it safe. Kindly fill in your personal information so I can submit it to the company. As she spoke, Fang Yumyao handed Lin Xi a smart tablet. Having heard about the Federal Chamber of Commerce's membership system, Lin Xi swiftly entered his details. All done. He returned the tablet. Fang Yumyao cast a casual glance, but suddenly fixated on Lin Xi's age, her pupils widening in astonishment. 17 years old. He hasn't even graduated high school yet. How could a 17-year-old possess the ability to slay an 8th-tier mutated creature? What kind of prodigy is this? She gazed at Lin Xi, her eyes suddenly filled with incredulity. Chapter 50. Harnessing the Spirit of Flora and Fauna. Fang Yumyao had only graduated from high school 6 months prior. She had once dreamed of entering the War Academy, aspiring to become a revered female warrior. However, her innate abilities were limited. Despite her relentless efforts, by the time of the college entrance examination, she still possessed only late-stage 4th-tier physical qualities. Although she could not discern the full extent of Lin Xi's strength, his ability to vanquish thousands of mutated creatures, including those of the 8th tier, made it clear to her that this young man was far from ordinary. If she was destined to remain an insignificant individual, then she would strive to be the best among the ordinary. In that moment, Fang Yuming's resolute spirit made a decision. A promising young warrior. If she could forge a strong connection with him, she might possess the potential to soar to great heights. It was foolish that her colleagues, lacking insight, would abandon such a promising prospect. Perhaps this was a case of intelligence backfiring. Hikana discreetly informed Lin Xi that over 2 million federal coins had been deposited into his account, prompting him to rise. Miss Fang, since our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. After a long pause, Fang Yuming finally articulated the question she had long contemplated. Mr. Yi, if there are any more mutated creatures in the future, could you sell their corpses through me? Lin Xi was taken aback, not expecting that Fang Yuming, her face flushed, would end up merely making such a request. After all, selling to anyone made little difference. He smiled gently and said, all right, if I come to sell something next time, I will seek you out directly. With that, he departed without hesitation. Fang Yuming, lost in thought about Lin Xi's background, walked towards the hall. A group of colleagues, noticing her absent-minded demeanor as she emerged, exchanged knowing glances. Yuming, you see, you just don't listen. I told you to learn how to interact with major clients. Look at all the time wasted, and you merely brushed off a pauper, didn't you? Remarked a heavily made-up woman. Fang Yum shook her head. Could it be that this young man actually possesses some value? Several colleagues' expressions shifted slightly. He sold over 2,700 corpses of mutated creatures. Fang Yuming stated nonchalantly. What? Over 2,000? That must amount to several million. The female receptionists felt a strong urge to bang their heads against the wall. Such a transaction volume was equivalent to that of a client at the war general level. This girl is truly fortunate. Many harbored intense jealousy, yet never pondered the reasons behind it. Haha. Now that I've gained over 2 million federal coins, how should I spend it? Lin Xi mused contentedly as he walked. Of course, it should all be used to purchase items that enhance your strength. Hikana scoffed, suggesting that such an amount might not be sufficient to acquire much in his eyes. Hikana began calculating for Lin Xi. With the spirit of flora and fauna, he would soon attain the status of a bona fide 6th-level warrior. The 6th level marks a crucial turning point for martial artists, as even a novice at this level can commence the training of combat techniques. Within humanity, there exist 3 distinct categories of martial techniques. The first is the offensive technique, which enables one to unleash hidden powers in a brief moment, even surpassing one's own limits. The second is the agility technique, allowing a warrior to become elusive and swift in combat, thus gaining the advantage. The third is the body refinement technique. Among these, the most evident impact is derived from the offensive techniques that directly enhance combat prowess, followed by the agility techniques. However, the body refinement techniques are seldom pursued by many. The reason is quite straightforward. Although the long-term effects of body refinement techniques are immensely powerful, with some capable of fortifying the body to an extraordinary degree, rendering one impervious to direct attacks from weapons of the same rank, essentially transforming one into a human tank, they come with significant drawbacks. They are costly, yield slow results, and often require extensive time to achieve the desired effects. Furthermore, some training conditions are exceedingly harsh, and the process can be excruciatingly painful. As a mentalist, close combat represents a considerable weakness for Lin Xi, even if he were to study the illusory sword in the future. Mastering the essence of swordsmanship would not be an instantaneous endeavor, making the cultivation of a body refinement technique particularly suitable for him. Hikana had long since selected a formidable body refinement technique for Lin Xi, though it would inevitably entail considerable hardship for him. With this thought, Hikana could not help but smile mischievously, her voice sending a shiver down Lin Xi's spine. This one. I'll take this one too. And this, and this. Bye. In the herbal shop on the 2nd floor, Lin Xi was compelled by Hikana to embark on a frenzied shopping spree, the purpose of which remained a mystery to him. In the brief span of half an hour, over 2 million had dwindled to mere remnants. Money does not last long, Lin Xi lamented. He mused that had he already ascended to the ranks of a formidable warrior, he could have effortlessly invaded the lairs of bizarre beasts, where a single encounter could yield tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The speed of such earnings would be astonishing, though it was likely that his expenditures would soar correspondingly. Well, for now, I shall purchase no more. After all, I cannot afford anything further. At long last. Hikana ceased her directives. Upon exiting the Federal Chamber of Commerce, they planned to spend the night there, resuming their training regimen the following day. The next morning, Lin Xi returned to the cave, only to discover that in his brief absence, new inhabitants had settled there. Several plateau howling wolves had intruded into his domain. The plateau howling wolf, a near 9th-tier mutated creature, possessed astonishing speed, akin to lightning, making it elusive and difficult to apprehend. However, Lin Xi was least intimidated by swift mutated beasts among novice warriors who could rival the swiftness of his cloud-piercing stab. As his mental energy surged forth, a flash of light manifested, and the several plateau howling wolves that had lunged toward him lay lifeless in midair. Indeed, your mastery of the cloud-piercing stab has become increasingly proficient. With further practice, you may soon be ready to attempt hunting lower-tier mutated creatures among intermediate warriors, Hikana remarked. The combat prowess of a mind master transcending levels is exceptionally formidable. Lin Xi's mental strength has now reached perfection, with adept application. His offensive capabilities are indistinguishable from those of a pinnacle 9th-tier mind master. A ninth-tier mind master can slaughter intermediate warriors below the third rank with the ease of dispatching mere dogs, often leaving their victims bewildered and unaware of the nature of their demise. Yet, possessing the inheritance of the Soul Sword Sovereign, Lin Xi surpasses even the pinnacle ninth-tier mind masters. It is likely that even intermediate warriors of the fifth rank would find themselves outmatched by him. Coupled with battle techniques akin to the spiral force, even he struggles to gauge his true combat potential. After collecting several corpses of the Highland Wolf, he meticulously cleaned the bloodstains and settled down in quiet meditation, producing the spirit of nature brimming with energy. Moments later, the entire cavern became immersed in a veritable ocean of vitality, evoking an irresistible sense of joy and tranquility. Truly, it is a treasure born of nature, so profoundly refreshing. Lin Xi mused. How uncultured, he thought, noting that such a rudimentary spirit of nature could evoke such delight. Hikaner was often exasperated by Lin Xi's lack of sophistication. During my travels through the cosmos with my master, I once encountered a celestial spirit, its energy far surpassing that of several stars combined. What about acquiring such a thing? Lin Xi inquired, opening his palm. My master did not have the chance to utilize it before his demise, swallowed by the spatial storm along with everything else. Then what is the point? Lin Xi remarked, his expression one of resigned understanding. He disregarded Hikane's incessant ramblings, closing his eyes to begin absorbing the energy emanating from the spirits of the flora. A green luminescence spread forth from the verdant droplets, causing every cell in Lin Xi's body to unfurl, greedily consuming the rich energy. The dragon soul wood around his neck shimmered with golden light, and an irresistible force of devouring power was once again unleashed from within him. Lin Xi resembled an insatiable black hole, absorbing this pure energy, which almost congealed into a tangible form, enveloping him in a green cocoon. Chapter 51. Early stage of the 6th level. Chapter 52. Thunder Spirit Battle. Body fortune smiled upon him. Today, the electrical voltage of the lightning was not excessively high, remaining below 1 million volts, perfectly suited to his current condition. What? 1 million volts? Lin Xi was taken aback. Ordinary household electricity measures merely a few hundred volts, which can cause injury or even death upon contact. A strike of 1 million volts would likely incinerate him in an instant. Fear not. During the lightning enhancement, you will merely serve as a temporary conductor, with contact lasting less than a second. As long as you can endure it, there will be no issues, Hikana reassured him. Once you attain the battle god level, you will be able to soar through the skies, allowing you to plunge directly into the lightning for enhancement. Very well. If I must perish, then so be it, Lin Xi declared. Many others had been struck by lightning in the past, and most had survived. He refused to believe it could claim his life. He shed his clothing and poured a bucket of milky ointment over his body without hesitation. Incidents of humans being struck by lightning occur from time to time. It is said that several centuries ago, a man was struck by lightning 7 times yet emerged unscathed, leaving him incredulous about his misfortune. BRR. It feels so cold. As the medicinal ointment made contact with the surface of the skin, its potency instantly permeated through, evoking a sensation akin to being encased in ice, sending shivers down one's spine. Achu, are you ready? In this arid highland climate, such lightning is a rare phenomenon. If we miss it, who knows how long we must wait? Hikana inquired. I am ready, let us begin. Lin Xi positioned himself atop the highest terrain nearby, fully concentrated in preparation. Although Hikana lacked a tangible form, he possessed the ability to disrupt magnetic fields. By manipulating the fluctuations in the magnetic field, he could draw the lightning towards Lin Xi. It has begun. Hikana transformed into a humanoid figure and soared from Lin Xi's forehead, an invisible magnetic field wave instantly taking shape around him. Boom. Thunder rumbled ominously from the clouds, yet no lightning had yet materialized. Boom. Suddenly, a violet flash flickered from the horizon, resembling a dragon of thunder, roaring down towards the earth, causing even the very fabric of space to tremble. Here it comes. The blue glow emanating from Hikana surged intensely, and the surrounding magnetic field underwent a dramatic upheaval. The lightning, originally destined to strike a kilometer away, inexplicably altered its course mid-air, advancing menacingly towards Lin Xi. The formidable thunder dragon lunged fiercely at Lin Xi, and a powerful current surged from his body into the ground below. With a resounding crackle, arcs of blue and violet electricity flickered from every corner of his being. The agony penetrated to his very marrow, and Lin Xi roared in torment. Despite the protective effects of the medication, the current ravaged his cells, incinerating countless of them in an instant with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, only to regenerate, then be consumed again, and reborn anew. Master, endure. You must hold on. Channel the source power along the route I provided, allowing the current to flow through your body in that path. Hekana urged urgently. I understand. Lin Xi gritted his teeth, his gums already stained with blood, as if his very teeth might shatter under the strain. Flickers of lightning danced across his skin, the overwhelming sensation of paralysis causing his muscles to convulse involuntarily, nearly robbing his mind of the ability to think. The medicinal ointment, nearly liquefying under the intense heat, finally began to take effect, a gentle coolness emanating from his limbs and core, providing a slight reprieve from the unparalleled heat. Though the lightning coursed through him for scarcely a second, the residual current continued to surge within him, enveloping him as if beneath a translucent blue-violet glass, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. The thunder spirit body, tempered by celestial lightning, became impervious to blades and resistant to fire and water, possessing immense strength. Each strike could carry the might of thunder, and when cultivated to its zenith, it rendered ordinary star masters incapable of inflicting harm. A punch could shatter stars, and a kick could fracture mountains. When all bones were inscribed with the patterns of thunder, mastery would be achieved. The description of the thunder spirit body continuously flashed through Lin Xi's mind, in the immense power, akin to that of a deity, unleashed an immeasurable potential within him. Gradually, the chaotic force of cosmic energy, imbued with violent lightning, began to traverse his meridians, albeit with great difficulty. How splendid! It has finally commenced. Hekana understood that as long as Lin Xi persevered through this arduous beginning, he would have already achieved a significant portion of success. The searing heat generated by the lightning instantaneously incinerated his clothing and hair, leaving his skin charred and blackened, with scars shaped like lightning adorning his arms, chest, and back. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware, as if his body were not his own, wholly focused on guiding the cosmic energy and electric currents coursing within him. The cells throughout his body, having undergone cycles of death and rebirth, had grown exceedingly powerful, as if streaks of lightning danced between his bones, continuously fortifying his physique. Upon his pristine white bones, a faint imprint resembling the veins of a leaf began to emerge, with glimmers of golden light subtly flickering within. Gradually, his twitching muscles began to relax, and the charred skin started to develop cracks, as if on the verge of shedding, ready to emerge anew from its cocoon. He stood like a black statue for a fortnight, unwavering amidst the winds and rains, yet an overwhelming vitality was brewing within him, growing ever more intense. Crack! The charred skin suddenly emitted a crisp sound as a bronze-hued arm tore it apart completely. He caressed his powerful body from top to bottom, feeling as though he had been reborn. Crackle! Arcs of electricity danced uncontrollably across his form, this formidable strength rendering him almost unaware of his own corporeal existence. This body was simply magnificent. Lin Xi picked up a stone from the ground and effortlessly crushed it in his palm. Previously, he had always perceived his physique as too frail. Despite significant improvement following a medicinal bath, there remained a sense of dissatisfaction. However, after undergoing this torturous refinement, his entire being had become remarkably proportionate, even taking on a robust bronze hue. If a girl were nearby, she would likely be swept away by waves of exclamations. Goodness, where have my eyebrows and hair gone? Lin Xi exclaimed upon touching his head, finding only the remnants of newly sprouted stubble, while the area where his eyebrows should have been was entirely smooth. How can I face anyone like this? Lin Xi lamented in despair. Perhaps you should stop admiring yourself and put some clothes on, Hekana suggested, covering her eyes. Oh, haha, my apologies. I momentarily forgot. Lin Xi sheepishly scratched his bare head and hurriedly donned his clothes. What do you think? Isn't this thunder spirit battle body extraordinary? Hekana inquired. The strength of the Master's current physique renders ordinary firearms incapable of inflicting harm. Lin Xi extracted the cloud-piercing thorn and drew it across his arm, astonishingly leaving only a faint red mark, with not a drop of blood emerging. Such formidable resilience. Lin Xi could hardly believe that after just one enhancement, his physique had undergone such a terrifying transformation. Haha, what is this? Hekana laughed proudly, for the artifacts left by the master are beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Once you ascend to the rank of a battle general, you shall undergo a second enhancement, and at that time, your physical prowess will rival that of a war god. With a swift motion, Lin Xi unsheathed the heavy sword embedded in the ground. What had once required both hands to wield with difficulty, he now swung effortlessly with a single hand, a clear testament to the surge in his strength. He estimated that he could now exert nearly 2 tons of force, nearly matching Su Xinhuo. He wondered how Xinhuo and Xia Heng were faring. Reflecting on this, Lin Xi couldn't help but recall the two of them. Surely, they were not the only ones training tirelessly. Chapter 53, Assassination. According to Akana, Lin Xi had merely scratched the surface of the Thunder Spirit battle body. If he were to reach its pinnacle, his entire skeletal structure would be adorned with golden lightning patterns, which would not only fortify his body but also unleash power surpassing the limits of flesh and bone. However, at present, he had only a few faint lightning patterns appearing along his spine, leaving him far from mastering the art. After several days of acclimatization, he discovered that the lightning spirit body allowed him to wield a trace of lightning's power. Through a faint lightning pattern, his body could emit a current exceeding 500 milliamps. While this current may seem trivial, it is noteworthy that the safe threshold for an ordinary human is merely 10 milliamps. Exceeding 50 milliamps is considered fatal. Although a warrior's physique is considerably stronger than that of an average person, several hundred milliamps still possess formidable potency. A current of 500 milliamps is sufficient to incapacitate weaker foes in battle, and even a 7th or 8th tier mutated creature would likely succumb to paralysis. Such an ability is reserved for those who have awakened the talent for lightning manipulation, and even at the novice warrior level, their electrical prowess is limited to this extent. Perhaps this unique constitution could also aid him in concealing certain secrets at critical moments. While adept lightning manipulators can eventually control storms, Lin Xi's lightning spirit body will also grow stronger with each ascension, its potential rivaling that of a true master. How marvelous! Truly marvelous. Lin Xi delivered a powerful punch that sent an 8th tier giant horned deer reeling. The insidious current surged along the deer's antlers and swiftly infiltrated its body. Moments later, it began to convulse violently. While mutated creatures may possess impenetrable scales or resilient fur, their innards remain vulnerable. In the face of such an invasive force, they appeared utterly helpless. Although this current could not completely annihilate it, Lin Xi only needed to gain a slight advantage in battle to swiftly identify the opportune moment to vanquish his foe. Lin Xi's strength was on par with that of the great horned deer. This time, the recoil from his fist merely caused him to take a small step back. He shook off the impact effortlessly, not even leaving a mark on the skin of his fist, despite the fact that the deer's antlers were its most formidable weapon. However, the great horned deer did not fare as well. Its limbs became exceedingly sluggish under the paralysis of the current. When it attempted to evade, Lin Xi's heavy sword had already severed its head in an instant. The 12th one down, Lin Xi casually discarded the deer's carcass into his spatial ring and turned to seek his next prey. The weather had already turned to winter, and in just a few days, it would be the spring festival. Lin Xi decided to return home for the new year, planning to continue his cultivation after the holiday. His spatial ring was filled with spoils. Although the quantity was not as abundant as before, all were at least 7th tier mutated creatures. As he pondered what gifts to bring for his parents and little Ling, he made his way toward the small town. Suddenly, a sense of lethal danger surged from behind him. Without hesitation, he rolled to the side. Crack! Almost simultaneously, the sharp report of gunfire echoed throughout the forest. The bullet narrowly grazed Lin Xi's side, tearing through his low-grade armor as if it were mere tofu, leaving a deep gash upon his skin. He swiftly rolled again, seeking refuge against a massive rock. Master, this is a 127mm caliber sniper rifle. The bullet is a reinforced armor-piercing round, capable of penetrating high-grade yellow combat attire. Without any protection, it could effortlessly slay any warrior-level martial artist. Who is it? Why do they wish to kill me? Lin Xi gasped for breath, realizing he had never been closer to death. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, that bullet might have pierced his heart. His enhanced Lei Ling battle body was sufficiently resilient to withstand ordinary bullets. Such physical fortitude was seldom matched by even many advanced warriors. Yet, before a sniper bullet with such terrifying penetrating power, it felt as fragile as paper. Well done, kid. Your perception of danger is quite sharp. You actually dodged that shot. From several kilometers away, a cloaked figure concealed in the grass expressed his dissatisfaction. As a mid-level warrior, he opted for the unconventional choice of firearms over melee weapons. While such weapons often proved ineffective in close combat, leading to certain death against similarly powerful mutated creatures, these individuals were akin to venomous snakes. Their combat conditions were exceedingly demanding, Yet once positioned advantageously, even high-level warriors or novice combatants could meet their demise at the hands of their gun. However, it was unexpected that this mere novice warrior could instinctively evade the lethal strike even before a bullet was fired. Such an occurrence was utterly disgraceful for a sniper. He retracted his firearm, swiftly repositioned himself, and recalibrated his aim towards the very rock that had just betrayed him. Lin Xi could scarcely fathom who would dare take such a perilous risk to eliminate him. The laws of the Federation strictly prohibit human-on-human violence, and the repercussions for transgressing such an edict are terrifyingly severe. He dared not make the slightest movement, acutely aware that the hidden sniper was fixated on him. The moment he revealed even a fraction of himself, he would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant, for the sense of imminent danger lingered ominously. Who could it be? Could it be someone from the Federation commerce? That seemed implausible. The Federation commerce is vast and powerful, and his meager worth would hardly be a blip on their radar. Lin Xi promptly dismissed this possibility. He had not showcased his spatial ring in that town, making it unlikely for those free warriors to have him in their sights. If they had been tailing him, they could have easily dispatched him 100 times over during his cultivation of the Thunder Spirit battle body. The only conceivable explanation was that this assassin was not a result of any trouble he had stirred locally. Rather, it was likely that the trouble had originated elsewhere, and the assassin merely chose today to strike. Luoao. After much contemplation, Lin Xi concluded that the one who wished him dead could only be him. Luoao, I sincerely hope I do not uncover evidence of your involvement. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the entire Luo family is thrown into disarray. Lin Xi clenched his fists in a fit of rage. What should I do? He swiftly pondered his options, realizing that he had no other avenue of escape apart from hiding, as he was utterly oblivious to the enemy's location. Although Hakana was an intelligent life form, its primary function was data storage, lacking significant detection capabilities. While mental energy could play a role, his current scanning range was limited to merely a few hundred meters. And based on the caliber of the sniper rifle, the adversary was likely positioned at least 2,000 meters away. Employing a colossal sword to deflect bullets was utterly implausible. A weapon of human-grade quality would be as fragile as tofu against such firepower. Damn it, if I could just evade a single bullet, I would undoubtedly find a way to retaliate. Lin Xi struck the ground with his fist. A sniper rifle cannot fire continuously if he could dodge one shot. He could seize that fleeting moment to identify the rogue shooter. Generally, a marksman would not rank above a general-level warrior, and even against a high-level warrior, he believed he could contend. Yet, the sole dilemma remained. He lacked the confidence to evade that initial bullet. A miscalculation would spell death. Duo. Suddenly, Lin Xi recalled the gluttonous little creature that had wandered off to feast on delicacies a few days prior. However, their blood bond would allow him to summon it back immediately, even enabling communication. Little one, can you help me evade this peril? I'm counting on you. Lin Xi silently prayed. Chapter 54, Breaking the Deadlock. Bang. A gunshot rang out in the wilderness. How could there be mutated creatures at this moment? The figure cloaked in a hood cursed angrily, as just behind him lay the lifeless body of a mutated creature, a powerful armor-piercing round having pierced through its skull, rendering it utterly deceased. Although it was merely a 7th-tier mutated creature of a junior warrior, one could hardly afford to let it attack unguarded, could they? However, this fleeting moment of distraction provided Lin Xi with an excellent opportunity. Now was the time. Like a cheetah, Lin Xi suddenly sprang forth, his figure vanishing instantaneously into the dense foliage, racing towards the direction of the gunshot with remarkable speed. This was dire. The assassin hurriedly turned the barrel of his gun, aiming the scope at the rock where Lin Xi had sought refuge, but there was no trace of him to be found. Where was he? He made an effort to maintain his composure. The most vital quality of a sniper was to remain utterly calm. Yet, all he could see were the rustling bushes, and the sound of movement fluctuated erratically, making it impossible for him to lock onto his target. The commotion drew nearer, and he realized that at this distance, the cumbersome sniper rifle had lost its advantage. Swish! A streak of azure light shot forth from the thicket, striking his weapon with precision, knocking it from his grasp before he could react. What? A cloud-piercing dart? This lad is a mind master? A sudden shock coursed through him. He realized he had no choice but to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he would meet his demise at the hands of this individual. Just how formidable could a mind master be? They could effortlessly challenge opponents beyond their level, and once their identity was revealed, they would inevitably attract invitations from various organizations. With an abundance of resources at their disposal, Ascending to the status of a war god would be all but guaranteed. The prospect of facing a future war god was daunting. Not only could he not contend with such a being, but even his family would be powerless against them. Thus, the only viable option was to eradicate this potential threat before it could fully mature. A genius that fails to reach their full potential cannot truly be deemed a genius. In an instant, two curved blades materialized in his hands. Although he was primarily a firearms expert, he was still a mid-level warrior, and regardless of his combat prowess, his physical attributes alone would easily surpass those of a novice warrior. Suddenly, Lin Xi descended from the sky, wielding a massive sword that soared like a meteor toward the hooded figure. Seeking death, are we? He thought, astonished that Lin Xi would dare to initiate an attack against him. The clash of the heavy sword against the dual blades produced a dazzling spark in the air, and the force of the impact caused the assassin's body to sink heavily. The strength of his opponent exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. What immense power! A brutal and ferocious energy surged through his arms, causing even his shoes to sink into the earth. The sheer might of a mere sixth-tier warrior was astonishing. This individual must be eliminated. The figure cloaked in a hood exuded an air of confidence. Lin Xi was indeed formidable. A mind master. Even at the rudimentary level of a warrior, could nearly annihilate lower-tier intermediate warriors if endowed with sufficiently potent mental strength. However, he was no mere novice. He was a bona fide 8th-tier intermediate warrior. Despite Lin Xi's status as a mind master, he remained confident in his ability to vanquish him. Yet, at that moment, he noticed a peculiar smile flickering at the corner of Lin Xi's mouth. Why? Why was he smiling in such a precarious situation? Before he could comprehend the circumstances, a surge of electricity coursed through the twin blades he wielded, transmitting a jolt into his body. This was dire. He was, after all, a controller. While a 500 milliampere current might not inflict substantial harm on an 8th-tier intermediate warrior, it was sufficient to momentarily paralyze his muscles. A whoosh of air sliced through the silence from behind him, and he attempted to turn and defend himself. However, at that instant, his body betrayed his commands. With a swift thrust, the piercing attack from behind penetrated his neck. "Apologies, but I am not a controller. You may rest easy," Lin Xi declared as he wiped the blood from the piercing attack and stowed it away in his spatial ring. The hooded man collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with profound resentment. He could scarcely fathom that he, an 8th-tier intermediate warrior, would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 6th-tier novice. And in such a humiliating manner. Phew, that was close. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. Although the process of defeating this enigmatic assassin could be likened to a seamless dance, any misstep at a critical juncture could have cost him his life. In truth, this victory was significantly bolstered by a stroke of luck. Had he not recently cultivated the Thunder Spirit battle body, he would have undoubtedly found himself outmatched in close combat. Even against an opponent who was merely a spiritualist, for the adversary was indeed an intermediate warrior of the 8th tier. Moreover, credit must be given to Duo, who, at that moment, was not by his side but rather had discovered a small vein of, or elsewhere, indulging in its bounty. Unexpectedly, this fortunate twist of fate led Duo to attract a mutated creature. Regardless of its strength, as long as it drew the assassin's attention, it served its purpose, and, fortuitously, it succeeded. Lin Xi picked up the two curved daggers from the ground, fine quality, classified as yellow-grade. He initially contemplated keeping them for himself, as even if they were of no use, they could fetch a handsome sum. However, upon meeting Duo's glistening, wide eyes, his resolve softened, and he tossed the daggers to Duo, acknowledging that it was the true hero of this endeavor. Then, he bent down to retrieve a sniper rifle. The assassin had truly invested heavily in this attempt on his life. This was a Type 1 Assassin-S sniper rifle, equipped with armor-piercing rounds, capable of penetrating even the toughest mutated creatures at the peak of advanced warrior status. The market price soared to 5 million federal coins, obtainable only through exclusive channels. He scrutinized it for a considerable time, finally discovering a single character etched on the side of the barrel. Luo? Indeed, it is that wretched Luo Ao, Lin Xi remarked coldly. A mere conflict at school had escalated to this. Not only had he plotted against me in Sunset Valley, but now he even resorted to assassination attempts. I find no surprise in Luo Ao's actions, should I find myself entangled with a formidable opponent. I would likely entertain similar thoughts, seeking to eliminate the threat before it fully blossoms. The heavy sniper rifle, having traversed thousands of kilometers to this locale, surely could not be carried openly. As he turned the hooded assassin over, he discovered a spatial ring adorning the assassin's finger. Slightly diminutive, yet I shall graciously accept it. Although the ring contained little beyond some provisions and ammunition, it was a gift from the adversary, and thus I had no reason to refuse it. While this marked Lin Xi's first act of killing, his familiarity with battling mutated creatures rendered him relatively untroubled. After all, should he fail to vanquish this foe, he would find himself in a pool of his own blood. Dodo, dispose of this fellow. Lin Xi gestured toward the lifeless body on the ground. Woof. Dodo barked twice. It was not picky, accepting any source of energy without hesitation, and with a swift motion, it devoured the corpse. This creature is quite commendable. I should be able to sell it for a handsome price. Lin Xi stowed away the sniper rifle as well, contemplating that it was indeed time to tidy up and return home. He organized his spoils and made his way back to the small town near Soul Burial Ridge. Mr. Lin, you have returned. Upon entering the acquisition department of the Federal Chamber of Commerce, Fong Yumuo was greeted with palpable joy. The last transaction with Lin Xi had garnered her a commission of 20,000 federal coins, significantly alleviating her precarious financial situation. She had anticipated that it would be quite some time before Lin Xi returned, yet surprisingly, it was less than half a month later that he reappeared. Although the number of mutated biological specimens he brought this time was modest, the sniper rifle alone was equivalent to her previous haul. However, the Federal Chamber of Commerce offered a steep discount on weapon purchases. The original price of 5 million federal coins for the Assassin Type 1 was reduced to just over 3 million. Nevertheless, Lin Xi was thoroughly satisfied. For although he had failed to eliminate Luo Ao, he had instead sacrificed a life and a considerable sum of money, which surely would incite his wrath. Chapter 55. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. With the crackling sounds of firecrackers, humanity welcomed a brand new year. Across the vast expanse of Huaxia, though much had changed, the legacies of ancestors remained preserved, and each base city was adorned with festive decorations. In a villa within the Shuang base city, Luo Ao stared grimly at the family steward. Has Luo Meng not returned yet? Luo Meng was a skilled assassin under the Luo family, possessing the strength of a mid-level warrior at the 8th rank, yet held a status within the household comparable to that of a senior warrior. It was Luo Ao who had dispatched him to eliminate Lin Xi. Since the testing revealed Lin Xi's drastic and delayed changes, Luo Ao had spent several sleepless nights in turmoil. Given the enmity forged in Sunset Valley, there seems to be no prospect for reconciliation. Although the Luo family is not insignificant, with his father and 2 uncles being formidable generals and members of the Yin Wang organization, he harbors an unsettling premonition. If Lin Xi is not preemptively dealt with, it is inevitable that the entire Luo family will descend into chaos. After conducting discreet inquiries for an extended period, he ultimately discovered that Lin Xi had ventured alone to the vicinity of the Grave of Souls for seclusion. In such a desolate and remote location, the demise of an individual would hardly raise eyebrows. To ensure absolute certainty, he dispatched Luo Meng to take action. However, to his astonishment, 2 weeks elapsed without any word from Luo Meng. It is worth noting that Luo Meng had never failed in his missions. He even boasts a record of successfully assassinating advanced warriors. Yet, in recent days, he received unsettling news. Lin Xi had brazenly returned to the coastal city of Lehigh, appearing unscathed and exuding an enigmatic aura. The steward pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Young master, there is no need to wait any longer. Since Lin Xi has returned unharmed, it only suggests one possibility. Something has happened to Luo Meng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Ao could not bring himself to believe it. Luo Meng is an 8th-tier intermediate warrior. How could he possibly be slain by a mere novice? Uncle Yun, this jest is far from amusing. The butler shook his head and said, Young master, Roman is an elite nurtured by the Luo family since childhood. His loyalty to us is absolutely guaranteed. Luo Ao nodded, having no doubts about that. What I mean is, it's possible that the target did not kill him. Perhaps he encountered unforeseen circumstances while attempting to eliminate the target. Yun Bo paused, adding, Young master, you must understand that in such environments, absolute safety is an impossibility. Then send someone else. Luo Ao insisted, unwilling to relent. I'm sorry, young master, but the master instructed me just now that for the next 6 months, you must refrain from any reckless actions and focus solely on preparing for the War Academy's assessments. We shall discuss all matters after the examinations. What? Am I to swallow this bitter pill without resistance? Luo Ao seethed, yet he knew he had to obey his father's orders. Moreover, young master, the average physical fitness of humanity has been steadily improving. Previously, a mere initial 5th tier would suffice to pass the assessments, but now the standards are continuously rising. Even though you are currently at the 6th tier, you must not let your guard down in the slightest, Yunbo cautioned. Understood, Luo Ao replied, taking a moment to compose himself. You may leave now. I need some time to reflect. Yes, young master. Yunbo bowed slightly and exited Luo Ao's room. Humph. Lin Xi, surviving time, and again, is merely a stroke of luck for you. I shall allow you to linger a while longer. Lin Xi spent over a week at home with his family, the warmth of family life easing the pent-up aggression he had accumulated amidst the violence. After the 7th day of the new year, he bid farewell to his family and set forth once more on his path of cultivation. Haikina, are we truly heading to the Beast Mountain range? Lin Xi remarked, seated in the airplane, a hint of unease in her voice. What? Are you afraid? Haikina chuckled. Uft. When have I ever been afraid? Lin Xi retorted, though a twinge of apprehension lingered within her. The Beast Mountain Range is a colossal mountain range located several hundred kilometers northwest of the Jiangnan base city, and it stands as the region most densely populated with mutated creatures in the human survival zone east of the Soul Burial Mound. Within this range, various mutated beings have delineated their own territories. The periphery is inhabited by lower-tier beast warriors, while the core harbors even god-level mutated creatures. However, a clear hierarchy exists. Powerful mutated beings seldom venture to the outskirts, and weaker beasts instinctively refrain from encroaching upon the domains of their more formidable counterparts, lest they be perceived as provocations. At the foot of this mountain range, numerous martial artists reside, predominantly of the warrior rank, though there are also many at the general level. The Beast Mountain Range is not only teeming with unique mutated creatures unseen elsewhere, but it is also home to a plethora of rare flora and treasures. Moreover, should fortune smile upon them, they might even stumble upon the young of a mutated beast. If such a creature is of a higher tier, its maturation could undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. In order to thrive in this realm, warriors have established various small factions. However, due to their penchant for conflict and their generally volatile tempers, clashes frequently erupt among them. Although they may refrain from overtly engaging in bloodshed, this place is indeed a ruthless environment. For Lin Xi, the mutated creatures at the primary warrior level no longer pose any challenge. The eastern side of the Soul Burial Mound is predominantly inhabited by these elementary beings, rendering it unsuitable for him. Conversely, the western side teems with warriors of a higher caliber, making survival a daunting prospect. Within the training grounds, there exists no sensation of precariousness. Only in the true paradise of mutated creatures can one find the essence of challenge and opportunity, where Lin Xi can achieve rapid growth. Additionally, Hikana has another consideration. Lin Xi possesses the potential to become a formidable force. Yet strength requires not only power but also the demeanor and mindset befitting a true warrior. He must navigate the treacherous waters of human deceit and rivalry. And it is only in such chaotic surroundings that he can fully comprehend the brutality of existence, for the competition in the universe is infinitely more merciless. The aircraft descended several kilometers from the Beast Mountain Range, landing in a town where, upon stepping out of the cabin, an extraordinary atmosphere enveloped him, tinged with the scent of blood, the fervor of life, and the essence of cruelty. To survive in this place, it is prudent to seek out a sufficiently powerful group. Otherwise, even if one were to acquire something valuable in the Beast Mountain Range, lurking warriors waiting for an opportune moment could unexpectedly deliver a lethal blow. In the Mountain of Beasts, new faces are a rarity, even when they do appear. They are often accompanied by seasoned veterans who have long roamed these lands. Lin Xi, being so youthful and traversing this place alone, appears to others as a mere novice. With a formidable sword strapped to his back, he steps into the town, which resembles a primitive tribe. Nearby are rudely constructed wooden houses, and fires crackle in the open air, casting a wary glow on the faces of the inhabitants. Here, the Federal Merchants Guild is present. But the distinction lies in the fact that only buyers are permitted. To procure goods, one must rely solely on the guild's representatives to facilitate online purchases, which are then delivered. The reasoning is simple. In this unstable locale, monstrous beasts frequently surge from the mountains, and if a formidable mutated creature were to invade, it could wreak havoc upon the settlement. Rather than endure the cycle of destruction and reconstruction, a more laissez-faire approach has been adopted, as the warriors here remain largely indifferent. Surrounded by groups of martial practitioners, Lin Xi finds himself the subject of curious glances, with many whispering amongst themselves about his origins. Notably, When some catch sight of the ring adorning his finger, a glimmer of intrigue flashes in their eyes. Such reactions do not escape Lin Xi's notice. Indeed, this is no ordinary place. Chapter 56. The Curious Elder. Hey, young brother. Suddenly, a bald man, smoking a cigarette and lounging with crossed legs, calls out to him. What can I do for you, brother? Lin Xi came to a halt, though this individual appeared somewhat roguish. His demeanor and speech did not suggest he was a malicious person. Perhaps he merely possessed a manner of interacting with the world that diverged from the norm. Are you here alone, young man? The burly bald man inquired. Lin Xi nodded in affirmation. Hee, you seem like a student, am I right? The bald man discerned the youthful essence that lingered on Lin Xi's face. You have keen insight, my friend, Lin Xi replied with a smile. I wish to challenge myself before the college entrance examination, which is why I am here. Oh, are you aspiring to enter the War Academy? The man asked. The War Academy is a dream cherished by nearly every young person, and among the martial artists residing in the Beast Mountain range. A considerable number hail from its esteemed halls. Of course, there are also those who, having failed to gain admission, refuse to relinquish the path of a martial artist and continue their training through unconventional means. However, such individuals often find themselves limited to the ranks of mere warriors. In contrast, nearly all formidable generals emerge from the War Academy, a testament to the disparities in talent and resources. Those affiliated with the academy possess unparalleled training opportunities. The bald man before Lin Xi, though a failure in his own right, clung to the path of a martial artist within the Beast Mountain range. Yet his progress was painfully slow, having lingered at the intermediate warrior level well into his 30s. Indeed, such an individual is unparalleled. To stand shoulder to shoulder with formidable warriors, they have assembled a rather substantial team. Although each member is merely an intermediate fighter, the sheer number of them compels even the most powerful factions to reconsider their approach. How reckless it is for a mere novice warrior to venture into such perilous territory. It's akin to courting death. Suddenly, an incongruous voice emerged from the opposite side. It belonged to an elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, leaning against a tree with a wine flask tied to his waist, pouring bowl after bowl of liquor into his mouth. Lin Xi observed that nearly everyone else was part of a group, yet this elderly man stood alone, almost devoid of nearby companions. Master, this old man is extraordinary. His strength has likely reached the level of a war god. Hakana remarked with keen insight. A war god? Lin Xi was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, nearly all war god-level warriors bore an air of elegance akin to that of Senior Qin Shaotian, making it difficult to fathom that a being at the pinnacle of humanity could appear so disheveled, nearly resembling a beggar. Furthermore, it is customary for war gods to safeguard their own cities, enjoying a lifestyle replete with abundant resources and immense wealth. The presence of such a noble figure living in such dire conditions among a group of martial artists was indeed perplexing. Young brother, pay him no mind. That old fellow is simply a peculiar character. The bald giant interjected. The bald giant arrived here 5 years ago, as recounted by the local elders. They spoke of an eccentric old man who has been residing here for a decade. During the day, he reclines beside a tree, indulging in alcohol, only to mysteriously vanish at night, leaving no trace behind. This old man's temperament is equally peculiar. Regardless of the insults hurled at him, he remains oblivious, absorbed in his drink. However, should anyone disturb him, even a formidable warrior would find themselves unceremoniously cast aside, while the townsfolk remain unaware of his true prowess. They are acutely aware that this old man is undoubtedly a fearsome master. It is speculated that a degree of madness may have led him to this desolate place. Gradually, they have discerned his habits. If left undisturbed, he will sit quietly in his spot. Master, it seems the Beast Mountain range harbors some extraordinary secrets, Hakana remarked, noting the inexplicable presence of a warrior of such caliber. Surely, no one would believe there are no mysteries at play here. Indeed, I must seize any opportunity to explore this further. Lin, she mused silently. However, my young friend, though this old man may be a madman, his words do carry weight. With your current strength, even in the outermost regions, you are not without peril. The bald giant observed that Lin Xi was merely a 6th-tier warrior, while the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range teemed with 9th-tier mutated creatures. Lin Xi smiled knowingly. He alone understood that regardless of how many 9th-tier mutated beings might come, with his mental prowess and the cloud-piercing stab, he could annihilate them without leaving a trace. Young brother, you might consider joining our team. That way, when you venture into the mountains, we can look out for one another. The bald man extended an invitation to Lin Xi. Lin Xi cast a glance at the individuals behind him, totaling over 20. With the weakest being a mid-level warrior of the 2nd rank and the strongest being this bald man, a mid-level warrior of the 7th rank. Lin Xi hesitated. He preferred to act independently rather than seek a team, as many matters were inconvenient to expose to others. However, outright refusal seemed unwise, particularly since he was new to the area. To deny them could inadvertently offend many, and with his current abilities, he was ill-equipped to confront such a multitude of mid-level warriors. Li Wei, a young man who joined our ranks a couple of months ago, was lured into the team and vanished within just a few days. Now, upon seeing another newcomer, you can't resist the urge to act, can you? The peculiar old man's voice echoed again. Li Wei was the name of the bald man, and upon hearing the old man's words, he was momentarily taken aback, curiosity piqued. This old man was known for his eccentric nature, generally absorbed in his own world. Even when unsavory events occurred, as long as he was not disturbed, he would feign ignorance. Yet today, he had repeatedly addressed this newcomer, which was quite unusual. Ha! Bald Wei, it seems luck is not on your side today. Having been exposed so swiftly, many martial artists around them erupted in laughter. The bald man, Wei, relished deceiving those who appeared to lack strength, yet possessed some valuable attributes. Having already ensnared several novices into his ranks, only for them to mysteriously vanish within mere days. His modest team had burgeoned through such cunning tactics. Silence, he growled, his anger simmering as he neared success, only to be thwarted by the sudden intervention of an elderly man, rendering him infuriated yet powerless. It turned out that the old man had no malicious intent whatsoever. A chill gripped Lin Xi's palm as the bald brute feigned warmth, concealing his ulterior motives deeply. Had it not been for the elder's timely warning, Lin Xi might have been unwittingly led astray. It was unfathomable to consider that if he had ventured into the perilous Beast Mountain range, his companions could have turned against him in an instant. An ambush from which he would have had no defense. Well, have you learned your lesson? Hikana imparted sagely to Lin Xi. Remember, those who appear fierce are not necessarily villains, while the amiable and warm-hearted may not be virtuous. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. Lin Xi respectfully gestured towards the old man, who had resumed his drinking, seemingly oblivious to his presence. What an odd fellow, Lin Xi muttered softly. Wei shot a menacing glare at Lin Xi, his eyes brimming with threats. The failure to recruit Lin Xi was secondary. What truly irked him was the humiliation he suffered today, mocked by so many, forcing him to attribute his grievances entirely to Lin Xi. Listen closely. If you have not allied yourself with any faction, it would be prudent to pray that our paths do not cross within the Beast Mountain range. Li Wei threatened in a lowered voice. Lin Xi, however, paid him no heed. He had encountered such threats numerous times and had yet to witness anyone truly capable of ending his life. With such experience, he ceased to ponder joining any team. The formidable warriors of the battle general rank held no interest in the possessions he bore, yet if they ever contemplated ill intentions towards him, he certainly did not fear even the advanced warriors. Chapter 57. The God of War despite harboring a vendetta against his father as murderer. There exists a prohibition against violence among humans, mandated by the federal government. As for the clandestine acts of slaughter, that remains a matter for individuals to manage, provided they leave no trace of evidence, unless one is an extraordinary being transcending the realm of mere mortals. Within the encampment, Lin Xi encountered no troubles. Upon observing his disinterest in joining any group, others soon lost their enthusiasm and departed. After all, a mere fledgling warrior at the 6th tier could hardly be of assistance, and they risked being hindered by him. Finding an open space, Lin Xi kindled a fire and, from his spatial ring, retrieved a tent which he set up nearby. Subsequently, he pulled out a sizable piece of meat from an unknown creature's leg and began to roast it with great delight. Upon catching the enticing aroma, Duo promptly emerged, eager for the delectable scent. Although this beast meat offered little benefit to its growth, it was undeniably one of Duo's favorite delicacies. Oh, this little canine is quite intriguing. The old man cast a fleeting glance at Duo, yet he discerned nothing of significance. As long as that terrifying devouring ability remained unmanifested, Duo appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary mutt to him. Earthlings harbored no concept of treasure-hunting beasts. Thus Lin Xi felt no trepidation. Where had that old man gone? Just a moment ago, Lin Xi had observed the peculiar elder sipping his drink while scrutinizing him. In the blink of an eye, the area beneath the great tree was now vacant. Just as others had spoken, this elder mysteriously vanished each night. Truly, The old sage possessed an uncanny ability to elude detection. Lin Xi chuckled wryly, and after satisfying his hunger, he retreated into his tent. The tranquil night slipped away silently. And as dawn broke, Lin Xi opened his eyes promptly, his recent respite at home having failed to erase the habits cultivated during 6 months of wilderness living. Indeed, the mysterious elder who had vanished the previous night reappeared beneath the great tree, seemingly either asleep or feigning slumber, his eyes closed and breathing calm and steady. After a night of rejuvenation, the languor that had accumulated within him during the festive season had long dissipated, replaced by a vibrant energy. The inhabitants of the camp had also risen early. Some teams had set forth into the One Beast Mountain range, including the crew led by the bald man, leaving behind merely a heap of partially burned timber at their campsite. Lin Xi slung the heavy sword across his back. Its weight served as an excellent means of physical conditioning, and he believed it accentuated his formidable presence. To his amusement, he discovered a breakfast stall nearby. The vendor, a young man only a few years his senior, seemed to occupy a lower tier within the social strata of this small town. Yet, he had somehow procured a plethora of food items to serve as breakfast, greatly benefiting the martial artists who preferred not to exert themselves. Lin Xi took a seat at the stall, ordering a portion of beast meat and soy milk. Enjoying a meal typically reserved for the bustling city base in such an environment was indeed a delightful experience. The young vendor placed the steaming breakfast beside him at a remarkably reasonable price. "Hey, brother, aren't you the newcomer from yesterday?" The vendor recognized Lin Xi's face. Lin Xi smiled in acknowledgement without denying it. "Wait a moment, let me show you something interesting." The young man dashed to his small tent, rummaging through his belongings before emerging triumphantly with a map, scampering back with excitement. "Since you've just arrived at the One Beast Mountain range, this is something you will certainly need." Lin Xi accepted the map, which turned out to be a detailed depiction of the One Beast Mountain range. It meticulously indicated the habitat locations of various levels of mutated creatures, dangerous zones, and even areas where exotic flora and rare treasures might be found, along with hidden caves, surpassing in detail anything he had previously discovered online. The young man immediately perceived the potential in Lin Xi's expression. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xi. I have navigated the treacherous expanse of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range for several years. Should you desire to inquire about any information? As long as you are willing to pay, there is nothing I do not know," the young man stated with confidence. "What? Lin Xi? Is that truly your name?" Lin Xi chuckled at the peculiar moniker. "Alas, it is a name bestowed upon me by my father, who aspired for me to become a formidable warrior." Lin Xi replied with a wry smile, "Yet, regrettably, I lack any remarkable talent. Approaching 30, I have yet to attain even the level of a mid-tier warrior." Lin Xi mused to himself about the eccentricity of this father-son duo, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. "May I inquire how you acquired this map?" "Why? There is nothing to conceal. Everyone here is aware of it," Lin Xi responded candidly. He recounted how, upon his arrival, he had been a naive newcomer, only to be robbed by a band of martial artists within the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, leaving him completely stripped of his possessions. Fortunately, his assailants valued coin over life, allowing him to survive and return to this place. Lin Xi was acutely aware that with his limited capabilities, he could not persist without aligning himself with a group. Thus, he sought out a team. Although his standing was humble, it provided him with sustenance. The team leader, while not particularly amiable, at least offered him a significantly better income than the languid office workers in the base city. However, on one fateful occasion, his team encountered a mutated creature of advanced warrior caliber within the mountain range, while their captain, the strongest among them, was merely at the peak of mid-tier warrior status. In that unfortunate incident, he was the sole survivor of the entire team, managing to return to the town. Since then, a shadow of fear loomed over him, rendering him incapable of daring to set foot in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range again. However, with a family to support, he, possessing a keen business acumen, devised a unique strategy. He established an open-air hotel, devoid of any formal storefront, where he utilized his savings to procure the meat of mutated creatures, skillfully cooking and selling it to the local warriors. Most of these warriors were familiar with this simultaneously unfortunate yet fortunate young man, thus extending him a measure of respect. Moreover, his dishes were not only flavorful but also reasonably priced, allowing him to sustain this venture for several years. Through the connections he cultivated in the area, he invested in acquiring a wealth of information regarding the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range from various adventurous warriors, meticulously crafting detailed maps that he continually updated. Even the esteemed battle generals of the town sought him out for these invaluable maps. Furthermore, he expended resources gathering intelligence from myriad sources, to the extent that one could assert there was scarcely anything about the 10,000 Beasts mountain range that eluded his knowledge, what he was unaware of. Others were even less likely to know. Thanks to his extraordinary intellect, this individual, possessing only the peak strength of a novice warrior, thrived far better than most seasoned battle generals. Truly, he was a remarkable talent. Lin Xi couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration for this Lu Zhanshan, who, despite his humble prowess, managed to navigate the treacherous environment with remarkable finesse, showcasing his unique capabilities. How much do you charge for these maps? Lin Xi truly found this map to be of great necessity, as it could save him considerable trouble. Haha, young brother, you possess remarkable insight. This is the latest version I have just updated, incorporating numerous newly discovered treasures, and it is undoubtedly worth every penny. For a mere 5,000 federal coins, it shall be yours. The war god spoke with grandiloquence. Yet Lin Xi remained uncertain about the reliability of many locations on the map. After all, one could easily reproduce copies of it. Thus, charging 5,000 federal coins seemed rather exorbitant. Nevertheless, Lin Xi surmised that extracting such information from these warriors was no trivial task for the war god. He must have invested significant effort to verify its accuracy. Any falsehood could lead to dire consequences, as anyone around could easily eliminate him. Therefore, this added an intangible value to the map. Very well. 5,000 federal coins it is. With a grand gesture, Lin Xi purchased the map. Chapter 58. The temporary team make way. Make way. Just as Lin Xi began to meticulously examine the map, a commotion arose behind him. 6 warriors were hurriedly carrying a blood-soaked middle-aged man towards the town. Seemingly just emerged from the Beast Mountain range, and the man appeared to have been injured by some mutated creature. Among the group of warriors was a female warrior, and it was the first time Lin Xi had encountered a woman in such a perilous environment filled with mutated beings, which compelled him to steal a few extra glances. The female warrior appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, her tall and statuesque form accentuated by the snug fit of her combat attire, which highlighted her alluring curves, particularly her long, slender legs. At this moment, her hair was somewhat disheveled, yet it could not obscure her strikingly beautiful visage. What a stunning warrior she was! Lin Xi did not shy away from expressing his admiration. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by the sight of beauty. Yet he equally relished the appreciation of it. Hey there, young fellow, I find you quite agreeable, so allow me to share this tidbit free of charge. The combat god lewdly gestured towards the female warrior, whose name was by Ling Long, a student at the War Academy of Jinyuan Bay City, aged 24 and single. Here to undertake a mission assigned by the academy. Standing at 169 centimeters and weighing 98 pounds, her measurements were indeed noteworthy. The combat god, true to his reputation as a well-informed local, incessantly divulged all the information he could gather about her. By Ling Long. Intriguing, Lin Xi silently noted the name. Uncle Zhang, please bear with it a little longer. We have nearly reached the camp. Bai Ling Long endeavored to converse with the middle-aged man she was assisting. As the combat god had mentioned, Bai Ling Long was indeed a second-year student from the War Academy of Jinyuan Bay City. In this institution, the classification by year was not determined by age, but rather by prowess. Junior warriors were classified as first year, intermediate warriors as second year, and advanced warriors as third year. Upon achieving the rank of general, congratulations were in order, for one would graduate from the War Academy and receive invitations from various organizations and factions. Certainly, should one fail to make significant progress, they may find themselves in a predicament akin to that of their predecessors, facing the prospect of being held back. A student may remain at the War Academy for a maximum of 12 years, if, after this duration, they have not ascended to the rank of a battle general. They shall be unable to graduate or continue their studies at the academy, within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. A considerable number of individuals share this fate. Typically, the transition from novice warrior to intermediate warrior is the most attainable, with students who gain admission to the War Academy usually able to achieve intermediate status within 2 years. The journey from intermediate warrior to advanced warrior generally requires an additional 3 to 4 years, while breaking into the realm of battle general necessitates around 4 years of dedicated effort. This, of course, reflects the average performance of students situated near the War Academy. There are exceptional individuals who, endowed with extraordinary talent, have managed to graduate in a mere 4 to 5 years, rising to the esteemed rank of battle general. However, The path beyond the battle general rank is fraught with challenges, with only a select few fortunate enough to attain the status of a war god. Even Lin Xi Sr. Qin Shaotian achieved this formidable rank only in his 60s, while the youngest recorded war god reached this threshold at the age of 50. Bai Linglong has been at the War Academy for 4 years now and has attained the prowess of an 8th-tier intermediate warrior. To facilitate the rapid advancement of students, the Academy frequently assigns various tasks that can be undertaken for credit. Successfully completing these tasks allows students to earn credits, which can be exchanged for an array of cultivation resources. 3 months prior, Bai Linglong undertook a formidable task that required a substantial number of credits. This endeavor involved the collection of 50 fire Lin Xi, which, despite their name, are not true Lin Xi, but rather a type of mushroom-like fungus that has undergone mutation, characterized by their vibrant red hue. These rare and precious herbs are renowned for their detoxifying properties and are in high demand. However, fire Lin Xi thrive in dark, damp locales, often inhabited by various mutated creatures. It is said that in areas where venomous insects and serpents reside, there must exist antidotes, and thus, the presence of fire Lin Xi indicates that the surrounding mutated beings are likely to be highly toxic. To ensure her safety, she temporarily assembled a small team, whose sole responsibility was to assist her in gathering fire Lin Xi, as she had no interest in other spoils of the hunt. In return for their efforts, she promised a satisfactory remuneration, which naturally attracted numerous individuals to join her ranks. The team engaged in the extermination of mutated creatures while aiding Bai Linglong in the search for fire Lin Xi. After 3 months of diligent effort, she had successfully located nearly 40 specimens. However, just yesterday, while gathering another fire Lin Xi, a middle-aged warrior named Zhang was attacked by a venomous forest serpent. This serpent was nearly as powerful as Bai Linglong herself, while Zhang's strength was merely that of a mid-level warrior at the 3rd tier. Consequently, he sustained severe injuries, resulting in multiple fractures of his arm and exposure to a potent toxin. Bai Linglong, utilizing the combat skills acquired at the War Academy, successfully vanquished a formidable forest serpent. She then produced a fire spirit mushroom to alleviate the snake venom afflicting Uncle Zhang. For martial artists, injuries are commonplace. A severed arm is not deemed excessively grave. Consequently, they resolved to rest for the night and descend the mountain the following day. However, they were unexpectedly besieged by a pack of wind shadow wolves during the night. These creatures are a mid-tier, 3rd-level mutated species, notably known for their pack behavior, with the attacking group numbering over 50. The 6 of them found it challenging to protect themselves, let alone attend to Uncle Zhang, who had sustained an arm injury. Ultimately, although they managed to drive away the wolves and even slay several, Uncle Zhang was left battered and bruised from the attack. Help! Someone please help! Despite the employer-employee relationship with Bai Linglong, Uncle Zhang harbored a genuine concern for her, as she was of a similar age to his daughter, fostering a warm bond between them. The prospect of Uncle Zhang perishing due to his predicament would be a devastating blow for her. Given their generally harmonious interactions, many individuals willingly stepped forward to assist, laying the injured Uncle Zhang on the ground. His full name, Zhang Tianqing, rendered him somewhat of an elder in this setting. His own daughter was also a student at the War Academy, and in a bid to provide her with ample cultivation resources, he engaged in daily battles with ferocious beasts, sending every penny he earned back to her. Moreover, Zhang Tianqing's integrity and honesty had garnered him genuine affection from many in this often duplicitous environment. His injuries were grievous. The flesh on one arm had been almost entirely devoured, revealing stark, white bone beneath. His body was marred with scratches and bite marks. Even if he were to survive, his path as a martial artist would likely be irrevocably altered. Fortunately, modern medicine, akin to technology, has progressed at an astonishing pace, and within this town, many possessed remedies to treat injuries. At the very least, they could stabilize Zhang Tianqing's condition. However, it seemed unlikely that he would ever return to the vast mountains he had guarded for decades. Zhang Tianqing was taken away, destined for a nearby base city for further treatment. Bai Linglong sat beside her camp, her demeanor despondent. She felt a pang of guilt, but her deeper resentment was directed towards the ferocious beasts. Her father had once been a soldier in the Federal Army, yet he too had fallen prey to the claws of mutated creatures. It was a comrade of her father who entrusted her with a pendant containing her photograph, which he had kept close to his heart. In that moment, a dream was born within her to eradicate the mutated beings from the earth entirely. Uncle Zhang had also been a wonderful father. Bai Linglong wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Linglong, we suffered significant losses yesterday. I fear we can no longer accompany you up the mountain, remarked another martial artist, who had also sustained considerable injuries the previous day. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your assistance during this time. I will find a way on my own. Bai Linglong did not hold it against them. Despite their inability to fulfill their mission, they bore responsibility for their own injuries. The compensation they would receive could be considered sufficient. Alas, what shall we do? With so many fewer people, the ascent will surely be fraught with peril. Bai Linglong let out a sigh. Miss Bai, if you do not mind, may I accompany you up the mountain? A youthful voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Chapter 59. The trial. Bai Linglong turned around, initially filled with delight. But a flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze upon seeing Lin Xi. For no matter how one looked at it, this youth, despite his age, was merely a novice warrior of the 6th tier. What does this signify? In this small town, one could easily find someone capable of dispatching him with a single blow. Bringing such a person up the mountain would not only be of no assistance, but could potentially hinder her own progress, and perhaps even cost her life. Little one, do you dare to speak so boldly with such scant strength? Bai Linglong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing this was likely a case of youthful audacity. Lin Xi, with a resigned smile, recognized that his apparent prowess did little to inspire confidence. Young man, aspiring to be a gallant protector is not so simple, remarked a burly warrior hired by Bai Linglong as he approached. Look at us. At the very least, we are intermediate warriors of the 2nd or 3rd tier. To be blunt, if you lack this level of strength, venturing up the mountain would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, young one, you would do best to return whence you came. This is no place for someone of your caliber. It is quite possible you may not be devoured by mutated beasts, but instead, fall victim to a knife in the back, interjected another lean warrior. The two individuals were the last remaining warriors employed by Bai Linglong. The others had either sustained injuries and retreated for recuperation or deemed the task too perilous and abandoned it. Although their words may not have sounded particularly amicable, they were undeniably thoughtful, genuinely concerned for Lin Xi's well-being. Thank you for your reminders, brothers, but I still wish to give it a try, Lin Xi insisted. I do not require any remuneration. I only seek to claim my rightful share of the spoils. Oh, such audacity, Bai Linglong remarked, raising an elegant brow. The burly man had clearly stated that only those possessing at least the strength of a 2nd-tier intermediate warrior were qualified to join their temporary team. Did this young man simply not comprehend? Or did he possess some hidden advantage? Miss Bai, allow me to test this young man, the diminutive warrior suggested to Bai Linglong. Very well, Brother Gua. Just be mindful of your strength. Let this little fellow learn a lesson, Bai Linglong acquiesced. With her approval, the slender warrior stepped forward. Here's the deal, young man. My name is Gua Tao, a 3rd-tier intermediate warrior. If you can withstand my assault for over 3 minutes, I will acknowledge your strength. How does that sound? Lin Xi assessed the slender warrior, recognizing him as indeed a 3rd-tier intermediate warrior. Years of combat had honed his skills to an extraordinary level. Even a typical 4th-tier intermediate warrior might struggle against him. Enduring 3 minutes under such an opponent would certainly be a formidable challenge. Then please, Brother Gua, enlighten me. Lin Xi displayed unwavering courage. Although he could not openly wield the cloud-piercing sting, the unique traits of the Thunder Spirit battle body, combined with the enhancement of his mental fortitude, rendered the defeat of a 2nd-tier intermediate warrior a plausible endeavor. The two soon arrived at a nearby clearing. Step back. Step back. A spectacle is about to unfold. A throng of onlookers, eager for excitement, gathered around. Hey, Guazi, take it easy. Don't accidentally knock this young lad out. The seasoned warrior, Lu Zhanshan, who was in the midst of packing up, suddenly noticed the scene. Isn't that the young man from earlier? How did he come to face off against Gua Tao? He momentarily set aside his business, for the impending clash had captivated nearly everyone present, including several formidable battle generals. And even the eccentric old man cast a few curious glances in their direction. Suddenly, Lu Zhanshan's eyes glinted with intrigue. He had gleaned from the conversations around him the reason behind Lin Xi's confrontation with Gua Tao, and his instinctual response was to consider how to profit from the unfolding drama. I've got it. He hastily retrieved a rickety table from his tent and called out, Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Gua Tao pays 1 to 12, while the young man named Lin Xi pays 1 to 5. What? Lu Zhanshan, have you lost your mind? You're setting up a wager on this match? It's evident to any discerning eye that Gua Tao is the clear victor. Even with odds of 1 to 12, you're bound to suffer a significant loss. Indeed, only a fool would bet on that young man winning. Several familiar voices chimed in. Enough prattle. But if you wish, or don't. The god of war expressed his impatience. His discerning eye had always been remarkably keen. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for him to thrive in such a perilous environment. From the moment Lin Xi arrived, he had taken notice. Only two types of individuals would dare venture into such chaotic and dangerous locales at a young age, either a naive fool lacking understanding or someone brimming with self-confidence in their abilities. His instincts informed him that this young man was far from the simpleton he appeared to be, particularly as the most enigmatic elder in the camp exhibited an entirely different demeanor towards him. After years of navigating this realm, it was the first time he had witnessed the elder voluntarily engage in conversation with another. Furthermore, would an ordinary person with the strength of a 6th-tier novice warrior dare to challenge a 2nd-tier intermediate warrior? Unless they were mentally impaired. Even 10 6th-tier novice warriors would be no match for a single 1st-tier intermediate warrior. Bet or not, you young lad, dare to make this wager. Oh, but do not regret it. Rest assured, my reputation is intact. All right, I bet on Guotao to win, 50,000 federal coins. I wager 100,000. I place 80,000. The martial artists present generally had some spare change, and to forego betting on such a blatant opportunity would be sheer foolishness. In no time, the total stakes for Guotao's victory surged to nearly 10 million federal coins, while there were not a single bet placed on Lin Xi. Should Guotao emerge victorious, the god of war would find himself at a loss of 2 million coins. After all, his savings after such a long time in this place were likely only this substantial. Brother Lin, you must be dependable. My fortune hinges entirely upon you. In truth, the war god felt a twinge of anxiety within, uncertain whether risking everything based solely on his scant intuition was truly worthwhile. Young man, please make your move. Then I shall humbly seek Brother Guo's guidance. Lin Xi unsheathed the heavy sword from his back, gripping it firmly in his hand. Guotao's expression suddenly flickered with mild surprise. He discerned that this sword was undoubtedly a specially crafted high-quality, human-grade weapon. Even an ordinary high-quality human-grade weapon would pose considerable difficulty for a 6th-tier individual to wield. How underestimated he was. Guotao mused to himself. The weight of this sword was likely several times that of a conventional weapon, yet this young man effortlessly lifted it with one hand. A testament to his formidable strength that left Guotao a little apprehensive. Prepare to receive my strike. Lin Xi suddenly surged forward like a striking serpent, covering the short distance of several meters in the blink of an eye before leaping high, the massive battle sword descending heavily upon Guotao. Unfazed, Guotao picked up his pair of heavy hammers from the ground, crossing them above his head in defense. Clang! A fierce metallic clash erupted, sending sparks flying through the air. Although Guotao was slight of stature, he was indeed a warrior who wielded the unconventional hammer with skill. His strength was no less formidable than that of any ordinary tiered fighter. Lin Xi felt as though his sword had struck an impenetrable wall of steel. Guotao remained steadfast, not even swaying slightly. Truly, a warrior seasoned from countless battles in the wilderness, far from the ineffectual assassins dispatched by Luo Ao. The immense backlash forced Lin Xi to retreat several steps before he finally halted. Excellent. The god of war silently praised in his heart. His own strength may not be formidable, but his perception was sharp. At the very least, he realized that Lin Xi's move was beyond his capability to counter. His judgment proved correct. This young man was indeed no ordinary 6th-tier warrior. What a remarkable lad! This power was not inferior to that of a typical novice 9th-tier fighter. Guotao, too, was inwardly astonished. It was no wonder this young man exhibited such confidence. He possessed considerable innate strength. However, merely relying on this would not suffice to withstand 3 minutes before him. Chapter 60. The marvelous use of mental force. The little fellow certainly has some prowess. Now it is my turn. Guotao charged toward Lin Xi like a humanoid behemoth, despite his conscious effort to temper his strength. The iron hammer in his grasp still surged with the force of a meteor. Bang, bang, bang. Guotao transformed into a veritable harbinger of destruction. The ground fissured and boulders shattered in his wake, and even tree trunks as thick as wash basins were cleaved in a single blow. Lin Xi desperately dodged. Yet the speed of Guotao's hammer strikes showed no sign of slowing despite the weapon's weight. The dizzying array of hammer shadows left Lin Xi somewhat overwhelmed. He could only resort to passively defending with his colossal sword, the tremendous force transmitted through it causing him to be pushed back relentlessly. Were it not for his robust thunder spirit battle body, a single strike could have sent his blood surging or even caused internal injuries. What a remarkable young man. His physique is astonishingly resilient. Guotao's iron hammer continued its relentless assault upon Lin Xi, yet with each blow, he grew increasingly alarmed. Such an assault would likely overwhelm even a first-tier mutated beast. Upon reflection, Lin Xi, apart from exhibiting a slight flush to his complexion, appeared to be entirely unscathed. Not even his arms trembled from the continuous exertion of muscle, a fact that elicited a sense of inadequacy within him. At this moment, the most astonishing presence was undoubtedly by Ling Long. Guotao's strength was well known to him. When unleashed, it resembled that of a frenzied warrior. Last night, during the assault by the wolf pack, his formidable divine power had sent those ravenous wolves flying with each strike. Yet, to his astonishment, this young man remained composed despite Guotao's relentless attacks, his breath betraying no hint of disarray. Remarkable! Each of those blows possessed enough force to fell a ninth-tier beast. Even Lin Xi, with his robust physique, felt a tingle in his arms after enduring nearly 100 strikes. This cannot continue. Victory is slipping away. Lin Xi understood that should he reveal any weakness due to fatigue, a single blow could inflict grievous harm. Very well. Let me attempt the technique I have recently been refining. With a focused thought, a torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth from him, enveloping the colossal sword in his grasp. His spiritual force was capable of controlling the cloud-piercing spear, a weapon reserved for spiritual masters. Yet it could also be wielded with the weaponry of ordinary martial artists. The spiritual energy functioned like an extraordinarily powerful driving machine, the force it could generate far exceeding that of his physical strength. When he harmonized these two forces, their combined potency transcended the limits of his own capabilities. Buzz! The broad, heavy sword emitted a resonant hum as it was suddenly swung forward with great force. With Lin Xi's arm coordinating seamlessly, no one could discern any hint of the movement, as if he were merely executing a straightforward slash. What? He still had the strength to counterattack? Guotao was taken aback, yet he refused to show any sign of weakness and swung his hammer with determination. Boom! The ground beneath them fractured instantly due to the terrifying shockwave, spreading out like a web towards the distant horizon. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Guotao was the first to retreat, while Lin Xi remained steadfast, not budging an inch. How could this be? How could his strength surpass that of Guotao? The crowd was bewildered. The power behind Lin Xi's strike was at least 50% greater than before. Ha ha ha, splendid. I truly did not misjudge him. Lu Zhanshan laughed maniacally, astonished that Lin Xi had delivered such a delightful surprise. He had initially thought that even if Lin Xi emerged victorious, it would be through a desperate struggle to endure Guotao's relentless assault for 3 minutes. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Xi's counterattack had gained the upper hand in this direct clash of strength. The peculiar old man paused with his wine bowl. Although the formidable spiritual fluctuation had escaped the perception of the martial artists, even those at the general level were oblivious. He had sensed it. What an intriguing young man. He chuckled softly, downing the remaining wine in his bowl. How fascinating that spiritual power could have such remarkable applications. Lin Xi had not anticipated that his endeavor would yield such impressive results. His most formidable weapon lies in his mental prowess, yet his current abilities remain insufficient, prompting him to conceal this strength, which consequently diminishes his combat effectiveness. Although this method lacks the lethality of the renowned penetrating cloud strike, it excels in its subtlety. With a swift exhalation, Lin Xi pressed on, wielding his heavy sword with explosive force as if it were a mere iron rod. By enhancing it with his mental strength, he significantly reduced his physical exertion, with each strike delivering power comparable to that of a mid-tier warrior of the third rank. Boom, boom, boom. Under this relentless barrage, Guotao found himself retreating step by step, each backward movement leaving behind a deep imprint in the ground, while his arms began to tremble slightly. Clang! Guotao's physique paled in comparison to Lin Xi's tenacity. He ultimately could not maintain his grip on the heavy hammer and was forcefully struck away by Lin Xi's sword. Thud! Thud! The hammer landed 10 meters away, creating 2 deep craters in the earth. Clap! 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 Suddenly, a round of applause erupted around them. The onlookers could hardly fathom that this seemingly predictable battle would conclude in such a surprising manner, leaving many in a state of stunned disbelief. Brother Guo, I must concede. Lin Xi sheathed his heavy sword once more, securing it on his back. Guotao appeared momentarily dazed, caught off guard by Lin Xi's sudden surge of power. Having been bested in a direct confrontation by a mere 6th-ranked junior warrior. However, he was not one to dwell on defeat, as is typical of many warriors. He soon came to terms with the outcome. Such a young individual must undoubtedly be a prodigy nurtured by formidable mentors. To be bested by such a youth is hardly a source of shame. This young man possesses remarkable talent, and I, Guo, have truly witnessed it. Tao picked up 2 heavy hammers, his expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. Brother Gui, you are being too modest. I am aware that you have yet to unleash your full potential. My victory is merely a stroke of luck. Lin Xi remained unperturbed by his momentary triumph. A mid-level warrior, if willing to exert themselves, can easily acquire 1 or 2 combat techniques. Should Gui Tao choose to employ them, the outcome would be far less certain. Moreover, he had not initially revealed his immense strength. Gui Tao's confusion led to his defeat, rendering his win rather unremarkable. Miss Bai, you must have perceived the capabilities of this young man. Though he may appear inconspicuous, he is every bit my equal and deserves to accompany us up the mountain. Gui Tao remarked as he turned to Bai Linglong. Bai Linglong readily extended her hand toward Lin Xi. Mr. Lin, I look forward to your guidance. Lin Xi grasped her delicate hand, as white as lotus root. Miss Bai, please refrain from calling me Mr. Just call me Lin Xi. Bai Linglong smiled and replied. Then do not call me Miss Bai either, just call me Linglong. As a student of the War Academy, Bai Linglong naturally bore a certain pride. Yet Lin Xi's astonishing talent and potential compelled her to lower her guard in hopes of forming an acquaintance. Such individuals, provided they do not falter, are destined to become powerful figures in the years to come. We have struck gold. Truly, we have struck gold. At this moment, the one who felt the utmost joy was undoubtedly the war god of the land. Having inexplicably earned nearly 10 million federal coins, an amount surpassing his entire savings accumulated over the years. Hey, Brother Lin, the war god called out to Lin Xi. War god, what is the matter? Lin Xi turned around, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. He had observed the war god's audaciousness in opening a gambling house and was astonished by his boldness in engaging in such a risky venture. Here, take this money. It should be half yours. Without further ado, the war god thrust a sizable bundle of cash into Lin Xi's hands. This is unacceptable. I cannot accept this. Lin Xi promptly declined, adhering to the principle of not receiving rewards without merit. Just take it, insisted the war god. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have won so much. If you refuse, it would imply that you look down on me, the war god. Seeing the war god's resolute demeanor, Lin Xi found himself at a loss for words. That's the spirit. The war god beamed upon noticing Lin Xi no longer pushing the money away. In truth, parting with 5 million federal coins was not without its sting. However, the prospect of gaining the favor of a potential future powerhouse made it worth every coin. Chapter 61. Into the mountains, Brother Lin, may I discuss something with you? The war god approached with a playful grin. What is it? Speak your mind, Lin Xi replied. Finding the war god to be a decent fellow, at least not greedy. If you happen to hunt anything while in the mountains, how about selling it to me? I assure you, I want to let you suffer any losses on the price. The war god proposed. Oh, so, you're in this line of business? Lin Xi chuckled, remarking that the business of the war god truly spans across various industries. Had it been a time of peace, he might have become a commercial titan. Indeed, while I cannot claim expertise in all matters, I possess an abundance of channels. The war god declared with pride. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range is a bustling locale, where lives are lost incessantly, yet new souls continually arrive. Remarkably, the war god is acquainted with nearly everyone there, including some individuals of considerable stature. Beneath the expanse of 10,000 Beasts mountain, there exists a federal commerce chamber dedicated to the procurement of mutant biological remains. However, to expedite these items into the market of the base city, designated individuals frequently come to collect the inventory. By a stroke of serendipity, the war god has forged a connection with a minor leader at the headquarters of the Federal Commerce Chamber's Procurement Division. Human nature dictates that once individuals attain a measure of power, they often begin to prioritize their own interests. This minor leader surreptitiously aligned himself with the war god, promising that if the war god could acquire mutant biological remains, he could facilitate their sale through his channels, bypassing the Commerce Chamber entirely. This arrangement would enable a price and point increase of 10, a substantial margin indeed. What do you say, Brother Lin? I assure you, if you sell to me, my purchase price will exceed that of the Federal Commerce Chamber by 5, and the points you earn will increase by 10. The war god quietly pocketed the 5 as his own commission, for the points held little intrinsic value to him. His sole desire was profit, and everything else was of no consequence. Oh, is there truly such a fortunate occurrence? Lin Xi raised an eyebrow, yet upon further reflection, she realized that selling to anyone constitutes a sale. Since she could effortlessly gain additional profit, why not sell to the war god Lu? Very well. I shall agree to your proposed price and will seek you out as soon as I descend the mountain. Lin Xi readily acquiesced. Haha, splendid. I shall prepare the funds and await your return. The war god Lu joyously clapped his thigh. The goods from those battle-hardened warriors often fetched millions, sums beyond his capacity. Yet he could nearly acquire the wares from lower-tier warriors. Of course, he remained oblivious to Lin Xi's identity as a mine master. When Lin Xi was merely capable of hunting low-level warrior-class mutated beasts, she could still obtain carcasses worth hundreds of thousands to millions, had he known. He might have resorted to extreme measures to gather funds. Lin Xi, prepare yourself. We shall venture into the mountains this afternoon. Bai Linglong's task has been delayed far too long. The missions at the academy do not lack time constraints if the designated period is exceeded. The accrued credits would significantly diminish. Very well, I shall gather my belongings and join you. Unencumbered, Lin Xi tidied her tent and stepped into Bai Linglong's party. With Lin Xi included, the group now comprised 4 members, aside from Guitao, whom she had previously crossed paths with. The other warrior was a robust man named Lu Yu, a mid-level warrior of the 4th tier. Young brother, your prowess is commendable. Warriors hold great esteem for the strong. And Lu Yu, not much stronger than Guitao, had already come to respect Lin Xi's abilities. Brother Lu, is it not possible to recruit more members for this team? Lin Xi curiously inquired, given that there are at least several thousand warriors in this small town. Their temporary team indeed appeared rather insubstantial when compared to other larger groups of 10 or 20 members. Lu Yu chuckled softly. This town likely harbors around 7,000 to 8,000 residents, half of whom are proficient fighters of advanced rank or higher. Naturally, they would not stoop to join our makeshift team. He then glanced at the war god of land, adding, moreover, there exists a faction of individuals who have yet to reach even the intermediate warrior level, merely drifting through life here, or those like that elderly gentleman, who prefer solitude and shun social interaction. Lin Xi nodded in agreement, recognizing that many eccentric loners often find it challenging to trust others easily. As for the remaining individuals, Liu scoffed disdainfully, expressing his utmost contempt for such people, who either demanded exorbitant favors or were solely drawn by the beauty of Miss Bai. 3 months prior, when Bai Linglong first arrived in this small town nestled within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she had been subjected to considerable harassment, including unwanted attention from that ill-intentioned bald man towards Lin Xi. However, Bai Linglong, being an 8th-tier intermediate warrior and a graduate of the War Academy, possessed strength far surpassing that of many low-level warriors who had relied on unorthodox means to rise. With just a display of her skill, she injured several would-be assailants, thereby dissuading others from pursuing any ill intentions against her. However, this matter has rendered Bai Linglong exceedingly selective in her choice of companions. Lu Yu and his associates, all of whom have established families and children, are undoubtedly far more reliable than those ruffians. It becomes clear to Lin Xi that Bai Linglong is indeed a person of meticulous thought. By the way, Brother Lin, though your prowess is commendable, I must caution you that the location where Miss Bai seeks the fire spirit mushroom lies in the inner outskirts, predominantly inhabited by intermediate warriors and lower-tier mutated creatures. You must exercise utmost caution. Should danger arise, it is likely that neither I nor Old Guo will be able to assist you, Lu Yu advised kindly. Thank you, Brother Lu. I will remain vigilant, Lin Xi nodded. He has always approached any adversary with the utmost seriousness, after all. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This is the true path of survival. Enough chatter. Miss Bai has arrived. We must ascend the mountain. It is imperative that we find a secure place to make camp before nightfall. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a predicament akin to yesterday's, Guitao announced. Rising from the haystack and hefting his 2 massive hammers onto his shoulders, Bai Linglong had cleansed herself of the blood and donned a fresh outfit, her long, dark hair elegantly swept back, leaving 2 strands to cascade gracefully by her cheeks, enhancing her striking appearance and drawing the gaze of onlookers. The weapons she wielded were a pair of crescent-shaped blades, suggesting her inclination towards agility and skill, an archetype often embraced by female warriors. Let us proceed. Bai Linglong led the way out of the bustling little town. After traversing several kilometers of woodland, they finally entered the realm of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The outskirts of this range were not mountainous terrain, but rather a swampy wetland, home to numerous venomous creatures. Many of these beings, although relatively weak, proved to be far more lethal than their more powerful mutated counterparts. Be cautious, for there may be some poisonous water snakes and insects lurking here, Bai Linglong advised. Having ventured through this area numerous times, they were well acquainted with the routes and the dangers that lay in wait. On their first visit, one of the warriors had suffered a grievous encounter when a mutated leech latched onto his foot. This leech was as thick as an arm and nearly drained him of half his blood. Moreover, the leech's saliva possessed anesthetic properties. And had it not been for the excessive blood loss rendering him dizzy, the warrior might have been completely drained of life. Lin Xi, wary and vigilant, extended his mental energy. As a fully realized primary warrior, his psychic reach enveloped a radius of several dozen meters, ensuring that nothing within that sphere could evade his perception. Thus, he remained untroubled by the prospect of ambush. Drawing upon their previous experiences, they swiftly navigated through the treacherous swamp. As the surrounding foliage thickened, the light gradually dimmed, and the moist, earthy scent carried a faint trace of blood. The distant roars of wild beasts echoed around them, a stark reminder that this was indeed the paradise of mutated creatures, a realm rife with bloodshed and peril. Chapter 62. A bountiful harvest within the tranquil depths of the forest. For individuals tread cautiously, their gazes imbued with vigilance. They frequently scan the shadowy corners concealed by the surrounding trees, their hands firmly gripping their weapons, poised to confront any imminent peril. Having traversed over 20 kilometers through the mountainous terrain, they are nearing the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. Along the way, they have encountered several low-tier mutated creatures, which Lin Xi adeptly dispatched. Soon, they will enter a region inhabited by mid-tier mutated beings. Lin Xi expands the range of her mental perception to its fullest extent, ensuring she can detect any lurking danger at the earliest moment. Lu Yu and Guotao, seasoned friends through years of collaboration, exhibit remarkable synergy. Positioned on either side of Lin Xi and by Ling Long, they exchange glances periodically, deciphering signals of threat and safety through the nuances of each other's eyes. Lin Xi, bearing a colossal sword, stands at the rear of the formation. Though this position is fraught with risk, as a man, he cannot allow danger to befall a woman. Furthermore, with his mental perception enveloping the surroundings, he remains unfazed by potential threats. Let us take a brief respite, Bai Linglong suggested, noticing Lu Yu and Guotao's fatigue. After 1 or 2 more hours of travel, we should reach Turtleback Rock, where we can rest for the night before embarking on our search for the Fire Spirit Mushroom tomorrow. The Turtleback Rock is a perilous location within the Wan Beast Mountain Range, characterized by its lofty elevation and expansive vistas. Warriors who seek refuge in the mountains often favor this spot for overnight stays. Guotao and Lu Yu exhibited signs of fatigue, their foreheads glistening with beads of perspiration. This weariness was not due to a lack of physical stamina, as a mid-level warrior would not typically appear fatigued after a day's trek. Rather, the constant vigilance over their surroundings had proven to be mentally exhausting, leading to a greater depletion of energy than usual. They settled in a pristine area, taking out provisions and water to replenish their strength. Lin Xi sat cross-legged, allowing the cosmic source energy to circulate around him. With the aid of the soul wood, a substantial amount of energy quickly converged in his vicinity, restoring him to a state of vitality. Suddenly, an unusual sensation emanated from his clothing. The restless little creature, Duo, seemed to have detected something remarkable, alerting him. Following Duo's guidance, Lin Xi approached a fissured rock, where a resilient white grass sprouted defiantly from the crevice. Whitebeard grass. Lin Xi casually plucked the herb from the ground. This plant, known for its robust vitality, possesses excellent healing properties, with a market value of approximately 2,000 federal coins, making it a relatively rare medicinal herb. A surge of joy filled his heart. In such a vast mountain range, it was likely that many such wonders awaited discovery. With Duo as his treasure-seeking companion, he anticipated that his haul this time would be truly astonishing. Indeed, what fortuitous luck to find a specimen of whitebeard grass in such a place. Liu expressed his envy, albeit it was merely envy. The unwritten rule within the Myriad Beast Mountain Range dictates that whatever one finds belongs solely to that individual. Even members of a team possess no right to share in the spoils. Merely a stroke of luck. Lin Xi casually stored the white beard grass into her spatial ring. After a brief respite, they set off once more. As they ventured deeper, the abundance of medicinal herbs around them grew increasingly plentiful. Under Duo's guidance, Lin Xi collected one specimen after another. Oh, a tricolor flower? A splendid find. Thunder pattern grass, just what I need for my second cultivation of the Thunder Spirit battle body. Scorpion-shaped grass. Butterfly spirit flower. Lin Xi resembled a human harvesting machine, continuously discovering various herbs cleverly concealed in hard-to-detect locations. In the span of merely an hour, she astonishingly unearthed over 20 specimens. Although these were primarily low-level items, mostly utilized by novice warriors, their collective worth amounted to several tens of thousands of federal coins. which Lin Xi naturally deemed far from trivial. Is this lad a reincarnation of Shenong? Lu Yu and Guo Tao stared dumbfounded as they observed Lin Xi ceaselessly gather an array of rare plants. They had traversed the same path, even walking ahead of her. Yet they had perceived nothing. Even Bai Linglong's exquisite visage betrayed a hint of curiosity. Finding one or two, or perhaps even 5 or 6 specimens might be attributed to luck, but to discover so many at once surely defies belief. Only a fool would attribute it to mere chance. Could it be that he possesses some artifact capable of detecting spiritual flowers and herbs? Bai Linglong speculated, however. Even during his time at the War Academy, he had never encountered anything of this nature, regardless of any treasure. It had always been true that only the fated could obtain it, and no one had ever devised a means for treasure hunting. Perhaps he was simply exceptionally fortunate? After pondering for quite some time, Bai Linglong could find no satisfactory explanation. At last, the first mid-level warrior class mutated creature made its appearance. The moment it approached within 100 meters of the team, Lin Xi instantly detected its presence. It was a clawcat, a mid-level warrior class beast renowned for its incredible speed. Its claws were as sharp as surgical blades, capable of tearing through even high-grade human protective gear, making it a formidable adversary. Linglong, there's a clawcat above to the right. Lin Xi called out as a warning. Bai Linglong was momentarily taken aback. Feline creatures were born hunters, possessing a soft cushion of flesh on their paws that rendered their movements nearly silent, whether walking or running, making them exceedingly difficult to detect. She had failed to notice that the clawcat had encroached upon their safe zone, and it was Lin Xi who had first discovered it. Could it be that despite only possessing the strength of a junior warrior at the 6th tier, his perception ability had reached such remarkable heights? Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. The clawcat, realizing it had been spotted, nimbly leaped between the branches. So fast, Lin Xi could barely catch a glimpse of a white shadow. Although his physical attributes had improved, his dynamic visual acuity remained at the junior warrior level, and only through the use of mental energy could he accurately track the clawcat's position. Whoosh! The clawcat seized the opportunity with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain, leaping from the branch with its sharp claws slicing through the air towards Bai Linglong. Humph! Beast, do you think my femininity renders me weak? Bai Linglong scoffed, her resilient thighs striking the ground with force as her body sprang into the air. Meeting the clawcat head-on, her curved blade deftly intercepted the beast's claws, and with the strength of an 8th-tier mid-level warrior, she sent it tumbling off balance. Emotionless. Bai Linglong's face remained impassive as her blade glided through the air like a radiant moon. A spurt of blood erupting from the cat's head before it could even utter a cry. What remarkable precision in her technique! Lin Xi was utterly astonished. While he typically dispatched mutated creatures with a single thrust of his piercing strike or through sheer physical might, he recognized that his skills, honed in the training grounds, paled in comparison to Bai Linglong's prowess. Her movements were swift, precise, ruthless, and seamlessly fluid, embodying the mastery of a warrior forged in the War Academy. Wiping the blood from her blade upon the leaves, Bai Linglong collected the carcass of the clawcat. From now on, we must exercise heightened caution. We have entered a zone rife with mutated creatures, cautioned the seasoned Guo Tao. Indeed, should we encounter a solitary mutated creature, we must resolve the encounter swiftly and quietly, lest we attract a horde of these monstrous beings. We may not stand a chance against a multitude of aberrant beasts with just the few of us. Lu Yu added a remark. Bai Linglong nodded and swiftly sprinkled an unknown powder over the bloodstains on the ground. Before long, a pungent aroma replaced the heavy scent of blood. We must leave this place at once. The 4 of them lowered their voices, maintaining a heightened vigilance as they ventured deeper into the Wanshou mountain range. Chapter 63. The fire-poison flying ant. The turtleback rock indeed served as a fine spot for an overnight stay. Not only were they present, but they also encountered another small group of martial artists. Guo Tao and his companions were familiar faces to them, and the 2 small teams peacefully spent a tranquil night together. The location of the fire spirit mushroom lay within a ravine of the Wanshou mountain range, characterized by its low-lying terrain and prolonged absence of sunlight, resulting in an environment that was both damp and dim, reminiscent of a tropical jungle. Suddenly, a venomous snake adorned with red patterns leapt from a branch. Bai Linglong, quick-witted and agile, performed a graceful flip of her curved blade, cleaving the snake in 2 amidst the glimmer of steel. This was a red-spotted snake, akin to ordinary serpents before the Great Cataclysm, lacking any combat prowess. Yet its venom was lethal. Even a seasoned warrior would find themselves gravely weakened by a single bite. Bai Linglong crouched down, retrieving a transparent glass vial from her spatial ring to collect the snake's venom. We must remain vigilant at all times, a moment's inattention, and these creatures will take advantage of our lapse, she advised Lin Xi. Lin Xi nodded. The more vibrant the pattern and color of the snake, the greater its toxicity. He had no desire to test whether the Thunder Spirit combat body could withstand such potent venom. Suddenly, Duo in Lin Xi's embrace stirred, indicating a direction. Let us proceed that way, Lin Xi declared, leading the way. Guo Tao and Lu Yu exchanged glances. By now, they had grown somewhat desensitized to Lin Xi's habit of collecting exotic flora. Perhaps he had stumbled upon yet another discovery. Indeed, after traversing a short distance, they found a flaming red fire Lingji growing on the rock face beside a pool of stagnant water. Sister Linglong, there's a fire Lingji here, Lin Xi exclaimed, reaching out to pluck it. Be careful, Bai Linglong suddenly cautioned. Lin Xi's hand froze mid-reach, and he turned back, curiosity etched on his face. Could there be a particular method to harvesting this fire Lingji? He pondered. However, the expressions on Bai Linglong and the others grew exceedingly grave, their eyes darting cautiously around the vicinity. The presence of a fire Lingji indicated that toxic beasts were likely inhabiting the area, while those lurking in plain sight were manageable. The fact that this fire Lingji was growing so conspicuously suggested that a venomous creature must be concealed nearby. Bai Linglong articulated her concerns with caution. The last attack on Uncle Zhang was by a hidden toxic forest lizard. Lin Xi quickly withdrew his hand, perplexed as to why his spiritual sense had detected nothing amiss. They spent a full 5 minutes surveying the area, yet still found nothing unusual. Could it be that we are fortunate enough to discover a fire spirit mushroom unguarded by venomous beasts? Bai Linglong appeared somewhat swayed by this prospect. It seems we have been overly cautious. This fire spirit mushroom should pose no threat. Guo Tao smiled as he stepped forward and plucked the mushroom from its place. Look, there's nothing to worry about, he exclaimed, directly handing the fire spirit mushroom to Bai Linglong. After verifying its safety, she carefully stored it away. Excellent. With just 10 more, we can complete our task. With Lin Xi's enigmatic energy, Bai Linglong felt confident that she could gather the remaining fire spirit mushrooms within a week. What is this small hole doing here? Lin Xi keenly observed a small opening, a few centimeters wide, where the mushroom's roots anchored into the soil. Perhaps its roots run particularly deep? Guo Tao speculated. No, this hole seems to extend quite deep. Lin Xi probed with her mental energy, only to find that it appeared endless. This is not good. It must be a nest for venomous insects. Bai Linglong's expression changed at once. No wonder they hadn't encountered any venomous beasts nearby. These creatures must dwell beneath the roots of the fire spirit mushroom. As if to validate Bai Linglong's words, a cacophony of buzzing suddenly emerged from the hole. They dared not make a sound, their attention fixed on the entrance of the hole. Moments later, a creature, resembling an enormous red ant magnified several dozen times, crawled out. This is disastrous. It's a fire venom flying ant. Bai Linglong, well-versed in such matters, recognized this highly toxic, social insect at first glance. The fire-toxic ants are not particularly formidable mutated creatures, averaging only around the strength of a junior warrior at the 3rd tier. However, they typically appear in large swarms, and their venom can instantly paralyze the muscles of even the most elite junior warriors. Subsequently, they will slowly consume their prey with their sharp mandibles. Run. This is a nest of fire-toxic ants. Bai Linglong urgently warned them. Lin Xi and the others did not dare to hesitate and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Moments later, a relentless stream of fire-toxic ants emerged from the burrow, their wings unfurling to reveal a size nearly 4 or 5 times that of a wasp. With no fewer than several hundred of them, a dark mass surging toward the direction Lin Xi and his companions were escaping. Damn it, how can we be so unlucky? It's as if we've poked a hornet's nest. Guo Tao cursed vehemently. If it were a mutated python, they would dare to confront it head-on, no matter how strong it was. However, these venomous insects are the most detestable. They swarm out at the slightest provocation, and even a senior warrior would have to flee in terror. Fire. Set them ablaze. Lin Xi recalled a method specifically designed to combat such creatures. It's useless. Fire-toxic ants can withstand temperatures of 500 to 600 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, do you think they would be called fire-toxic ants? Bai Linglong shot him a glance. The surface of the fire-toxic ant's body is covered by a thin membrane that can only be melted away by extremely high temperatures. This is bad. This swarm of fire-toxic ants is flying far too swiftly. The speed of the warrior far surpasses that of any sprinter from the era before the new epic. Even the weakest among them, Lin Xi, could cover 20 to 30 meters in a single second. However, running on foot cannot compare to the swiftness of those with wings. The fiery toxic flying ants drew ever closer. If only I could use the cloud-piercing stab, Lin Xi mused. For a mind master is least afraid of a group battle. This horde of fiery toxic flying ants numbered at most a few hundred. They could likely be exterminated in an instant. Shikana, is there no other method that would not expose my identity as a mind master? He could only seek assistance from Shikana. Shikana had already amassed all the information available on the Earth network. His knowledge of exotic beasts rivaling that of the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts. Master, fiery toxic flying ants fear a plant called wolf smoke grass. Particularly its powder and scent when burned, Shikana promptly provided his answer. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Xi replied, a hint of displeasure in his voice. In his mind, Shikana made a pitiful expression, but you didn't ask me. Coincidentally, Lin Xi had indeed come across a wolf smoke grass during his journey. He immediately halted, retrieving the herb from his spatial ring. Lin Xi, what are you planning to do? Don't make foolish decisions. Bai Linglong feared he intended to confront the swarm of fiery toxic flying ants alone. I'm not that foolish. Wolf smoke grass can repel them. You all go ahead. I will follow shortly. Upon seeing the igniter in the grayish herb in Lin Xi's hand, Bai Linglong quickly understood. Then be cautious. Lin Xi ignited the wolf smoke grass, and a pungent aroma accompanied by a cloud of ash surged towards the fire-poison flying ants. The air was filled with a cacophony of buzzing sounds, as the swarm of fire-poisoned flying ants halted not far away, swirling incessantly. Some even inhaled a significant amount of the gas, plummeting from the sky. Ha ha ha. It seems the wolf smoke grass is indeed the nemesis of the fire-poisoned flying ants. Lin Xi chuckled. What are you foolishly laughing for? Hurry and run. Do you think a single wolf smoke grass can hold them off for long? Hikana urged. Lin Xi glanced down and realized that the wolf smoke grass had already burned down to half its length if he did not make a move soon. Escape would become impossible. He swiftly turned and pursued the direction whereby Linglong and the others had fled. Chapter 64. Ambush. Chapter 65. A frantic escape. The Black King Python was poised to swallow Bai Linglong whole when a piercing projectile shot through the clouds like a spear, aimed at its eyes. Despite its body being armored with scales as tough as steel, the eyes remained its most vulnerable spot. It had no choice but to abandon its original intent, effortlessly swatting the projectile aside with its powerful tail. What immense strength! Lin Xi perceived the feedback from his mental energy. This Black King Python could be regarded as a king among mid-level warriors. It was likely that even beings of the 9th tier would struggle against it. Brother Lin, are you a mind master? Guo and Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Lin Xi had concealed his abilities all along. Let us not dwell on this matter. Rescuing Linglong is of utmost importance, Lin Xi exclaimed as she dashed forward, racing towards Bai Linglong. Guo and Lu exchanged a glance before hastily following in her wake. Unwilling to witness a formidable warrior with a promising future fall victim to the treachery of a despicable villain, meeting her end within the belly of a colossal python. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A flurry of piercing cold light enveloped the Black King Python as the speed of the Chuanyun piercer, under Lin Xi's command, reached an astonishing level. Even such a massive creature could merely perceive fleeting shadows. Hissing, the Black King Python desperately evaded. Although the Chuanyun piercer could not penetrate its scales, the force it carried was not inferior to that of a powerful armor-piercing projectile, striking its scales with such pain that the creature writhed in agony. As light as a swallow, Lin Xi traversed several dozen meters in an instant, arriving beside Bai Linglong. Bai Linglong had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, her complexion pale. The fabric of her back was nearly shredded, revealing a deep wound that oozed blood relentlessly. With a fierce sweep of its tail, the Black King Python sent the Chuanyun piercer hurtling through the air, then turned once more to launch an attack on Lin Xi and Bai Linglong. Thud. A heavy hammer struck down upon its head. Both Guo and Lu Yu, fathers themselves, had developed a familial affection for Bai Linglong over the months of their acquaintance, akin to that of elders towards their juniors. They could not stand idly by as Lin Xi and Bai Linglong faced the threat of being devoured by the Black King Python. Brother Guo, Brother Lu, you must flee quickly. This Black King Python is beyond your capabilities. Lin Xi carried Bai Linglong and escaped from the attack range of the Black King Python. His cloud-piercing stab was nearly invincible against lower-tier mid-level beast warriors. However, the Black King Python was overwhelmingly powerful, even with his utmost effort in executing the spiral force. He might not breach its defenses unless his mental strength reached the mid-warrior level. Had Bai Linglong not been injured, their combined efforts could have posed a significant chance of vanquishing the creature. Yet, with Bai Linglong gravely wounded, they were utterly incapable of contending with the Black King Python. Their only recourse was to flee. Running was their sole glimmer of hope. "Brother Lin, you must go first. We will hold it off." Guo Tao exerted every ounce of his strength to fend off the Black King Python's assault. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was overwhelming, and in mere moments, his palms were left bloodied from the impact. Meanwhile, Liu had somehow managed to climb onto the python's back, furiously slashing at it with his blade. Yet, it felt as though he were striking a slab of iron, leaving only faint white marks on its scales. Lin Xi's eyes brimmed with tears. These two were fighting for their lives, buying them precious moments to escape. "Lin, if we perish here, I implore you to look after our families." Lin Xi gritted his teeth, suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. The Black King Python was in a frenzy. With their current strength, their chances of survival were nearly non-existent. "Damn it, Li Wei, I vow that one day you will pay a blood price for this." Lin Xi silently swore. "Get away. All of you, get away." Lin Xi fled as if driven mad. The assault from the Black King Python incited tremendous chaos, startling numerous mutated creatures in the vicinity. With deft control, Lin Xi wielded the cloud-piercing spike, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of these beasts, carving a bloody path forward. The weapon was already saturated with a pungent scent of blood. Lin Xi could scarcely recall how many creatures he had slain. Even some intermediate-level beasts of the 5th and 6th tiers were sent reeling by the power wielded by the cloud-piercing spike, utterly incapable of pursuing him further. "Master, her life signs are weakening rapidly. We must find a place to tend to her wounds immediately." Hikana had sensed the increasingly faint heartbeat of Bai Linglong. Lin Xi hastily retrieved the map he had procured from the war god of land, and it did not disappoint. A cave lay ahead, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away, where the nearby mutated creatures were merely of intermediate warrior rank, making the location relatively safe given his strength. "Let us go." Lin Xi ruthlessly dispatched an intermediate-level beast that dared to obstruct his path, stepping directly over its lifeless body. The forest gradually returned to tranquility, and the agitated mutated creatures slowly retreated to their lairs. Lu Yu and Guo Tao had yet to emerge, and Lin Xi knew that their chances of survival were slim. Soon, he arrived at the cave's entrance, where a crystal-clear stream flowed nearby, and a few mutated wild boars resided within the cave. The wild boars possessed merely the strength of a novice warrior at the 9th tier. Lin Xi, without casting a glance, swiftly dispatched them all. He cleaned the bloodstains, and with the cloud-piercing dagger, he smoothed a slab of rock before gently placing Bai Linglong's body upon it. The sensation emanating from her neck and the bend of her legs was as exquisite as jade. However, Lin Xi's mind was devoid of any lascivious thoughts, for her injuries demanded immediate attention. He turned her over and cautiously tore away the tattered remnants of her clothing from behind. The skin around the wound had begun to darken, and a faint putrid odor wafted from it. Frowning, he pondered, did the tail of the Black King Python possess venom as well? "Hikana, how should I proceed?" "Rest assured, while the Black King Python is immensely powerful, its venom is not particularly potent. Retrieve a fire spirit mushroom from her ring, grind a small piece into powder, and apply it to the wound." So that's how it is. Lin Xi searched through her ring for a while before finally locating the fire spirit mushroom. Following Hikana's instructions, he ground a small portion into powder. Hesitating for a moment as he gazed at the gruesome wound, he ultimately decided to cleanse it first. As he tended to the wound, his hands inevitably brushed against Bai Linglong's skin. Though she lay unconscious and unaware, Lin Xi remained exceedingly cautious, his body instinctively tensing with each touch. Indeed, this is truly terrifying. The wound measured over 20 centimeters in length, with the flesh on her back nearly turned inside out. Had she not been clad in this exquisite yellow armor, it was likely that her entire body would have been cleaved in two by the serpent's tail. Lin Xi carefully sprinkled the powder of the fire spirit mushroom onto her back. The intense pain contorted her face even in her slumber. Resolutely, he retrieved a piece of dragon soul wood from his spatial ring, enlisting Duo's assistance to grind it into a fine powder. The severity of the wound left him with no other viable treatment options. In such a place, should the wound become infected, even her intermediate warrior constitution might not suffice to withstand the consequences. True to its reputation as a treasure from the cosmos, the dragon soul would soon emanated a vibrant vitality that enveloped her wound, which began to heal at a pace almost visible to the naked eye. It was estimated that within half a day, the wound would be mended, though her weakened body would require a considerable amount of time to recover fully. Observing her peculiar backless attire, Lin Xi feared she might catch a chill and thus draped one of his own garments over her. Having finally arrived at a relatively safe location, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him like a tide. Lin Xi felt his eyelids grow exceedingly heavy, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 66. I am not a rogue wolf. Duo weakly emerged from Lin Xi's side. As one of the most precious creatures in the universe, the treasure beast did not require sustenance for survival. Yet the act of eating represented the greatest joy of existence for them. Since following the impoverished master Lin Xi, Duo had only feasted a few times. It had been a long while since it had truly indulged in a hearty meal. While Lin Xi remained in a deep slumber, Duo stealthily ventured out to forage alone. Eventually, Lin Xi groggily awoke, realizing that the moon hung high in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, he had nearly slept the entire day away. However, his depleted mental energy had mostly recovered, though his limbs still felt somewhat weak and fatigued. He patted his clothing, wondering where that little creature had scurried off to in search of food. Yet, he felt no concern. Despite its diminutive strength, the little fellow was remarkably clever. There was hardly anything that could capture it when it decided to flee, and once it was satiated, it would undoubtedly find its way back. Bai Linglong had yet to arrive, but her previously taut expression had relaxed, indicating that her wounds were no longer as painful. Lin Xi lifted his garment to inspect the injury, noting that only a faint scar remained. He believed that it would soon vanish completely. Grumbling, his stomach protested. Having gone a day without sustenance, he felt a pang of hunger. Alas, what a pity for the corpses of the aberrant beasts. Lin Xi had slaughtered countless mutated creatures along his path. Even the weakest possessed the strength of a novice warrior at the 9th tier, while the more formidable ones reached the 4th or 5th tier of intermediate warriors. Collecting them all would amount to a considerable fortune. He withdrew the cloud piercer to examine it. The scales of the Black King Python were exceedingly resilient, and after slaying numerous 4th and even 5th tier intermediate beasts, the blade of the cloud piercer had become somewhat dulled. Although it was a weapon of a mind master, it was merely of human-grade quality. While it was relatively easy to eliminate mutated creatures ranked below mid-level 3rd tier warriors, facing stronger foes proved to be exceedingly challenging. Today's battle had severely worn down the piercing cloud spear, even diminishing its power. It seemed that a sturdier weapon was in order. With a sigh, Lin Xi retrieved the spear. He approached the brook to cleanse himself of the blood that coated his body, his hair matted and disheveled by the congealed blood of beasts. Given that there was no one nearby and Bai Linglong had yet to awaken, he stripped himself bare and leapt into the cool waters of the stream. How refreshing! Lin Xi reveled in the sensation as the crimson stains flowed downstream in large swathes. Gradually, Bai Linglong regained consciousness, her memory hazy. All she could recall was the sound of a gunshot, followed by the violent strike of the Black King Python that had thrown her aside. Am I still alive? The situation felt surreal. It was hard to believe that Lin Xi and his companions, who were all below 5th tier strength, had managed to rescue her from the jaws of an 8th tier creature. Yet the excruciating pain coursing through her body was a stark reminder that she was indeed alive and not dreaming. Bai Linglong touched her back, recalling the brutal impact she had endured. The razor-sharp tail of the Black King Python had shattered her combat armor completely. However, to her astonishment, her back remained smooth and unblemished, as if no scars lingered at all. In the depths of a cave, a fire crackled softly, its warm glow illuminating a crude wooden rack positioned above it, atop which sat a small pot brimming with water. A savory aroma wafted from the pot. Yet the cave was devoid of any human presence. She yearned to rise from the stone bed and discern her surroundings, but her body was rendered powerless. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. It seemed she had sustained significant injuries. A wry smile crossed her lips as she recalled the formidable strength of the Black King Python, which rivaled that of low-tier mutated creatures among advanced warriors. Had she not been clad in battle armor, she likely would have lost her life. Nevertheless, her internal injuries remained severe, and even with her robust constitution, it would take at least a month of recuperation to heal. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The meat is on the verge of overcooking. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from outside the cave. Bathed in the dim light of the moon, Bai Linglong could barely discern the silhouette of an individual. Engrossed in her thoughts, Lin Xi suddenly recalled her boiling meat soup, which was close to disintegration. Without a moment's hesitation, she disregarded her clothing and hurriedly removed the pot from the rack. Through the flickering flames, Bai Linglong finally identified the newcomer, a naked figure busily tending to the pot of meat soup beside the fire, presenting her with an unadorned backside. Ah, scoundrel, she exclaimed, unable to contain her shock. While martial artists are often unperturbed by trivial matters, she was still a young woman who had never encountered a male body before. Now, rendered immobile by her injuries and facing a potential rogue. Panic gripped her as she realized her inability to resist. With a loud clang, Lin Xi was startled by the sudden noise, causing the pot in his hand to topple and spill the succulent broth all over the ground, leaving him with a pang of regret. Sister Ling Long, you're awake. Lin Xi seemed oblivious to his own state of undress as he turned and strode over. Ah, pervert, don't come any closer, Bai Ling Long exclaimed, covering her eyes and tossing Lin Xi's discarded clothing towards him. I'm Lin Xi, not a pervert. Just take a closer look. He glanced down, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had been bathing and had yet to put on his clothes. A scorching heat rushed to his cheeks. While such situations had been commonplace during his solitary training, this time was different. Bai Ling Long was a woman. I'm so sorry, Lin Xi exclaimed, hastily fleeing from the cave and donning his garments. After a while, he returned to the cave, though his demeanor was marked by a certain awkwardness. I apologize, Sister Ling Long. I didn't realize you were awake, he said, averting his gaze. Upon seeing that Lin Xi had dressed, Bai Ling Long turned her head. Although Lin Xi appeared unscathed, his complexion still bore a paleness. Were you the ones who rescued me? She inquired. Lin Xi nodded. It was that scoundrel Li Wei who ambushed you. A flicker of anger crossed Bai Ling Long's face. That bastard tried to lay his hands on me from the very first day I arrived. I gave him a good lesson. But I never expected to encounter such a fiend at a critical moment. Thankfully, you were there. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to scan the surroundings anxiously. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Where were Brother Gui and Brother Liu? Lin Xi lowered her head, realizing they had stayed behind to fend off the formidable Black King Python, all while ensuring her escape. Now, she feared it was all her fault. Bai Ling Long's voice quivered with emotion. Had it not been for her mission, these kind-hearted brothers would not have suffered such fates. Do not be disheartened, Ling Long. As long as we remain within the vast Beast Mountain range, we will surely have another chance to confront those ruffians. I vow to avenge our brothers. Lin Xi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This was only the second time she had felt such a desire to kill, aside from her thoughts of Luo Ao. Do not be foolish. Though Li Wei is a scoundrel, he possesses the strength of a mid-level warrior at the 7th tier. While your potential is commendable, you are still merely a junior warrior at the 6th tier, far from his match. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities. Lin Xi retorted, confident that with a meticulous plan, slaying a 7th tier mid-level warrior would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Bai Ling Long understood that Lin Xi would not let this matter rest easily. Yet she too felt a burning desire for justice. It would be a disservice to Lu Yu and Guitao's sacrifice if Li Wei and his ilk were allowed to roam free. Let us eat something first. You need to nourish yourself to recover from your injuries. Lin Xi cleaned the overturned pot and began to cook once more, even incorporating the edible herbs she had gathered along their journey. Before long, a delightful aroma filled the cave, enveloping them in its comforting embrace. Chapter 67. The Revenge Plan. Lin Xi prepared a small bowl and presented it to Bai Ling Long. However, Bai Ling Long felt utterly devoid of strength. As Lin Xi supported her back in an attempt to help her sit up, an involuntary tremor coursed through both of them when his palm made contact with her smooth skin. Lin Xi's grip slackened, and Bai Ling Long leaned entirely into his embrace, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks. Lin Long Jia, I didn't mean to. Lin Xi stammered, flustered, wanting to rise but fearful of causing Bai Ling Long to topple to the ground, caught in a dilemma. It's fine, just do it for me, Bai Ling Long murmured, so shy that she could hardly lift her head. After feeding her the bowl of soup, Lin Xi was nearly drenched in sweat. He would have preferred to venture out and battle a horde of exotic beasts than endure another moment of such awkwardness. Once satiated, Bai Ling Long's complexion regained a hint of vitality. She adjusted herself into a comfortable position, though the pungent scent of blood emanating from her body hindered her from finding slumber. Lin Xi? Bai Ling Long called out, her voice barely audible. Lin Xi sat cross-legged a short distance away, hesitant to cultivate in this spot for fear of revealing too much. Yes? What is it? Ling Long Jie. Lin Xi stood and approached her. I would like to change my clothes and clean myself. Could you assist me? Bai Ling Long's voice was so soft it was nearly imperceptible. She had never before made such an embarrassing request of a man. What? Lin Xi never anticipated that she would make such a request. It was not that he feared his own resolve would falter. Rather, the nature of the situation was far too indescribable. The process would inevitably involve some degree of physical contact. which made him feel rather bashful and uncertain about how to respond. "What are you thinking?" By Ling Long, noticing Lin Xi's flushed face, mistakenly assumed he had let his thoughts stray. "Isn't it reasonable for a brother to assist his sister?" Lin Xi glanced up at Bai Ling Long. Indeed. While he had tended to the wounds on her back, a considerable amount of bloodstains still adorned her clothing. The sticky sensation combined with the pungent smell of blood was decidedly unpleasant. "Could you help me wipe my back? I have regained a bit of strength. I can manage the front myself." "Oh, very well." Lin Xi was uncertain whether to feel disappointed. He fetched a bucket of water from the nearby stream and warmed it slightly. "Please help me with the fastening. I am unable to move much at the moment." With Lin Xi's assistance, Bai Ling Long turned to face away from him. The fastening of her battle suit was located at the back and had been rendered tattered by the assault of the Black King Python, allowing Lin Xi to undo it with little effort. Beneath the battle suit, she wore a snug tank top that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Lin Xi could not help but swallow hard, reflecting on how his first experience of unfastening a woman's clothing would occur under such circumstances. Bai Ling Long's arms were still too constrained to move freely, compelling Lin Xi to delicately peel the tank top away, inch by inch. Inadvertently, his hand brushed against something soft. Lin Xi's face flushed, and he immediately sensed a tremor in Bai Ling Long's body. He understood that he had inadvertently touched a sensitive area, yet silence enveloped them both. It took an immense effort for Lin Xi to finally remove her upper garment, revealing her pristine skin before him. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Years of rigorous training had sculpted her waist into a remarkably slender and proportionate form. With scarcely a trace of excess flesh, Lin Xi felt an irresistible urge to step forward and fully appreciate this breathtaking vision of beauty. The temptation felt almost criminal. With a damp towel in hand, he carefully began to wipe Bai Ling Long's back, the soft, smooth texture eliciting an almost tender fondness within him. He awkwardly lifted her delicate, lotus-like arms, meticulously cleansing the traces of blood. Even from behind, his peripheral vision caught glimpses of her subtle curves. Whether it was the warmth of the water or Bai Ling Long's own restlessness, her skin began to flush slightly, and her breathing grew somewhat labored as Lin Xi tended to her arms and back. "Let me take care of the rest," Bai Ling Long murmured, with a hint of disappointment. Lin Xi handed her the damp towel and turned to exit the cave. He exhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of turmoil within him, realizing it was time to contemplate his plans for the forthcoming days. Presently, Bai Ling Long has sustained grave injuries. It is likely to take at least a month for her to recover fully. It is inconceivable for him to leave her here alone to recuperate, which means he will be confined to this vicinity during this period. A month is ample time for him to practice a portion of the 365 constellations once more, and by then he should be able to exert over 70 of his full strength. Additionally, after a period of consolidation, he has become capable of further refining the residual energy of the spirit of flora and fauna, potentially reaching levels of the 8th or even 9th tier. At that juncture, even without employing mental prowess, he could directly contend with mid-tier warriors of the 2nd or 3rd grade, relying solely on the formidable nature of the Thunder Spirit combat body. Nevertheless, his foremost desire is to locate Li Wei and his band of miscreants, seeking retribution for his esteemed brothers, Lu Yu and Guotao. However, he is acutely aware that Li Wei possesses the strength of a 7th-tier mid-tier warrior, and his subordinates are all stronger than he. If he were to recklessly confront them head-on, he would likely jeopardize his own life. Yet, he holds a significant advantage, his mental prowess. It is nearly impossible for human warriors below the 5th tier to withstand the onslaught of his cloud-piercing strike. He can lurk in the shadows, eliminating Li Wei's followers one by one, leaving him a lone commander, perhaps unaware of the identity of his assailant. If it were merely Li Wei, Lin Xi would have a fair chance of bringing him down. "Lin Xi, come in and help me with my clothes." Bai Ling Long's voice echoed once more from within the cave. Lin Xi ceased his contemplations, inhaling deeply before stepping back inside. Thus, an inexplicable cohabitation commenced between Lin Xi and Bai Ling Long. To expedite Bai Ling Long's recovery, Lin Xi devoted nearly all the medicinal herbs he had gathered days prior. Fortunately, Bai Ling Long's health was mending at a gratifying pace. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Seated at the cave's entrance under the resplendent moonlight and twinkling stars, Lin Xi found that the essence of nature had completely dissipated from his grasp. With the last vestiges of energy absorbed, Lin Xi's strength stabilized at the latter stage of an 8th-tier warrior. Although he had yet to ascend to the 9th tier, he was thoroughly content with this outcome. Had he adhered to a conventional training regimen, he might have only attained a maximum of 6th-tier strength by now. He believed that even the profoundly connected Su Xinyuo and Qiu Shaozi might not possess the level he currently held. Regarding the acupoints within his body, he had successfully unblocked 36 more during this period, enabling him to unleash the full might of a mid-tier second-level warrior with a mere gesture. Over the course of a month, Bai Linglong's injuries had nearly healed. Moreover, under the nurturing of Lin Xi's precious herbs, her strength had unexpectedly surged by a small tier. A delightful surprise indeed. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Xi recognized that without the aid of nature's essence, his training pace would likely slow in the coming days. He pondered whether he could elevate his strength to the intermediate warrior level before the impending college entrance examinations. For over 400 years since the reform of the college entrance examination, students who have attained the level of intermediate warriors have been a rare occurrence. Nevertheless, such individuals remain exceedingly few, as no one would forsake their future growth for the sake of a fleeting surge in ability, unless, of course, they possess a divine treasure like Lin Xi, a rarity indeed. However, it is universally acknowledged that those who do not falter ultimately ascend to the status of battle deities. It has been over a decade since anyone has achieved the physical capabilities of an intermediate warrior in the context of the college entrance examination. Chapter 68. Return to the Serpent's Den. Lin Xi, my injuries have nearly healed. I believe we can continue our search for the fire spirit mushroom tomorrow. Bai Linglong's battle armor lay in tatters, forcing her to don the casual attire she typically wore in the city base. The fierce image of a female warrior instantly transformed into that of a beautiful, alluring neighbor. Is that so? A glimmer of joy flickered across Lin Xi's face. Bai Linglong suddenly turned to glance at the cave, where she had resided for a month. The imminent departure stirred a sense of reluctance within her. I wish to revisit the Serpent's Den. What? Sister Linglong, have you forgotten how you were injured? Lin Xi exclaimed in horror. If they encountered a similar situation as before, their hard-won lives might once again be jeopardized. I intend to retrieve the belongings of our two elder brothers and return them to their families, Bai Linglong insisted. Lin Xi was submerged in contemplation, and he found it impossible to refute this reasoning. The most vital possession of a martial artist is undoubtedly their weapon. While it is possible that their bodies may never be recovered, perhaps their lost weapons can be retrieved, offering their families a semblance of hope. Very well. I shall accompany you, Lin Xi declared with unwavering resolve. Bai Linglong was somewhat taken aback. Her willingness to join stemmed from her considerable confidence. Had it not been for Li Wei's ambush, she might not have succumbed to that formidable Black King Python. Now, fully healed and even enhanced in strength to a certain degree, Bai Linglong was confident that she could vanquish the beast this time. However, despite Lin Xi's astonishingly rapid progress, his youth rendered him inexperienced. His mere status as a low-level 8th-tier warrior might not afford her much assistance. Rest assured, I possess the ability to protect myself. As soon as the words left his lips, a streak of azure light shot forth from Lin Xi's side, piercing a fish swimming by in the stream. Lin Xi, you are a mind master? Bai Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. Those endowed with the talent of a mind master are exceedingly rare, and those who truly embark on this path are even more scarce. She was astounded to discover such a promising future powerhouse right beside her. Lin Xi nodded. Choosing not to conceal the truth any longer, Bai Linglong was indeed a trustworthy individual. Moreover, had he revealed his identity as a mind master earlier, he could have effortlessly plucked the fire spirit herb from beside that cave using his mental prowess, thus avoiding any risk entirely, a thought that had lingered in his mind. In that case, there should be no further issues. Bai Linglong could discern from the recent strike that Lin Xi had attained remarkable mastery over mental prowess. A novice warrior, particularly a 9th-tier mind master, could effortlessly exterminate martial artists of the 3rd tier and below, akin to slaughtering mere livestock. Even those of the 4th or 5th tier might not pose a significant challenge to him, though the Black King Python was formidable, with her presence to restrain it directly. The duo's endeavor to vanquish it would not prove arduous. They no longer needed to fear the treachery of cowardly assailants armed with firearms. The capabilities of a mind master rendered the interception of a high-velocity bullet a trivial task. The following day, they retraced their steps to the cave. The remains of the mutated creatures that Lin Xi had dispatched along the way had vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether they had been taken by passing warriors or dragged away as sustenance by other beasts to their lairs. All that remained were dark stains of blood scattered across the ground. The fire spirit mushroom still flourished on the cave's rocky wall. Lin Xi cast a glance at it, and with a mere thought, deftly severed it with his cloud-piercing dagger, bringing it to their side. It was truly enviable. If I possessed such abilities, would there be any need for relentless struggle? Bai Linglong chuckled as she stowed the fire spirit mushroom into her ring. Continue to assist me with the assault while remaining vigilant of our surroundings. I shall make my move. With that, she leaped directly to the mouth of the cave. Hey, you great beast, come forth. Bai Linglong called out loudly into the depths. Moments later, the Black King Python leisurely slithered out. Its memory was far from poor. It instantly recognized the female warrior whom it had nearly slain with a single lash of its tail. Yet, it was unexpected that she not only survived, but also appeared to be brimming with vitality, her aura even stronger than before. Hiss! A glint of disdain flickered in the emerald depths of the Black King Python's eyes. To it, as long as this human warrior had not ascended to the rank of a high-level fighter, she could never pose a threat. Stretching its tail into the cave, it ensnared an unknown item, carelessly tossing it before Bai Linglong like refuse. Clatter! Several weapons belonging to warriors clattered to the ground, seemingly spoils of the Black King Python. Each time it vanquished a warrior, it would collect their weapons. These are Brother Lu's and Brother Guo's weapons. Bai Linglong immediately recognized Guo Tao's pair of heavy hammers and Lu Yu's battle knife, which still bore traces of blood. With a casual flick of its tail, the Black King Python swept the weapons aside. Beast, I swear I will turn your skin into a backpack for my junior disciples. Bai Linglong seethed through gritted teeth. Whoosh! The curved blades materialized in her hands. With a sudden strike, the Black King Python launched an attack, its massive tail descending with terrifying force. Crack! Bai Linglong nimbly leaped aside, the serpent's tail striking the ground with such might that it caused fissures to appear, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. If you manage to hit me this time, I will leap into your mouth and let you swallow me whole. Bai Linglong taunted. The giant python seemed to comprehend her words, becoming enraged as it raised its head high and charged towards Bai Linglong. Although the python possessed immense strength, its lack of agility was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Linglong deftly climbed onto its head, running along its back. Striking at the vulnerable spots was paramount. Even the formidable Black King Python had its heart as its greatest weakness. The python was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Realizing the potential threat posed by Bai Linglong, particularly to such a vital area. Indeed, she spotted a relatively dull-scaled patch on its back, a testament to its innate vulnerability. Despite the passage of time and evolution, this weakness had not entirely vanished. The scales in that region were evidently more fragile than those elsewhere. The Black King Python began to thrash violently, aware that if those scales were shattered, it would be in grave peril. It rolled aggressively, forcing Bai Linglong to leap away temporarily to maintain her distance. Now was the moment. Lin Xi seized the opportunity. The Black King Python appeared flustered by the exposure of its weakness, its focus waning to a minimum. With a swift motion, the Chuanyan spike launched like a spear, piercing directly towards the python's eye socket. The sound of impact resonated as the flesh of its eye proved alarmingly delicate, Lin Xi's spike embedding deeply within. A howl erupted from the python. The Black King Python emitted a raspy, eerie cry, its body writhing in agony as it twisted violently. Its head shaking fiercely as it slammed against the mountainside. Large fragments of rock shattered and scattered from the impact of its hardened skull, as if this desperate act could alleviate the torment reflected in its eyes. Yet, despite this blow injuring the Black King Python, it offered Bai Linglong no opportunity to strike. She found herself unable to approach its formidable form. In its frenzied state, even the slightest touch could result in grievous harm. Nearly 5 minutes passed before the Black King Python gradually calmed, one eye remaining as clear as a gem, while the other burned with a ghastly crimson hue. Emanating an unsettling chill, it had been wounded, surprisingly, by a mere insignificant ant. This was an affront of the highest order. As the sovereign of this territory, it had long been unacquainted with pain. It recognized that the source of its injury was akin to the iron lump that had caused it excruciating torment a month prior. And yet that human dared to approach. Its fury reached a boiling point. Chapter 69, Black King Python, Death. Crack, crack, crack. The Black King Python's tail lashed violently against the ground, causing the surroundings to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Serpents do not rely on sight. They sense their environment through temperature. Although Lin Xi's strike had wounded the python, it had not diminished its combat prowess in the slightest. Rather, it had awakened its ferocity. It expelled a long core, probing the surrounding temperature, while everything nearby transformed into thermal images reflected in its mind. Its perception informed it that the human who had ambushed it was hiding just behind a small hillside, not far away. At that moment, the giant python suddenly moved, its massive body barreling forward like a train car. This was dire. Its target was Lin Xi. Bai Linglong inwardly cursed, realizing that if the python got too close to Lin Xi, the consequences would be dire. The Black King python had determined that Lin Xi posed the greatest threat, thus deciding to disregard Bai Linglong for the time being and focus on devouring this strange and terrifying human. Damn it, it actually found me. Lin Xi cursed under her breath, swiftly maneuvering the cloud-piercing shuttle to strike at the head of the Black King python. However, this time, the python had wised up. It immediately shut its eyes, its thick scales once again covering its eye sockets. Although Lin Xi's attack could inflict pain, it failed to cause any substantial damage. Thud. Its armored head collided with the hillside, causing a collapse, massive rocks tumbling to the ground. The Black King python shook its head, and Lin Xi had already managed to evade at some point, unleashing a barrage of azure light aimed at the vulnerable scales surrounding its heart. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the terrifying force of the cloud-piercing stab pierced through the scales and serpent skin, eliciting cries of pain from the python. Compared to the previous encounter, Lin Xi's offensive power had undoubtedly increased significantly. However, the rank of his piercing attack was far too low to penetrate this scale, yet faintly. A minuscule crack could be discerned on the surface of the scale. Linglong. Lin Xi signaled her with a glance. Bai Linglong understood immediately, lunging forward, her twin blades resembling the sides of the Grim Reaper as they struck down upon the Black King python. Although Bai Linglong's strength was not particularly formidable, she was nonetheless an intermediate warrior of the 8th rank. The Black King python could not entirely disregard her assaults and was compelled to counter with its formidable head and sharp tail. Yes, just like that, Lin Xi continued to assault that vulnerable spot. The Black King python, desperate to shield its weakness, found itself under relentless bombardment from Bai Linglong, whose strikes flowed like water, leaving no respite. It could not muster the extra energy to deal with Lin Xi. Crack! A barely audible sound emanated from the scales. After countless attacks, the serpent's scales began to show signs of yielding. Yet, Lin Xi's piercing attack grew increasingly dulled, nearly ground down by the resilient scales. At last, the piercing attack was on the brink of being rendered useless. No matter the effort, the fissures showed no signs of expanding, serving only to inflict pain upon the Black King python while losing nearly all effectiveness. Curse be it! Lin Xi gritted his teeth as he gazed at the Black King python, astonished that its scales had proven so resilient. After thousands of strikes, he mused that even a high-grade yellow armor would have been shattered by now. Lin Xi, hurry! I can barely hold on any longer. Bai Linglong's stamina was rapidly depleting, as she could scarcely fathom that the might of the Black King python far exceeded her expectations. With each attack she barely managed to fend off. It required every ounce of her strength to withstand. At that moment, her palms were torn and bloodied from the tremendous force, crimson rivulets cascading down her arms. Moreover, her muscles were besieged by an overwhelming sense of fatigue and pain. It was nearly beyond her limits to endure thus far. The Black King python, however, remained remarkably vigorous. Akin to an inexhaustible war machine, its tail strikes unwavering in power. It was acutely aware that these two humans were nearing their breaking point. Desperation gripped Lin Xi. Though her technique was not yet perfected, she found herself bereft of alternative options. She understood that even the spiral force might not shatter the serpent scales. Thus, if external means proved futile, she would resort to an internal approach. Suddenly, Lin Xi closed her eyes, and in that very instant, it was as if something dreadful was born. The ambient temperature plummeted, and a peculiar wave emanated from her being. This wave was neither an energy fluctuation nor a psychic disturbance, but rather a nebulous essence that was elusive and difficult to grasp, gradually taking the form of an invisible small sword, measuring less than 10 centimeters in length. This diminutive blade seemed to harbor an extraordinarily terrifying destructive potential. The Black King python appeared to sense something that instilled fear within it. Glancing around restlessly, yet it beheld nothing but Lin Xi and Bai Linglong. A menacing aura emanated from Lin Xi, yet she lay with her eyes closed, appearing utterly innocuous. It could no longer afford to hesitate. The sensation was suffocating, as if danger loomed just a heartbeat away. What could it be? Why did I perceive such a palpable threat? Bai Linglong, too, felt a chilling dread enveloping her. The Black King python opened its gaping maw, advancing towards Lin Xi. It had already caught a whiff of the nauseating scent, and within a mere second, it would be swallowed whole. Lin Xi, what are you doing? Quickly evade it! Bai Linglong cried out in desperation. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Lin Xi's eyes fluttered open, and an invisible force surged into the Black King python's mind. The small sword was a manifestation of Lin Xi's soul power. a nascent realization of the chapter on soul annihilation that he had just begun to comprehend under Hekana's guidance. This marked his inaugural success in coalescing soul power into a weapon. Mental energy originates from the soul, and the power of the soul is vastly more potent and enigmatic than mere mental force. An attack forged from the soul is bizarrely elusive and nearly impossible to defend against. This is the greatest asset of a soul sword sovereign in traversing the cosmos. The Black King Python's head felt as though it had been obliterated by some unseen force, a wave of excruciating pain crashing into its brain, far exceeding the torment of physical wounds. A wave of dizziness surged towards Lin Xi. Although the soul power of the Black King Python was not particularly strong, it was nonetheless of intermediate warrior level, making any attempt to destroy it exceedingly difficult. This strike had significantly wounded the Python's soul, yet it also incurred some minor backlash. Ling Long, now's your chance. Lin Xi called out to the dazed Bai Ling Long. It was only then that Bai Ling Long snapped back to reality, observing the Black King Python as if it had lost its spirit, standing motionless in place. She swiftly leaped onto the creature's back and aimed for a dull scale to strike. With a resounding crack, the already fractured scale succumbed to Bai Ling Long's fierce blow, shattering instantly. She raised her curved blade and plunged it mercilessly into the python's heart. A roar erupted as the excruciating pain in its flesh momentarily revived the nearly collapsing soul of the Black King Python, causing it to thrash violently. Yet, as it struggled, the blade sank deeper, blood pouring forth from its heart. The python's formidable vitality allowed it to thrash for several minutes before it gradually succumbed to death. Master, you took a grave risk. Although this python has not trained in soul power, it is still an entire tier above you. With your rudimentary manipulation, had its soul been even slightly stronger, your own soul could have sustained injuries, Hekana admonished. Lin Xi barely managed to steady himself against a nearby rock, preventing himself from collapsing. He recognized this sensation, akin to attempting to pierce a stone with a steel blade, without sufficient force or the correct angle. One could easily suffer a break. I understand. Next time, I will certainly contemplate the chapter on soul extinction thoroughly. However, I am presently overwhelmed with fatigue and long to indulge in a restful slumber. A wave of weariness has swiftly engulfed Lin Xi's consciousness.